By an unexpected twist of fate, I found myself masquerading as a male student in an elite academy, becoming the subordinate of the influential figure seduced. However, this identity did not afford me any semblance of protection. Rather, it rendered me a target, even provoking scornful jibes from the affluent Shuiran. In the presence of the powerful four young masters, I was compelled to openly market myself, struggling to secure my place among them. At that moment, we were ensconced in a lounge, where the daylight was effectively shrouded by dark-patterned curtains, leaving only the dim glow of an antique desk lamp to illuminate the space. In this somber light, seduced sat across from me, motionless, languidly reclining on a velvet sofa. His face was partially veiled in shadow, with a metallic necklace resting upon his Adam's apple. The sharp contours of his jaw hinted at a latent ferocity, reminiscent of a beast poised to erupt, and his mere presence saturated the room with an oppressive atmosphere. As time elapsed, the girl's complexion gradually paled. After a few moments, seduced finally broke the silence. But instead of addressing her, his gaze fixated on me at the door. "Why are you dawdling? Come in." A pang of anxiety gripped my heart. Had I truly stumbled upon a scene of confession? Was this not the cruel fate of a malicious female antagonist, always appearing at the most pivotal moments? Reluctantly, I obeyed, scampering over and presenting a box of chocolates with an exaggerated eagerness. "Brother Sia, here's the chocolate you wanted." He finally rose, the necklace at his neck clinking against his collarbone with a crisp sound. His strikingly handsome, yet sharp visage bore a rugged brow and austere features, softened only by a hint of a smile that conveyed a sense of wildness and untamability. His uniform was impeccably neat, yet he exuded an air of rebelliousness and raw energy. With a decisive snap, he unwrapped the chocolate, taking only one piece while casually discarding the remainder on the floor. The packaging now dust-laden and laden with a stark humiliation. "Take it away." I was unfazed, immediately crouching to retrieve the fallen chocolates, my smile radiant with satisfaction. "Thank you, Brother Sia. As long as I pick it up within 3 seconds of it hitting the ground, it's still edible." This box of chocolates cost tens of thousands. I would mind it being tossed on the ground. I'd gladly accept it, even if it were thrown in my face. As I reveled in my merriment, a soft sob broke through the air behind me. The girl I had entirely disregarded could no longer contain her tears and fled the lounge, covering her face. More disheartening than a failed confession is the utter indifference with which the recipient regards your heartfelt admission, offering your sincerity only to have them merge and forward your confessional chat logs. Watching her retreating silhouette, I sighed. Alas, dear girl, why must you harbor feelings for the male protagonist? A mere infatuation with anyone else would cause less anguish. Yet you choose the male lead. Such a fate is unendurable in the realm of novels. As a fellow inhabitant of this world, albeit a malicious secondary character, I felt a profound sympathy for her plight. Indeed, we both exist within the pages of a narrative titled Chronicles of Academy Romance, The Four Princes and Four Princesses, a tome that intertwines tales of aristocratic feuds, melodramatic elite academies, and the tragic fates of side characters, sprawling over 2,000 chapters, longer than my own life. I, Lu Yu, am but a cruel secondary character, a mere pebble on the path of the protagonist's romance. In the story, I fell head over heels for seduced upon entering the academy, which only fueled my jealousy towards the first female lead, a fellow special recruit who captured his attention. I resorted to mindless schemes to thwart her, lamenting my unfortunate fate. Ultimately, my destiny culminated in a torturous demise. After all, in such archaic literature, the male protagonist's influence is boundless, rendering the law a mere scrap of paper in their presence. When I traversed into this world, despair engulfed me, and life felt utterly unbearable. To make matters worse, there are countless others who share my name. I silently pleaded, "Do not seek me out. Take them all instead." However, after accepting the reality of my situation, I swiftly resolved to undertake a bold transformation, disguising myself as a male. I bartered a secret from the book with the school physician to alter my academic records and craft a disguise, successfully infiltrating the school under the guise of a boy. As for how I became a subordinate to the male lead, that is a tale for another time. What are you gazing at? A low, husky voice inquired from behind. Turning, I flashed a radiant smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Oh, nothing much, just curious about the appearance of someone brave enough to confess to Brother Xie. Flattery flowed effortlessly, for this individual could determine my fate with a mere thought. Xie Xiuyu, one of the male protagonists, is backed by the illustrious Xie family, a formidable military and political force. On the surface, he appears languid, yet beneath lies a ruthlessness and a penchant for perplexing, dark humor. He relishes in toying with others' emotions, treating them as mere playthings, first elevating them to dizzying heights, only to let them fall, shattered. The original character's demise was sealed by his casual remark. Such a penchant for administering drugs? Feed her 100-fold dosage and cast her from the academy. I was thoroughly entertained by this spectacle, commenting in the section below that it was exhilarating and that I wished to be Xie Xiuyu's loyal dog. Now, having truly become his dog, I find myself surprisingly compliant. How is it that I wished for wealth, yet the heavens have failed to grant my desire? This is infuriating. I shall no longer address you as grandfather, for you have never regarded me as your granddaughter. Xie Xiuyu cast his gaze upon me, his youthful raven hair framing his red lips. Having just sprinted over, his complexion was pale with a hint of pink, and his lips quivered slightly with each breath. The smile he directed at me was utterly captivating. After nearly 2 weeks of acquaintance, he still did not comprehend how a boy could possess such delicate features. His gaze bore down on me, causing beads of cold sweat to form on my back. The discomfort compelled me to probe. Brother Xie, your smile is truly unappealing, he remarked with a dispassionate tone. I was utterly bewildered, left wondering if the prolonged scrutiny was merely to deride my appearance. Such humiliation is unbearable for anyone. Yet, I chose to endure it. I replaced my smile with a grimace and asked, Xie Ge, what do you think of this? After all, the boss's orders reign supreme. Xie Xiuyu remained non-committal to my attempts at appeasement. He bit into a piece of chocolate, delicately extracting a tissue to wipe his fingertips. Had he gazed at her for so long because he was fond of her? A shiver coursed through my body. I was all too familiar with the cliché of this melodramatic novel. Once emotions became entangled, the ensuing troubles would be endless. I hastily shook my head. Absolutely not. I harbored no feelings for her whatsoever. My sole inclination lay with wealth. Anything else was a nuisance I wished to avoid. Xie Xiuyu was evidently dissatisfied with my response. As I had become his plaything, how could I afford to lose focus while attending to him? A small reprimand was in order. After all, toys respond best to a gentle reprimand followed by reward. He rose to his full height, towering over me like a shadow, his imposing presence nearly suffocating. The annual freshman banquet was merely 2 days away. His voice, laced with a hint of indifference, conveyed a certain gravity. You ought to be well aware of the trials awaiting special recruits at the banquet. I shall not accompany you. With that, he turned and strode towards the door, leaving me with a final admonition. Be cautious, and do not allow yourself to be overwhelmed by others. Despite his words of caution, a playful lilt lingered in his tone, as if he eagerly anticipated witnessing my plight. I stood there in a daze, the imported chocolate in my hand having lost all flavor. Oh dear, am I truly destined for doom? Venturing to the banquet alone, will I even emerge in one piece? It has only been 2 weeks since the semester commenced, and the number of students eager to teach me a lesson is as plentiful as the fish crossing the river. How is it that I, of all people, have ended up residing in the same dormitory as the male protagonists? To be precise, I have taken the place of one of them, as a certain gentleman named Yuan Zhan is abroad attending to family matters and cannot return for the time being. On the forum, I cannot fathom how many envy my fortune. Out of 10 threads, nearly 5 are dedicated to discussing me, generating quite a buzz. Fortunate Lu Yu, would you even want this blessing? Disguising myself as a male was intended to distance myself from the male leads. Yet who would have thought that I would be thrust right beneath their noses? Moreover, these gentlemen are hardly paragons of virtue. Each bears a plethora of labels: merry makers, pleasure seekers, twisted perverts, control freaks, and black-hearted scoundrels. Not a single one can escape such characterization. To make matters worse, just as I managed to adjust my mindset and resolved to speak less with the male leads, waiting for the fourth protagonist to return from abroad to conclude this ordeal. I discovered that being perceived as a recluse was far preferable to being force-fed 100-fold medication and transformed into an OD girl. However, what transpired? I had a dream in which the will of the world informed me that I must appease the male leads according to the original plot to navigate the critical narrative smoothly. Otherwise, I would face dire consequences. Upon waking, I remained skeptical and continued to avoid the male leads. Yet that very night, I found myself in the infirmary due to a sudden palpitation. Lying in bed, my gaze became vacant as the world seemed to stab me under my armpit, painful yet oddly amusing. Growing up in an impoverished neighborhood had imbued me with remarkable resilience. Evasion would not resolve my predicament. Thus I decided to take the initiative. That evening, as the three young masters returned to the dormitory, they were astonished to see me, their previously distant and aloof roommate, solemnly bowing before them, a radiant smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Allow me to formally introduce an exceptional service. For just $999, you can enjoy a monthly subscription to my invaluable assistance. I continued, outlining services ranging from laundry and cooking to errands and meal deliveries, ensuring that you can relish the pinnacle of life's experiences without stepping outside your door. I added, the pricing is fair, devoid of deceit. Do consider it. As members of the illustrious F4, they hail from the highest echelons of society, having lived in the adoration and admiration of the masses since childhood. For them, wealth and power are mere appendages, effortlessly obtained without lifting a finger. Countless individuals vie for their favor, yearning for even a fleeting moment of their attention. Yet, no one has ever dared to so openly and brazenly promote themselves as I have, almost as if I'm desperate for money tattooed on my forehead. Have you lost your mind? Someone could not help but inquire. The first to speak was the most impatient among them, Schweran. His light golden hair, which no dye could tame, framed a face of striking handsomeness. Coupled with his naturally fair complexion, it harmonized beautifully with his hair color, and the deep crimson of his lips, accented by a subtle dimple, rendered him reminiscent of an angel from Nordic mythology. Alas, beneath this angelic facade lurked the heart of a devil. He refers to himself as a younger brother, but in truth, he is merely a servant. Do you believe we are in need of servant? His malevolent gaze swept over me, revealing a sense of disdain. His words were sharp, yet my resilience is as formidable as a city wall. Such feeble attempts at insult pale in comparison to the encounters I face with strangers in my games, where I am often accompanied by my entire family. I smiled and said, but I happen to be your roommate. It would be more convenient for me to handle matters in the dormitory. Schweran furrowed his brow. Indeed, their group possessed an overwhelming sense of territoriality, and none of them appreciated outsiders casually entering their sanctuary. My suggestion was quite reasonable. Yet he still responded with sarcasm. What could possibly happen in the dormitory? My eyes sparkled with excitement as I immediately interjected. This is indeed my area of expertise. For instance, I offer early morning wake-up services, sanitation, and cleaning services. I can replace light bulbs above and unclog drains below. Furthermore, should one find it challenging to reach their back while bathing, I would be more than willing to assist. Before I could finish my thought, Schweran interrupted. Stop babbling. I certainly do not require anyone to help me scrub my back. I blinked sincerely. My back-rubbing technique is rather exceptional. Would you care to give it a try? I once worked part-time at a bathhouse, nearly usurping the position of the neighboring aunt. As we exchanged glances, Schweran finally took a moment to seriously appraise the visage of me, her humble roommate. My appearance, befitting a role as a wicked supporting character, was undoubtedly striking. My exquisitely delicate features were accentuated by a chic bob of ebony hair that framed my face, which appeared so youthful and tender one could almost imagine the sweetness of dew upon it. At that moment, my almond-shaped eyes sparkled with anticipation, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld me. If I were to truly offer him a back rub, would that not lead to an intimate closeness? He immediately averted his gaze, flustered and insistent that it was unnecessary. I remained undeterred and continue. Just a couple of days ago, it was still available for a complimentary trial. My intellect is truly brimming with entrepreneurial acumen. Hee hee. Shui Ran scoffed. My family, the Shui clan, is not in need of such trivial sums. I am also aware that the Shui family has been a commercial titan for centuries. Their wealth so immense that it could scarcely be described as merely gilded, while others may be said to be swimming in riches. The Shui family seems to be awash in an ocean of oil. Contemplating this, I find myself once more consumed by envy towards the affluent. Alas, who has pilfered my dream of a life adorned with prosperity and beauty? I immediately took the bait. Shui Xiao seemed to suggest a willingness to try my services. The youth regarded my earnestness and genuinely began to contemplate, for although I was somewhat impoverished, my appearance barely qualified me to serve as his attendant. Just as he appeared poised to acquiesce, the previously silent Ji Jingli interjected. His exterior was equally as striking as Shui Ran and the other male lead, possessing a refined elegance, deep-set eyes, and an air of aloofness. Yet the faint smile that graced his lips instantly softened that chill, exuding an aura of aristocratic grace. However, dear Lu Yu, it appears you have overlooked a crucial detail. His voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable weight. We could replace you with someone else by tomorrow. Ji Jingli's tone was as sharp as a blade. I was taken aback and blurted out, "Why must it be you?" "Ah, truly, you live up to your reputation, Ji Blackheart. Just when I was on the verge of success, you emerged to disrupt things, which is rather unsettling." In the novel, he appears the gentlest, yet harbors a darkness within. While others dig traps for others, he simply hands them the shovel, and after burying them, decorates the spot with flowers to feign elegance. Schwerin also caught on. "Indeed, why is it you?" She had previously deemed it unreasonable that special enrollment students, who were worlds apart from them, would share a dormitory. I stammered, my mind was in a whirl. No amount of singing would help. I needed to think quickly. Jingli leisurely placed his fingers on the corner of my white shirt. "Lu, are you at a loss for words as well?" He then coldly added, "It seems we shall not experience the service you speak of. What a pity." I gritted my teeth, inwardly cursing Ji Blackheart for stoking the fire. "Remember this. Should you ever find yourself in distress, I shall surely take advantage of your misfortune. Time and tide wait for no one. Do not underestimate me." With a forced resolve, I declared, "My grades are quite good, and I can assist with assignments." Ji Jingli smiled. "There are many special enrollment students with good grades. Changing roommates is quite troublesome." I attempted to argue. With my influence, a single phone call could resolve this. He remained unhurried. "I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. I simply seek payment." I nearly shouted. "Well, how can you prove that?" The two of us were at an impasse, resembling a scene from an interview. I was on the verge of losing my composure, and I blurted out, "I have worked part-time in the art studio, assisting others." As soon as the words escaped my lips, a wave of panic washed over me. How could I have forgotten that Ji Jingli's passion for art was a secret, one of his most cherished pursuits? Indeed, his expression darkened, becoming so intense that I dared not meet his gaze, slowly revealing a gentler, yet perilous side. "Lu, you mentioned art? How did you come to this realization? Or, to rephrase, are you aware of things you ought not to know?" My head swam, blood rushed to my cheeks, my heart raced. I knew that answering this question incorrectly would lead to a fate as dire as that depicted in the novel. In the household of Ji Jingli, the expectation of becoming a qualified heir loomed over him, compelling him to meticulously conceal his passion from the outside world. Should anyone offend him, they would find themselves swiftly dispatched by his devoted followers, without him needing to lift a finger. This world, draped in the guise of romance, is, in truth, a ruthless jungle governed by the law of the survival of the fittest. The dormitory was illuminated by harsh, cold white light, slicing through the air like a knife, creating a stifling atmosphere that rendered one breathless. I found myself caught in a tumult of emotions. Should I adopt a fade of stubbornness, offer a defense, or perhaps kneel in supplication? Just as the smile at the corner of Ji Jingli's lips began to fade, a voice suddenly pierced the silence. It was Xiexioyu. "I have purchased your services," he stated nonchalantly, as if utterly indifferent to the circumstances. Chapter 3. Do the wealthy among you suffer from illness? Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, disregarding the astonished expression of Ji Jingli beside her. She abruptly bowed deeply to Xie Xiuyu, executing a perfect 90-degree angle. I am at your service. Oh, my benefactor. Truly. He is the male lead who achieves a happy ending with the special admission female protagonist. At heart, he is devoted to precise poverty alleviation. She nearly broke into tears. Moreover, Lu Yu's original intention was to curry favor with Xie Xiuyu. The other two were merely incidental. It was imperative that Xie Xiuyu agreed. Yet, Ji Jingli consistently defied Lu Yu's expectations. First, he expressed surprise at Xie Xiuyu's decision. Then a faint smile danced in his eyes. Then I shall join you. Lu Yu was perplexed. Who permitted that? You were the one who caused the most disruption just now. Ji Jingli, as if he had never questioned her, softened his smile. Do not worry, classmate Lu. I only require a few simple tasks from you. For instance, assist me while I paint? He was curious about how much Lu Yu truly knew. He had been overly anxious earlier, and there would be ample time in the future for him to explore the depths of this enigmatic roommate. Lu Yu comprehended the underlying intent. They were waiting for her. She had merely evaded one calamity. Many more trials lay ahead. Xueran also cast a glance at Lu Yu, his expression unreadable, his tone light. Since you all are purchasing, I shall do the same. Such a poor person might secretly take my photograph to sell. Perhaps I should just offer a small sum to dismiss him. He barely met his own standards for choosing a servant, though he did seem a touch effeminate. A grown man, with glistening eyes, lacking any semblance of masculinity. Lu Yu felt her reputation unjustly tarnished. What do you mean, secretly taking pictures? I would never stoop to such a disgraceful act. However, she recalled that high-definition photos of Xueran could fetch up to 10,000 each on forums. If someone did take a picture. Oh dear, the thought was somewhat enticing. Though the choices of the other two male leads surprised Lu Yu, she felt an overwhelming joy. Thank you for your trust, boss. Please feel free to command your loyal subordinates. This was all about financial gain. Lu Yu's proposal was crafted to both please the male lead and accumulate enough funds to secure her own comfort. It was a strategy of dual objectives. Once the narrative concluded, she planned to flee, distancing herself from these eccentric individuals as far as possible, while others sought the male lead for his charm. She was genuinely interested in his wealth. Seeing the delight radiating from Lu Yu, Xie Xiuyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. I recall you mentioning a 2-day free trial. Is that offer still available? Lu Yu, who had anticipated a swift influx of 300,000, was incensed. You are already so wealthy, yet you still care about 2 days of free service. How miserly, utterly stingy. She nodded, feeling wronged. Yes, Xie, it is available. Xie Xiuyu recognized her reluctance, yet he remained indifferent. In fact, he appeared to relish it. Teasing this suddenly bold commoner roommate was as amusing as entertaining a small animal. Then allow me to experience the quality of your service first, classmate Lu. The way he uttered her name added an unexpected hint of intimacy. Lu Yu felt deflated. All right. Xueran grinned, revealing a hint of her small canine teeth. I feel the same, Lu classmate. If I am not satisfied, I shall not pay. Ji Jingli chuckled lightly, his words succinct. Whether the payment for the 3rd day would arrive depended solely on Lu classmate's performance. Lu Yu thought to herself, swearing that at this moment, she detested the phrase Lu classmate more than anything. What do you wealthy individuals know about hardships? She was truly infuriated. The consequence of provoking Lu Yu was that she became rather tempestuous. I understand now. I will perform well. She reaffirmed to herself that once she saved enough money, she would make a hasty exit. There was no time to waste. A bunch of lunatics. Their morbid sense of humor aside, they even deducted from the meager earnings of a struggling worker like her. In conclusion, following the responses of the three, Lu Yu had unwittingly become their underling. End of flashback. A week had passed since that day. Being an underling was far less burdensome than she had anticipated. Most of her time was spent in the company of Xie Xiuyu, while Ji Jingli and Xueran seldom sought her out. Ji Jingli was preoccupied with the new students' enrollment and student council affairs, rarely returning to the dormitory. As for Xueran, he only summoned Lu Yu when he was in the dormitory, often ignoring her presence outside, as if she were invisible. Lu Yu gradually understood why the first person to propose purchasing her services was Xie Xiaoyu. He had numerous underlings, exuding an air reminiscent of a societal leader. Surrounded by 4 or 5 loyal followers who would rotate periodically, she found herself acting as Xie Xiaoyu's errand runner, akin to a delivery service. Even so, she had become a frequent topic on the campus forum. There were over a dozen heated threads about her, each garnering hundreds of replies, as if they wished to strip away her facade to uncover what made her worthy of such attention. No sooner had Lu Yu completed her purchases than students would rush in to inquire what she had bought. Many scoffed at her actions, deeming it audacious for a special admit to cling to power, portraying a servile demeanor that could only lead to a dismal end. It is essential to understand that the F4 held absolute authority within the academy. They were the epicenter of admiration and discussion. As a special admit, Lu Yu not only became their roommate, but also frequently appeared by Xie Xiaoyu's side. This infuriated those who considered themselves elite, yet could not reach the F4. Their disdain veiling an intense jealousy. How could a special admit presume to occupy such a position? Why not them? They would gladly serve the F4 as well. This was precisely why Lu Yu dreaded the freshman banquet. She stood out too conspicuously. In this academy, special admits and privileged offspring were inherently opposed entities. St. Mary S. accepted special admits primarily to enhance academic performance and to quell societal discontent. The vast wealth gap in the Federation meant that the world's premier institution, which exclusively admitted the elite, effectively barred the last remaining avenues for upward mobility for the common populace, inevitably inviting public condemnation. Thus, the specially recruited students are a group brought in to maintain stability. The freshman banquet is a cherished tradition at St. Mary's Academy and represents the first significant challenge that these special recruits face upon their admission. During this event, the school's regulations become ineffective. Many scions of the elite seize the opportunity to select their prey. Some may choose to recruit exceptional special recruits into their ranks, while others may treat them as mere playthings for amusement. Every year, the freshman banquet becomes a hotspot for incidents, with reports of several special recruits being bullied to the point of expulsion. Lu Yu knows, without the protection of Xie Xiaoyu, she will undoubtedly face humiliation, and even worse, direct attacks. The mere thought sends shivers down her spine. What should she do? Lu Yu mutters in frustration. Yet, her distress is far from over, as an even more irritating presence approaches. What are you still doing here? Xiego has already left. A haughty young man with bleached hair stands at the doorway, having appeared there unbeknownst to her. He imitates Xie Xiaoyu's penchant for metallic adornments, donning an array himself, though his frail frame gives off an air of malnutrition. His gaze drips with mockery as he coldly remarks, "Not clever at all. I truly wonder why Xiego keeps you around. Shall I accompany you to find some amusement with the special recruits?" Chapter 4. Life's Twists and Turns. What a bargain some individuals derive pleasure from bullying those weaker than themselves, as if such actions could elevate their own esteemed lineage. As a member of the special enrollment program, Lu Yu resolutely declined the invitation. "I shall not go." The individual with the yellow hair, named Zhang Jia, was also a subordinate of Xie Xiaoyu. He fawned over Xie Xiaoyu while exhibiting a contemptuous demeanor towards her, having made several offensive remarks. Lu Yu found him exceedingly irksome, repeatedly cursing him in her mind. Zhang Jia was taken aback by the rejection, and his anger surged. "You are merely a destitute special enrollee. My invitation was a sign of respect. How dare you refuse? Who do you think you are?" Lu Yu sighed inwardly. Isn't appearance crucial? Shui Ran, too, sported golden hair and dismissed her for her poverty, yet he resembled a male lead from a romantic drama. In contrast, Zhang Jia embodied the quintessential villainous archetype. Indeed, the world is deeply superficial. Wait, a villain? Lu Yu suddenly recalled a particular plot point from the original narrative. The protagonist, Tang Ke, was provoked by Xie Xiaoyu's underling at this very moment, which led her to develop an aversion towards him, ultimately culminating in conflict. That underling, was it not Zhang Jia? Lu Yu swiftly altered her decision. "You shall go." Zhang Jia, who was about to forcibly drag Lu Yu along, halted in his tracks upon hearing her acquiescence. "What? You're going?" A repugnant smile spread across his face. To think you could turn on your own kind. How ruthless you are. This was a classic case of dog bites dog. Clearly, Jean-Jacques sought to humiliate Lu Yu. Lu Yu, undeterred by the potential humiliation, declared, "Of course, I shall go. I want to witness this fellow receive his due punishment." According to the storyline, shortly, this fellow would be subjected to a scathing reprimand from Tang Ku, resulting in a bruised and battered visage. For Tang, Ku possessed an almost supernatural strength. Leveraging this extraordinary trait, she had vanquished countless antagonists, turning the tide in myriad melodramatic scenarios. The thought of Jean-Jacques' unsightly face being transformed into that of a pig's head brought a smile to Lu Yu's lips. She would undoubtedly remember to capture this moment in photographs. 10 snapshots, and then delete one for a price of 10,000 yuan. How astute she was in her entrepreneurial pursuits. Inside the classroom. "Hey, this is an invitation from young Master Jean. Do you dare to refuse?" Jean-Jacques, accompanied by several lackeys, surrounded a special enrollment student's desk. The towering figures of the boys encircled the table, exuding a menacing presence. The girl trapped within clutched her backpack, her delicate features marred by fear. "No, I." Jean-Jacques' subordinates unleashed a series of vile comments. "We merely wish to take you out for some fun, guaranteed to be experiences you impoverished souls have never encountered. Indeed, stop pretending to be innocent. Surely you wouldn't mind finding someone to sell you for a good price?" The girl bit her lip, rendered speechless, shaking her head vigorously, her long hair becoming disheveled. She dared not comply. Faced with the lecherous gazes of the group, the outcome of her situation was all too predictable. Lu Yu stood nearby, engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Should she intervene? As a young woman, she truly could not bear to witness such a scene. However, if she were to rush in at that moment, it would undoubtedly disrupt the narrative and overshadow the protagonist, Tang Ku. Meanwhile, Jean-Jacques licked his lips with an air of arrogance. You wouldn't want to find yourself unwelcome in this academy, would you? As a subordinate of Xiaoyu, he was currently basking in an overwhelming sense of confidence. "Don't test my patience. If you refuse to comply, I'll ensure my brothers have their turn with you." The few bystanders displayed knowing, disdainful smiles, with one already reaching out to grab the girl's arm. No, Lu Yu could no longer tolerate it. These scoundrels were akin to having their upper and lower bodies misplaced, thinking solely with their baser instincts, their minds filled with filth. She activated her phone and strode forward. Bang! With a resounding crash, Jean-Jacques received a solid punch squarely to the face and was sent flying like a cannonball. Lu Yu exclaimed, "Did something just fly past?" A righteous female voice rang out, "Don't even think about bullying classmates under my watch." It was the heroine. Lu Yu immediately turned to look. As the protagonist, Tang Ku was undeniably charming, with a delicate face the size of a palm and a simple ponytail that bobbed with her movements, exuding a captivating, animated appeal. Yet this petite figure had just sent Jean-Jacques sprawling with a single punch. Indeed, a formidable little warrior. In the narrative, Tang Ku was portrayed as innocent, straightforward, and eager to help, with a strong sense of justice that made her intolerant of bullying incidents at the academy. It was her repeated interventions that had drawn the attention of Xiaoyu. "Are you all right?" Tang Ku comforted the frightened girl with a gentle pat. "Don't worry. I could take on 10 of this weakling with one hand." The remaining henchmen trembled in fear. They had intended to avenge Jean-Jacques, but who would dare approach? Others swung fists, but this was akin to a celestial strike, effortlessly incapacitating foes. After a considerable pause, Jean-Jacques finally managed to rise, clutching his nose, only to find all eyes upon him. The instigator of his humiliation even gestured playfully with her fist. Pain shot through his face as he fumed. "Who the hell are you? Where did this freakishly strong recruit come from?" Tang Ku scoffed, "What do you care? I act in defense of the oppressed." The narrator chimed in. "Indeed, looking like a pig's head, yet coveting young girls." Jean-Jacques retorted, "Who are you calling a pig's head? Do you even know who I am?" Tang Ku replied, "I don't care who you are, but if you do wrong, you deserve to be punished." The narrator added, "Exactly. Sitting at the offering table during the new year, you should fear being served a chopstick to the forehead." Jean-Jacques sneered. "Do you really think I can't touch you?" Tang Ku challenged, "Come at me. I haven't had my fill of fun yet." The narrator remarked, "Indeed, when one cannot win, they resort to barking, and when in heat, they go searching for the village's big yellow dog. Beware of getting too carried away. Zhang growled. Mind your language. I'm a man of Sieka. Tang Ke declared. I care not who you serve. Narrator. Indeed, one truly believes oneself to be something significant, attempting to wield authority through the guise of another, when in reality, one is merely the inconsequential tuft of fur behind the tiger. At this moment, both individuals sense the discord. Who is this? Why have they been stoking the flames from the sidelines? Zhang swiftly turned his ire towards Lu Yu, exclaiming, Are you taking the opportunity to insult me? Whose side are you on? Lu Yu shrugged. Well, it's certainly not yours. Hee, it feels good to vent. Tang Ke interjected with curiosity. Aren't you part of their group? Fearing a possible retaliatory strike, Lu Yu hastily approached with an olive branch. Not at all. I would associate with unpleasant individuals. I fear contagion. Her unique perspective elicited laughter from both parties. Truth be told, with Lu Yu's remarkably striking appearance, she hardly resembled someone connected to Zhang, especially when her eyes twinkled with mirth. Her infectious charm endeared her to those around her. Hello, I am Lu Yu. Tang Kiskiviko. If anyone bullies you, just come to me. I am Lin Xin. The three exchanged contact information, engaging in a delightful discourse, creating an unusually harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhang and his subordinates were completely disregarded. A subordinate whispered, Boss, it seems they are not afraid of you. Zhang retaliated with a sharp slap. Do I need you to point that out? I can see it myself. Zhang was on the verge of exploding. The prized possession had slipped away. He had been humiliated, and worse still, he was ridiculed by Lu Yu, whom he had always looked down upon. Without hesitation, he unleashed his fury upon Lu Yu. How dare she defy him after he brought her along? Merely a dog at Xie Ji's feet, and yet she fancied herself of importance. Lu Yu, Xiego has made it clear that he will not protect you at the freshman banquet. You wait and see. I shall ensure you receive a lesson you will never forget. Chapter 5. Life is enshrouded in darkness, yet surprisingly refreshing. The antagonists invariably meet their demise through excessive verbosity, and Zhang stands out among them. Before Lu Yu could pose her inquiries, he divulged all the details himself. Was he pondering how I came to know? It was naturally Brother Xie who informed me. I remarked that a commoner like him could hardly linger by Brother Xie's side for long. Lu Yu was not the least bit surprised. She suspected that before his reincarnation, Xie Yu had been an emperor embroiled in palace intrigues, relishing the conflict among his subordinates. While others battled crickets, Xie Yu engaged with humans. Yet, although she feared Xie Yu, she held no apprehension toward Zhang, who, by the way, didn't even pay her. With a raised brow, Lu Yu retorted unapologetically, Let us see who ends up being taught a lesson. I'm not intimidated by someone who only gains confidence through bullying others. TSK, people like you must have dogs avoiding you on the street, right? Zhang's face flushed with anger. After all, he was merely a special recruit. Who was he to be insulted? Who did he think he was? He contemplated retaliating. But Tang Ke immediately stepped in front of Lu Yu, brandishing her fists. What are you doing? Do you wish to be hit? She threatened, her fist poised to deliver a fatal blow. Zhang's complexion paled. Damn it, he would not let this slide today. Just wait and see. At the freshman banquet, he would make Lu Yu kneel and beg for mercy. He stormed off, casting a malicious glance at Lu Yu as he departed. Once the group had left, Lin Xin apologetically expressed her regret. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. This is not trouble, Lu Yu interjected, her expression earnest. You were merely protecting yourself, and aiding you was our choice. Moreover, she needed Zhang to redirect his animosity towards her. Tang Ke waved her hand nonchalantly. No worries. This is what I ought to do. Lin Xin's eyes brimmed with tears. Thank you both. Tang Ke added, in that case, let me teach you a few moves. If someone bullies you, strike ruthlessly at their lower regions. It was only after she spoke that she realized the inappropriateness of her words and glanced at Lu Yu. That might not be suitable for you? Lu Yu winced at the thought. Well, this topic was indeed ill-suited for her. The two girls chattered away, while she stood by with crossed arms, observing. Sigh. Tang Ke is truly a little angel. If only all male leads were as amicable as her. Hey, who was this Brother Xie you mentioned earlier? Tang Ke inquired, Her curiosity piqued. At that moment, the two were walking side by side on their way back to the dormitory. A person one cannot afford to offend. Also, your destined partner, Lu Yu replied. Tang Ke furrowed her brow. All right, if anyone gives you trouble at the freshman banquet, remember to seek me out. I'll deal with them. She had already begun to consider the boy beside her as a friend. There was a relaxing charm about Lu Yu, unlike anyone she had ever met. Lu Yu shook her head. Do not worry. I have a plan. Since she learned she would be attending the banquet alone, she had been contemplating her strategy. Half of her preparations were already complete. The remaining half depended on how events would unfold at the banquet. How infuriating. Just thinking about it made her seethe with anger. Lu Yu gritted her teeth. As a malevolent supporting character, how could she possibly lack any ability buff, merely embodying wickedness? Xiao Lu, what are you pondering? Tang Ku tilted her head, observing the weight of her thoughts. Lu Yu sighed. Nothing. She was contemplating a solemn vow to life. First bowing to life, pleading for mercy. Second bowing to heaven and earth, seeking reprieve. And third bowing to the universe, yearning for release. Could it grant her, an unremarkable girl, merely desiring $1 million in savings, some respite? Suddenly, a strawberry-flavored lollipop came into her line of sight. Tang Ke waved it cheerfully, her smile radiating sweetness. This is for you. Candy can resolve all troubles. Lu Yu felt a swell of emotion. Mom, I see an angel. She eagerly accepted it and, feeling in her pocket, produced half a box of imported chocolates. This is for you. Tang Ke unwrapped one and popped it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. This is delicious, isn't it? Each costs hundreds. Lu Yu mused to herself. Next time the young master offered her snacks, she could share them with Tang Ke. Did it feel like using a wife's money to support a mistress? Just an illusion. It must be. Campus forum. Shocking. That special admission student is attending the freshman banquet alone. 1L. Isn't he always trailing behind young Master Xie? Such a stubborn follower. 4 litres, so useless. Having a commoner beside young Master Xie is such an eyesore. 8L. Are you all jealous someone has managed to get close to young Master Xie? The sourness wafts through the wires. 12L. Haha. Even special admission students have their defenders. Truly, times have changed. 15L. Clearly, I am a fiery little pepper in public, yet a gentle darling at home. Why doesn't young Master Xie notice me? 16L. The account has been opened. The poster above is male. 62L. How have you all argued through 10 floors? Back to the point. Do you think he can navigate the freshman banquet successfully? 74L. With no power, no influence, and no one to protect him, not getting crushed would be lucky. He is likely to be slapped and given a bonus. 80L. This is hilarious. I'm just eager to see how deep he can go. 82L. Do you even have a chance? Jean has declared he will teach him a lesson at the freshman banquet. Don't compete with him. 87L. Jean, that guy's been quite popular lately. Hasn't he? It seems the special admission student is doomed. 99L. Just wait for the show to unfold. Lu Yu was blissfully unaware that she had been unilaterally sentenced to death by the forum. She lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone. The dormitory of the aristocratic academy was, naturally, unlike the ordinary. The 4 beds were partitioned by walls, each with a curtain of door size, ensuring both unity and privacy. It resembled a small private room. This was why Lu Yu felt secure in disguising herself as a male. When changing her chest binder and intimate apparel, she did so in the secluded compartments, making it difficult to be seen. The Jean family has an illegitimate son, Lu Yu murmured to herself. The light from the screen cast a particularly cold expression upon her, starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor. Suddenly, a male voice startled her. Shui Ran lifted the curtain and entered, a striking youth with long legs, though his expression was rather displeasing. He impatiently urged, I called out to you several times. Why did you not respond? This service attitude warrants a deduction from your pay. I can endure bloodshed, but not a loss of earnings. Lu Yu jolted awake and promptly seated herself at the edge of the bed. What does young Master Shui wish for me to do? Shui Ran leaned against the wall, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her legs, which were resting by the bed. The youth wore nothing but shorts, exposing a considerable expanse of skin, and as his legs subtly drew together, their slenderness became even more pronounced. His legs were remarkably fair, not in a cold manner, but rather a lustrous, rosy white that evoked a desire to touch and see how exquisite beauty could manifest with the slightest pressure. His gaze lingered on those legs. Would a boy's legs really appear this way? Young Master Shui? Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Why was she lost in thought? Shui Ran abruptly snapped back to reality, his tone turning harsh. Why are you asking so many questions? Just come out when I tell you to. With that, he hastily exited, leaving Lu Yu with a look of bewilderment. Why was he being so harsh with her? Yet in the novels, Shui Ran was portrayed as a capricious little devil, and having a bad temper seemed entirely fitting. She evidently failed to notice the suspicious flush of crimson at the young man's ears. Chapter 6 Life unfolds before one's eyes in a single glance. Yet with clear vision comes the burden of height, rendering me unable to see. Do you perceive me as a giraffe? It is far too lofty. Should I offer you a donation for your trembling hands? Lu Yu, holding the tablet, found Shui Ran's words to be dangerously sharp. She called her over merely to serve as a support for the tablet, enduring the dual torment of her arms and ears. Shui Ran, however, showed no awareness of the discomfort she was causing. He was diligently tapping away at his computer keyboard, occasionally glancing at the tablet. The computer screen was awash with a myriad of fluctuating lines in red and green, accompanied by intricate graphs and data, clearly indicative of the stock market. Lu Yu stared intently at the chaotic lines, attempting to divert her attention. She found herself bewildered for whether in the past or present she had never possessed spare funds to engage in stock trading. How pitiable it felt to admit such a truth. Are you intrigued by what you see? Shui Ran suddenly inquired. Come, give it a try. He actually made room for her. Lu Yu, taken aback, asked me, is it truly for me? While she could not comprehend the stocks, the numbers below were crystal clear. The vast sum of money was far beyond what she could afford to lose. A cryptic smile graced Shui Ran's lips. Of course it's you. I'll cover the principal, and all profits are yours. Care to give a shot? After all, isn't this the opportunity you've been waiting for? When he smiled, his long lashes fluttered, and his eyes sparkled like honey melting in sunlight, stirring a sense of warmth within her heart. The invitation before her was undeniably enticing. Such a substantial principal could only be afforded by someone like Shui Ran, born with a silver spoon. Profits all attributed to her. What amount that would be, it could be said that should she earn this money, her future would be secured without worry. Yet, Lu Yu could not calculate the figures, nor did she wish to. Faced with an allure that most would find irresistible, she calmly shook her head. No, thank you, Shui Xiao. She was acutely aware of which fund she was entitled to and which she was not. Misfortune stems from insatiability. If profits were to be credited to her, what the losses? She could toil for 800 years and still not recover, destined to face the same despair as the female antagonist in the original narrative. Shui Ran, unfazed by her refusal, wore an increasingly playful grin. Well done. Her wits remained sharp. The companies behind those stocks had long been ensnared in a precarious situation orchestrated by the Shui family. Those stocks were bound to plummet. Profitability was out of the question. His proposition was indeed a snare. What a pity. Shui Ran pretended to sigh dramatically. Should Lu Yu incur monumental debt, he would have her at his mercy, able to demand anything of her, even the most outrageous of requests. To cast aside her dignity and submit entirely, becoming a docile servant at his feet. How amusing that would be. In essence, Shui Ran remained the same little devil from the original text, relishing chaos. Lu Yu felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze. Assuming he was merely displeased by her rejection, she hastily offered, Shui Ge, shall I fetch you some fruit? That would be acceptable, replied Shui Ran. What would you like? I can go downstairs to buy some, Lu Yu inquired. As Lu Yu was about to rise, the corner of her garment was suddenly tugged. Shui Ran gazed at her as if she were a fool, stating, There's a refrigerator in the dormitory. Why are you going downstairs? I can't stand the cheap fruits from the shelves. A refrigerator in the dormitory. Lu Yu was taken aback. Was this what a prestigious academy was like? Back in high school, they were grateful for a creaky old fan in their dormitory. She quickly located the refrigerator, which was seamlessly integrated into the wall. Upon opening it, she found it meticulously stocked with various imported fruits and chilled delicacies, all marked with today's date. The fruits still glistened with dew. As the cool air enveloped her, Lu Yu stood there in a daze, pondering. Could there possibly be a kitchen in the dormitory? Impossible, Shui Ran scoffed. Just as Lu Yu began to relax, he added, cooking is not something we need to do ourselves. We have a dedicated chef to prepare everything for us. Lu Yu thought, how enviable. She then declared, by the way, I want to eat an apple. A voice from the young man commanded her. Reluctantly, she grabbed an apple and returned to the table, only to find Shui Ran staring at the apple in her hand with an odd expression. Is that an apple? Lu Yu sensed he was feigning ignorance, replying, no, this is a pear. Shui Ran, visibly displeased, retorted, I said I want an apple. Why did you bring me a pear? Who gave you the right to decide for me? Lu Yu replied, this is indeed an apple. She continued, are you going to say that apples are usually cut into small pieces? Shui Ran asked, how did you know? Fruits had always been handled by servants and served to him, so he believed apples were like that. Lu Yu understood this, having anticipated his assumptions. She had begun to decipher the patterns of the affluent. She would not let her defenses down again. So why wasn't he wealthy? Having held the tablet for too long, Lu Yu's hand trembled, resulting in unevenly cut apple slices. Looking at the disheveled plate of apples, she felt a rare sense of embarrassment. Let me cut another plate. You can have this one, hee hee. No way. Are you trying to sneak a taste? Shui Ran seemed to read her thoughts in an instant, winking at her. Let us not waste food, shall we, classmate Lu? You're the last person who should say that. Lu Yu silently retorted in her mind. She took a silver fork, pierced a piece of apple, and said, all right, do you want to eat? However, Shui Ran turned back to the screen, haughtily commanding, you feed me. What could Lu Yu do? Of course. She complied with her leader's request. She forked a piece of apple and brought it to Shui Ran's lips. This time, he did not act out and opened his mouth to eat. The two engaged in a feeding exchange, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Lu Yu found herself gazing at Shui Ran's profile. She had to admit, he was exceptionally handsome. Even in profile, his features were sculpted to perfection, with long eyelashes that curled like delicate butterfly wings. No wonder he had a legion of devoted admirers. Ah, such striking looks, yet such a dreadful temperament. What are you staring at? He suddenly asked. A masculine voice roused her consciousness. Just moments ago, Shui Ran had been intently focused on the computer screen. But unbeknownst to her, his gaze had shifted to her face, a smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. Surely, he must be mesmerized by my presence. Indeed, this fellow's intentions in wanting her as a subordinate were far from innocent. It was merely a pretext for his approach. Well then, indulging in a little playful banter could be quite delightful. Lu Yu remained oblivious to Shui Ran's perilous thoughts. Her mind was preoccupied with the possibility of capturing a candid profile shot without detection. A single photograph could fetch thousands. She allowed this self-absorbed young master to misinterpret her intentions, lifting a piece of apple and offering it to his lips. Eat. Focus on consuming more and speaking less. Such a handsome man, yet regrettably, he possesses a mouth. To her surprise, Shui Ran declined this time. I want you to feed me. Watching prey struggle for survival in the market was dreadfully dull. He sought amusement with his little roommate. Lu Yu retorted, I not feeding you? Shui Ran, dissatisfied, complained, the fork is too cold. It just brushed against my teeth. I want you to use your hand to feed me. Lu Yu felt a twinge of annoyance. Just moments ago, he had deemed the toothpick unsanitary, yet now he was unconcerned about the cleanliness of her hands. Such a capricious young master. With a resigned sigh, she set down the silver fork, picked up a piece of apple with her fingertips, and extended it to his lips. Shui Ran took a bite, leaving a small fragment lodged between Lu Yu's fingers. Just as she intended to retract her hand to discard the remnant, her wrist was firmly grasped. Shui Ran held her wrist steady, biting down on the last morsel of apple and inadvertently nipping her fingertip. It was a rather intimate bite, lingering and delicate, evoking a slight sting accompanied by a rush of unexpected exhilaration. The connection between them was palpable. He bit her fingertip while gazing intently at Lu Yu, his eyelashes fluttering. A butterfly flitted onto her heart. Lu Yu felt an electric current surge from her fingertip all the way to the crown of her head, causing her scalp to tingle. Her voice faltered, What are you doing? Chapter 7. Life is full of stains. Polka dot skirt. Shui Ran remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu's face, as if he were scrutinizing her reaction. A sense of inexplicable unease surged within Lu Yu. She attempted to retract her finger, but Shui Ran, as if in a playful challenge, applied a slight pressure with his teeth. It hurt a little. Biting her lip, she nervously remarked, "Brother Shui, I can't feed you the apple like this." Only Shui Ran understood. What he craved was not the apple. The apple was a forbidden fruit, much like his current thoughts. He lowered his eyes, realizing that his roommate's fingertip felt as tender as the impression she left, exuding a hint of sweetness that made him wish he were a vampire, ready to pierce her fingertip and savor that delightful essence. TSK. Surely, this fellow was too feminine, leading him to entertain such thoughts. As they drew closer, the intensity of Shui Ran's gaze caused Lu Yu's heart to race. It was undeniably perilous. "Brother Shui," she swallowed hard, "I'm a guy. If you're going to tease, at least choose the right target." Upon hearing this, Shui Ran finally released her, chuckling in amusement. "What do you think I was going to do? Your imagination is quite vivid. It's not like you're biting me just now." Lu Yu endeavored to fill her mind with thoughts of a lucrative salary, suppressing the urge to retort against Shui Ran, forcing a smile. "I might have overreacted, haha. For 100,000, I'd gladly feed you with my hands, or even dance a little before doing so." Shui Ran replied, "Your laugh is quite unappealing." "Lu Yu, this is the second time someone has said my laugh is ugly. Perhaps I should enroll in a training class to refine my expression management skills?" Shui Ran added, and lacking in taste. He had intended to tease Lu Yu, only to find that she was not the least bit bashful, instead emphasizing her masculinity. Did he truly have any interest in men? Lu Yu replied, "You're absolutely right. Would you like to say more? Are you thirsty? Would you like water? An apple, perhaps?" A true worker accepts reprimands from their boss with unwavering composure. This only irked Shui Ran further. Suddenly, the numbers on the computer screen fluctuated dramatically. Shui Ran's eyes brightened. He ceased his sarcastic remarks and said, "You can finish the rest," before immersing himself in the stock market. Lu Yu had no desire to waste the apple she had cut herself. Clutching the plate, she focused intently, crunching away. It was so sweet, akin to her love for money. After merely a few minutes of distraction, she lifted her gaze and found that the young master was once more fixated on her. "What is it?" Lu Yu inquired cautiously. Shui Ran quickly averted his gaze, declaring haughtily, "Nothing, just observing how well you mimic a rabbit." He certainly could not confess that he found Lu Yu's appearance rather endearing, especially when her crimson lips glistened with juice, quivering slightly with each movement. Just one glance, and he found it impossible to look away. Lu Yu, unfazed by being likened to a rabbit, responded sweetly with a smile, "Can I eat the strawberries in the fridge? My friend S. Rabbit loves strawberries." She also relished the delights of food, particularly a box of extravagant strawberries in the refrigerator, worth an entire month's salary. Such a narrow focus on indulgence seemed rather lacking in ambition. Shui Ran observed her beaming smile, his words sharp yet unyielding, allowing her the liberty to take what she desired without the need for inquiry. Lu Yu beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Shui Gu, you are truly wonderful." She resolved to replace the title of the most generous boss, previously held by Xiaoyu, with Shui Ran, as she joyfully dashed toward the refrigerator. Shui Ran couldn't help but smile subtly. Initially, he had regarded Lu Yu's service with indifference, merely spending money for amusement. Yet in the days they had spent together, he found himself astonished by her capabilities. Not only was she efficient in her tasks, but her cleverness and charm were also exceptionally endearing. Kyrie, Lu Yu had somehow appeared beside him, holding a small bowl with strawberries meticulously halved and arranged in a delightful heart shape. Brandishing a silver fork, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "I didn't tremble this time. Would you like to try?" Just as she did now. Shui Ran suppressed a fleeting flutter in his heart and declined, "No need." His gaze returned to the screen, where every curve represented fluctuations in capital worth millions. A single click could determine the fate of a company. That was the realm he knew, not one influenced by an exceptional student. He inquired, "I heard Siegu suggested you attend the freshman banquet on your own?" Lu Yu nodded eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. "Shui Gu, may I accompany you? With you around, I'm certain no one would dare approach." Rather than outright refusal, Shui Ran feigned contemplation. He noted the way Lu Yu's gaze followed his movements, filled with expectation, and felt a surge of amusement. Are you begging me? Lu Yu could scarcely hold her resolve for a second longer, sweetly imploring, I beg you, Shuiga, my pride is not worth my life. She deliberately raised her voice, mimicking a feminine tone that was both sweet and soft. Shui Ran found this voice to be the most fitting for Lu Yu. From his elevated position, the soft, golden strands of her hair cast a gentle glow around her, yet his words were sharp, slicing through the remnants of her hope. Even begging one tea suffice. If she had been wronged, she would likely come crying to seek his protection. Wouldn't she? Such a scenario seemed rather amusing, didn't it? Even though Lu Yu's strategic attempt at a higher-pitched tone had utterly failed, her expression immediately fell. How infuriating. What was she supposed to beg for? Divine intervention. Shui Ran, you have truly provoked her this time. But perhaps it was a delight to have roused the most easily provoked person within a 100-mile radius. It seemed the banquet would have to be navigated alone. Lu Yu lowered her head, her expression gradually turning cold. She intended to resolve the troublesome issue of Zhang Jia at the upcoming freshman banquet and simultaneously issue a stern warning to those who harbored malice against her. She, too, was looking forward to this gathering. Chapter 8. The banquet commencement. The freshman banquet is an annual highlight, a grand spectacle, and a hunting ground for the powerful elite. Within the opulent banquet hall, resplendent with lights, intricate architectural patterns signify the exorbitant cost of this venue. Students, clad in splendid attire, gather in clusters, engaging in conversation to the melodious strains of string music, elegantly toasting one another. Their faces radiate joy, for this is their realm of revelry. In stark contrast, those dressed simply, lingering in the shadows, were expressions far less jubilant, bordering on fear. This evening, they may become prey at any moment. Despite the festive atmosphere, a sinister undercurrent flows beneath the surface. Hey, what do you think that guy will wear? A group nearby chuckles. In my opinion, someone who yearns to climb the social ladder will undoubtedly don something flamboyant. Yet, no matter how extravagant, it surely pales in comparison to my watch. His remark elicits a wave of laughter, as they seem to share the same sentiment. A girl with flowing hair furrows her brow. Why do you harbor such malice towards him? I think he looks quite decent. Someone jestingly retorts, what? Are you smitten? If so, why not go after him? The girl shakes her head. No way, that guy, Zhang Jia, is like a rabid dog. I certainly do not wish to cross paths with him. However, if he tires of the chase, I might be willing to give it a try. This statement incites another round of laughter. For the scions of the affluent, the coveted special recruits are akin to prey ensnared in a net, possessing no means of resistance. Rather than a freshman banquet, it serves as the inaugural lesson for all students at St. Mary's Academy, a glimpse into the institution's ruthless hierarchy. This is an academy where the law of the jungle prevails, a microcosm of this extreme world. Regardless of the surrounding splendor, many eyes are drawn to the second floor, aware that there lies the true pinnacle of power. On the second floor, fine marble patterns glimmer coolly, and the walls of the private boxes are adorned with paintings of varying sizes, while plush carpets cover the floors and flickering wall sconces illuminate the space. The decor appears understated, yet its cost is exorbitantly high. A half-open window offers a complete view of the happenings below. More importantly, only 3 individuals are entitled to occupy this space. Ji Jingli swirled the wine glass in his hand, the ruby-red liquid dancing within. Yet it paled in comparison to the elegance etched upon his brow. With a gentle tone, he inquired of his companion, I heard that Lu sought your assistance? Shui Ran replied nonchalantly, indeed. The exquisitely presented food before him failed to ignite any interest. His attention was focused downward, searching for a particular figure. Ji Jingli, intrigued, smiled. So, did you acquiesce to him? In truth, Shui Ran had not agreed. Yet at that moment, he nodded, his golden hair shimmering in the light. Yes, I agreed. He hastily added, after all, he is our roommate. If he is bullied too severely, it would reflect poorly on us. Ji Jingli cast a contemplative glance at him, realizing that this roommate had indeed softened someone's heart. Beside him, Xie Shuyu lounged languidly in his chair, his towering figure rendering the seat almost constricting. His handsome and sharp features betrayed no discernible emotion, yet they echoed Shui Rant's words. Indeed. Is this an indication that he intends to assist Lu Yu? At this point, Ji Jingli's interest was genuinely piqued. He remarked, half in lamentation and half in jest, "Why hasn't he ever sought my help? Am I truly that intimidating?" Numerous students within the academy regarded him as gentle and considerate, often deeming him the most approachable among the F4. Typically, he was the first one sought for assistance. Yet, intriguingly, Lu Yu had chosen to evade him. How fascinating. Shui Ran clicked his tongue. "Come on. It's not as if we are unaware of your true nature. Beneath that gentle facade, you delight in leading people in circles." Xiaoyu merely acknowledged with a hum. "Just don't toy with this little roommate too much." This marked the second occasion the two had united in solidarity over Lu Yu. Yi Yingli una perturbet elegantly swirled his wine glass. He had not anticipated that a Yu would be so protective of her. "Oh, I recall now. You were also the first to acquiesce to her absurd proposal." Why? He certainly did not perceive Xiaoyu as particularly benevolent. Xiaoyu replied, "Because it was I who arranged for her to reside in our dormitory." At this revelation, astonished glances were exchanged between the two. Xiaoyu smirked, despite his languid demeanor. A hint of danger flickered in his expression. The position of Yuan Zhan attracted far too many unsavory characters. Lu Yu's admission files were personally delivered by my aunt. They must remain pristine. Moreover, should any miscreant dare to overstep their bounds, they could be conveniently eliminated the very next day. The allure of wealth is tempting. Various factions, eager to exploit them for their own gain, were already stirring. He merely selected the most manageable option. Upon hearing this, the other two began to grasp the unique reasons behind Xiaoyu's special treatment of Lu Yu. After all, within the Xie family, his closest confidant was none other than his aunt. Just then, a minor commotion erupted in the banquet hall below. A student entered through the door. It was Lu Yu. She appeared conspicuously out of place among the throng of students, not only as the focal point of recent discussions, but also dressed in her school uniform. The elegant hem of her skirt, juxtaposed with her formal attire, seemed a rebellion against the entire occasion. So, this is the special admit. TSK. What does she think this place is, showing up in a school uniform? Surely she must know her performance will be poor, and thus has chosen to embrace defeat? The sin of poverty is almost overwhelming. Sensing the astonished gazes of those around her, Lu Yu felt a pang of despair. It was not her intention. The original owner's prior wardrobe consisted either of feminine attire or a few shirts purchased after enrollment. The likelihood of her being humiliated at the banquet today was a certainty. If her clothes were to become soiled, she would be left with nothing to wear. Aside from a school uniform, all other attire incurs a cost. After much contemplation, she ultimately adhered to the principle of frugality and attended clad in her uniform. To her surprise, she discovered that everyone else could afford their garments. How infuriating! They had been secretly earning money without informing her, hadn't they? "Hey, what are you looking at?" Zhan Jia swaggered toward her, his demeanor brimming with arrogance as he scrutinized her from head to toe, mercilessly mocking her. "Wearing a school uniform to such an event? You look utterly impoverished." Lu Yu remained unfazed. "What do you want?" Deriding her poverty was meaningless, for she was utterly defenseless. Witnessing her calmness stirred a whirlwind of old grievances in Zhan Jia's heart. "What do I want?" Surely Lu Yu does not believe that my methods of revenge are so simplistic? Today, he intended to teach this special recruit a lesson she would not soon forget. Next to them stood the beverage table. Zhan Jia reached out and forcefully yanked the lower edge of the tablecloth, sending an avalanche of drinks crashing down with a cacophony of shattering glass. The once pristine floor was now littered with glimmering shards, sharp and chilling. In the reflective pool of spilled liquor, Zhan Jia's distorted grin was captured. "I want you to pick up every single shard with your own hands. Once you finish, I shall grant you mercy for today." He desired nothing less than to see Lu Yu crawling on the ground like a dog, kneeling at his feet, her fingers sliced and bleeding from the glass. Of course, when he spoke of mercy, he meant merely for today. Countless more sinister games awaited Lu Yu in the future. "What do you think? Am I not being generous?" as he gazed at the striking visage of the young man before him, whose unique charisma remained undiminished even in a school uniform. An idea suddenly struck him. Ah, there's another option. That day, you forbade me from playing with that special recruit. So how about you allow me just one turn? Jean-Jacques placed his hand on his waistband, lewdly thrusting his hips. His expression twisted with repugnant amusement. I've heard that the sensations from behind are quite delightful. I have yet to experience it myself. Chapter 9. The banquet interlude. Most of the gazes in the banquet hall were fixed upon this scene. Witnessing the spectacle created by Jean-Jacques, the crowd murmured in a cacophony of mockery and sympathy. This unfortunate special admit was in dire straits, entangled with a mad dog like Jean-Jacques. How repulsive. It was said that even dogs would turn tail and flee upon encountering him. Disgusting as it was, his methods proved effective. He eagerly anticipated the special admit begging for mercy. Serves him right. How dare he approach Xie Xiao without considering his own worth? After today, yet another special admit would no longer taint the Academy's atmosphere. Ah, the classic drama of the freshman banquet was unfolding again. The significance of verbal humiliation starkly contrasted with that of physical degradation. Some had already begun to scrutinize Lu Yu with lewd gazes, as though she were mere meat laid out on a chopping board. No one believed she could resist. The Zhang family's influence was formidable, rendering the strength of ordinary individuals as feeble as ants in comparison. One could either grovel and plead for mercy or be reduced to a mere plaything. The inevitable conclusion was that, after today, Lu Yu would transition from a prominent follower of F4 to the lowest rung of the Academy. Unless, perhaps, Lu Yu could find a way to subdue Jean-Jacques. But was that even possible? Shui Rant's pupils constricted, and he instinctively moved to rise. Yet, his actions were restrained by Ji Jingli beside him. What are you doing? It is not yet our time to intervene. They had grown weary of such threats and verbal insults. Even if they were to rescue Lu Yu, it would be best to wait until their adversary was thoroughly broken and on the brink of despair. Shui Rant's outstretched finger retracted. No, he fixated on the unfolding scene below, unable to quell his rising agitation. Jean-Jacques was simply revolting. How could he utter such words? Li was a girl. How could she harbor such thoughts toward a boy? Even he would not dare. Xie Xiaoyu's brows furrowed slightly, a thin veil of malice rising in his gaze. The knife he had been toying with was suddenly sheathed, its blade glinting sharply for a fleeting moment. How intriguing. Let him observe the outcome of this performance. Those who could not withstand Jean-Jacques had no right to remain by his side. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Yu crouched down. Her heart ached at the sight of the wine spilled on the floor. This was money, after all. The whispers around her grew louder, interspersed with countless derisive laughs, and Jean-Jacques' expression shifted to one of triumph. He had thought the special admit would hold out longer. What a waste. Did he not resemble a dog in that moment? Clearly, they believed she had capitulated, resolved to bow before Jean-Jacques and become the object of their ridicule and amusement. The expansive banquet hall had transformed into a stage, with her cast as the designated fool, as Lu Yu's fingers brushed against the largest shard of glass on the ground. In the next instant, she sprang upright. Taking several steps forward, she pressed the jagged edge directly against Jean-Jacques' throat. She gripped it tightly, the sharp glass cutting into her fingertips, a vivid crimson stain trickling forth. It should have been painful, yet Lu Yu felt nothing. She held the glass shard firmly, locking eyes with Jean-Jacques. The light from the chandelier refracted in her eyes, filled with an unyielding ferocity. Now, who was the one playing whom? The glass was but a step away from Jean-Jacques' neck, almost palpable in its sharpness. With a mere forceful motion, Lu Yu could effortlessly sever his throat. No one remains composed in the face of life and death. Jean-Jacques' gaze was filled with sheer terror, desperately maintaining his facade of strength. What are you doing? You don't truly believe that if you harm me here, the Zhang family will let you go, do you? Indeed, this special admission student would undoubtedly hesitate to act. Injuring him would invite the wrath of the Zhang family, capable of reducing this student to ashes. Yet, Lu Yu remained unfazed. I certainly do not expect you to spare me for the sake of shard of glass. She was not that naive. Just as Jean-Jacques felt a momentary sense of relief, her next words shattered that illusion. But what if I were to mention your drug use? His face drained of color in an instant. No, no. How could a special admissions student possibly know? Witnessing his pallor, Lu Yu understood her gamble had paid off. Her greatest advantage in this realm was her knowledge of the plot. Though sparse regarding Zhang Jia, she had painstakingly unearthed useful phrases, transforming them into her true weapons. Are you wondering how I know? Your blonde hair must be dyed to conceal the withered roots. Am I right? Also, your unnaturally slender frame and the puncture marks on your wrists. Each of her words was delivered in a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them. With every utterance, Zhang Jia's complexion grew more ashen. His mind spiraled, trembling with anxiety. The final statement was a devastating blow. Your father has 2 illegitimate sons, and, conveniently, I captured a photograph of you on that fateful day when you were assaulted, revealing the puncture marks. If I were to show that photograph to your father, do not say another word. Zhang Jia trembled, exposed to the harsh light of his disgrace. Filled with both hatred and fear. What do you want? I can assure you that I will not trouble you again. How could this be? He had presumed her to be an easy target, yet she possessed such knowledge. How did she come to know all this? These matters could never reach his father's eyes. Otherwise, his position as the heir of the Zhang family would be at stake. You should certainly remove yourself from my sight, Lu Yu stated coldly. Zhang Jia hastily acquiesced. All right, starting tomorrow, I will not appear in any setting where you are present. With his life in her grasp, all arrogance had evaporated. Lu Yu added, do not be hasty. I have more than one demand. Compensation for emotional distress and the destruction of the photographs totals 1 million. Please remember to settle this. At such a moment, how could she not seize the opportunity for gain? Zhang Jia, filled with rage, retorted, do not push your luck. Lu Yu moved her fingertip toward the glass. Oh, I almost forgot. There is also an additional fee of 800,000 for the information. I believe those gossip tabloids would be quite eager to purchase the scandal involving a certain heiress drug use. Zhang Jia, akin to a duck caught by the throat, struggled to utter a few words. All right, I agree. I will comply with your demands. He stood amidst the astonished gazes of the banquet hall, feeling as though he were pricked by 1,000 needles. He would do anything to escape this torturous scene. Lu Yu withdrew a prepared note from her pocket. Her smile deceptively sweet. My bank account, payment due by today. Zhang Jia stared at the note for a long moment before, in humiliation, he accepted it. He understood that today he had lost completely, both in reputation and in substance. In that moment, his very lifeblood lay firmly in the hands of his adversary. His gaze turned cold as it swept over Lu Yu's face. Just wait. Once he concealed his evidence, he would ensure that Lu Yu paid dearly for this. While Lu Yu sensed the malice directed at her, she remained unperturbed. One must never grant a petty person the chance to rise again. After today, she would inform Xie Xiuyu of Zhang Jia's actions. Xie Xiuyu would never allow a venomous insect to linger by his side. Being despised by the male, lead equated to a dead end. St. Mary's Academy would not tolerate his presence, and the already biased Zhang family would certainly not support him. Zhang Jia's fate was sealed. Lu Yu merely sought to profit from this situation before making her escape. There were far too many lunatics in this academy, which was quite vexing. She discarded the shards of glass in her hand, feeling no pain as she absent-mindedly smeared the blood from her fingertips across her face. Her expression remained neutral, devoid of any pride from having bested Zhang Jia, as if all of this were merely a matter of course. The blood left a long crimson streak, accentuating the striking beauty of her features, resembling some sacrificial totem that captivated the heart. More eye-catching than the red roses atop the champagne tower. A soft gulp echoed, the sound of someone swallowing their disbelief. It was as if this signaled the beginning of conversation, bringing the onlookers back to their senses, their expressions filled with astonishment. What had they just witnessed? A special admit had completely subdued Zhang Jia? This was utterly contrary to their expectations. Zhang Jia came from a respectable family and had been chosen by Xie Xiuyu. He surely occupied a prominent position within the hierarchy of St. Mary's Academy. Yet here he stood, pallid and shaken. In stark contrast, Lu Yu appeared relaxed, creating an overwhelming disparity. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. If tonight's events had been placed on a betting table, those who wagered on Lu Yu's victory would have reaped immense rewards, becoming instant millionaires. A special admit, seemingly without foundation, had definitely navigated a crisis in a remarkably short time. Posts on forums surged once more, filled with a cascade of astonished comments. In this academy, the means mattered not. Only the results did. Regardless of their words, the fact remained that Zhang Jia had been thoroughly subdued. Lu Yu had proven her capabilities, and many eyes that had covertly scrutinized her now dispersed in that moment. Zhang Jia's power was formidable, yet was no match for Lu Yu. They had no desire to suffer the same humiliation as Zhang Jia. After all, she was merely a special admit. Who could know how long she would be favored by Xiaoyu? Some, however, were captivated by Lu Yu's demeanor. Wow, this Lu Yu is quite the force. Were they thinking? Do they aspire to romance, a special admit? Do not feign ignorance. The most captivating sight just now was indeed you. I too was enthralled, particularly at the moment when blood stained his visage. No, this has ignited my inspiration. I must return to my canvas forthwith. Sensing a certain malice concealed, Lu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. She understood that she had successfully navigated the ordeal of the freshman banquet. That day, when she confronted Zhang Jia, it was her intention to redirect Zhang Jia's animosity towards herself. Given Zhang Jia's impulsive nature, it was highly likely that he would perceive her as his prey, causing others to hesitate before intervening, waiting for Zhang Jia to make the first move. Dealing with someone against whom she held leverage was far more advantageous than confronting unfamiliar adversaries. From a moment she learned of her attendance at the freshman banquet, she had been devising a plan. Now, everything unfolded according to her calculations. Yet she pondered. She raised her gaze, casting a distant glance at the second floor. Were the male protagonists satisfied with today as performance? Chapter 10. The unexpected after the accident on the second floor, Shui Ran was momentarily taken aback. He was not surprised by Lu Yu's ability to force back Zhang Jia, for that was akin to crushing an ant with a mere flick of his finger. His astonishment stemmed from the streak of blood on Lu Yu's face, which evoked memories of the crimson mark left on her fingertips. The sensation of being ensnared by a beguiling allure surged once more, causing his heart to race with increasing fervor. Beside him, Ji Jingli's gaze deepened. I never imagined my little roommate had such a side. Were you aware of this? Xiaoyu's expression was complex. No. He fixed his eyes on Lu Yu below, gradually straightening his posture. Those who knew him well understood that this was the posture he assumed when genuinely intrigued by something, a predator poised to hunt. How fascinating, isn't it? It was the first time that evening he stood up. I shall descend. What for? Ji Jingli understood his intent, but still posed the question symbolically. Xiaoyu scoffed lightly. You feign ignorance. Of course, it is to capture the creature that has revealed its claws. Ah, how swift the movements. Ji Jingli sat back, sipping from a glass in his hand, an air of displeasure lingering in his eyes. He wished to join as well. After all, Lu Yu's performance today had genuinely surprised him. He suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about her painting endeavors. It seemed he must seize an opportunity to do so. Meanwhile, Shui Ran remained silent, his countenance betraying his displeasure. Naturally, he was not pleased to have been preempted. The same image replayed in his mind repeatedly. With just a few exchanges, the harmonious atmosphere among the three had subtly shifted, though none were yet aware. Lu Yu was oblivious to the happenings upstairs, nor did she know that someone was on their way to find her. She had a far more pressing matter at hand. She was to enact the role of the malicious female antagonist. When the familiar sensation of heart palpitations struck her, she realized that the will of the world was not so easily appeased. Lu Yu genuinely felt overwhelmed, racing from one task to the next. Even in the realm of fiction, life could not be this painful. In the original narrative, she and Tang Ke were good friends. However, Tang Ke faced torment from a group of wealthy girls while the original character merely stood by and watched. Furthermore, under the threat of these affluent girls, she shoved Tang Ke into a pool. It was at this moment that Xiaoyu appeared at the edge of the pool and dove in to rescue Tang Ke. Upon regaining consciousness, Tang Ke glared at him in anger, for she was aware that Zhang Jia, who had bullied another girl that day, was one of Xiaoyu's subordinates, leaving her with a profoundly negative impression of him. Despite his act of heroism, Xiaoyu was met with disdain from Tang Ke, which only piqued his interest in her. leading to a gradual flirtation born from their playful banter. Indeed, a rather cliché plotline, following the well-worn path of adversarial romance. As Liu observed, she had mused that the domineering prince of the academy falling for her was rather delightful. Only upon her arrival within this narrative did she comprehend the depths of the wicked female antagonist's essence, who would push their own friends into the water. Such treachery is often met with scorn among them. Now this treacherous one has become her. Alas, she must fulfill the narrative that belongs to the original character. Outdoors, a lavishly constructed transparent greenhouse envelopes the area, surrounded by lush trees and soft-hued blue plants. At the end of the white-tiled path lies a shimmering, circular pool. Food and beverages are also arranged for convenience, while ground lights cast a gentle glow over everything. Tang Ku glared at the few domineering girls before her, her face contorted with anger. What gives you the right to bully her? Why strip her of her clothes? Behind her stood a pure young girl, shivering in the cold, her clothing half removed. The leading girl, adorned with thick, seaweed-like red hair and opulent attire, wore a disdainful expression on her stunning face. You'd best step aside. Do you know what she has done? Are you really standing up for her? Tang Ku replied resolutely. No matter what she has done, you cannot treat her this way. Jiang Yin, with a frosty demeanor, retorted, do you wish to suffer the same fate as her? Before you defend her, you should think it through. This wretched girl has been here for merely 2 weeks, and the boy I like has already taken a liking to her. No wonder she's a special recruit. Her seductive skills are quite adept. Upon hearing this, Bai Sichuan's voice quivered with tears. I don't know who you're talking about, but I truly haven't seduced anyone. Jiang Yin was unconvinced. If you haven't seduced anyone, then why does he like you? How can you possibly compare to me? She fixated on Bai Sichuan, who lay on the ground, her anger intensifying as she seemed poised to strike again. Tang Ku also rolled up her sleeves. If you believe she is beneath you, why do you care about her? She is insignificant. What truly matters is the boy's attitude. A clear voice interjected, halting the impending conflict. Liu Yu strode over, positioning herself in front of Tang Ku and locking eyes with Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin furrowed her brow. Are you also going to speak for her? It was undeniable that seeing this handsome youth defend the girl behind him only deepened her ire. You claim she hasn't seduced anyone. How many has she ensnared by now? Wretches are adept at feigning innocence. As the youth emerged, several individuals exchanged furtive glances, clearly recognizing him. Yet when Liu Yu spoke, it was not in defense of the girl behind her, but rather to serve as her strategist. No, I wish to tell you this. If you bully her, that boy will only come to despise you more. What significance does your behavior hold? If I were you, I would not target a rival, but rather focus on winning the boy's favor. If you have tried your best, and he still does not like you, it merely indicates his lack of discernment. Such a man is not worth having. At the very least, I believe you are exceptional. The affections of others should not become the focal point of your life. Liu Yu's words flowed with sincerity and eloquence. Having previously offered emotional counsel, she was adept at providing such insights. Many who sought advice in matters of the heart did not truly require guidance, but rather a means to express their emotions and come to their own realizations. Jiang Yin was momentarily stunned by her words. She could perceive that the tone of the boy before her was devoid of disdain or mockery. It was merely a sincere attempt at consolation. She gazed intently at Liu Yu's remarkably earnest face. Tang Ku, with a hint of wariness, clutched Liu Yu's arm and inquired, "What are you looking at? Surely you aren't memorizing Liu Yu's features for the purpose of revenge?" On the ground, Bai Sichuan hung her head, trembling slightly. Yet her eyes sparkled with a sense of triumph. Ah, fools truly abound. Such a spoiled young lady would heed no advice, only seeking to bully these individuals further. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. The more people Jiang Yin tormented, the more substantial her grounds for complaint when she approached Wang Ziming. Even a few of Jiang Yan's close friends sensed that she was on the verge of an outburst, bracing themselves to intervene. After several moments, Jiang Yin finally seemed to regain her composure. Pressing her lips together, she posed an unexpected question that took everyone by surprise. "What is your name?" Following this, her cheeks flushed. "I am Jiang Yin. This is my number." In a flurry, she fumbled through her handbag, producing a business card, which she forcefully pressed into Liu Yu's palm. "I am in class 3, year 1. What about you? Which class are you in?" I acknowledge that my earlier actions were inappropriate. So, might we exchange contact information? Chapter 11. Falling into the water, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. What did this mean? In truth, Lu Yu, who had been asked for her contact information, was equally bewildered. What did this mean? Sister, first you set your sights on someone who does not fancy you, and then you find yourself attracted to a woman disguised as a man. How unfortunate can your luck be? You are exactly the kind of person that lottery vendors adore, a guaranteed profit. Yet, confronted by Jiang Yan's expectant gaze, she could only respond, I am Lu Yu. Never mind. I shall sacrifice my own interests to address a greater issue. Wait a moment. Lu Yu suddenly felt something was amiss. Why should she resolve this matter? Should she take advantage of the chaos to push Tang Ku into the pool instead? A wave of anxiety surged through her chest. Lu Yu understood that the will of the world was urging her to follow the narrative. However, the situation had changed. Tang Ku had already assisted by Sikhun to her feet, and Jiang Yin no longer exuded her previous arrogance. She was now engaged in conversation with her friends, occasionally casting a blushing glance in Lu Yu's direction. There was no longer any possibility of conflict. What to do? She certainly did not wish to be sent to the hospital again. Lu Yu glanced toward the pool, steeling her resolve, and sought Tang Ku's assistance. It seems I've left something over there. Could you accompany me to retrieve it? What did you leave? By the way, you look quite handsome just now. Hee, they're all watching you. Flattered, Lu Yu found herself unable to smile. If it weren't for the need to impress, she would be brainstorming how to push Tang Ku into the water at this moment. As they conversed, they approached the edge of the pool. Tang Ku looked around. Where's your thing? Upon hearing this question, Lu Yu hesitated, still pondering her explanation when her foot suddenly slipped, causing her hand to inadvertently push against Tang Ku's back. What? There was nothing on the ground just now. The will of the world was conspiring against her. Tang Ku, propelled forward by Lu Yu, let out a startled cry. As she teetered on the brink of plunging into the icy water, Lu Yu gritted her teeth, grasped her hand firmly, and was unceremoniously pulled into the depths alongside her. Splash! The resounding sound of their fall into the water echoed, accompanied by the hushed gasps of the onlookers. So cold. This was Lu Yu's immediate sensation upon entering the frigid water. The outdoor pool in winter offered no heating measures, its temperature nearly freezing. Amidst the splashes, she caught a glimpse of Tang Ku's face, their hands still tightly clasped together. First, I must get her to safety. The original narrative had been disrupted, and Lu Yu was uncertain whether the male lead would arrive on cue. She could swim, but Tang Ku could not. With one hand laboriously navigating through the water, she used the other to propel Tang Ku forward. As Tang Ku finally reached the edge of the pool and Jiang Yin extended her hand to assist her, Lu Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She struggled to cling to the edge of the pool, her veins feeling as though they had frozen. So exhausting, so uncomfortable, so cold. These were the only thoughts that remained in her mind. When Jiang Yin grasped her fingers, her eyes widened in alarm. So icy. Quickly, come up. Beside her, Tang Ku also wore a worried expression and leaned in to help Lu Yu. She believed that Lu Yu had not intentionally pushed her, who would leap into danger after harming another, allowing the other to reach safety first. The girl, Lu Yu, who was helped ashore, bore a pale visage, her damp strands of hair clinging to her delicate cheeks. Droplets cascaded from her lashes, accentuating her exquisitely refined features, cleansed of all impurities. Her soaked school uniform clung to her, perfectly outlining her tall and slender silhouette, each proportion from neck to wrist nearly flawless. She resembled a mermaid freshly emerged from the sea, exuding a breathtaking beauty. For a fleeting moment, the crowd on the shore fell into silence. Tang Ku, who had initially held a handkerchief to dry Lu Yu's hair, stood transfixed, gazing at her. You are stunning, she uttered in awe. What are you saying? Jiang Yin shot Tang Ku a disapproving glance. How can you describe a boy as beautiful? Though she secretly shared the sentiment. Wait, the most pressing concern is not the adjectives. Hurry and dry him off. We don't want him to catch a cold. The two hastily sprang into action. Numerous individuals rushed to assist Lu Yu, including not only Jiang Yin and Tang Ku, but also several onlookers. Some offered handkerchiefs, others provided tissues, while a few even fetched hot water and a blanket from unknown sources, all eager to attend to Lu Yu with excessive zeal. Their gazes remained fixed upon her face, infused with awe. After some time, Lu Yu, still trembling from the cold, began to regain her senses. She quickly noticed her uniform, now semi-transparent from being wet, and instinctively wrapped herself in the blanket. Then, she observed the circle of people surrounding her. How they all gathered so inexplicably, and why did their eyes glisten with such intensity, sending shivers down her spine? She had merely fallen into the water, not plunged into the sea. Was it truly necessary to react this way? Seeing her pallor, someone expressed concern. Do you need to change clothes? I have a spare outfit. At this remark, Lu Yu felt a jolt of panic. No, thank you. Her undergarments concealed secrets she could not allow anyone to witness. Lu Yu turned to Jiang Yin, inquiring, You mean there's a lounge nearby, right? Jiang Yin nodded affirmatively. Yes, just follow this path straight ahead. Shall we accompany you? No, it's fine. Lu Yu shook her head, declining the anxious offers of those around her. She could not permit anyone to uncover her secret. The crowd could only watch as her slender figure made its way towards the lounge alone. Unbeknownst to her, the spectators by the poolside, who had witnessed the entire event, had already altered their perceptions of Lu Yu. I think this special recruit isn't as bad as we imagined, one remarked. Oh my, did you see him emerge from the water? It was like a scene from a movie. You all are just captivated by his looks, aren't you? I am too. His face was so wet, I could just, amidst the excited chatter, only by Sikhan, who had just been bullied, furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Lu Yu's retreating figure. Her expression tinged with resentment. Jiang Yin, holding the towel she had used to dry Lu Yu, contemplated the latter's momentary daze. Polished and gentle, yet strikingly handsome, he rendered Wang Ziming utterly inconsequential. Who is Wang Ziming, you ask? A name unfamiliar to her. The muffled giggles of her close friends only heightened her curiosity. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the softest rustle of movement ceased. Huh? When Jiang Yin lifted her gaze, she found Xie Xiuyu standing before her. Towering and imposing, he radiated an undeniable presence. The tousled strands of hair cast subtle shadows across his strikingly beautiful yet aloof visage as he looked down upon her, his tone bordering on commanding. Where has Lu Yu gone? Some nervously clutched their clothing, others covered their mouths, their faces flushed, while many swallowed hard. But none dared to utter a word. This encapsulated the status of the F4 within the academy. Wherever they ventured, they became the focal point of attention, the nucleus of the crowd. Even those scholarship students who had never laid eyes on Xie Xiuyu were now rendered silent, their hearts swelling with both fear and admiration. Who would not yearn for such pinnacle power? It was the kind of influence that could transform their fates in an instant. Noticing Jiang Yin still gazing at him in a daze, Xie Xiuyu's impatience grew. I ask you again, where has Lu Yu gone? Chapter 12. The secret lounge. Jiang Yin finally emerged from her astonishment at Xie Xiuyu's approach. With a hint of anxiety, she replied, he went to the lounge. Xie Xiuyu, however, did not hasten his departure. Why would he venture to the lounge? Jiang Yin continued. He just accidentally fell into the water. Xie Xiuyu's expression suddenly turned icy. He could not fathom how anyone could inadvertently fall into water during the frigid winter. His emotionless gaze swept across the crowd before him. On this already cold winter night, Jiang Yin felt an involuntary shiver run through her. It was terrifying. Was this the power of F4? Yet, she was not lying. Lu Yu had indeed gone in herself. At that moment, Bai Sikhan mustered her courage to speak up. Xie Xiuyu turned his attention towards her. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Bai Sichuan's heart raced like a drum. She bit her lip, striving to present her most delicate demeanor. It seems that Lu classmate does not wish for anyone to follow. I think it would be best not to. Her words remained unfinished. Xie Xiuyu showed interest in her statement for merely a second before shifting his gaze away and striding off. Once he left, the lively atmosphere around the pool returned. Although this time the discussions were notably more subdued. He came specifically to find him, not merely as a follower. Indeed, who spread such rumors? Did you see Xie Xiao's expression just now? It was terrifying. We should be cautious around special recruits. I'm afraid we might wake up one day to find ourselves graduated. They all realized that the trends on the forum could not be taken seriously. Xiaoyu indeed cared deeply for Lu Yu. Jiang Yin cast a disdainful glance at Bai Sikhan. You don't actually think everyone falls for your act, do you? Foolish white lotus. You still wish to entice Xie Xiao? How deluded. Afterward, she turned to Tang Ku and advised, I suggest you keep your distance from her. She is not a good person. Tang Ku retorted, then you should stay away from Lu too. He is my best friend. Jiang Yin scoffed. What I desire from him is not merely friendship. What she sought was for Lu Yu to be her boyfriend. The two began to bicker, while Bai Sikhan, feeling overlooked, bit her lip, her eyes brimming with deeper resentment. Why? Why did Lu Yu have to appear and sabotage her plans? Why did Xiaoyu ignore her? It was the same last time. She had been confessing her feelings when he had suddenly intruded, causing her confession to fail. Her nails dug slowly into her palm. Seizing a moment unnoticed, Bai Sikhan departed the pool, hastily making her way to the lounge. She was determined to discover what they were planning. Inside the lounge, with a soft thud, Lu Yu gently closed the cabinet door, furrowing her brow at her still-soaked school uniform. To her dismay, there were no spare uniforms available, only bathing supplies. Was the procurement handled by a relative of the principal? Cutting corners, perhaps. Consequently, Lu Yu found herself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Unable to bathe outdoors, she resorted to pressing the moisture from her clothes with a towel while directing a hairdryer at her collar. In that moment, she could only pray for two things. First, not to encounter anyone she knew. Second, not to run into the male lead. The second matter holds greater significance than the first. The male protagonists are far from ordinary individuals. Once they perceive something amiss and harbor suspicions, maintaining her disguise as a male will become exceedingly arduous. The consequences of being discovered. She involuntarily shivered. The prospect of becoming entangled in the narrative again is secondary. The paramount issue is that she has deceived the male lead. None of these individuals are amenable. To deceive them is tantamount to humiliation, and a favorable outcome is utterly unattainable. She does not wish to be encased in cement and sunk into Tokyo Bay. Sometimes, misfortune befalls one so severely that even cool water seems to choke them. Lu Yu was still grappling with her damp clothing when the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from the doorway. Who could it be? Wasn't it said not to follow her? Assuming it was Tang Ku, she approached and opened the door. I said not to follow. However, the face that emerged was one she had not anticipated. Goodness! Xiaoyu. Equally astonished was Xiaoyu. Towering above Lu Yu by a head, he could easily survey her entire figure from his vantage point. The boy tilted his head, his features appearing both pitiable and endearing from this angle. His previously pallid complexion had regained a rosy hue, exuding an alluring glow. Her clothing, half dry, allowed a droplet of water to cascade from the tips of her hair, landing delicately upon her exquisite collarbone, with the neckline of her shirt hinting at what lay beneath. Xiaoyu's gaze darkened. His eyes remained affixed to Lu Yu, and the fingers gripping the doorframe tightened slightly, revealing a hint of blue veins. Unbeknownst to him, his body had already reacted honestly. How to describe such a scene? Tempting? Or perhaps inviting transgression? Bang! The door was slammed shut. Lu Yu clutched her neckline, panic-stricken. By all that is holy, who directed the male lead here? Had they brought trouble to her doorstep? Moreover, what could Xiaoyu possibly want with her? Did he know she had pushed the female lead into the water and was eager to settle the score? Their romance was escalating far too swiftly. Before she could ponder the implications, a knock resounded at the door. Xiaoyu did not barge in. Instead, he patiently stated, "Open the door." Listening closely, his voice bore a husky timbre. Noticing the silence from within, he knocked again. "Open the door." This time, impatience tinged his tone. A fire ignited within him. The image replayed in his mind. The droplet of water, the flushed cheeks, and the moist eyes looking up at him. Having endured harsh training from a young age, he possessed an instinct akin to that of a beast. There was something amiss about the person before him. Yet, instead of inciting anger at being deceived, it stirred an exhilaration akin to that of a predator before the hunt. Xiaoyu's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, exuding an air of danger. You harbor secrets. He pressed against the door, his actions growing increasingly frantic, nearly knocking once per second, exuding a palpable pressure. I shall say this for the last time. Open the door. Chapter 13. Comprehensive examination. Moments later, the door opened as he had wished. However, what greeted his gaze was not the picturesque scene he had envisioned, but rather a caterpillar ensconced in a blanket. Lu Yu was tightly curled within the blanket, revealing only her head, her cheeks squished into a round shape. She considered herself quite the genius. Hee. This way, there was no worry of being exposed. She looked at Xiaoyu, striving to appear innocent as she inquired, Brother Xie, what brings you here? The underlying message was unmistakably to leave quickly if there was nothing else. Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. How was it possible for his roommate to be both timid and brazen, clearly terrified of him? Yet sometimes her actions were audacious to the extreme, further igniting his curiosity. Well, if there's nothing else, remember to close the door on your way out, Lu Yu boldly proclaimed once more. She felt his gaze lingering on her, making her feel as if she might be seen through. Oh, dear. Xiaoyu did indeed shut the door, albeit with a casual flick of his hand. He took a few steps closer, his knuckles gently brushing against Lu Yu's damp hair. Where are you going? Sit down. I'll help you dry your hair. Lu Yu nearly wanted to cradle her face in her hands and scream. What kind of madness was this? The cool and charismatic male lead was drying her hair? Was he out of his mind? Xiaoyu, however, seemed unfazed by her thoughts. He casually grabbed a towel and firmly pressed it down on her head, leaving her no opportunity to resist. Don't move. Lu Yu's pupils widened. The heat of his masculine presence was too close, and the ambiguous angle, proximity, and warmth made her cheeks flush crimson. It must be said that as the male protagonist, Xiaoyu's physical attributes were undoubtedly exceptional. She could distinctly feel the breadth of his chest, the smooth lines of his muscular arms, and his wild, unique charm. The act of drying her hair was surprisingly gentle. Xiaoyu did not merely rub the towel haphazardly. Instead, he meticulously dried her hair from the roots to the tips. His actions were so practiced, as if he had done this before. Suddenly, Lu Yu understood the source of this familiarity. During her time working part-time at a pet shop, she had done the same for dogs. I appreciate it, brother, but I think I can manage on my own, she said cautiously. The more gentle Xiaoyu became, the more she felt an eerie chill. Yet, he did not grant her the option to refuse. His grip was terrifyingly strong. With one hand pressing down the towel, he effortlessly clasped her wrist with the other, holding it firmly within his palm. He casually inquired, how did you end up in the water? Lu Yu instantly became alert. Was he planning to hold her accountable? Had the male and female leads already developed feelings for each other? She replied honestly, I accidentally fell in. The force with which Xiaoyu dried her hair intensified. He had prepared to reprimand whoever had caused Lu Yu's predicament, only to find out that she had fallen in herself. Truly, what are you doing? That hurts. Unable to contain herself, Lu Yu murmured a complaint. Then she quickly covered her mouth, attempting to rectify her slip. I meant, what a delightful experience of having my hair dried, haha. Just now, Xiaoyu's actions were so gentle that she momentarily forgot the gravity of her offense against him. This is problematic. Her subordinate's professionalism clearly requires enhancement. Xiaoyu's brow twitched slightly. Previously, Xueran had complained to him about Lu Yu's overly delicate demeanor, which he had dismissed at the time. In retrospect, there was some merit to her words. Why is he so fragile, even daring to complain to him? He remained silent, and Lu Yu, feeling guilty, dared not speak either, plunging the room into silence. The short hair dried quickly, and as she wiped away the last trace of moisture, the towel was set aside. Just when Lu Yu thought this ordeal had come to an end, Xiaoyu turned his gaze toward her blanket. Why are you still wrapped in that blanket? It won't dry you off, he remarked. I'm cold. Oh no, why is Xiaoyu still doubting her? Is that so? Xiaoyu's rough fingertip brushed against her flushed ear, the implication clear. If she were truly cold, her ears would not be so warm. Lu Yu trembled, clutching the blanket. You could entangle yourself with Tang Ku, Ji Jingli, or even Zhang Jia, so why are you fixated on me? I'm a boy now. Is it appropriate for you to be so curious about a boy's body? Yet, Xiaoyu showed no intention of relenting. He leaned closer, resembling a beast poised to pounce on its prey. His bony fingers gripped the blanket with an imposing presence. We are both men. There is nothing that I cannot see. Release it, he commanded. Xiaoyu is a perverse fiend. Xiaoyu is an insufferable male compatriot. Lu Yu cursed him 1,000 times in her heart, and in a moment of reckless abandon, she let go of the blanket, which fell heavily. See? Xiaoyu's gaze descended without hesitation, only to be met with disappointment once more. Without the blanket's concealment, beneath the semi-transparent fabric lay only the flat chest of a youth, even devoid of what he had presumed to be modesty, revealing merely a hint of skin shadow. Was his instinct flawed? Lu Yu grinned. So, how do you find what you see? If she could evade the male lead's gaze, then it was a victory for her. Indeed, Xiaoyu clearly frowned. Lu Yu pressed on, showcasing her biceps, striking a pose reminiscent of a fitness model. Brother, if you enjoy watching men, I am not averse to... Xiaoyu pinched her cheek, his gaze unexpectedly menacing. My jest is not one to be taken lightly. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Yu feigned a pitiful expression, covering her face while secretly sighing in relief. Fortunately, before Xiaoyu had asked her to open the door, she had removed the chest binder, leaving only a fitted muscle shirt. Combined with the arc of her school uniform's collar, the issue could only be discerned from the side, and Xiaoyu had maintained an overhead view. Thank goodness the original owner had a flat chest. Lu Yu felt immensely grateful for that. Flat chests are wonderful. My proud figure is a testament to natural beauty. Moreover, with this probing yielding no results, Xiaoyu would find it increasingly difficult to harbor suspicions about her in the future, providing her with a measure of security. A win indeed. As Lu Yu was about to retrieve the bag containing her chest binder, she was intercepted by Xiaoyu. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. What could it be? Had he overlooked something? Since childhood, Xiaoyu's beast-like intuition had aided him countless times, and this instance was no different. He instinctively seized the black handbag and opened it. The first item that caught his eye was chocolate, the very half box he had tossed to Lu Yu last time. A cold sweat trickled down Lu Yu's back. Thank goodness she had stashed the binder in the compartment. She had nearly been discovered. Noticing Xiaoyu's silence as he stared at the chocolate, she hastily feigned innocence. I remember you asked me to buy this chocolate 3 times, and I feared you might want some, so I carried it with me. She chuckled. Just kidding. It's actually for Tang Ko. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu regarded the box of chocolates, his thoughts difficult to articulate. He found Lu Yu quite obedient. Countless individuals sought to please him. Yet, Lu Yu's manner of doing so consistently brought him comfort. For instance, her carrying his favorite chocolate, ready to present it when he desired it. Could someone go to such lengths for a mere contract? He tossed the bag back. Lu Yu quickly embraced it and softly inquired, Do you want some now? Xiaoyu glanced at her, his demeanor returning to indifference. No. His tone starkly contrasted with the earlier teasing. Lu Yu felt as though the male lead had mastered the art of the Sichuan opera's face-changing. So this was his demeanor after realizing she was not a girl? Huh. Such a stubborn man. Yet, Xiaoyu's attitude suited her just fine. She ingratiatingly remarked, Then, Xiegu, you may head out first. I'll join you shortly. Xiaoyu's voice revealed no discernible emotion. What is this? Is someone else coming to see you? No. Lu Yu felt quite wronged. Really? Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something. When he had inquired about Lu Yu's whereabouts, he had noticed a hint of concern in the eyes of several girls. Could Lu Yu be so accommodating to them for monetary gain? There were certainly many instances of relationships between the genders that could be more complex. In high society, the number of sugar daddies was not insignificant. Lu Yu's appearance was undoubtedly worthy. Xiaoyu unconsciously rubbed his fingers together, as if savoring the tender sensation from moments prior. After a pause, he finally spoke. If you wish to remain by my side, refrain from attracting unnecessary attention. I prefer those who are more demure. The forcefulness of his words bore the weight of a warning. Lu Yu, taken aback, questioned, When did I attract attention? What a perplexing man. Perhaps she should just walk away with a scoff. She cupped her face with her hands and earnestly declared, How could that be? My heart is, of course, with you, Xiegu. Ha! She was simultaneously cursing her superior while embodying a subservient persona. Xiaoyu lazily acknowledged her with a hum. Given her articulate manner, he declared, "From now on, you may consider yourself mine." The same words, when voiced by different individuals, carried vastly different weights. As the heir of the Xie family, his name is synonymous with power. A mere promise from him is sufficient to resurrect a company on the brink of collapse, causing investors to brandish their money in hopes of boarding the grand vessel of the Xie family. Yet at this moment, the sole reason he utters these words is to ensure that Lu Yu comprehends the singularity of what he can offer, something that others cannot. He implores her to harbor no other thoughts. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. It was no small feat. Her identity as a little brother had finally received official recognition. This was undoubtedly her talisman for survival in the future. The academy was rife with scoundrels who reveled in bullying. The inequality of power had fostered a distorted environment. Special students faced not only the burden of heavy academics, but also the oppression from the outside world. Xiaoyu's acknowledgement carried immense weight, and few dared to risk incurring the wrath of F4. With these words, her subsequent campus life should be considerably more stable. Perhaps? As the two exited the lounge, Lu Yu was taken aback to hear that Xiaoyu would accompany her back to the dormitory. "Oh, Brother Xie, aren't you going to continue playing?" she queried, incredulous. Surely, it isn't right for one of the main characters of the freshman banquet to be absent. Xiaoyu's fingers rested casually on her shoulder, his posture exuding a tall and refined elegance, though his expression bore a hint of fatigue. "It's dull. I might as well return to sleep. I've already witnessed the most thrilling act of the freshman banquet. Everything else is rather uninspiring." Suddenly, he remarked, upon returning, "Write the words so painful 100 times. Lu Yu felt as if struck by lightning. "Why?" Xiaoyu continued, walking straight ahead. "Have you forgotten what you just said? To dare complain to me, you possess quite the audacity." With his tall stature and long legs, Lu Yu had to quicken her pace to keep up. She seethed inwardly. Wasn't he just a complaint about the pain? What a petty man. She cursed silently. May your Pinduoduo bargain always leave you with a mere 0. Wait a moment. It seemed that such matters didn't require a curse. As their figures gradually disappeared around the corner, a girl peeked out. It was Bai Sikhan. Her expression at that moment was anything but delicate. Instead, it was ominously intimidating. Why were they so close in the lounge? Were they on amicable terms? This boy had thwarted her plans twice, once causing her confession to fail, and once preventing Jiang Yin from bullying her. She could not exploit this situation for sympathy. Bai Sikhan quickly resolved to ensnare Lu Yu. Boys of this age were seldom able to resist her advances. If she could entice Lu Yu to harbor feelings for her, she could use Lu Yu as a stepping stone to approach Xiaoyu. A few tears and a sob story, and wouldn't Lu Yu willingly pave the way for her? Of course, once she and Xiaoyu were together, Lu Yu would be of no use. A backup who liked her was merely a ticking time bomb. She would ensure that Xiaoyu sent her away, allowing them to dwell in their sweet world. Apologies. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed at her misfortune for being chosen by Bai Sikhan. Contemplating this, Bai Sikhan looked at Lu Yu's retreating figure, her gaze devoid of any remorse. Chapter 14. The school clinic within the confines of the clinic. The pale white window frames and the neatly organized filing cabinets exude an aura of comfort and tranquility, complemented by a verdant plant adorned with glistening droplets of water. Yet, the door remains tightly locked. Today, the clinic serves but a single individual. You have put yourself in this predicament due to a fall into the water. The long-haired, elegant woman, clad in a simple doctor's uniform, possesses a striking beauty that is softened by the gentility of her attire. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a resemblance to Xiaoyu. Xiefu patiently replaces the tape on Lu Yu's chest. "While I do not mind assisting you, you should still exercise caution. After all, you are currently sharing a dorm with my nephew, and his instincts are quite sharp." At these words, Lu Yu, reclining on the bed, grimaced. Did she wish to fall into the water? Curse that wretched will of the world. The school nurse before her, Xiefu, is the very linchpin who facilitated her disguise as a male to enter the academy. For a special admit, evading the academy's scrutiny is a Herculean task. However, Xiefu is not just a high-ranking official. she also bears another identity, Xiexioyu's aunt. To gain her assistance, Lu Yu had paid a price steeped in narrative secrets. "I visited the place you mentioned last time," Xie Fu said, smiling as she administered the liquid from the syringe into Lu Yu's vein. "You did not deceive me. I have found his remains." In the unfolding narrative, Xie Fu harbors a profound love for her partner, who fell victim to the treacherous machinations of family rivalries and was lost to the wilderness. She has been in relentless search of her beloved's remains. When Lu Yu approached her, Xie Fu remained remarkably composed, showing little concern for how Lu Yu had acquired such information. All that mattered to her was the location of the corpse. Lu Yu conveyed the truth, and the two forged a pact. Lu Yu would assist Xie Fu in locating the remains, and in return, Xie Fu would aid Lu Yu in maintaining her male disguise. This agreement is indeed a pivotal plot point in the later stages of the story. Yet, Lu Yu is indifferent to the broader implications of this narrative. She is acutely aware that without leveraging this matter as a bargaining chip, her chances of escaping the plot are non-existent. With a sigh of relief, Lu Yu remarked, "It is a relief that you found it. Had you not, I have no doubt that Xie Fu could have ended my life in an instant. She is no benevolent soul. I am grateful to you, and thus our transaction shall not conclude here," Xie Fu replied, her gaze fixed upon the girl before her with a smile. She remained oblivious to the reasons behind Lu Yu's masquerade, nor did she desire to know. All that mattered was that this individual had aided her in locating her loved one's remains, and she found her quite endearing. As she withdrew the needle, she inquired with concern, "Does it hurt?" In response, Lu Yu forced a smile. "It does indeed." The potency of the injection surged through her, unleashing excruciating pain that engulfed every fiber of her being. Indeed, in addition to the chest binder and muscle suit, they had also procured another substance to help her sustain her male identity, this very syringe. It would inhibit the development of estrogen, while simultaneously influencing skeletal growth and altering her voice to some extent. Xie Fu had previously observed the effects of this medication on patients, who would invariably weep, their faces awash with tears. Each injection was a protracted ordeal. Yet, the girl before her remained silent during the procedure, as if the agony had become an intrinsic part of her existence. Remarkably, Lu Yu even managed to smile at her. "Sister Xie, do you know why I ended up sharing a dormitory with him?" She had an inkling that there was an underlying reason. Xie Fu was more than willing to engage her in conversation to divert her attention. "It's because I arranged for you to attend this school, isn't it? That boy, Xiao Yu, places great trust in me, perhaps even more than he trusts his own father. Is that so?" Lu Yu had not anticipated that her request for Xie Fu's assistance would lead to her becoming roommates with the male protagonists. Was this the influence of the world's will? Just as she had fallen by the poolside, oblivious to any obstructions, why did everything seem so impeccably timed? Could it be that no matter how much she endeavored, she might still be unable to escape a tragic fate? A weight settled heavily in Lu Yu's heart. No, even if fate were indeed a tangible force, she would not succumb to it. Her very existence was a defiance against destiny. Once the treatment concluded, Lu Yu was drenched in cold sweat, her face devoid of color. Yet, she felt a sense of tranquility. For the foreseeable future, she need not fear the revelation of her true identity. Xie Fu tenderly brushed back her damp hair. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lu Yu reassured her, offering solace instead. "This is merely the price I must pay." With a playful remark, she added, "Besides, shouldn't you be more concerned about whether I might do something to your nephew?" Her masquerade as a boy residing in the male dormitory made her susceptible to being perceived as deviant. Well, sneaking in the middle of the night to feel someone's abs and various muscles, perhaps? In response, Xie Fu set down the towel she held, smiling as she teased. "Are you certain? What if he does something to you? Your eyes bear a striking resemblance to the chipmunk he once cared for in his childhood. He would undoubtedly find you intriguing." They were moist and bright, easily evoking a sense of affection when gazed upon. Lu Yu fell silent. She could not share in the joy of Xiexioyu's childhood reminiscences. Rather, she felt exasperated. Why couldn't she resemble something more refined? In reality, she was akin to a mouse. Why did she have to resemble a pet he once nurtured? Even they, the little creatures, possessed dignity. Xie Fu's words felt like both a warning and a prophecy. Keep your distance from him. If he develops feelings for you, it may not bode well for you. She discerned that the girl's heart was not anchored within the confines of the academy. Like a bird yearning for freedom, she awaited the day she could escape the confines of her world. Xiaoyu's temperament was notably possessive, especially regarding that which he cherished. Xie recalled, he once adored that chipmunk. However, when it seemed the chipmunk favored another, the expression on his face was unsettling. After that, we never saw that chipmunk again. Xiaoyu's possessiveness mirrored the intensity of his character. If one were to develop an affection for another, even resorting to coercive measures despite facing resistance or disdain, they would never relinquish their hold on that individual. The final two sentiments remained unspoken, lest they frighten the young girl before her. This is the characteristic demeanor of the Xie family, and Xie is no exception. She relentlessly sought the remains of her beloved, determined to keep the body, even in a state of disfigurement, forever within the confines of her home. Lu Yu listened, somewhat bewildered, yet she harbored no concerns that Xiaoyu would take an interest in her. After all, he was destined to be with Tang Ko. She was merely an insignificant pawn in their game. As long as her disguise as a boy went unnoticed, she could remain comfortably by the male protagonist's side. With this thought in mind, Lu Yu affectionately indulged Xie, saying, I've remembered. Sister, you must promise to keep my secret and not tell Xiaoyu. Rest assured, Xie replied with a gentle smile. She too was curious about how her nephew would react upon discovering Lu Yu's true gender. It would surely be quite entertaining. Not long after exiting the school infirmary, Lu Yu received a phone call. Upon seeing the caller's name, she hurriedly sought a secluded corner, activated the camera, and greeted excitedly, Grandma, what prompted you to call me? Chapter 15. Grandmother displayed upon the screen is the original protagonist's grandmother. One of the reasons that Lu Yu persists in remaining in this world, clinging to hope, is that her grandmother bears an uncanny resemblance to the original's grandmother. In her previous life, Lu Yu was raised by her grandmother. From elementary through high school, she was always the most diligent student in her class, to the point that teachers would often advise her to balance her hard work with leisure. Her notebooks were filled to the brim, and, after completing assigned homework, she would proactively visit bookstores to purchase additional exercises, rarely engaging in frivolous play with her classmates during breaks. She was perpetually the top student in her grade. This relentless dedication stemmed from her belief that if she studied hard enough, she could earn a fortune to provide a better life for her grandmother. However, a critical notice of illness shattered all her beautiful dreams for the future. With her parents long deceased and relatives estranged, after settling the medical expenses, her bank account dwindled to a mere 20,000 yuan. Lying on a hospital bed, her grandmother, unable to even sit up straight, still worried about what she would eat that night, without anyone to cook for her. Lu Yu grasped her grandmother's rough, wrinkled hand and slowly closed her eyes. The following day, she applied for withdrawal from school. While education could not yield immediate returns, employment could. Lu Yu was truly astute. She first sought assistance from the parents of her classmates and teachers, leveraging those connections to secure a job. With work experience under her belt, she ventured into the world, seeking various part-time positions. She tirelessly transitioned from one job to another, rarely pausing for rest. This rigorous lifestyle persisted for several years. It could be said that all her life skills were honed during that period. She was like a spinning top, driven by relentless pressure. Yet each mark on her was a testament to her invaluable experiences. However, for Lu Yu, the most precious treasure was her grandmother's life. Had it not been for her grandmother's tears that held her back, she might have strayed down a misguided path. After all, society makes it all too easy for a young woman to plunge into despair. Thus, through her part-time jobs, she managed to cover medical expenses. Yet it was insufficient for better health care. Ultimately, her grandmother passed away. During that time, Lu Yu remained in a state of numbness. She could neither speak nor absorb the words around her. She simply lingered in the room where she had once shared moments with her grandmother, like a marionette devoid of its strings. Why had she worked so hard, yet her grandmother still departed? It must have been because she hadn't earned enough. If only she could amass sufficient wealth, she could have sent her grandmother to the finest hospital for the best treatment, and perhaps her grandmother would have survived. It was her fault. She felt utterly powerless. This became the root of Lu Yu's obsession with wealth. The original grandmother also suffered from illness. The moment Lu Yu laid eyes on this world's grandmother, tears streamed down her face. Her grandmother was still alive. Still alive. She could see her grandmother again. This was more significant than anything else. Moreover, the scholarship provided by St. Mary's Academy for special admissions would enable her grandmother to receive the best medical care. However, the future expenses for her grandmother's care would fall solely on Lu Yu's shoulders. Lu Yu's pursuit of wealth was not just for her own life, but also to shoulder her grandmother's life. Yet upon seeing her, Grandma Yoshin's eyes crinkled into a joyful sliver. It has been such a long time since I last saw you. Why do you cut your hair short? At that moment, Lu Yu recalled that due to the overwhelming matters following her enrollment, she had neglected to call her grandmother, and a wave of guilt washed over her. She fibbed, "I've been so busy with my studies that I haven't had the energy to groom myself. Short hair is simply more convenient." "Ah, I see." Yoshin's eyes sparkled with affection. "No matter how you style your hair, my granddaughter is always beautiful. You haven't called me in ages. I miss you dearly." These words shattered Lu Yu's defenses. Tears welled up in her eyes as she replied, "I miss you too. The people at this academy are utterly insane." She resolved to save enough money to ensure a comfortable life for her grandmother. The two chatted for quite some time. In Lu Yu's words, her school life was delightful and serene, and her classmates were kind-hearted. She wished to shield her grandmother from any worries. Yoshin, beaming, said, "Even the hospital. The environment is far better than before, and the caregivers take great care of me. I even enjoy fresh fruits every day." For an elderly woman who had endured hardships, the threshold for happiness was always remarkably low. "That is good to hear." Lu Yu sighed in relief. "If you need anything, just call me. I will always answer." She understood the importance of money. It was the only means to ensure her grandmother received such excellent medical care. Yoshin continued to smile. "What could I possibly need? I simply lie in the hospital every day." Yet, her aged fingers brushed the screen as if to comfort her most obedient granddaughter, reminding her not to overexert herself. The expenses of a good hospital were certainly not trifling, and she knew her granddaughter must be working diligently to secure her treatment. Even without Lu Yu's words, she was aware, if it becomes too much, we can return home. Lu Yu stifled her sobs with great effort. "Do not worry, Grandma." She was determined to break free from the constraints of the narrative and live well alongside her loved ones. She would certainly do so. After conversing for a while longer, they reluctantly ended the call when a caregiver approached. The fatigue that had enveloped Lu Yu's body was now replaced with renewed vigor. She patted her chest, rallying her spirit. "Come on, Lu Xiaokuei. The freshman month exam is approaching." This was crucial for determining her scholarship status as a special admit. She needed to achieve the excellent grades of her predecessor to secure her scholarship. "Hey, Xiaolu." Lu Yu was deeply engrossed in her assignments when she heard Tang Ke's vibrant voice, prompting her to look up in exasperation. "Did I not mention? You can either call me Xiaolu or Lu classmate, but not both together. It makes me sound like a smart home device." Tang Ke chuckled. "I forgot." She then placed a steaming bun on the desk and asked with concern, "You've been arriving at the classroom so early lately. Aren't you tired? There are hardly any people here yet." Of course, she was tired, being at an age where her body was still growing. Her eyes felt as though they were glued shut when she didn't get enough rest. However, Lu Yu had her own method to combat this. She had asked CF Fu to prescribe her some invigorating capsules, which she took each morning like candy. In addition, every morning before entering the classroom, she would take a morning jog, awakening her cellular vitality and forcibly initiating her day. Although Lu Yu possessed the memories of the original owner, many aspects remained hazy. She needed to revisit the textbook content to revive her blurred recollections, which could be considered another form of revision. While those around her deemed her efforts excessive, Lu Yu felt otherwise. She had endured a similar journey in high school. She required a scholarship, needing the funds to ensure her family's dinners were not monotonously limited to pickled vegetables. How could she eat well while her grandmother suffered? The situation remained unchanged. The upcoming monthly exam was particularly crucial for those admitted through special enrollment. Only by placing within the top 100 could she secure the first-tier scholarship to cover her grandmother's hospital expenses. Failing more than 3 exams would result in mandatory expulsion from the academy, a fate Lu Yu could not accept. At least not until she had saved enough money. All right. Tang Ku observed her expression and suggested, "You should eat breakfast first." She sensed that Lu Yu had not looked well since the incident by the pool, heightening her protective instincts. "Why don't you learn a few moves from me? Strengthening your body is always beneficial." Lu Yu felt tempted. In the future, if anyone provoked her, she could retaliate with a decisive punch. However, she reconsidered. Tang Ku's innate strength was something others could not easily emulate. Thus, she shook her head and replied, "Maybe another day." In the world of adults, another day often translates to a polite refusal. Lu Yu was far more concerned with the impending monthly exam, which was of utmost importance at the moment. Tang Ku sighed in disappointment. "Fine." She then pushed the baozi on the table closer. "This is the most popular flavor from the cafeteria. You must try it." Lu Yu would not turn this down, just as she reached out to grab one. Another exquisite white lunchbox appeared on the table. What nutrition do baozi offer? Given the immense mental exertion from studying, one must consume nourishing food. Jiang Yin shot Tang Ku a disapproving glance. Turning back to Lu Yu, she adopted a girlish demeanor, sweetly saying, "Classmate Lu, this is a fried egg sandwich made by my family's chef, using only the finest ingredients. Would you like to try it?" Since that day, Jiang Yin had persistently sought Lu Yu's favor. Tang Ku, visibly displeased, remarked, "Why are you here again?" Jiang Yin, not backing down, retorted, "If you can come, why can't I? Is classmate Lu exclusively yours?" Tang Ku replied, "Lu and I are good friends." Jiang Yin countered, "Good friends shouldn't interfere in other social interactions." Tang Ku asserted, "But you're so wicked and bully others." Jiang Yin replied, "I don't bully classmate Lu. What does it matter to you?" As the two prepared to argue once more, Lu Yu, already burdened by her studies, felt her head throb and quickly intervened. "Please, no fighting." Both turned to her, awaiting her judgment. Lu Yu pointed towards a corridor. "If you must argue, take it outside. I still have several words to memorize." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glares like fighting cocks, yet fell silent, remaining at the table. Gazing at the two breakfast options before her, Lu Yu found herself grappling with a dilemma of choice for the very first time. Chapter 16. The male protagonist of romantic drama. If someone were to claim that they were simultaneously presented breakfast by two beautiful girls, it is highly probable that they would be dismissed as having an overactive imagination. Lu Yu fervently wished this were merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, the two portions lay before her, undeniably real. Tang Ku might be considered her good friend, yet it was evident that Jiang Yin harbored genuine feelings for her. The logic was impeccably sound, albeit the genders were entirely misaligned. Moreover, she could never reveal her true gender to Jiang Yin. Lu Yu was selfish. She preferred to be perceived as a connoisseur of deception rather than unveil this secret. Faced with two pairs of eager eyes, Lu Yu extended her hands and pulled both meals towards herself. The buns were succulent and fragrant, while the sandwiches were fresh and delectable. One bite of each was precisely what she could consume. "Thank you, they are both quite delicious," she expressed gratefully. Tang Ku chuckled with a bright disposition. "If you enjoy them, I shall bring you more next time." Jiang Yin, somewhat bashful, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, "As long as they suit your taste." Lu Yu devoured both breakfasts with great zeal. She had no desire to witness the disappointment of either girl, so she chose to embrace both affections. Their intriguing situation had not escaped the notice of their classmates. It was astonishing that a special recruit could captivate two girls to the extent of sparking jealousy among them, leaving many in awe. Where did this charming figure emerge from? It was well known that both Tang Ku and Jiang Yin were among the most sought-after individuals in the academy. How infuriating! Why were no girls pursuing them? A male student, unable to contain his envy, remarked, "They treat this special recruit like a treasure. Their taste is truly lacking." A female classmate scoffed, "They are attractive. Take a good look in the mirror to understand the disparity." "What do you mean by that?" The boy retorted angrily, "What makes you think you are any better?" The girl replied, "At least I possess self-awareness, unlike you, who does nothing but hurl petty insults at others. With such an attitude, even if you were to model for a magazine, I would have to call the police for disturbing the peace." Both being special recruits, their verbal sparring was merciless. At that moment, a boy named Jin Ran in the front row turned to inquire, "Are you talking about Lu Yu?" His expression was one of excitement. The two special recruits were momentarily taken aback. Jian Ran was not a special recruit. He belonged to a branch of the Jian family, who typically looked down upon mingling with them. Why was he engaging with them today? The female classmate quickly chimed in, yes, yes. Jian Ran sighed. He truly is quite handsome. The other day, I witnessed him emerging from the water near the pool, and that image still inspires me to this day. What a pity. If only the gender matched. Otherwise, I would certainly pursue him. The muse of inspiration is a rare and precious encounter. The female classmate was left speechless. Was she actually willing to converse with them because of Lu Yu? Meanwhile, the male student's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. Unable to counter Jian Ran's compliment, he could only echo that Lu Yu was indeed attractive. In the classroom, others were also observing Lu Yu. Bai Sikan stood at the back door, her gaze sharp. What a coincidence that Lu Yu, Jiang Yin, and Tang Ku had come together. She had no fondness for any of them. Tang Ku received a slap from one, Jiang Yin too, and Lu Yu was even more formidable, employing the legendary 18 dragon subduing palms. However, at present, she needed to curry favor with Lu Yu, making her a stepping stone to approach Xiexioyu. Once the other two departed, Bai Sikan approached Lu Yu's table with measured steps, softly calling out, "Classmate Lu." The nearby students were taken aback. "No way, another one?" Lu Yu was equally surprised. "Classmate Bai, is there something you need?" Her impression of this malicious female supporting character was faint. She merely recalled how the latter instigated her admirers to target Tang Ku, only to be expelled from the school by Xiexioyu. Indeed, she was merely a pawn. With a bashful expression befitting a character deemed as such, Bai Sikan said, "Thank you for saving me that day. I made this rose brooch for you." The meaning of the rose was unmistakable, an ardent love. Lu Yu thought, wait a moment. Is she not following an antiquated Noble Academy script, but rather the narrative of a romantic harem light novel? She glanced at her own seat. It certainly wasn't the king's throne situated in the back row against the wall. Was it? She responded politely, "It's nothing. I merely exchanged a few words with you. So please, depart quickly and refrain from further enticing stray girls." Bai Sikan blushed. "Classmate Lu, you were truly impressive that day. I dream about it, even now." She left the specifics of her dreams unsaid, leaving ample room for imagination. First, she praised him, affirmed him, and then initiated subtle flirtation. She was unaware of how many boys she had ensnared with this tactic. Unfortunately, Lu Yu was not a male. When a girl compliments you on your looks, one must remain composed and respond. "What? Have you never seen a man before?" Bai Sikan was perplexed. "What do you mean?" Lu Yu maintained a calm demeanor. This vicious female supporting character was infatuated with Xiexioyu, and her goodwill toward her undoubtedly harbored ill intentions. She felt no psychological burden in rejecting her advances. Bai Sikan secretly resented Lu Yu's lack of romantic sensibility, but had not yet given up. "I simply like classmate Lu." "No, I'm truly grateful to classmate Lu." She hastily corrected herself, as if she had misspoken, her blush deepening. The young girl appeared pure and enchanting, her shy demeanor exuding an allure reminiscent of a delicate fawn. What a fierce offensive! Lu Yu watched, utterly astonished. To be frank, if she were indeed a straight man, this smooth series of flirtations would have undoubtedly captivated her. But alas, she was not. "Are you genuinely grateful to me?" Lu Yu inquired. Bai Sikan shyly nodded. Lu Yu shrugged. "Then how about giving me some money?" Expressions of warmth and concern pale in comparison to a substantial sum. Bai Sichuan's meticulously prepared, bashful expression froze on her face. This girl was not only oblivious to the nuances of romance, but also a blatant money grubber. She managed to stammer. "Classmate Lu, you're joking, right? How humorous, haha." The surrounding classmates felt a pang of sympathy. They were witnessing a beautiful girl being reduced to sharing corny jokes. Lu Yu shrugged. "If you think so, then so be it. Classmate Bai, if there's nothing else, I must return to my studies." This signaled her intent to dismiss her. Subjected to such merciless treatment, Bai Sikan could no longer contain her emotions. "But aren't you right by Xiao's side? Is there still a need for you to study?" This remark, seemingly complimentary, bore a hint of malice that Lu Yu could readily discern. Something felt amiss. Having navigated the complexities of society from a young age, she possessed an acute sensitivity to the emotions of others. Indeed, this person had failed to conceal their true feelings. Lu Yu responded in kind. How could that be? I'm merely Siegu's roommate. Naturally, I must rely on my own efforts for the monthly exams. By Sikhan feigned confusion. Is that so? I recall that the F4 wields considerable influence. Your flattery towards them is likely for such matters. Isn't it? Clearly just a sycophant. Yet Xiaoyu preferred conversing with Lu Yu over her, which left her feeling resentful. Subsequently, by Sikhan, as if realizing she had misspoken, offered an apology. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Please don't take it to heart, classmate Lu. To which Lu Yu replied, I do take it to heart. Perhaps you could compensate me for my mental anguish? By Sikhan's expression froze once more. At this point, even her thick skin could not sustain the conversation any longer. With a forced smile, she exited the classroom, her demeanor darkening. Bai Sikhan had always prided herself on her ability to manipulate men, yet she had not anticipated Lu Yu's resolute rejection. Bai Sikhan gritted her teeth. No, she could not afford to give up so easily. Lu Yu, being the least esteemed individual in Xiaoyu's circle, was her most viable stepping stone. She had to ensnare her. Men are creatures of base desires. She refused to believe that Lu Yu could withstand her allure. Little did Lu Yu realize that her trials were only just beginning. A notification chimed on her phone, a special message from Xiaoyu, tomorrow at 10 o'clock. At the school gate, his tone was as commanding as ever. Lu Yu sighed and dutifully began drafting an excuse for her class the next morning. As for whether the teacher would grant approval, that was laughable. As long as the excuse bore the name of F4, even the principal would acquiesce. Chapter 17. Disguised femininity and masculinity a second late. The car was infused with a cold, pine resin aroma. Xiaoyu languidly reclined, his long legs, strikingly proportioned, stretched across the car door. Lu Yu contritely admitted her fault. I'm sorry, Xiegu. Despite her tardiness being caused by a brief encounter on the road, she never made excuses in front of her benefactor. Service demanded an appropriate attitude. Noticing Xiaoyu's silence, she rubbed her hands together, eager to appease him. As compensation, shall I give you a massage, Xiegu? Technician number 118, at your service. With a fractured family, ailing mother, gambling father, and a younger brother in school, Lu Yu was well-versed in the art of intertwining pleas for sympathy with her massages, perhaps even leveraging this opportunity to extract some funds from Xiaoyu. After all, he was known for his philanthropic inclinations. The youth's demeanor was sly, hinting at mischief, yet he was impossible to resent. Xiaoyu glanced at her. No need. Get in the car. All right, Lu Yu responded, surprised at his amiability. She resolved to elevate Xiaoyu to the top of her benefactor rankings. As a warm presence drew closer, Xiaoyu languidly remarked, being late means a deduction from your pay. Deduction? Lu Yu exclaimed, her mind racing to demote him to the bottom of her list. Immediately, during the car ride, she endeavored to charm Xiaoyu into reconsidering the pay cut. She nearly exhausted her vocabulary while Xiaoyu remained impassive, not even twitching an eyebrow. He allowed her to chatter incessantly, his fingers leisurely flipping through dense pages of text on the screen. Xiegu, are you reading? Lu Yu inquired. In truth, it was a bidding plan for a new project, but Xiaoyu merely replied, all right then. Lu Yu struggled to find her words, eventually managing. You can ask me about any difficult characters. Xiaoyu's finger paused. What? Does your service also include acting as a dictionary? Lu Yu felt disheartened. What was she even saying? It would have been better to suggest he could provide her with money instead, despite both statements being rather nonsensical. The latter could certainly be construed as a plea for alms. Xiegu, I just had a momentary lapse of judgment. Xiaoyu had no intention of letting her off the hook just yet. He turned off the screen, the loss of light accentuating his chiseled features, almost sculptural in their clarity. He elongated his tone deliberately. I thought you were implying that I am illiterate. Shouldn't he, the benefactor, be penalized as well? Perhaps a deduction of 5,000 would suffice. Lu Yu nearly grimaced in despair. Was there no alternative form of punishment that didn't involve financial penalties? This was more ruthless than being docked pay for taking a day off. Had she known, she would have opted for a leave instead. Xiaoyu extended his hand, exuding an intimidating presence, the metallic ring emblazoned with a phoenix glinting coldly against his hard demeanor. Lu Yu braced herself, nervously closing her eyes, anticipating a reprimand. In the next moment, her forehead was gently flicked. Consider it settled. 5,000. Xiaoyu retracted his hand, his imposing aura unwavering, creating a stark contrast to the gentle motion from moments ago. It did not feel like punishment. Rather, it resembled flirtation steeped in ambiguity. Lu Yu dazedly touched her forehead. If I were to flick again, would it perhaps offset the delayed payment? Xiaoyu. He turned his head, the arc of his brow nearly menacing. Are you certain you wish for me to do it once more? Lu Yu shuddered. No need for that. It was she who had overstepped earlier. She had not forgotten the formidable prowess of Xiaoyu depicted in the novels, capable of inflicting injury with a mere slap. So, why had his earlier gesture been so gentle? Lu Yu, not pondering further, simply felt that Xiaoyu was rather protective of his underlings. The destination they were heading to was not far from the school, an outlet for the international luxury brand Vessi. The corners, flooring, furnishings, and even the fixtures placed atop the floral rock were all meticulously chosen by the brand's designer, with a primary mocha brown hue that exuded elegance and sophistication. For other patrons, the staff might have maintained a certain reserve befitting a luxury brand. However, the CF family was different. From the moment Xiaoyu stepped through the door, he was accorded the highest level of service. Exquisite refreshments and beverages awaited him, along with the customary greeting from designers who usually operated behind the scenes, as well as a showcase of unreleased fashion lines. There was no need for a fitting. Xiaoyu merely provided his height and measurements, and models of similar stature donned the garments, their skirts flowing gracefully as they moved. Designs infused with countless hours of creativity and inspiration were, in Xiaoyu's eyes, merely commodities within easy reach. He casually observed. As a subordinate, Lu Yu too received the treatment of a VIP. The staff tenderly provided her with a cushion for her seat and presented a beverage menu for her selection. Having never visited such an upscale venue, she chose a glass of lemonade, her heart silently weeping. Is this the life of the wealthy? How bitterly envious she felt. Is there anyone willing to lend her some money without strings attached? She would not be choosy. Xiaoyu was here to choose clothing for his aunt, who had insisted that he personally select several appealing pieces. TSK. Women are truly troublesome. Would it not be more convenient to purchase the entire collection and send it over? Bored, he turned his gaze away and spotted his little follower obediently standing nearby. Lu Yu. In response to the call of her benefactor, Lu Yu always responded immediately. Xiaoyu beckoned with a casual flick of his fingers. A somewhat frivolous gesture, yet the slight bulge of the veins in his fingers lent it an intoxicating allure. As Lu Yu approached, his gaze swept over her form, almost tangible in its scrutiny. Lu Yu became tense under his gaze. Xiaogu, what is the matter? Xiaoyu spoke in a calm tone. Your figure is quite similar to my aunt's. You should model for me. Having my little roommate as a model would surely be far more entertaining than these women. Lu Yu's eyes widened. Isn't that women's attire? Besides, how am I even remotely similar in figure to Xiaofu? It's like comparing a papaya to a shriveled bean. Xiaoyu did not even lift his eyelids. Indeed, women's clothing is far more interesting. Lu Yu instinctively declined. That seems rather inappropriate, Brother Xia. If Xiaoyu's earlier suggestion was merely a whimsical thought, her refusal now intrigued him even more. Willing to serve him, yet unwilling to don women's attire? This only fueled his desire to see her dressed in it. Xiaoyu casually beckoned to a shop assistant. What do you think? The assistant, startled, dared not voice any dissent and promptly exclaimed, It's absolutely perfect. This gentleman's petite frame is simply destined for the garments here. Lu Yu, is it not enough to tell lies? But is she also being insulted for her height? Xiaoyu, see? Everyone thinks it's quite fitting. Lu Yu's back stiffened with anxiety, and her mind raced. Was Xiaoyu tormenting her out of mischievous intent, or had he discerned her true gender? No, she must not reveal herself. Lu Yu, however, based on what you just said about body proportions, I must still have quite a disparity. Does he truly believe she has never encountered Xiaofu? Xiaoyu, disobedience incurs a penalty. He had become adept at leveraging Lu Yu's compliance. Without further hesitation, she stepped into the fitting room. Regardless, she could not resist Xieshouyu. Perhaps if she remained composed, he might not notice anything amiss. Although she reassured herself, her heart raced uncontrollably while changing clothes. When did the male protagonist develop an appreciation for women's clothing? Had he truly perceived something? Was she on the verge of exposure? Lu Yu's mind spiraled. As she rejected the shop assistant's offer to assist with her outfit, selecting a light purple dress hanging nearby. The assistant, ever considerate, announced from outside, "Sir, the wigs are in the first compartment to the right of the fitting room. There are more than 10 styles for you to choose from." Lu Yu, it wasn't necessary to be so accommodating. Do enthusiasts of women's clothing frequent your store? They even have wigs prepared. She carefully lifted the dress, ensuring she did not damage it, fearing she would have to work 3 more years to compensate. Good news, the dress fit well. Bad news, the neckline was empty. With resignation, Lu Yu could only tighten the straps, striving to create a balanced silhouette. Then, she glanced at the wigs. Goodness, after disguising as a man, she now had a masquerade as a woman. What a perplexing Russian nesting doll of identities. Chapter 18. The new dress Xieshouyu was not typically a person of great patience. However, this time, he cast another glance at the fitting room, inexplicably refraining from urging anyone. After all, when one is engaged in mischief, fatigue does not easily set in. The models had completed their turn, and the nearby attendants remained alert, ready to serve their esteemed guest. Although they found it perplexing that this well-dressed gentleman chose to try on clothes instead of the stunning models. Perhaps it was a peculiar indulgence of the young heir from the CF family. Wealth often breeds eccentricity. As the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, the fitting room door swung open. Xieshouyu turned his gaze toward the sound, and in the next moment, his pupils narrowed slightly. It was even more fitting than he had imagined. The delicate lilac skirt flowed gracefully, the sheer fabric revealing slender calves beneath. Layers of lace cascaded upward, cinched at the waist in an elegant arc. The soft brown locks framed a petite and exquisite face, enhancing its beauty. The young man seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the attire, lips pressed together, his butterfly bones gently rising and falling with his breath. Rather than a boy disguised as a girl, he resembled a captivating young maiden. A nearby attendant gasped quietly. How utterly beautiful! It was indeed possible for someone to shine as brilliantly in both male and female forms. Typically, cross-dressing requires makeup to mask masculine features. Yet Lu Yu needed none. With merely a wig and a dress, he achieved a transformation akin to magic. This particular dress was notoriously difficult to wear. Several distinguished guests had tried it on before, yet none had managed to evoke such an effect. Immediately, another attendant approached with eagerness. This dress can be tricky to walk in. May I assist you? Lu Yu replied softly, sure. The attendant beside them, who had failed to secure a position, bit her lip in frustration. How vexing. She too wished to be near the enchanting young boy. Their conversation finally pulled Xieshouyu from his stupor, yet his gaze remained fixated on Lu Yu. He crushed the sugar cube between his fingers, the sticky sensation mirroring the flutter in his chest. If only those sent by the family to entice him were as pleasing to the eye. He might consider adopting a gentler approach in his methods of interrogation. Lu Yu took small, hesitant steps toward the sofa, her lashes lowered, avoiding direct eye contact with Xieshouyu. She appeared pitiful, akin to a bullied kitten. Xieshouyu chuckled softly. Not bad. Shall we try on a few more? If you like them, I'll get them all for you. He understood that the best way to counter Lu Yu's feigned vulnerability was with generosity. The attendants exchanged glances. This tone wasn't it reminiscent of a boyfriend accompanying his girlfriend on a shopping spree? Of course, Xieshouyu was blissfully unaware. He merely thought that Lu Yu suited women's clothing to the extent that he questioned his gender. However, he had already verified in the lounge that he was indeed male. Observing the young man's trembling eyelashes, a flicker of compassion stirred within Xieshouyu's otherwise scarce conscience. How pitiable he looked. Men's clothing is acceptable as an extra bonus for today. Lu Yu finally lifted her head, her face blushing with a delicate hue, reminiscent of those girls who confessed to him with flushed cheeks. Xieshouyu suddenly felt an itch at the roots of his teeth. Lu Yu's voice was as soft as cotton candy. You. Xieshouyu unconsciously responded, unsure of what he was anticipating. Lu Yu's cheeks deepened in color. I can hardly breathe. This belt is tied far too tightly, coupled with the weight of the wig. Every word she uttered was a monumental struggle. Any semblance of shyness was merely a facade. After a brief silence, Xiaoyu reclined back on the sofa, stating coldly, "Difficulty in breathing indicates poor physical condition. Go, mimic the models from earlier and take a few laps." It was a moment of self-deception. Even if Lu Yu held some affection for him, it was undoubtedly for his wealth. Besides, Lu Yu donned women's attire, but was not truly a girl. "Brother Xia," she quickly interjected, "does what you just said still count? How many items can I choose? Can I take them without removing the tags?" Although luxury goods depreciate the moment they leave the store, it was still a matter of money. She had never overlooked the daily sign-in red packets from her previous online reading, believing that even the smallest morsel was worth savoring. "Are you able to breathe now?" Xiaoyu remarked, feeling foolish for having felt pity earlier. Lu Yu silently tightened the belt further. A rush of air surged from her waist to her head, causing tears to well up in her eyes. "Brother Xia." Yet, Xiaoyu remained unmoved. He gestured for Lu Yu to step closer. With great difficulty, she took a step forward, her entire body beginning to sway. The attendant behind her felt a pang of concern, wishing to assist her with her skirt. However, Xiaoyu seemed to have lost his patience. His military training had instilled in him swift and forceful movements. He pressed down on Lu Yu's shoulder, turning her around, and with a swift motion, loosened the belt that had been constraining her. The roughness of his actions caused her shoulder to ache. His hand was incredibly warm. Lu Yu thought. The moment the tension around her waist eased, she inhaled deeply and caught the crisp scent of cedar emanating from the young man. Their current interaction was intricate. After loosening her belt, Xiaoyu did not immediately withdraw his hand, but instead leaned in closer, his gaze trailing down from her nape. It was as if he were searching for something. The area where their skin met grew increasingly heated, the man's body temperature almost branding her shoulder. Feeling uneasy, Lu Yu shifted slightly. "Brother Xia, is something wrong?" Xiaoyu remained silent. After a considerable pause, he finally released her, the prominent veins on his forearm betraying his inner turmoil. "Nothing," he replied, his tone flat. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Hadn't he already confirmed in the lounge that Lu Yu was unequivocally a boy? It was merely her attire today that had stirred such additional thoughts. "You should refrain from wearing skirts in the future," Xiaoyu remarked. Lu Yu felt that Xiaoyu's capriciousness rivaled that of Shui Ran. The only distinction lies in the manner of their speech. Shui Ran exudes an air of inherent superiority when issuing commands, while Xiaoyu adopts a tone of condescending authority. Indeed, it appears that regardless of one's charm, being the boss can render one equally irksome. Lu Yu obediently responded, "All right, may I still choose my outfit?" She could not afford to forfeit this lucrative opportunity. The nearby sales assistant immediately chimed in. "Indeed, I believe this outfit would suit you and the gentleman quite well." She could not allow this commission to slip through her fingers. Both women gazed at Xiaoyu with eager eyes. After a brief silence, Xiaoyu relented. "Go ahead and choose." Lu Yu erupted in joy, exclaiming, "You're the best, Xiege. You are the most generous boss in the world." In her exuberance, she still remembered to clasp her hand over her chest to prevent her skirt from slipping. Xiaoyu remained impassive. It was only at this moment that his eyes sparkled with interest. Unfazed by his cold demeanor, Lu Yu continued to babble enthusiastically, providing ample emotional value. Once Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively, indicating he had heard enough, she skipped off with the sales assistant to select her clothes. The sales assistant exhibited remarkable professionalism. Even with a change of clientele, she maintained her composure and diligently introduced the garments to Lu Yu. "This is a classic collection in black and white, perfect for pairing with watches and handbags. This line is rebellious and striking, featuring deconstructed designs and unique lines. Recently gracing the cover of a magazine and quite popular." Faced with these novel offerings, Lu Yu felt no trepidation. She confidently inquired about anything she did not understand. While some might feel intimidated by the allure of luxury brands, fearing ignorance to be a source of embarrassment, Lu Yu was not one of them. She recognized herself as a consumer, and those before her were there to provide service. Why should she feel ashamed? Her focus was solely on her own benefits. After a cursory tour of the store, Lu Yu quickly identified the items she desired. This one, and this one. Her objective was to exchange them for cash, naturally opting for the brand as hottest items, which would sell quickly and attract less attention. Is that all? The sales assistant inquired respectfully, adding, there are also new designs from the designer that haven't been released yet. Many are eager to reserve them. Lu Yu shook her head. Just these, please. She was not the heroine of the story, merely a minor character. She couldn't strip the wool clean in one go without leaving Xiaoyu with a greedy impression. How could she expect to benefit again in the future? However, she miscalculated this time. Xiaoyu was utterly indifferent to such trifling amounts. When the sales assistant presented the bill to him, he didn't even lift his eyelids, simply stating, charge it to the card. The sales assistant, well versed in the routine, replied affirmatively. Lu Yu felt a pang of regret for the wool she had failed to extract. Yet she also thought that men appeared most handsome when paying. If only he would hand her the card as well. Perhaps, sensing her fervent gaze, Xiaoyu turned slightly towards her. Subsequently, he withdrew another card and extended it to her. Lu Yu was both astonished and elated. The nearby sales assistant's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that they were about to witness the legendary scene of a wealthy second-generation heir nonchalantly wielding a black card? Lu Yu extended her trembling hand to receive the card. Brother Xia, what is this? Xiaoyu replied succinctly, the password is 6 zeros. At last, Lu Yu grasped the card, feeling its cool touch. A finely crafted rectangle, its embossed golden letters gleaming brilliantly under the light. In that moment, she felt as though she had discovered her destined love. This very card. Who could say the male lead was not admirable? He was simply magnificent. She vowed to serve her boss with utmost dedication, ensuring his life was smooth sailing and his love sweeter than honey, ready to toil tirelessly for him. Just as Lu Yu was on the verge of being so moved that she would prostrate herself before Xiaoyu, his voice rang out again. I forgot to mention, the balance is the same as the password. The same as the password. 000000. Her heart bled. She nearly bit her teeth to shreds to suppress the urge to display her displeasure. Brother Xia, you must be joking. How could such a large bank card possibly have no money at all? Most importantly, what difference does it make if you give money only to take it back? She could accept that the world did not revolve around her, but must she be toyed with so ruthlessly? This was beyond excessive. Xiaoyu stood casually, a cold aura creating a vacuum around him. Yet his gaze toward Lu Yu was not frigid. With a twist of his wrist, he withdrew the card. Your salary and bonuses have been given. Do you still wish for my card? Do not be too greedy. His tone lingered, imbued with a languid amusement. As the card was pulled away, their fingertips brushed lightly against each other, igniting a peculiar sensation within her. Was the male lead's demeanor toward her overly intimate? The original text clearly stated that Xiaoyu despised physical contact with others. Before she could ponder this further, he had already begun to walk away. Lu Yu hastily accepted the shopping bag from the clerk and hurried to catch up with him. Brother Xia, aren't you supposed to choose clothes today? Not anymore. Why not? My mind is in disarray. I cannot choose. Is it because there are too many styles? You told me to select. Or was there a service shortcoming? I can. Be quiet. You're too noisy. Oh, Chapter 19. The Allure of Men and Women Upon Returning to School. Lu Yu delightedly organized her clothes, preparing to sell them in a few weeks. The notion of keeping them for her own use had never crossed her mind. Aside from sparing herself a few mocking remarks from forum denizens about her poverty, it held no significance. The pride of the impoverished is of little worth. She remained steadfast in her original intent, to save enough money and then escape. Carefully folding the black shirt, Lu Yu discovered a box nestled within her shopping bag. What could this be? As she opened the box, a soft lavender sheer fabric unfurled before her eyes, as beautiful as a tapestry woven from cloth. It was the dress she had tried on. Lu Yu recalled distinctly that she had not chosen this particular piece. It must have been selected by Xiaoyu, who had silently procured it, believing it suited her. Such an act. Did he genuinely wish for her to wear women's attire? Lu Yu felt a surge of anger. With indignation, she meticulously folded the dress, acknowledging that while the male protagonist was despicable, the dress itself was exquisite. Naturally, She had been drawn to it, for she did possess an appreciation for beauty. Yet, an inexplicable instinct urged her to keep the dress from being sold. Should Xieshouyu discover its absence, the consequences would be dire. What a pity indeed. The hem of the dress danced like flowing lavender mist at her fingertips. Lu Yu, despite her love for aesthetics, understood the gravity of her situation. Before departing from the academy, she needed to distance herself from anything that might exude femininity. This was the price of defying her fate. Her phone vibrated, and upon checking, she found another ambiguous message from Baisikhan. This was troubling. She realized that within this academy, she needed to steer clear not only of feminine objects but also of women themselves. She was certainly not a lesbian. Baisikhan, evidently oblivious to Lu Yu's inner turmoil, was determined to seduce her into becoming a mere tool, unwilling to relent. Previously, she had a few devoted admirers within the academy, whom she would flatter to keep them from wandering off. However, now she scarcely had time to tend to these admirers, intensifying her pursuit of Lu Yu. As soon as Lu Yu returned to her dormitory, she received a message from Baisikhan, a newly taken photograph. Baisikhan, look at this adorable little kitten. Upon opening the photo, it appeared to showcase the kitten, yet inadvertently revealed a pair of slender, fair legs beneath, captured from a suggestively revealing angle. Just so. Baisikhan, it's a pity you're not here, otherwise I would love for you to touch it. Touch what? Where? Such ambiguous phrases were utterly lethal to a young man brimming with vigor. Lu Yu mused that if Baisikhan were transported to modern times, she could easily enroll in a course on charming and manipulative tactics, undoubtedly reaping great rewards. Alas, Baisikhan's strategies had failed to win over Xieshouyu, and they would not ensnare her either. Lu Yu replied, "It shows that the cat likes you." Baisikhan swiftly responded, "Just like I like you? If there were a particularly clingy little kitten, it would surely be me, Shy." What a relentless barrage. Lu Yu was astounded. Such finesse was truly remarkable. A seamless series of silky moves that would leave anyone entranced. However, she could discern that she had indeed pushed Baisikhan to the brink, reaching a point where directness was the only option left. This time, she chose not to respond. To be candid, had she been in Baisikhan's position, she would have undoubtedly felt compelled to follow up with an apology, perhaps saying, "I'm sorry, I was just playing truth or dare, or forgive me. I was momentarily possessed. It wasn't really me texting, it was my cat. Please don't let this slip." How utterly embarrassing. Yet, Baisikhan possessed remarkable psychological resilience, even seizing the opportunity to playfully tease. "Baisikhan, you've left me hanging for half an hour. Baisikhan, if you don't reply soon, I might just ignore you." Baisikhan, "Humph." Finally, Lu Yu responded, "Don't share any good news. I'm already grinning from ear to ear." Baisikhan. Lu Yu found amusement in this. The ellipsis wasn't merely a pause. It represented the 6 bullet holes life had etched into Baisikhan's heart. She was not so forgiving, especially when she sensed Baisikhan's ill intentions. As Lu Yu was absorbed in her chuckles directed at her phone, she failed to notice the bathroom door of the dormitory swing open. Steam billowed into the air. Instinctively, she glanced up, capturing the sight before her in its entirety. It was Xieshouyu. His bangs had been swept aside, revealing his strikingly handsome and sharply defined features. His brows were slightly furrowed, exuding an air of languid elegance mixed with an unspoken nobility. Equally captivating was his tall and robust physique, clad only in a towel secured around his waist. The muscle definition from his neck to his waist was perfectly showcased, exuding a sense of strength that seemed poised to unleash explosive power with the slightest movement. A droplet of water traced along his V-line, slipping beneath the towel. Xieshouyu cast a glance at Lu Yu, casually inquiring, "All set?" For a boys' dormitory, such a scene was commonplace. After all, they were just buddies. What was the harm in stepping out in just a towel? Yet, Lu Yu felt her cheeks flush crimson. Thoroughly crimson. Did they truly need to be so unabashedly open with one another? No matter how she tried to mask her feelings, she was, at her core, still heterosexual. Confronted with a physique so perfect it could grace the cover of a magazine, it was difficult to rein in her wandering thoughts. If captured on camera and sold, it would surely fetch a handsome price. Lu Yu averted her gaze. Yes, Siege, I placed what you needed on the table. and I've prepared a list beside it. At this moment, Xiaoyu remained oblivious to her unease. He casually rubbed a towel through his hair with one hand and asked, "Have you been busy with the upcoming monthly exams? I noticed you've been rushing around to buy things." With every movement, his muscles became even more alluring. Only then did Lu Yu notice the fine scars on his waist and arms. Yet, these marks did not detract from his physique. Rather, they added an element of rugged charm. Indeed, the monthly exams were quite challenging, but they paled in comparison to her current predicament. Noticing her anxious expression, Xiaoyu assumed she was worried about the exams and reassured her, "There is no need to fret. With me around, you won't be expelled." Even if Lu Yu were to rank last in every examination, Xiaoyu would ensure her place remained secure. Since he has declared that Lu Yu is his, the academy will undoubtedly adhere to his will. He noticed that even after uttering those words, Lu Yu's expression did not improve in the slightest. Instead, she averted her gaze awkwardly. Xiaoyu glanced down at himself, deep in thought. "Are you feeling shy?" "Absolutely not." Lu Yu immediately refuted. If she were to admit it, would she not be labeled as a boy-crazy girl? Xiaoyu would certainly make her suffer for it. "Is that so?" Xiaoyu replied, his expression ambiguous as to whether he believed her or not. He casually hung the towel over the railing and strolled towards Lu Yu. "Is the dormitory small?" "Not at all. In addition to the 4 partition bed spaces, there is a wide area left in the middle for free movement." Yet at this moment, Lu Yu felt the dormitory was unbearably cramped, so small that when Xiaoyu took a long stride, the lingering warmth from his body brushed against her face. Her vision was filled with his sun-kissed skin, and she could almost hear the thundering of her heartbeat. In her more than 10 years of life, Lu Yu had never experienced such a moment. And to make matters worse, her first experience was with someone so captivating. Was it truly fair to encounter a mesmerizing demon right after leaving the novice village? Lu Yu reached behind to pinch herself, struggling to regain some semblance of composure. The allure of desire is perilous. Siego, what are you doing? Quickly dry off. You might catch a cold. And please, do not flaunt in front of me. She admitted her youth and vulnerability to temptation. Yet, Xiaoyu did not take a step back. He gazed down at the boy before him, pleased to note the blush that could not be concealed on his cheeks. Yes, exactly like this. It would not be fair for him to be the only one flustered. Such matters should certainly evoke feelings from both parties. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow slightly, his smile carrying a sense of nonchalance. "However, your face is quite flushed, dear roommate." After saying this, he leaned down, lightly tapping his knuckles against Lu Yu's forehead. His tone was languid. What a lie. Lu Yu was not merely blushing. She was on the verge of bursting with embarrassment. Why did Xiaoyu lean down? The moment he did, the blush in front of her danced enticingly, nearly stealing away her entire focus. Was this something a wicked female antagonist should witness? Faced with such irresistible male allure, Lu Yu made a choice. She closed her eyes. She decided to think of something else red. Money. If she succumbed to temptation and exposed her identity now, she would no longer be able to stay by Xiaoyu's side to earn money and would be expelled from the academy. In an instant, Lu Yu regained her composure. Indeed, her true orientation was towards currency. As the boy closed his eyes, his long, delicate lashes trembled, his fair skin glowing with a hint of red, utterly enchanting. So tender, so delectable. Xiaoyu originally intended to tease her, to observe her flustered expression. However, as he focused on Lu Yu's quivering lashes, he felt a stir within himself. How should he put it? Their current posture was quite conducive to a kiss. If he kissed her, would Lu Yu cry? His physique appeared somewhat delicate compared to his own, capable of enveloping a person entirely within a mere embrace. The scene before him converged with the memory of that day during their respite. Xiaoyu suddenly felt a dryness in his throat, an intensified heat urging him to act. He had always been one to take initiative. Fortuitously, there were only the 2 of them in the dormitory. Chapter 20. The sandwich what are you all doing? As Shui Ran entered the dormitory, he was met with a scene that displeased him immensely. He appeared as if he had just returned from an extravagant banquet, his expensive suit still unremoved, yet the stacked gems and light silk fabric could not mask the irritation etched upon his brow. The sight before him was particularly unpalatable, especially the flushed expression on Lu Yu's face, which was utterly intolerable. Was this fellow a pervert for blushing at the sight of another man? Furthermore, he distinctly recalled that when he had bitten Lu Yu's fingertip, her reaction had been far less pronounced. Why was she calm with him, yet blushing with Xiaoyu? How absurd. Propping himself against the doorframe, Shui Ran addressed Xiaoyu with a tone laced with unspoken provocation. Hey, I don't recall you having a penchant for bathing in the nude. The door swung wide open with his motion, allowing the winter wind, brisk and biting, to sweep in. Xiaoyu, bare-chested, should have felt the cold, yet at that moment, his expression was even colder still. What a most inopportune time for Shui Ran to return. How perfectly timed, indeed. Lu Yu, filled with gratitude, nearly bounced to the door to shut it, for if she delayed any longer, tears would undoubtedly spill from the corners of her eyes. Once the door was secured, she turned her attention to Xiaoyu with concern. Brother, please put on some clothes. You might catch a cold. Winter is frigid. Being an employer herself, Lu Yu was not partial. She addressed Shui Ran as well. Oh dear, doesn't that gem brooch dig in? Quickly change into something more comfortable. It's quite late. She was indeed a diligent little assistant. However, neither man seemed appreciative of her efforts. Preoccupied with confronting Xiaoyu, Shui Ran had neglected to direct his ire at her. With his tall stature, he inadvertently cornered her against the wall, effectively sandwiching Lu Yu between them. Indeed, she now found herself in a most precarious position. Why this concern for him? I can't help but think you wish to gaze upon him a while longer, Shui Ran remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. And blushing? Why not direct that flush towards him? What makes him superior to me? Lu Yu retorted, You guessed correctly, but it would be wise not to dwell on that. Comrade, some things are better left unsaid, for uttering them may disrupt our unity, you know? She forced a laugh, albeit awkwardly. No, how could that be? It was not Shui Ran who spoke next, but Xiaoyu, his brow furrowing in displeasure. I seem to recall you were quite engrossed just moments ago. Shui Ran, upon returning, was quick to deny any previous camaraderie. Truly heartless. Lu Yu closed her eyes tightly, exasperated. Are you both 100,000 questions? Must you burden an employee with such an interrogation? I merely found his abdominal muscles appealing. Is that a crime? And why haven't you put on your clothes yet? This is utterly indecent. The scene before her was one Lu Yu could never have imagined. Xiaoyu blocked her path in the front, while Shui Ran loomed behind, the incompatible masculine energies of both men saturating her senses. Their atmosphere was, regrettably, anything but amicable. She felt as though she had become the object of their contention. It must be an illusion, surely a mere delusion. In the original tale, the four male protagonists were steadfast friends, never entangled in the cliché drama of two men vying for one woman. Their bond remained remarkably close throughout. She must have misunderstood. Indeed, that was it. Noticing her silence, Xiaoyu paid her no mind, raising his gaze to meet Shui Ran's. You may proceed inside, he said, feeling that his good friend was rather bothersome. Coincidentally, Shui Ran found him equally irksome. With a sardonic smile, he quipped, Why aren't you the one leaving? Are you addicted to showing off those muscles? If Lu Yu wishes to admire someone, it could very well be me, rather than this hulking figure of Xiaoyu. I dare say my physique holds far more aesthetic appeal. What on earth are you wandering about the dorm in such an unkempt manner? Fortunately, Lu Yu did not overhear Shui Ran's inner monologue. Otherwise, her distress would have heightened. Do refrain from competing in such a nonsensical manner. Yet, she was already on the brink of losing composure. As Xiaoyu and Shui Ran conversed, the proximity of their chests drew alarmingly closer to her. The distracting spectacle and sensory stimuli overwhelmed her senses, causing her blood to surge wildly. Lu Yu's ears and cheeks flushed crimson, almost as if she could hear the rapid beating of her heart. At that moment, Shui Ran was far from compliant. He leaned against the wall, altering his posture, and then seized Lu Yu's arm. More precisely, he grasped her fingers. Clad in a suit that hung loosely, Shui Ran wore nothing beneath. The satin fabric glided smoothly against her skin, while the warmth and slight firmness of his flesh brushed against her fingertips. It was not merely her face that turned scarlet. A resounding thrum echoed in her ears, her heart racing at an alarming pace. Oh dear, someone is enticing me. Shui Ran pressed on, teasing, Did you feel my abdominal muscles? Quite impressive, aren't they? Lucky you. Yet, Liu had no notion of such muscular contours. Simply being held by Shui Ran's fingers rendered her mind a blank slate. In an instant, her other hand was captured by Xie Xiuyu. Rather than separating her from Shui Ran, he calmly took hold of her other hand and placed it upon his own abdomen. Since you felt his, why not mine? He chuckled lightly, a spark of competition igniting between him and Shui Ran. Let us compare and see whose is better. The competitive spirit was ingrained in their very DNA. Even they had moments of childish rivalry. Lu Yu endeavored to regain her composure, attempting to retract her hands. However, her strength was no match for the two male leads. Despite her efforts, she had not budged an inch, and instead, Shui Ran erupted into laughter. Are you tickling me? Xie Xiuyu's retort followed closely. Let us see who is better at this. Who else but me? That's debatable. Lu Yu, why are you silent? Want to take advantage of the moment to linger? Well, I suppose I allow it. You permit what? Lu Yu fumed inwardly. It's you who is holding my hand against my will. The more she struggled, the more heart-wrenching it became. Where true gender was revealed, those two individuals were filled with regret. Ultimately, it was the chime of a message notification that saved her. The sound resonated like celestial music. Lu Yu promptly said, "Let me check the message." Xie Xiuyu and Shui Ran exchanged a glance, as if they had reached an unspoken agreement, and instinctively released their grip. Finally liberated, Lu Yu took a deep breath and grasped her phone. Regardless of who it was, they were her benefactor. She opened the chat window, only to find a photo sent by Bai Sikhan. Bai Sikhan, do you think my new necklace looks good? The image indeed showcased a necklace adorned with sparkling diamonds. Yet what captivated the eye was not the necklace itself, but the alluring shadow of fair skin that accompanied it. The implication was unmistakable. One could hardly withstand such temptation. Although Lu Yu could endure it, she still felt grateful to this female benefactor and responded with a thumbs up. Just as she was about to close the chat interface, a hand reached out from behind her, reopening the image. It then scrolled to the name in the chat window, by Sikhan. Shui Ran's voice was that of a clear and youthful tone, yet his demeanor revealed a palpable displeasure. I never expected someone would send you such a photo. You must be quite popular. His previous annoyance towards Xie Xiuyu dissipated, for he found the interference from outsiders regarding Lu Yu far more intolerable. He understood the purpose of the image at a glance, for he was adept at discerning the intentions of others. Clutching her phone, Lu Yu forced a smile and said, "No, we're just friends." "No, not even friends." Observing Shui Ran's sour expression, she quickly amended, "We're merely classmates. I hardly know her." "Oh dear, why the long face? Can't a little brother have a romantic interest? Is there no respect for human rights anymore? Is that so?" Shui Ran chuckled lightly. He was accustomed to being pampered and rarely concealed his emotions. Yet, at this moment, he feigned a pleasant demeanor. He tapped the screen with his finger. "If you like her, I can assist you. With me around, regardless of her feelings, she will have no choice but to be with you." This statement carried significant weight. Had Lu Yu truly harbored feelings for Bai Sikhan, she would have eagerly sought Shui Ran's assistance at that moment. However, Shui Ran's words were also a sweet trap. Together, he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, feeling irritable. He would be the first to ensure Bai Sikhan withdrew from school. Without his permission, Lu Yu would never be with anyone else. She would remain his toy. Xie Xiuyu caught sight of the image on the phone screen and understood everything upon hearing Shui Ran's words. Yet, he refrained from warning Lu Yu about the potential consequences of her choices. He simply crossed his arms and observed silently. He had previously stated that one should not attract unwanted attention. The repercussions could be severe. If Shui Ran intended to teach others a lesson, then he would take on the responsibility of teaching Lu Yu. At that moment, their thoughts bizarrely aligned. Chapter 21. Innocence, however. Lu Yu's next words took both of them by surprise. No. I do not like her at all." Lu Yu shook her head vehemently, wishing she could surrender her phone as proof of her innocence. Her affections were directed toward Brother Xie. I even saw her confessing to Brother Xie before. She only spoke to me to get closer to him. She prayed to the heavens for justice. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, her resolute stance had allowed her to evade a brewing storm. The previously oppressive atmosphere in the dormitory dissipated, transforming into one of lightness. Here, your romantic debt. Shui Ran teased, chuckling as she raised her chin towards Xiaoyu with a mischievous glint in her eye. This isn't the first time, is it? Using others to approach you. Truly relentless. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly. He suddenly felt a chill and casually threw on a jacket, his expression darkening. I do not recall her. Indeed, Shui Ran replied leisurely, leaning against the wall with one leg bent. After all, you have so many admirers. She winked at Lu Yu, the implication unmistakable. Despite his perpetually cold demeanor, he attracted a multitude of confessions, one wave after another, and even, enough, Xiaoyu interrupted, his irritation evident. I remember now. The woman who disturbed my sleep in the lounge. It was already quite enough that he had not sought trouble with anyone. Now she attempted to entangle him through Lu Yu. How bothersome. Seeing that Xiaoyu had recalled her, Lu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I have not become embroiled in that wretched love triangle. She quickly added, I truly have no feelings for her, I assure you. Schwerin scoffed lightly. Even if you did, it would be futile. Those who admire you would never look your way. Huh. How could a woman loved by a fierce tiger possibly fall for a mere version of a wild dog? Lu Yu chose to respond with a smile. You're absolutely right. She wished for by Sikhan to stay far away from her. Seeing her compliance, Shuiran decided not to press further and turned her teasing toward Xiaoyu instead. So, you, yet another who is deeply devoted to you. Have you given it any thought? Consider it? Nonsense. Xiaoyu cursed, a rare display of frustration crossing his features. He was indifferent to the girls who admired him. He could hardly remember their faces. Moreover, he felt inexplicably reluctant to be mocked in front of Lu Yu. Holding her phone, Lu Yu sensed that another argument was about to erupt. What to do if the leaders clashed? Naturally, retreat was the best option. She decided to exit the battlefield. So, I'll go wash some fruit. What do you want to eat? Xiaoyu declined. I do not eat carbohydrates at this hour. Shui Ran, however, was far more willful. I want you to feed me like last time. With your hands. He emphasized those 3 words deliberately. Lu Yu found nothing amiss and obediently responded, turning towards the refrigerator, where she had consumed the most food. Shui Ran even joked that the housekeeper wondered if there were mice in the dormitory. Lu Yu was engrossed in devouring a dragon fruit, her lips stained a vibrant red, mumbling inarticulately. To savor delectable treats without expense, even as a mouse would suffice. Meanwhile, the simmering frustration within Xiaoyu reignited. Feeding her with his hand? Had Shui Ran not been weaned? He couldn't help but lower his brows and inquire of Shui Ran. Have you taken the wrong medication today? Just then, the door swung open once more. Ji Jingli stood at the threshold, momentarily puzzled by the palpable tension in the air. What is the matter? He asked, his voice gentle, his handsome features illuminated softly by the light. Are you two arguing? The 4 of them had grown up together, their familiarity rendering the atmosphere unmistakably confrontational. No, Shui Ran replied, his smile radiant, an unmistakable cheerfulness in his demeanor. Ayu is upset due to a romantic entanglement. You might want to comfort him. With that, he turned and walked toward his own bed, calling out to Lu Yu. Please draw back the curtain and come in shortly. Lu Yu responded from a distance. All right. The tension around Xiaoyu visibly diminished with her reply. He nodded at Ji Jingli in acknowledgement before retreating to his own bed. Ji Jingli was astute. He quickly deduced that the source of this peculiar atmosphere was the roommate he hardly knew. Could someone have such an impact in such a short span of time? He often presumed the worst of others, particularly those who were special students, who were worlds apart from him in status. It was acceptable to desire wealth, but aspirations beyond that were not for special students to entertain. A flicker of disdain crossed Ji Jingli's eyes. Brother Ji, would you like some fruit? Upon hearing the question, Ji Jingli softly declined. No, thank you. He had no intention of befriending the special student. Nevertheless, he needed to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with this restless roommate. No matter the charm Lu Yu possessed, he would not be swayed like the others. Unbeknownst to Lu Yu, someone was concocting theories about her. After that day, Xiaoyu summoned her far less frequently. Even when they interacted, his demeanor was rather indifferent, reminiscent of their initial acquaintance. Lu Yu remained unfazed, steadfastly dedicated as ever. A favorable disposition from her boss was a courtesy. Regardless, she was committed to performing her duties impeccably, demonstrating her professional integrity. Moreover, Min could not have those few days each month. Ran, on the other hand, appeared in good spirits, even adopting a more pleasant tone when instructing her. Ji Jingli was the most peculiar. He rarely returned to the dormitory. Yet whenever he did, Lu Yu sensed an odd look in his eyes directed at her. Was it because he resented paying her wages and assigning her tasks without purpose? What was the issue with wealthy heirs spending a little money? They need not be so stingy. In addition to her duties as a subordinate, Li was also preoccupied with the upcoming monthly exams. As the deadline approached, she seized every moment to study, even dreaming in English once she lay down at night, learning during class and studying after class. Even while walking, she immersed herself in her study materials for the upcoming monthly examination, which bewildered many observers of her behavior. It was perplexing that, despite her arduous efforts to ingratiate herself with F4, she chose to invest such diligence into her studies rather than reaping benefits from their company. It was evident that this special enrollment student lacked a true understanding of the immense advantages that affiliation with elite families could confer, thus missing the forest for the trees. As her daily life remained monotonous, discussions about her on the forum dwindled. The academy was never short of fresh topics, and, as the buzz surrounding her subsided, surprisingly, her reputation within the school began to improve. Recently, posts about her featured individuals coming to her defense. Honestly, that special student seems quite diligent, doesn't she? 1L. I initially came for the gossip, but found her engrossed in her studies all day. Quite commendable. 2L. What good is hard work? Perhaps she simply lacks intelligence and must exert herself so much. 54L. I could carry books around too. No one would know if I were merely performing for show. 55L. Who doesn't he engage in a bit of theatrics? It seems the person above must have been given an anesthetic to the brain at birth. 61L. Regardless, I admire her. I've long found that exhibitionist tiresome. 70L. Don't even mention that guy. He scurried out of the academy like a lost puppy. 72L. What fate awaits someone despised by Sia? 74L. It's laughable. I hear he has lost his status as the heir of the Zhang family. 86L. To be outperformed by a special enrollment student is truly embarrassing for us. 99L. Please refrain from always referring to her as a special enrollment student. She has a name, Lu Yu. Such moderate evaluations were unimaginable for Lu Yu at the beginning of the term, indicating that she had garnered some recognition among her peers. This academy adhered to the most ruthless survival principles, where the weak were merely bullied. Only after demonstrating one's capabilities would they be assessed by a different standard. At the center of the discussions, Lu Yu continued to clutch her books and study fervently. When fatigue overwhelmed her, she began to fantasize. Why couldn't she simply cover her face with a book and take a nap, allowing knowledge to seep into her brain? The intense mental exertion was a torment for both body and mind. Exhausted from her studies, she found herself persistently pursued by someone oblivious to her plight. Lu, my dear, Bai Sikhan said with a bright smile as she stood before her, I have a favor to ask of you. A closer look revealed a glimmer of malice in her eyes. Chapter 22. Entrapment. Are you asking me to help you retrieve a document? Lu Yu inquired. Her expression tinged with confusion as she gazed at Bai Sikhan. Yes, Bai Sikhan replied, her head bowed in a manner that exuded vulnerability. Could you assist me, please? After much consideration, I believe you are the most reliable person. Lu Yu felt a sense of exasperation. She could not fathom why, despite her relentless rejections, Bai Sikhan continued to cling to her. Was she truly a master of seduction? Fine, Lu Yu acquiesced. Let's go. Prolonging the matter would only hinder her academic progress. She was determined to resolve this today. Upon hearing Lu Yu's agreement, Bai Sikhan felt a wave of relief wash over her. The recent string of rejections had left her psychologically scarred, even leading her to question whether Lu Yu had some underlying issues. How many women had a special admit like her encountered? Despite her overt flirtations, Lu Yu remained unmoved. Thank you so much, Lu Yu, Bai Sikhan said softly, her words crafted to evoke a sense of protectiveness. I truly don't know what I would do without you. The archives were located on the 3rd floor, not far from their current position. The 3rd floor? Lu Yu suddenly recalled something. It seemed that Ji Jingli's office was also on that floor. Since their enrollment, she had had the least interaction with him. Surely, it was unlikely that they would cross paths today. Among the 4 male leads, he was the one she feared the most. Indeed, the archive room was quite close. "Is this the place?" she asked while standing at the entrance, noticing a thin layer of dust on the ground. It was evident that the archives had not been utilized for some time. "That's odd," Liu pondered. "If no one has used it, why are the documents left here?" A sense of wariness crept over her as she stealthily slipped her hand into her pocket. Bai Sikhan nodded and then, adopting a pitiful tone, implored, "Liu Yu, could you please go in first? I'm a bit afraid of the dark." Liu Yu thought that Bai Sichuan's acting could use improvement. It might work on some naive boys at school, but it would hardly fool anyone in the real world. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and complied with the request, pushing the door open. The door creaked slightly, and dust was stirred into the air, causing a momentary choking sensation. The archive room was dimly lit, with neatly arranged cabinets and a window concealed by curtains barely visible. Is there no light?" Just as Liu Yu contemplated this, a soft body suddenly collided with her. In the darkness, Bai Sikhan grasped Liu Yu's clothing, pressing herself tightly against her. "Liu Yu, I truly like you." This location had been meticulously chosen by Bai Sikhan. It was sufficiently private and dim to evoke deep-seated desires. A young man and woman, enclosed in a small room, engaged in intimate contact. Whatever they did would remain undiscovered. Liu Yu was taken aback by this maneuver. This sister was indeed a master of seduction. She flailed in an attempt to push Bai Sikhan away. "Bai Sikhan, please don't do this." Bai Sikhan was unconvinced that Liu Yu would genuinely refuse her. Aside from Xiu, other boys were superficial creatures. Right now, Liu Yu was merely putting on an act of virtue. Her advances grew bolder. "Please don't reject me." "Okay." The collar had been rubbed open. Liu Yu realized that regardless of whose strength it was, it surpassed her own. Bai Sikhan appeared delicate and fragile. Yet her actions were resolute and unambiguous. If this continued, they would surely venture into adult territory. Gritting her teeth, Liu Yu steeled herself, declaring, "Actually, I need to take care of my stomach." Bai Sikhan was momentarily taken aback, her actions pausing in shock. Observing that this tactic was effective, Liu Yu continued in a pained tone, "I appreciate your feelings, Bai classmate, but it is impossible for us. I have long lost the most vital function of a man. Moreover, I genuinely do not harbor any affection for you." Bai Sikhan, despite her profound thoughts, was left speechless. Her earlier remark about Liu Yu's issues had been said in anger, yet it seemed there was a grain of truth. After a considerable pause, Bai Sikhan swallowed hard and replied, "It's all right. I don't mind. I like you, and I can accept everything about you." How absurd. In truth, she was utterly disgusted. Nevertheless, she needed Liu Yu's assistance to get closer to Xiu. Furthermore, by demonstrating such understanding and accepting significant physiological shortcomings, Liu Yu would surely become devoted to her, thus aiding her with greater diligence. Her hand slid down once more. Liu Yu took a deep breath. Was she truly unwilling to give up at this point? She decided to lay it all bare. "Bai Sikhan, you do not like me. You merely wish to use me to approach Brother Xie. I have known since the moment you first sought me out. Do not always treat others as fools." She intended to leave Bai Sikhan with a shred of dignity, but if the other party did not cherish it, she could not be blamed. Bai Sichuan's pupils constricted sharply. The shame of being seen through and the anger of being mocked surged within her simultaneously. Liu Yu had actually figured it out. Did that mean she had been the subject of ridicule all this time? Enraged, a thought raced through her mind. Since Liu Yu was aware, she might very well report her to Xiu, and she would never allow such a scenario to unfold. In the next moment, Bai Sikhan took an action that Liu Yu had never anticipated. She began to rub her own skin, creating red marks. "Hey, don't think I'll take responsibility," Liu Yu started, but Bai Sikhan abruptly stepped back, feigning a stumble over the threshold and collapsing onto the ground, screaming, "Let me go. What you're doing is illegal." "What?" Liu Yu was utterly bewildered. She hadn't done anything. Bai Sikhan, tears brimming in her eyes, cried out, "I beg you, Liu classmate, don't come near me. It's impossible for us." Finally, Liu Yu grasped the situation. Was she trying to accuse her of harassment? This was bad. She had forgotten such melodramatic traps existed in ancient literature. She should not have applied modern reasoning to characters from novels. The piercing female voice reverberated through the corridor. What is happening? What is going on over there? Teacher Liao, let us go see. Two teachers, having heard the commotion, hurried over. The younger male teacher, upon seeing Bai Sichuan on the ground, was instantly filled with rage. What is going on here? Bai Sichuan's attire was disheveled, marked with crimson bruises as she lay on the ground, her expression fraught with panic. Anyone witnessing the scene would undoubtedly perceive it as a harrowing portrayal of someone who had suffered mistreatment. Upon noticing the arrival of her teacher, she immediately cried out, "Teacher, please help me. Classmate Lu brought me here and attempted to do such things to me." How could a young teacher remain unmoved by the tears of a girl? Without a moment's hesitation, he directed his ire towards Lu Yu, first glancing at the school badge on Lu's collar before sternly admonishing, "You accompany me to the Academic Affairs office at once. A student of your moral depravity is utterly unworthy of the privilege of special admission." Chapter 23. The reversal by Sichuan trembled on the ground in response to his voice. The young teacher, filled with compassion, promptly removed his coat to cover Bai Sichuan, reassuring her, "Do not fear. The teacher will seek justice for you." It was utterly revolting to witness such behavior directed at a female classmate. He was determined to teach the offender a lesson today. Bai Sichuan seized the moment to lament. "Thank you, teacher. I'm so grateful you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have. Classmate Lu is truly so rough. I am terrified." Lu Yu was taken aback. She resolved to retract her earlier comment regarding Bai Sichuan's lack of acting skills. With such talent, why bother with school? She could effortlessly enter the entertainment industry and claim the Best Actress award upon debut. Noticing Lu Yu's immobility, the young teacher grew even more incensed. What is this attitude? Hurry up and apologize. Lu Yu remained still, responding, "I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I apologize? If I genuinely apologize, it would imply guilt." The young teacher admonished, still being obstinate. "At such a young age, lacking proper conduct, you dare to bully a female classmate? Do you not feel ashamed?" Lu Yu, though chastised, did not retort but quietly regarded Bai Sichuan, who was sobbing while covering her face, consumed by dark thoughts. She intended to solidify the situation. Only by framing Lu Yu as the perpetrator would Bai Sichuan claims Lu's credibility, ensuring her own image in Xie Xiuyu's eyes remained untarnished. As for the consequences Lu Yu might face from the slander, that was of no concern to her. At that moment, another female teacher, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally spoke up. Lu Yu recognized her as Liao Ning, her subject teacher. "Classmate Lu, entering this academy as a special recruit is no small feat. Are you truly willing to squander such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" Liao Ning's tone was not harsh, yet it wielded more impact than the young teacher's earlier fury. Her expression was solemn. "If the allegations are true, you need not apologize. I will revoke your eligibility for the monthly examination. St. Mary's Academy has no need for morally bankrupt students like you." As a member of the Academic Affairs Office, her authority surpassed that of ordinary teachers. Upon hearing these words, Bai Sichuan nearly burst into laughter. She had not anticipated that the summoned teacher would be from the Academic Affairs Office. Now, Lu Yu faced not only disciplinary action, but possibly expulsion. This fortuitously alleviated her concerns. Bai Sichuan whispered, "Classmate Lu, you might as well admit it. If you sincerely apologize, I. She hesitated, wanting to convey forgiveness but faltering, once again covering her face and sobbing. The young teacher, moved, offered gentle comfort. His gaze toward Lu Yu grew increasingly hostile. Ignoring him, Lu Yu turned to Liao Ning. "If I were to assert my innocence, would you believe me?" Liao Ning replied cautiously, "That would depend on your explanation." Having witnessed Lu Yu's academic diligence, she was willing to grant her an opportunity to explain. Meanwhile, the young teacher seethed, "Are you still trying to wriggle out of this? Could it be that this young lady has brought this upon herself?" Lu Yu, the young teacher, "The truth is evident." A voice, rich with intrigue, echoed through the air. "It seems quite lively here. A gentleman of refined elegance, exuding a warmth akin to jade, approached gracefully, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his handsome features as he came to a halt beside the group. It was Ji Jingli. As Ji Jingli arrived, the expressions of the two teachers shifted, their demeanor turning respectful as they nodded in deference, devoid of any trace of arrogance typically associated with their status. In the presence of authority, the distinction between teacher and student becomes trivial. Ji Jingli returned their nods with a smile, then turned to Lu Yu. What has transpired? Even without his F4 identity, as the president of the student council, he was warranted to inquire. The young teacher, eager to speak, interjected. It is this student who, did I ask you? Ji Jingli did not even cast a glance in his direction. His tone, though gentle, conveyed an unmistakable chill. In an instant, the young teacher's complexion paled. I apologize, I was hasty. Meanwhile, Bai Sikhan, sitting on the ground, felt an ominous premonition stir within her. Why had Ji Jingli appeared just at this moment? Moreover, it seemed he intended to advocate for Lu Yu. Had Lu Yu not only entangled herself with Xie Xiuyu, but also caught Ji Jingli's attention? How could that be? Wasn't F4 known for their lofty standards? Lu Yu herself was taken aback by Ji Jingli's arrival. However, this did not deter her from presenting the facts. This classmate, Bai Sikhan, initially attempted to seduce me, and upon failing, claimed that I had coerced her. I am genuinely curious as to why she would resort to such measures, considering I had not laid a finger on her throughout. Lu Yu's tone was devoid of anger, marked instead by a calm rationality that, to outsiders, may have appeared as brazen falsehood. The young teacher beside her clenched his fists in anger, while Liao Ning furrowed his brow, shaking his head in dismay. Utterly unconvincing, Ji Jingli maintained his outwardly gentle smile, his stance on the matter indiscernible. He simply stated, I see. Then let us handle it as you suggest. According to Article 37 of the school regulations, slandering a fellow student warrants disciplinary action. I shall leave this matter to Teacher Liao. He did not solicit the opinions of others before rendering his decision. Bai Sikhan felt an intense sense of injustice welling up within her, her lips nearly bitten to the point of bleeding. Ji Jingli was clearly siding with Lu Yu. How could this be? She was on the verge of success. After all her sacrifices, a single word from him had rendered her efforts futile. The young teacher, moved by her plight, impulsively spoke out. Yet, it was undeniably his fault, Lin Mingji. Ji Jingli scrutinized the name tag on the young teacher's attire, articulating each syllable with precision. The young teacher seemed frozen in place, as if struck by a spell. A commendable name. It surely took considerable effort for his family to secure a position at the academy. Ji Jingli's tone remained gentle. It bore an immense weight. In a mere utterance, Lin Mingji comprehended the gravity of the situation. This was a warning. In this academy, no one could question the decisions of F4. The result of doubt leads to the dissolution of a lifetime of effort, as one tumbles from the pinnacle of achievement to the depths of despair. Lin Mingji cannot afford this. He dares not risk all his past endeavors for the sake of a single student. Ji Jingli requires no further words. His pallid countenance falls as he bows his head. I comprehend the gravity of the situation. As a member of the Academic Affairs Office, Liao Ning understands even more profoundly. The weight of power is sufficient to distort the truth. She casts a remorseful glance at Bai Sikhan on the ground, then turns her gaze towards Lu Yu, her disappointment palpable. It is evident that, as Lu Yu's teacher, she will extend no further assistance to her. Are you satisfied with this resolution? Ji Jingli smiles at Lu Yu, as if they were truly affectionate roommates. If this is insufficient, I can further assist you in seeking retribution. This is hardly assistance. It merely shifts the burden of animosity onto him. Lu Yu had never anticipated such a turn of events. When did she become so familiar with Ji Jingli? Considering his position, she musters a sycophantic smile. Thank you, Jigu, for believing in me. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. She cradles her face in her hands, mimicking Bai Sikhan's earlier expression. Is that so? Ji Jingli leans in slightly, breaching the bounds of social distance as he locks eyes with Lu Yu. His irises are so dark that they seem to penetrate the depths of her soul, revealing the restless spirit of this little roommate. Why do I sense that your gratitude lacks sincerity? Lu Yu stiffens, instinctively raising her hands to shield her face. Forcing a smile. I am indeed sincerely grateful. Is that so? Ji Jingli effortlessly entwines his fingers with hers, pushing her hand aside. Their proximity intensifies, breaths mingling, and she can nearly feel the warmth of his exhalation upon her cheek. Allow me to enlighten you, Lu Yu. This gesture of yours suggests a defensive posture. Lu Yu's pupils tremble. The youth before her possesses skin as delicate as silken tofu, so tender that a mere touch might dissolve it. His luminous black eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ji Jingli is inexplicably struck by this thought. Her restless nature belies an outward appearance of calm. Surely, a little teasing would elicit tears from her. Is this the expression she uses to manipulate her two friends? How clumsy. To the onlookers, their actions appear almost flirtatious. Bai Sikhan, covered by a garment, ignores the assistance of a nearby young teacher, her gaze fixed intently on the scene before her. So, is a specially admitted student, so intimately acquainted with Ji Jingli. By what right? Her meticulous schemes have faltered for the third time at Lu Yu's expense, and her resentment is palpable. Lu Yu feels the heat of surrounding eyes, discomfort washing over her. She hastily retreats a couple of steps to create distance. Ji Gu, you misunderstand me. There is an unsettling oddity in Ji Jingli's closeness that she cannot shake off. Something feels amiss. Ji Jingli straightens his posture, his words laden with implication. Is this attitude appropriate towards the one who just saved you? Moreover, has Lu forgotten that I am still your employer? His tone was steady and soothing, akin to the flowing of string instruments. The employer has saved your life. Next month's contract should be discounted for me. What? A discount? It is utterly impossible to offer a discount. It will never happen in this lifetime. Mentioning anything else might merely embarrass Lu Yu, but discussing money is tantamount to threatening her very existence. She initially thought that since Ji Jingli had intervened, this matter could simply be set aside. Being misunderstood was of little consequence. However, when it comes to finances, that is absolutely unacceptable. Lu Yu fumbled for her phone, retrieving from her pocket, displaying a distinct recording interface. She calmly stated, "In fact, I have recorded the conversation." Chapter 24. The conclusion, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Only Ji Jingli's lips curled into a slight smirk. His initial intention was to offer timely assistance, thereby gaining Lu Yu's trust for future inquiries. However, he had not anticipated that she would be so well prepared. Was his intervention rendered superfluous? The two teachers exchanged glances, their faces betraying unease. Lu Yu picked up her phone. I can no longer offer explanations. Let us play the recording directly. Just as she was about to press play, the hem of her pants was yanked down forcefully. Bai Sikhan clutched at her pants with a pleading expression, her voice trembling with desperation. Please don't play it. She looked utterly disheveled, her hair matted with dust, tears streaming down her cheeks. I beg you, Lu classmate, I apologize. I will do anything you ask, as long as you can forgive me. If the recording was revealed, it would spell disaster for her. She had never imagined that her opponent would be so cautious, even preparing a recording in advance. Before Lu Yu could respond, Ji Jingli moved. He turned slightly, his movements graceful, as the polished tip of his shoe came down firmly on the hand that Bai Sikhan had used to grasp Lu Yu's pant leg. The pattern of the shoe's sole met flesh with a resounding impact. Bai Sikhan cried out in pain as her hand was pinned down. Ji Jingli maintained a calm demeanor. It's too noisy. He found the situation unexpectedly amusing. At that moment, the recording began to play. Lu classmate. I like you. No. The entire picture began to clarify. From the outset, Lu Yu had been rejecting Bai Sikhan, who had relentlessly pursued her, even fabricating falsehoods and pretending to be wronged in a bid to frame Lu Yu. As the recording continued, the two teachers' faces flushed with shame. The younger teacher, in particular, turned crimson and could no longer bear to stay. They had been too hasty. Without allowing Lu Yu a chance to explain, they had hastily condemned her. Furthermore, Liao Ning adjusted her glasses and sincerely stated, I apologize, Lu classmate. I allowed my biases to cloud my judgment. I extend my sincerest apologies here. To make amends, I will do my utmost to assist you in the future. Yet, she spoke in the tone of a mentor, cautioning that if there were issues, One should not shy away from seeking help. This was precisely why Lu Yu preferred to endure misunderstandings rather than clarify matters. The declaration in the recording, "I am nurturing my stomach," resonated powerfully, causing the entire assembly to shift in expression. Goodness, how humiliating. This was akin to social death. The young teacher bowed deeply. "Em sore, elu classmate." His guilt was so profound that he wished to slap himself twice. After apologizing, his gaze swept disdainfully over the prostrate by Sikhan. He had never witnessed such malevolence, using one's own innocence to ensnare a fellow student. By Sikhan, feeling the disdainful stares of the crowd and the pain in her hand, was engulfed by despair. She slumped to the ground, her body trembling with anxiety. It was over. Everything was over. With Ji Jingli present, she would undoubtedly face the harshest repercussions, leading to her expulsion from St. Mary's Academy. No! Bai Sikhan lowered her head, her nails digging into the ground, leaving behind white scratches. She could not accept expulsion. She would not concede. Wait, and there's Xiaoyu. Indeed, hope suddenly ignited in Bai Sichuan's eyes. She cherished him so dearly. He must certainly sense her feelings. If she were plead with him, he would undoubtedly respond. Regardless of Bai Sichuan's thoughts, the matter had already been settled. It was nothing more than a farce. Lu Yu did not trouble the two teachers, but merely accepted their apologies. Subsequently, she observed as Bai Sikhan was dragged away like a lifeless dog by the two educators, feeling a pang of sorrow akin to the grief of a rabbit mourning the death of a fox. She felt no sympathy for Bai Sikhan. Rather, she was apprehensive about potentially sharing the same fate as the original owner of this body. Countless possibilities for life once existed, now starkly contrasted against this merciless world where the cost of error was exceedingly high. Yet, turning away, Lu Yu beamed with a radiant smile. Yi, could we possibly renegotiate this discount? I truly cannot afford to lose even a single penny. Ji Jingli smiled gently, responding at a leisurely pace. As for the matter of discounts, it is not entirely out of the question. However, I did assist you just now, did I not? Lu Yu nodded, realizing that Ji Jingli could have been far harsher. Thus, Ji Jingli regarded her as if she were a rabbit about to fall into a trap. Next Wednesday at 2 p.m., I shall await you in the 4th lounge of the teaching building. His smile held a depth of meaning, precisely targeting Lu Yu's vulnerabilities. Do not be late. Tardiness incurs a penalty. Lu Yu. The mere mention of a penalty for lateness instantly dredged up a torrent of past memories. Ensure the task is completed. The youth before her, his eyes sparkling, radiated vitality even after enduring such recent events. Ji Jingli's smile deepened, finding the situation rather amusing. Was that glimmer in his eyes genuine or feigned? Was today's incident merely a coincidence, or had Lu Yu orchestrated this little drama for him? He always harbored a suspicion that Lu Yu was profoundly cunning. He would pierce through this fade. By the way, before departing, Ji Jingli offered a considerate remark. Do not feel ashamed if you have health issues. Remember to visit the hospital for a thorough checkup. Even he felt a tinge of sympathy. No man could bear the thought of male dysfunction being made public. Lu Yu's smile froze. She had thought Ji Jingli would pretend not to hear, only for him to choose this moment to speak up. This fellow was undoubtedly intentional. What is wrong with nurturing one's stomach? Caring for oneself is a true blessing for a man. Yesterday's events left a significant psychological shadow over Lu Yu. No wonder Bai Sikhan could be considered a notorious antagonist in the original text, so brazenly seeking to harm her. Failing to seduce, she resorted to sabotage. One might mistakenly believe that Bai Sikhan harbored a crush on her rather than on Xiaoyu. Lu Yu took a deep breath, casting her troubles aside, and began to read her book with utmost seriousness. Do not inquire about love and romance. She was merely a 6th grade student, and her foremost duty was to study diligently. The morning classes were unremarkable. Breakfast consisted of the same familiar fare. However, trouble arrived after the second lesson. A flamboyantly dressed young man with lightly curled brown hair approached Lu Yu's table, an unpleasant expression etched upon his face. Lu Yu glanced at his school badge. Wang Ziming. Isn't he the one infatuated with Bai Sikhan? He was also once the object of Jiang Yan's secret affection. Without needing to speculate, Lu Yu was certain this fellow had come to defend by Sikhan. Chapter 25. Endless, indeed. Wang Ziming was utterly unrestrained, launching into a barrage of inquiries. What have you done to Sikhan? Why was she weeping so desperately on the phone? I warn you, Sikhan is mine. You are unworthy of laying a finger on her. The memory of Sichan's words from yesterday pierced his heart. Ziming, without you, I truly do not know what to do. The frail sound of her sobs echoed in his ears, inflaming his anger further. Answer me. Speak. Lu Yu lifted her gaze. Wang Ziming assumed she was about to divulge the reason, leaning in to listen intently. However, Lu Yu remarked, Move aside, you are blocking the light. Do not disrupt her studies. She has already become immune to loud outbursts. Do villains in ancient novels possess such loud voices? I wonder if there's a market for throat lozenges at school. When the arguing tires her, she could simply offer throat lozenges, priced at 500 each, without negotiation, to sustain their quarrels. Wang Ziming seethed with indignation. How dare a specially admitted student speak to him in such a manner? What is his attitude? For every ounce of pain you inflict upon Sikhan, I shall return it tenfold upon you. Ah, how domineering, how romantic. Why not declare that should you harm her, I will obliterate your entire paradise? Lu Yu shrugged. I have not harmed her. It is likely she sought compensation for emotional damages from by Sikhan, is it not? Wang Ziming slammed his hand on the table. Impossible. From Sichan's words, it was clear that Lu Yu had wronged her. Why are you slamming the table? Who are you slamming it for? Jiang Yin suddenly appeared from nowhere, positioning herself protectively in front of Lu Yu, glaring at Wang Ziming. If you intend to vent for your beloved little Bai Lian, at least choose the right venue. Wang Ziming was speechless. What does this have to do with you? I told you I do not like you. Do not cling to me. He instinctively assumed Jiang Yin had come seeking him. What are you saying? I'm not clinging to you. Jiang Yan's voice escalated, glancing nervously at Lu Yu before glaring back at Wang Ziming. It was my blindness that led me to like you in the first place. Wang Ziming was incredulous. Jiang Yin, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Jiang Yin speak to him in such a way? They had met at a family gathering, and she had harbored feelings for him for 3 entire years. How could she possibly not like him anymore, even if he favored by Sikhan? Jiang Yin should have continued to adore her. Jiang Yin scoffed. What nonsense am I speaking? The last time I caught your scent on the street, I turned to discover it was emanating from a public restroom. To kiss you would feel like the end of my life. She had come to realize that Wang Ziming was not worthy of her affection. Yet her harsh words stemmed from fear that Lu Yu would mind her past feelings for Wang Ziming. Wang Ziming's face darkened with rage. He took several deep breaths before declaring indignantly, Say whatever you wish. I tell you, even if you intend to play hard to get, I shall never like you. Moreover, I am here to find her. He pointed at Lu Yu. Answer me, what transpired yesterday? Why did Sikhan tell me she wished to withdraw from school? Lu Yu was afforded no opportunity to respond. Jiang Yin once again positioned herself in front of Lu Tong and forcefully swatted away Wang Ziming's hand. Who are you referring to? Her vibrant red hair gleamed, and her demeanor was unapologetically bold. The matter of the little white lotus contemplating withdrawal from school was her own concern, irrelevant to Lu Tong. Such a person deserves whatever fate befalls her. At this point, Wang Ziming grew displeased. He could tolerate Jiang Yan's insults directed at him, but he would not stand for anyone disparaging by Sikhan. An argument ensued between the two. I won't allow you to speak of her, and if you don't allow it, I simply won't. Do you think your words carry divine authority? What has happened to you? What has changed? If I don't pander to you, your fragile ego shatters like glass. Jiang Yin was fiercely aggressive, and within mere moments, she had rendered Wang Ziming's face crimson with anger. They were embroiled in a heated dispute, while Lu Yu remained focused on her exam. Only after completing the final multiple-choice question did she look up, her tone calm. You might as well ask the teacher in the academic office. I don't know. She felt no obligation to explain anything to Wang Ziming. Jiang Yin forcefully pushed Wang Ziming aside, stating, Did you hear me? Go ask the teacher. Stop being such a nuisance here. She found Wang Ziming increasingly bothersome, struggling to recall why she had ever liked him. He paled in comparison to Lu Yu, lacking both in looks and character. Casting Wang Ziming aside, Jiang Yin approached Lu Yu's desk with a medicine box in hand, cheerfully offering, This fish oil was purchased from a foreign hospital. It's said to be quite beneficial for the brain. Would you like to try it? I know you're under considerable pressure from the monthly exams. Don't overexert yourself. Lu Yu politely declined. Such a brain-enhancing supplement is better suited for you. You need it more. Jiang Yin hugged the fish oil with delight. Oh, all right. Hee hee. Lu Yu is showing concern for me. Wang Ziming, unable to tolerate her foolish demeanor, retorted in exasperation. Are you foolish? Others are subtly mocking your intellect. Jiang Yin rolled her eyes. Spare me your attempts at sowing discord. Lu Yu is undoubtedly concerned for me. Turning a page of her exam paper, Lu Yu diagnosed Jiang Yin as predicament. This isn't a lack of intelligence. It's simply infatuation. The two of them continued to berate him, while Wang Ziming found himself ignored, feeling thoroughly embarrassed and unable to remain any longer. Before leaving, he shot a glare at Lu Yu, vowing to remember this special recruit. It was all this special recruit's fault. She had harmed by Sick Hun and caused Jiang Yin to behave so oddly. When the opportunity arose, he would ensure she faced the consequences. Wang Ziming's departure elicited no concern from anyone. Lu Yu, grateful for Jiang Yan's help in driving him away, seized the rare opportunity to engage in conversation with her. That new hair color suits you splendidly. Jiang Yan responded with joy. You can actually tell? My friends can't even distinguish between rose red and raspberry red. Lu Yu surmised that this was comparable to how straight men often struggle to name lipstick shades. A girl as flamboyant as Jiang Yan was indeed suited to more vibrant hair colors. The two chatted for quite a while, until Jiang Yan suddenly inquired. I recall you ranked third in the entrance exam, correct? Lu Yu nodded. Yes, but those were the original owner's results. The content of the exams differs significantly between the two worlds. I likely won't be anywhere near third place this time. Jiang Yin excitedly proposed an idea. I have discovered that among this year's special recruits, the one with the highest grades is a boy named Ji Heshue. If you're concerned about the rankings, I can arrange for someone to give him a beating, preventing him from attending this upcoming monthly exam. She spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if bullying someone were as simple as eating or drinking. Lu Yu's pen came to a halt, and she was once again reminded of the status of special recruits in this academy, at the very bottom, utterly marginalized. What they held in high regard, capable of determining their future examinations, was of little consequence to those privileged offspring. Lu Yu fell into silence. Jiang Yin immediately sensed the shift and hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. In her eagerness to assert herself, she had forgotten that the boy before her was also a special recruit. Such treatment of her peers would undoubtedly incite discontent. She repeatedly expressed her apologies. I'm sorry. If it displeases you, I shall refrain from making such remarks in the future. Lu Yu shook her head, her smile still radiant. It's all right. However, please do not resort to such measures. I wish to rely on my own abilities for the exam. Yet internally, she silently categorized Jiang Yin as outside her circle of acquaintances. She found a semblance of similarity with Ji Jingli. Both appeared warm on the surface, yet harbored a cool demeanor within. Those who trespassed her boundaries rarely received a second chance. They were not of the same ilk. That's a relief. Jiang Yin exhaled, captivated anew by her smile. She quickly added, after the monthly exam, let us go out. I'll take you to the newly opened ski resort at my home. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement, seemingly engaged, yet her pen continued its relentless movement. Since she could neither pursue a romantic relationship with Jiang Yin nor forge a friendship, the most favorable outcome would be to gradually drift apart. Chapter 26. The male supporting character indeed. Lu Yu was quite familiar with the name Ji Heshue. He was one of the significant male supporting characters in the original narrative, possessing far more substantial screen time and a far more tragic fate than she. From beginning to end, he was a quintessential tragic figure, a mere pawn in the story. Ji Heshue entered St. Mary's Academy with the highest marks in the entire school, yet this very distinction led others to demand his assistance in cheating. When he refused, he was subjected to relentless bullying, isolated, mocked, had his belongings thrown away, and endured physical assaults. His plight was dire. It was the second female lead, Chu Yuan, who ultimately rescued him from this torment. However, her intentions were far from altruistic. She sought to exploit him as a tool for her own purposes. Grateful to Chui Woan, Ji Hushue undertook many unsavory tasks on her behalf, tasks that she could not perform herself. In time, these actions were brought to light, tarnishing Ji Hushue's reputation and leading to further victimization and a decline in his academic performance. At this juncture, Chui Woan did not hesitate to abandon him. Even when Ji Hushue was driven to despair and ultimately lost his life at the hands of the Chu family's enemies, she shamelessly capitalized on his demise, extracting the last vestiges of value from him. In the end, Chui Woan stood before Ji Hushue's grave, shedding tears of regret. She expressed her apologies, lamenting that she should not have utilized him in such a way. She claimed to have learned her lesson and hoped for his forgiveness. Yet at that moment, she had already seized control of the Chu family's power and was on the verge of marrying Shui Ran, having built her success upon the ruins of his existence. What worth does a belated apology hold? Once life has departed, it cannot be reclaimed. Unlike the original protagonist, Ji Hushue had committed no wrongdoing. His existence served merely to facilitate Chui Woan's malevolent deeds and to provide the catalyst for her eventual redemption. He was in every sense a tool, wholly expendable. Lu Yu felt a deep sympathy for him as she read the original text. Despite possessing an exceptional intellect and remarkable abilities, he met such a tragic end. Yet, to her astonishment, just days after hearing Ji Hushue's name, she encountered him in person. Outside the teaching building, in a secluded corner, a large trash bin lay overturned, spilling an array of filthy refuse across the ground, amidst which sat a slender young man. His disheveled hair fell across his forehead, obscuring his features, revealing only his finely sculpted jaw and slightly pale lips. Nonetheless, he wore his school uniform meticulously, clearly cherishing it greatly. At that moment, however, the uniform was stained with grease, and its hem had turned a grimy black. Even so, the group standing before him showed no mercy. "Hey, didn't you hear me talking to you?" one of them taunted. "When the exam comes, be smart and share the answers with us. We won't make it too difficult for you. Did you FING hear me? Are you deaf? Respond to your father." The taunts came thick and fast, laced with threats and insults, their arrogance palpable. Bang! Another brutal kick landed in his abdomen, causing the young man to curl up in pain, his back arching agonizingly. Yet he remained silent. Someone spat on the ground, hurling a piece of paper at his face. "Damn, this is so boring. Is this guy mute? How could he be mute? He answers questions in class quite cleverly, doesn't he?" The young man remained silent, awaiting the impending brutality, not offering any resistance, perhaps recognizing his own helplessness. "Stop!" Lu Yu's voice pierced through the scene of merciless bullying. The assailants glanced at her, scoffing indifferently upon noticing the school badge at her collar. How bold of a special student to meddle. "Do you wish to share in his beating? It's dull to pummel someone who acts like a mute," they jeered. Lu Yu regarded them with calm composure. "I advise you to behave yourselves. While it may be commonplace to bully special students in private, should this incident find its way online, it would no longer be deemed acceptable." She brandished her phone, displaying the freshly taken photographs, which would spell trouble if made public. This encapsulated the most twisted aspect of the academy, the tacit acceptance of a power hierarchy that permitted the oppression of the lower classes, all while maintaining a facade of propriety. Incidents of bullying could be suppressed with money, but once reported on a public platform, the perpetrators would undoubtedly face disciplinary action. "How dare you?" one of them growled, approaching her with clenched fists. "Do you really think you can share those photos? How naive. You should just live like a mouse in its hole instead of pretending to be a champion of justice. Don't blame me if I teach you a lesson." Amidst the tension, another voice piped up, "Wait, Lin. He doesn't seem like an ordinary special student. He is that person." The student, referred to as Lin, impatiently asked, "Which one? Why are you being so cryptic?" Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be the one rooming with the F4? Indeed, that's him. I remember the name. A glint of trepidation flickered in their eyes. Though many regarded Lu Yu as merely a tail-wagging lapdog trailing the F4, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. With the F4's aura surrounding her, exposing the truth would be a mere matter of moments for Lu Yu. She remained unfazed, standing her ground with unwavering confidence, convinced they would not dare to strike. After exchanging glances, the group begrudgingly retreated, cursing as they departed. Consider yourself fortunate today. I'm tired of copying answers. If I perform poorly on this month's exam, what will become of the new car my mother promised me? The last of the group kicked the young man's abdomen once more, casting a provocative glance at Lu Yu. You can shield him now, but can you protect him later? There will be more opportunities. Being targeted by them was an inescapable nightmare. Yet, the two special students remained motionless, exuding an unnerving calmness. Once the assailants had left, Lu Yu did not rush to assist Ji Hashue. She stood at a distance, silent. Ji Hashue remained quiet as well, leaning against the wall, attempting to rise from the ground. However, he had been struck too hard. As he tried to stand, he stumbled, nearly collapsing again, his arm pressed against the wall, veins bulging with effort. Despite the excruciating pain, he cast a glance in Lu Yu's direction. Ji Hashue was undeniably handsome. Like his name, he appeared as cold and pure as snow, resembling a beautifully sculpted figure of ice. His fine strands of hair cascaded gently across his forehead, accentuating his striking black and white eyes. Distant and aloof, even amidst the refuse, he exuded an air of cleanliness and grace. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse. Lu Yu shook her head, replying, "No need to thank me." She had no desire to become entangled with Ji Hashue. Her presence here was merely coincidental, and her conscience would not allow her to turn a blind eye. It seemed Ji Hashue discerned her reluctance to engage in conversation. Pressing his lips together, he trembled slightly as he retrieved a delicately crafted fountain pen from his pocket. "This is for you," he stated, his speech imbued with a peculiar rhythm, concise yet pleasing to the ear. Lu Yu declined. "It's unnecessary." As she observed Ji Hashue rise, her heart lightened, and she turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Hearing his voice from behind, Lu Yu hesitated but eventually halted her steps. After a few hurried footfalls, something came to a stop behind her. When she turned, she found Ji Hashue insistently offering her the pen. "This is for you, thank you." He seemed aware of his unkempt appearance and stood at a distance from her. Meeting Lu Yu's gaze, he simply repeated, "Thank you," his expression revealing a hint of vulnerability. Ultimately, Lu Yu could not refuse. A mere fountain pen should be inconsequential, right? She reached out, accepted the pen, tucked it into her pocket, and hastily departed. Behind her, another voice called out, "What is your name?" It was still Ji Hashue, but this time, Lu Yu did not pause. After all, she had yet to turn her own fate around, let alone save another. She was selfish. She could not redeem him. Lu Yu merely hoped that Ji Hashue would not be so easily deceived into becoming a pawn again. Yet, she knew such a hope was futile. She was acutely aware of the formidable power of the world's will, and the meticulous concern of Chu Yuewan would undoubtedly resonate more profoundly than her casual kindness as a passerby. With a clear mind, Lu Yu remained tethered to the world's consciousness, not to mention Ji Hashue, a character from story. Ji Hashue stood rooted in place, gazing at Lu Yu's receding figure, imprinting every contour of her silhouette into his memory. He remembered not just her form, but also the brightness in her eyes when she had glanced back. There was no pity, no sympathy, only a sense of helplessness. It seemed they were both mere pawns in the game of fate, true kindred spirits. Upon reaching the door of her classroom, Lu Yu finally halted. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to call Xie Fu at the infirmary. "Hello? Sister Xie, are you on duty soon?" Xie Fu replied with concern, "Yes. It's only been a few days. Are you coming to the infirmary again? I told you to take care of yourself." Lu Yu quickly refuted, "It's not me. There might be a classmate visiting the infirmary later. If they are seriously injured, I would appreciate your extra care." Xie Fu asked, "Have you made a new friend?" "No, we are not friends." "Xie Fu, you are not a friend. You would not have taken the trouble to call me otherwise, as you have always been reluctant to owe me any favors." Lu Yu sighed. "It truly isn't that. It's merely a matter of shared suffering." She uttered the last sentence softly. Chapter 27. Master of Wit. Lu Yu sat languidly in her room, idly fiddling with her phone. Fortunately, her habit of arriving half an hour early allowed her to encounter Ji Hashue and still make it to the lounge on time. This was the address provided by Ji Jingli for her resting area. She was familiar with this place, as it was part of the exclusive F Fort territory. where numerous pivotal scenes unfolded, scenes not meant for prying eyes. To deter outsiders, the stairwell was secured with a locked door, requiring a passcode for entry. The lounge was adorned in a manner befitting the affluent young masters, exuding opulence, as always. Even with her lack of artistic knowledge, Lu Yu could discern the considerable value of the paintings that adorned the walls. The other decor was equally exquisite, arranged with an artful touch. Indeed, any single item could fetch enough to cover her living expenses for several years. However, upon entering and confirming that no chores awaited her, she immersed herself in her phone. Stealing from the F4? She wasn't reckless enough to jeopardize her life for mere money. Click! The door swung open. Ji Jingli stepped in, favoring light-colored attire that complemented his elegant features. A ray of sunlight streamed in with his movement, softening his demeanor. "Good afternoon," he greeted warmly, as if addressing a close friend. "Apologies for keeping you waiting." One could only admire how flawlessly he assumed the role of a gentleman, concealing the fact that he had just been scrutinizing Lu Yu's actions through the lounge's surveillance. Ji Jingli was curious whether Lu Yu, given her affinity for wealth, might be inclined to dishonesty. Thus, he had displayed his valuables ostentatiously. Now that Lu Yu had passed his test, he regarded her with a slightly elevated assessment. She was no fool. Lu Yu promptly stood. "Good afternoon, Ji Ge." How could she remain seated while her employer stood? Ji Jingli took a seat, adopting a casual tone. "Please sit down. How have you been adjusting since starting school?" Lu Yu was puzzled by his inquiry and replied honestly, "It's fine. It would be even better without all you troublemakers around." Yi Yingli smiled. "Don't be anxious. You can share anything with me. I still have some influence at the school." Lu Yu shook her head. "Everything is quite good, and my classmates are very kind." The moment the word kind left her lips, both fell into a tacit silence. Campus bullying and malicious threats had become a grim reality. If this was kindness, then surely prison would be the most benevolent place on earth. Ji Jingli inquired, "Is that so?" Lu Yu affirmed, Yes. I'm genuinely touched by your concern, Ji Ge." While seeking assistance from superiors was acceptable, overly expressing one's troubles might lead them to perceive you as inept, incapable of handling even minor issues. Even if she nearly faced a deadly encounter, she would merely mention a slight stain on her clothing. Lu Yu was determined not to squander her precious opportunity for help. Ji Jingli, meeting her sparkling gaze, nearly lost his smile, but decided to change the topic. Their insincere conversation continued for several minutes, and with each response, Lu Yu grew more composed. She gradually reclaimed the sensation of her past interviews, embellishing her answers where she could and fabricating responses where she could not. After all, Ji Jingli was not genuinely concerned for her well-being. Indeed, upon noticing her increasingly vibrant conversational state, Ji Jingli ceased his inquiries and slowly caressed his fingertips. Lu Yu observed the empty cup beside him. Her instincts piqued. "Yi, shall I pour you a glass of water?" Ji Jingli offered a gentle smile. "Sure, but I would prefer coffee." His intention was merely to lower Lu Yu's defenses for a more fluid dialogue, yet he found himself ensnared instead. Her psychological resilience was commendable. Lu Yu acquiesced, "All right." She sauntered over to the tea station, arranging the coffee-making tools with grace, grinding, brewing, and filtering with movements as fluid as a flowing stream. Her posture was both professional and aesthetically pleasing, exuding a captivating allure. Once more, it rings true. Those who are dedicated to their tasks are invariably the most enchanting. Ji Jingli initially cast a casual glance, yet could not divert his gaze, even halting his previous motions. It was only when the coffee cup was delicately set upon the table that he regained his focus. "Did you learn to make coffee before?" Lu Yu replied, "Yes. I work part-time." She could hardly recall the number of part-time jobs she had juggled, often working tirelessly throughout the day. Initially, to master the art of brewing coffee swiftly, she had spent an entire night practicing in secret, enduring the barista's frosty demeanor while shamelessly striving to please. Her smile nearly splitting her face as she endeavored to acquire more techniques. In the realm of coffee making, she was undoubtedly a professional. Yi Yingli, intrigued, lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip, his brows softening. The flavor exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. Even the sweetness. How did you know the right amount of sugar to add? He had a penchant for sweetness. which corresponded to the level he typically requested when someone else brewed his coffee. Standing obediently beside him, Lu Yu mused that such details had been mentioned in novels. Since deciding to become one of the protagonist's companions, she had diligently noted every small detail about them, memorizing them thoroughly. This habit had persisted from her part-time work. If one is to do something, it must be done to perfection. Yet, she could not simply state, "I noticed the coffee sugar on Gi's desk," and adjusted the sweetness accordingly. Instead, she inquired with concern, "Is it not to your liking? I can brew another cup." Ji Jingli took another sip before responding, "No need." His gaze deepened slightly. Lu Yu appeared to understand him well. Akin to that day, when she inadvertently let slip that she knew he dabbled in painting. She was clear-minded, composed, and efficient in her tasks. Truly a commendable candidate for a subordinate. Regrettably, her intentions were not entirely pure. Lu Yu watched as Ji Jingli savored the coffee at a leisurely pace, with a touch of sunlight filtering through. The scene before her was perfect enough to be featured in a coffee advertisement, effortlessly eclipsing a myriad of sugary commercials. Were the three essential elements of a photograph. Models, models, and models. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality by Ji Jingli's voice. "Lu, classmate, you are quite clever." His tone was neither hurried nor slow. Perfectly measured. Yet he added, "However, I must remind you that there are certain things that should not be done." "Huh? What things?" Lu Yu was taken aback. Had she indeed been discovered for sneaking snacks from the refrigerator? Surely, she couldn't be that petty. If one cannot indulge in midnight snacks, then why does the refrigerator possess a light? Observing her perplexed expression, Ji Jingli merely perceived her as feigning innocence. He resolved to be more forthright. While her intentions and methods were commendable, they should not be employed against us, particularly in attempts to sow discord in our relationship. Such tactics might work on ordinary subordinates, but to influence them, it was simply impossible. Lu Yu finally comprehended why this conversation felt so familiar. It echoed words Ji Jingli would express to Tang Ku in a book. He, too, believed that the presence of this special student had affected his good friend, prompting him to take the time to caution Tang Ku. In response, Tang Ku indignantly asserted that she had no connection with Xiaoyu and cared little for their status or prestige. Ji Jingli remained unconvinced, leading to several subsequent confrontations. It was only when Xiaoyu intervened that Ji Jingli ceased his warnings. Though Ji Jingli appeared amiable, he was inherently suspicious and excelled at safeguarding the bonds among the F4. Yet, why was this narrative unfolding in his presence? Her identity was male. Lu Yu felt a chuckle bubbling within her, and she genuinely laughed. She wasn't quite sure what she found amusing. Perhaps it was a wry smile. "Rest assured, Jigo, I follow you all for but one purpose." Ji Jingli's fingertips rested on the rim of his cup, his tone rising in curiosity. "Do tell," Lu Yu sincerely replied. "For money." While everyone else sought the male lead for various motives, only she was genuinely after the male lead's wealth. Chapter 28. Rejection, yet the truth is often met with disbelief. Ji Jingli maintained his smile, though it now bore an added air of intimidation. "Lu, there's no need for deceit. I am well aware of the thoughts that occupy your mind. You yearn for shortcuts, seek lofty branches to climb, and dream of an instantaneous rise to success, yet have neglected to consider your own station. How many among those who approach them are truly innocent? Wealth and power are the most alluring of temptations. No matter how Lu Yu may act, I do not believe that one would toil tirelessly for the meager salary offered." Lu Yu's demeanor shifted, her brow furrowed, as if preparing to unleash her ire after being humiliated. Ji Jingli observed this scene, a hidden thrill quickening his heartbeat. He was deliberately provoking her emotions. Only when one is swept away by feelings do their words ring most true. "Come now, reveal your anger, your ugliness. Abandon that radiant smile and the glimmering gaze that I find so disconcerting." Unexpectedly, Lu Yu did not succumb to rage, but instead broke into an excited smile. "At last, someone understands me." Ji Jingli's hand paused in the act of setting down his coffee cup. Lu Yu raised her finger, declaring, "I not only desire to ascend effortlessly, I wish for unearned riches, to indulge in idleness, and to become wealthy overnight. Dreaming is not shameful, After all, I have countless dreams to share. To discern her true nature, Ji Jingli was indeed an intriguing character. His smile finally faded. Without it, his handsome features became more aloof. Yet they instilled a profound psychological pressure in those who dared to meet his gaze. Lu, jesting is fruitless. I do not wish to squander my time with you. Outside, the wind stilled, and the base of the coffee cup struck the table with a chilling, crisp sound. Lu ypsilonue sensed the English rising ire. Her intuition screamed warnings as the atmosphere thickened, allowing her to hear the rapid thrum of her own heartbeat. Nevertheless, she boldly met his gaze and inquired, "What is it that you wish to hear from me?" Ji Jingli remained silent. "I entered this academy to alter my destiny, to seek a ladder to ascend, not to waste the efforts of the past decade. I desire wealth. I yearn for a better life. What is wrong with that? Why should one not confront their desires with honesty? There is no shame in facing one's desires head-on." Lu Yu struggled to comprehend the deeply ingrained disdain for poverty that pervaded the ancient aristocratic academy. Money is not a choice bestowed upon birth. Must she resign herself to a life of poverty, forsaking the right to pursue a better existence? Why should that be? If she can achieve her goals, it is her own merit. Her candor was striking as she unabashedly laid bare her ambitions. The sunlight bathed Lu Yu's eyes, illuminating them with a brilliant radiance. In that moment, Ji Jingli felt as though his shadowy, sticky thoughts were laid bare under this light, unable to escape. His heart seemed to be struck heavily. The person he had scorned could face her desires with such openness and fervently pursue them. Ironically, it was he who faltered. Yet, she remained ensconced within a facade of hypocrisy, unable even to embrace her own passions. It is no wonder he harbored disdain for Lu Yu's gaze, for it represented the very essence he could never attain, so pure, so resolute. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. A fleeting moment of bravado would lead to an inevitable ruin. Observing Ji Jingli's persistent silence, Lu Yu began to feel a twinge of anxiety. She had rarely spoken the truth, yet she had forgotten that she was in the presence of Ji Haixin. If this fellow were to fly into a rage, she was certain she would not survive 3 chapters, her remains buried beneath a layer of disdain. Was it too late to backtrack now? After what felt like an eternity, the suffocating silence was finally shattered. Ji Jingli appeared to awaken gradually, like a statue coming to life. A flicker of expression emerged at the corners of his brow, and his gaze upon her became profoundly intense. The corners of his lips, once rigidly formal, now curved into a smile. Intriguing. He was genuinely smiling. It had been ages since he encountered someone so captivating. "Lu, would you care to join the student council?" The abruptness of the invitation left Lu Yu momentarily speechless. The student council? She mentally traversed the descriptions from the original text. Unlike the student councils of ordinary universities, the student council at St. Mary's Academy, though a student organization, wielded considerable power and autonomy, possessing independent funding channels and engaging actively in social projects. Joining the student council would be a remarkable accolade on one's or some. Even in a prestigious institution like St. Mary's, only 1% of the students qualified for membership. A multitude of students scrambled to gain entry. However, Lu Yu was perplexed. Aren't student councils usually exclusive to special admissions? She recalled this detail vividly. Ji Jingli responded casually, "There are always exceptions in my domain." She almost forgot that this fellow wielded considerable authority. Lu Yu pondered. She was uncertain whether Ji Jingli was genuinely angry or if this invitation was merely part of a larger scheme. Hence she refrained from responding immediately. Ji Jingli remained patient, adopting an almost coaxing tone, his eyes radiating a gentle amusement as if he were genuinely concerned for her. "You must be busy preparing for the monthly examinations, right? Joining the student council would grant you additional points. Even if your scores are less than stellar, you could still secure the highest scholarship." He excelled at reading people's hearts and instinctively understood Lu Yu's concerns regarding the examinations. His words genuinely struck a chord within her. Was she intelligent? Indeed. Yet, having dropped out midway and juggled numerous jobs, her complex life experiences had muddied her resolve, diminishing her ability to concentrate on her studies. The confidence she had in preparing for the monthly exams stemmed solely from the original owner's memories. But could she rely on those memories forever? And now, Ji Jingli presented her with a pathway to easily achieve her goals. By joining the student council, she could alleviate her worries about the upcoming exams, the scholarship, and the medical expenses. Lu Yu's lips parted slightly. Ji Jingli discerned her wavering resolve, his smile deepening further. Such an engaging individual was certainly better kept close. Once she agreed, any benefits gained from him would come at the cost of his control over her. That is a matter of control that transcends mere monetary concerns. Lu Yu shook her head and said, "Forget it." It was yet another unexpected response. Chapter 29. Recommendation from the moment Lu Yu faced Ji Jingli. Her roommate consistently exhibited unexpected behavior. Ji Jingli pondered. Why would anyone decline such a fortuitous opportunity? Lu Yu scratched her face thoughtfully, expressing her reservations. I may not be well suited for the student council's responsibilities. It must be quite demanding, and I lack the time, as I need to work. She juggled the roles of a subordinate while navigating the narrative of a supporting character, all the while needing to carve out time to earn money amidst her studies. While joining the student council seemed appealing, it diverged from her future aspirations. Moreover, Lu Yu harbored a lingering suspicion that Ji Jingli might have ulterior motives, perhaps plotting behind her back. A blessing that falls from the sky often comes with strings attached. What a pity, Ji Jingli sighed softly. Observing Lu Yu, he noticed her patiently awaiting his response. Since pouring the coffee, she had not taken a seat. From this vantage point, her exquisitely beautiful face still bore traces of youth, her lips a vibrant red from nervousness. Suddenly, Ji Jingli felt a twinge of affection for her. She was candid, intelligent, and ambitious. Yet she remained tethered to the lower echelons, oblivious to the magnitude of the opportunity she was dismissing. Many yearned to enter the student council, not merely to embellish their resumes, but primarily for the invaluable network of connections and the exchange of information among elites. It was a chance to transcend societal strata. This was not Lu Yu's fault. It was a reflection of her limited perspective. Ji Jingli contemplated whether he could persuade her further. Noticing his silence, Lu Yu timidly inquired, "Ji Ge, may I recommend someone?" "Who do you wish to recommend?" Ji Jingli asked. Without hesitation, Lu Yu replied, "Ji He Xue." If he could join the student council, it would liberate him from the fate of being bullied, which is true assistance. Ji Jingli acknowledged her suggestion with a hum. The top scorer upon admission? I have heard his circumstances are rather dire. Lu Yu fell silent. Indeed, the privileged elite were aware of the hardships faced by certain students, yet they remained indifferent, viewing it as a source of amusement, much like spectators at a zoo observing monkeys. They cheered for the monkeys' antics, even rewarding them, yet in their eyes, the monkeys were not of the same species. Lu Yu continued, "It is more reasonable for the top-performing special enrollment student to join the student council, and it could serve as a public relations asset. At the very least, it is more justifiable." Indeed, Ji Jingli nodded, his smile carrying an ambiguous undertone. "Are you two friends? You seem to have thought this through so thoroughly. To so readily relinquish the precious opportunity one offered him, it's rather frustratingly generous." Lu Yu sensed something odd in his tone, but could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. There was a hint of jealousy. Perhaps the dipping sauce for the dumplings at lunch had soured? She meekly added, "I'm just making a suggestion. It's fine if it doesn't work out." Lu Yu was not a figure of saintly virtue, seeking to provoke Ji Jingli into advocating for Ji He Xue. She merely wished to see him alter his fate. In doing so, it felt as if she too could grasp the possibility of changing her own destiny. A long silence ensued. Ji Jingli remained silent, his expression offering no indication of agreement or dissent. Lu Yu assumed he would refuse, yet unexpectedly heard Ji Jingli utter, "Very well." However, the smile that had graced his lips had vanished, and he continued, "Now that he's joined the student council, your opportunity has slipped away. Are you certain you wish to recommend him?" This statement carried an undercurrent of danger. Lu Yu nodded, appearing obedient. "I am certain." Nevertheless, Ji Jingli was not pleased by her compliance. Rather, he instinctively furrowed his brow. He was seldom swayed, and it was rare for him to show kindness, only to have it directed towards another. Were it not for his desire to maintain a facade of gentleness, he might have mocked Lu Yu aloud. Sensing the atmosphere in the room growing heavy once more, Lu Yu attempted to lighten it. Brother, shall I brew you another cup of coffee? Why do you esteemed members of the Tianlong always seem to be under such low pressure? She feigned a pout. Oh, he frightens me. Observing her proactive attempts at appeasement, Ji Jingli's irritation diminished slightly, and a flicker of affection surfaced. Indeed, he mused, Lu Yu was oblivious to the rarity of such an opportunity. However, it mattered little. Being by his side would yield countless such chances. I have acquiesced to your request, he stated. Lu Yu exhaled a long sigh of relief. Having been terrified he would voice something else. Ji Jingli's voice held a hint of amusement. For the time being, you shall accompany me. The student council is quite busy, and I require an assistant. After purchasing your services, aside from brewing coffee, I have yet to utilize your skills, correct, Lu classmate? Lu Yu regretted her decision. She could hardly empathize with her own self from mere moments ago. If she was to assist the student council, why had she not joined it? What loss? With a troubled expression, Lu Yu inquired, Brother, is it too late for me to join the student council now? Ji Jingli chuckled, Of course, it's too late. I will reach out to Ji Tongxue. I too believe he would be a suitable addition to the council. Lu Yu felt tears welling up. She had sacrificed for her boss, yet her boss had turned on her. Ji Jingli was undoubtedly being deliberately cruel. He observed Lu Yu's changing expression and suddenly comprehended the concern the other two had for her. This little creature was indeed entertaining. He could indulge in her presence for a couple of days. Surely, the other two would not object. After just one conversation, Ji Jingli's attitude towards Lu Yu had subtly shifted. In truth, the dialogue that altered his perception was simultaneously overheard by another. Ji Hishue, wearing headphones, lay expressionless on the bed in the school infirmary. His chest was bandaged, and his upper body appeared as pure as jade. Yet the wound resembled a gash carved into the jade, shocking to behold. Yet his focus was not on the pain. He had accomplished something. Within the pen he gifted to Lu Yu, he had concealed a listening device. Though she had saved him, his initial reaction was one of suspicion. After the events of his previous life, Ji Hishue would not easily place his trust in anyone, especially since Lu Yu, in his memories, was merely a girl's name. She possessed a rather grating and unappealing demeanor. In this new life, how could one possibly undergo such a transformation, from gender to character, so profoundly different? Ji Hushue's cold and indifferent countenance concealed a hint of gloom, impervious even to the warmth of sunlight. He had overheard every word spoken by Lu Yu a moment ago, whether it was her appeal to the school doctor on his behalf or her encouragement for him to join the student council. Moreover, Lu Yu would remain oblivious to the existence of the listening device. Their conversation with Ji Jingli was so intimate. So, why was that? Even in his previous life, Chui Wowan had never treated him in this manner. She would feign concern, inquiring about his well-being, providing him with food and clothing, and advising others not to bully him. Yet she never took any substantial action. It was only through such superficial gestures that he became a victim once more, forced to seek her aid, ultimately becoming her tool. Lu Yu, however, was different. She had relinquished her spot in the student council to him, fundamentally severing the possibility of future bullying and paving a path for his future. It appeared she genuinely wished to assist him, devoid of any ulterior motives. But why? The presence of the earphones suddenly intensified, causing his ears to flush. Ji Hashue removed the earphones, rose to his feet, and methodically crushed them underfoot, displaying none of the frailness of a victim. He then discarded the remnants into the trash bin. He was reluctant to accept this kindness, yet Ji Hashue could feel it. His once lifeless heart began to beat anew, albeit slowly. Chapter 30. Student Council. Lu Yu remained oblivious to the fact that her actions had caught the attention of Ji Hashue. In her mind, even if the latter joined the student council, she would remain unaware of Lu Yu's assistance, thus ensuring their paths would remain unentwined. Lu Yu had no desire to invite further complications into her life. Upon returning to her dormitory, she followed her usual routine of washing up and then settled onto her bed with a book to continue her studies. The three young gentlemen in the dormitory were absent that evening, affording her a rare moment of tranquility. Tangku, today I dealt with 2 bullies again, haha. Lu Yu chuckled softly. Lu Yu, so formidable. I shall rely on your protection from now on. Tangku. Why don't you ask me why I dealt with them? Confused. Lu Yu. Our Tangku is inherently kind. Those you dealt with must have been individuals who revel in receiving a beating. A virtuous and benevolent heroine could never strike the wrong person. Those who engage in bullying deserved a few well-placed blows. Lu Yu was merely stating the facts. Tangku, however, responded with an expression of shyness. Tangku, I realize you possess a remarkable way with words. Tangku, the other day, Lin Xinxin mentioned that several girls have a crush on you. Some even privately refer to you as the king of flirting. The king of flirting? Lu Yu sighed. She had always believed that discerning the subtle emotions of young girls was a natural gift. After some contemplation, she felt compelled to offer a cautious reminder. Lu Yu, some individuals harbor a strong desire for revenge. Do be vigilant, and should anything arise, remember to inform me. Tangku, I fear nothing. Bring on the bullies. Besides, I've discovered that the school's wooden chairs are quite effective. They hurt without causing blood. Tangku, you are the one who ought to be protected. Muscle, Lu Yu. Very well. She indeed was somewhat fragile. However, she could always bring the male lead along. Tangku's grievances presented an excellent opportunity for Xiaoyu to rescue the damsel in distress, thereby fostering their burgeoning relationship. But suddenly, Lu Yu became acutely aware of a troubling matter. She had been so preoccupied with the upcoming monthly exams that she had entirely neglected the dynamics between these two. According to the original storyline, after Tangku and Xiaoyu met at the swimming pool, they had maintained intermittent contact and grown familiar with one another. Yet now, as she spent every day in close proximity to Tangku, she had not observed Xiaoyu seeking her out at all. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Lu Yu, have you seen Xiaoyu recently? Tangku, who is that? Lu Yu. She incredulously reread those 3 characters 3 times. Who is this? What kind of heroine did not recognize the male lead? Tangku. Hee, I was just joking. Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief. Tangku, that guy keeps bossing you around. If I ever see him, I will certainly stand up for you. Lu Yu felt her breath catch in her throat. Oh, the desolation of the Bomb Mountain and the Chu River. God, can you assist me? What on earth is happening? Why did it seem that these two were unfamiliar with each other? Surely, merely switching genders could not have altered the plot to such an extent. Could it? Lu Yu was deeply conflicted. Ultimately, she descended from her bed and retrieved an entire watermelon from the refrigerator, consuming it all before she could regain her composure. Well, never mind. This is not a concern befitting her monthly salary of 100,000. There looms the will of the world ahead. Even if the narrative were to unravel, it is the world consciousness that should be in disarray, not her. She merely needs to navigate her own storyline with grace. Lu Yu intentionally disregarded the peculiarities and nestled into a comfortable position in her blankets, drifting off to a serene slumber. In her dreams, the world consciousness gently inquired how she could adhere to the original plot, offering her a chance to fulfill a wish. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu began to articulate her desires. I wish to inhale the luxurious fragrance of my mother's skincare products from the moment of my birth, to hear my father Old Qian's hearty laughter, to awaken to the sight of the ancestral jade pendant around my neck, and to close my eyes against the twinkling of the Rolls-Royce's starlit ceiling. After my stomach grumbles, the head nurse from an upscale postpartum center will carry me to the grand floor-to-ceiling windows and assure me with a smile, do not worry. The entire building belongs to you. She opened her eyes filled with anticipation. Is that possible? The world consciousness fell silent. Lu Yu awoke, her heart experiencing a familiar pang, though it was but a fleeting ache, akin to a warning from the agitated world consciousness. How petty, she muttered to herself. Was her request truly excessive? She hadn't even asked for her military grandfather or politically inclined grandmother yet. The ache in her heart returned. Lu Yu became more subdued. How infuriating this world consciousness, which should be overseeing the romance between the protagonists, instead chose to monitor her, the minor character. Ugh. Today, her sorrow was not limited to her unfulfilled wish. She also received a message from Ji Jingli. Ji Jingli, classmate Lu, do not forget to come to the student council. She collapsed on her book in frustration. Damn, more work awaits. After filling her morning with rigorous study, Lu Yu reluctantly concluded her academic recharge and bid farewell to Tang Ku. Tang Ku, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you attending class this afternoon?" Lu Yu replied with a nod. "Someone called me to help at the student council." Tang Ku cupped her face with her hands, expressing admiration and awe for Lu Yu's involvement in the student council. "That's the student council. You actually managed to get in. How impressive. Few students at St. Mary's do not aspire to join the student council. It is a realm reserved for the elite." Lu Yu felt too shy to disclose that she was merely going to work for free, so she shifted the conversation, promising to bring her snacks. "I heard the student council has free afternoon tea every day. It wouldn't tea hurt to take a little, right?" She waved goodbye to Tang Ku and exited the classroom. Unbeknownst to them, a male classmate, Su Yin, sitting nearby, was flickering his gaze, rapidly tapping on his screen as if he were editing something. Tang Ku's earlier exclamation had been somewhat loud, catching the attention of an interested listener. The student council's office was a fair distance from the teaching building. As Lu Yu reached the ground floor, she was intercepted. "Excuse me, this area is not open to the public," the short-haired girl with exquisite makeup said softly. Chapter 31. Success. Lua blinked her eyes. "But I am here to assist the student council." The short-haired girl glanced at her student badge and did not reveal any disdain towards Liu's status as a special admit. She merely shook her head. "I'm sorry, but only members of the student council are permitted to enter." She added, "You can provide me with your identification, and I will check if your name is on the member list." What a fortunate turn of events. Liu felt that she might not need to attend today. It wasn't that she was unwilling to work, but rather that there was no designated spot for her here. She lowered her head and messaged Ji Jingli. "Brother Ji, it seems only student council members can enter. I can't get in." Ji Jingli had yet to respond, and Liu wasn't anxious. She decided to wait. The greatest taboo for a subordinate was to act on their own volition. Until Ji Jingli replied, her only option was to remain patient. "Ji Jingli, you already are?" "Already what?" Liu's eyes widened slightly. Ding. The short-haired girl's phone chimed as well. She glanced at the message, and her expression immediately shifted to one of heightened tension. "You are Liu, correct? I found your name on the list. Please come in." By the time Liu settled at her desk, she was still somewhat bewildered. She had indeed become a member of the student council. Ji Jingli had told her there were no vacancies, yet he had turned around and opened a back door for her. Was he really such a benevolent character? Reflecting on the original narrative where Ji Jingli had deftly manipulated others, Liu felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. How should she put it? Even if Ji Jingli were to offer her 5 million, she would suspect he intended to accuse her of fraud once she accepted it. Naturally, she would still take the money. After all, while money may not bring life and death together, it was still a worthwhile companion. The short-haired girl, Zhuo Xin, seemed to have been assigned a task, diligently guiding her through the work. The first task was to organize files. The files were few in number, but chaotic, posing a test of meticulousness and patience. Initially, Zhuo Xin was quite apprehensive. Typically, new members underwent 2 weeks of training before engaging with actual work. Yet the president had instructed her to bring someone in to handle the files directly. That seemed rather challenging, didn't it? She was prepared for any requests for assistance. However, after observing for a while, her worries dissipated. Liu performed far better than she had anticipated, categorizing, filtering, and organizing, clearly demonstrating her own workflow, both swift and meticulous. Zhuo Xin doubted she could achieve such a level of proficiency. "Indeed," she murmured, "the president is such a good person. He must recognize Liu's capabilities." Yet Liu, under her gaze, felt anything but calm. She neatly folded a page of documents, her eyes scanning the text. Hiss. Something was amiss. These files were not ancient records, but rather encompassed the current students of St. Mary Academy, with considerable content regarding family backgrounds, personalities, and preferences. The volume of information rivaled that of an app's user agreement. Had Ji Jingli intentionally directed her to organize these materials, or was it by design? She could hardly believe he was unaware of their value. They were far too precious. There are undoubtedly individuals willing to spend lavishly. Remembering the contents of the files is akin to possessing a preliminary understanding and an entry point for conversation when engaging with others. This serves as an unparalleled weapon in the realm of social interactions. Being aware of this effectively bridges the informational gap between special admission students and their regular counterparts, which is nothing short of advantageous for Lu Yu. Her ability to impress both the exhibition panel and the school doctor relies on her knowledge of the disparity in information regarding original texts, does it not? With the files at her disposal, Lu Yu need no longer exert herself in the futile search for dubious news online. She hardly had time to contemplate Ji Jingli's intentions. As she organized the information, she absorbed it like a sponge. Lin Anfan, from the Lin family, has 2 elder sisters and is backed by the prominent shipbuilding enterprise, Chongyi Shipping. Zhu Baisi, from the Zhu family, possesses a level 9 piano proficiency and also plays the violin. As Lu Yu perused the details, she could not resist swallowing a pill from her pocket. It was quite difficult to do so without water, and she dared not chew it. After inadvertently revealing to Xie Fu her reliance on capsules for concentration, she had received a scolding, making the bitterness of the medicine seem twice as intense. Lu Yu opted for swallowing it whole. Consequently, she almost choked. Coughing vigorously, Zhuo Exan hurriedly came over to pat her back. After a moment of struggle, Lu Yu managed to catch her breath and offered a grateful smile. "Thank you." Zhuo Exan shook her head. "It's nothing. Regardless of whether it was a trivial matter. You assisted me." Lu Yu sincerely remarked that she had perceived Zhuo Exan as a kind-hearted girl the moment she reminded her outside the door. Due to her earlier choking, her face flushed a vibrant red, with loose strands of hair cascading down, and her smile radiated a refreshing youthful charm. Zhuo Exan's cheeks also tinged with a hint of pink. "No, I was merely fulfilling my duty." Lu Yu laughed again. When their gazes met, it was particularly enchanting, akin to a scene from a youthful idol drama. Ji Jingli observed from outside the door, his expression deepening. Initially, he intended to ascertain whether Lu Yu grasped his meaning. Yet he found himself witnessing this moment instead. It was rumored that several girls were pursuing Lu Yu. How intriguing. It seems that his little roommate possesses quite the charm with the opposite sex. Ji Jingli remained silent and departed. Meanwhile, Lu Yu returned to her seat, continuing to sort through her materials. After a long and exhausting day, Lu Yu stealthily took an entire box of snacks as a reward for herself. The butter cookies were delightfully crisp and sweet, justifying the price she had found. At such a premium, they would indeed be rather impolite if they were unpalatable, wouldn't they? Following an intense day of mental exertion, Lu Yu was genuinely hungry. After indulging in her snacks, she proceeded to have a meal before leisurely making her way back to the dormitory. Suddenly, Lu Yu was taken aback. Why was Shui Ran waiting at the door? Leaning against the wall, she appeared to be waiting for someone. "You finally arrived." Shui Ran, ever impatient, questioned coldly. "Were you with that Ji Jingli fellow? What were you up to?" "I messaged him, and he said you were busy, which left him searching for someone without success." Lu Yu sighed. Times have changed. Nowadays, even being a little brother requires accountability. Before she could respond, Shui Ran interrupted. "Forget it, I don't want to hear it. Why ask if you don't want to listen?" Lu Yu chose to remain silent. Today, Shui Ran was not dressed in school uniform, but rather in an ensemble of pure black, with a slightly open collar and a fitted jacket that accentuated his defined waistline. He sported black marten boots, which revealed the charming allure lurking beneath his handsome features. Unfortunately, the handsome man had a tongue. He clicked his tongue and said, "If you don't want to hear it, then I won't explain." Lu Yu endured. "We didn't do anything. I merely made him a cup of coffee." Shui Ran was even less pleased. "You've never made one for me." Lu Yu found it perplexing what there was to argue about. Tentatively, she suggested, "Shall I make one for you next time?" Shui Ran scoffed lightly. "Who cares?" He then added, "I want the kind you made for him." Lu Yu, with her good-natured disposition, acquiesced. After all, as the boss, she could only internally grumble about any demands while outwardly maintaining a pleasant demeanor. She resolved to sweeten Shui Ran's coffee, hoping it might coax a more amiable response from him. Despite Lu Yu's compliance, Shui Ran, though somewhat displeased, held back his frustration. He looked her up and down, thinking that her appearance was wasted on the daily drudgery of a school uniform, for she was indeed quite beautiful. Suddenly, a wicked smile crept upon Shui Ran's lips as a thought crossed his mind. "Since you're back, let us go." An ominous premonition washed over Lu Yu. "What's going on?" Shui Ran replied. I'm taking you out for some fun. Liu gasped, huh? Shui Ran insisted, no refusals. He had waited here solely to escort Lu Yu to tonight's gathering. Besides the F4, he had his own social circle. Observing Shui Ran's expression sent a chill down Lu Yu's spine. Was it the kind of fun where they threw darts? And she found herself strapped to a Russian roulette wheel? It wasn't paranoia. The characters in the original story engaged in real danger. Unaware of her unease, Shui Ran set a departure time with her and stepped out once again. Lu Yu sat restlessly in her dormitory. She opened her phone and began searching for personal insurance in this world, perusing options from the most expensive to the cheapest, preparing to select a few. Oh dear, farewell. Grandmother, tonight I shall embark on a perilous journey. I hope they aim accurately when throwing darts. I do not wish to become a straw boat. Chapter 32. Nightfall. It was night. Neon lights flickered, illuminating a world of indulgence and material desires. The Red Flame Club stood as the largest den of iniquity in the city, a premier entertainment venue with prices beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Guided by a server, Lu Yu stepped inside, her eyes never pausing in their exploration. The opulent decor was self-evident, and the staff, clad in uniforms, were impeccably groomed, their every detail flawless under the vibrant lights, even their glances shimmering with intoxicating allure. One need not consume alcohol to feel slightly inebriated. For most, entering such a place would evoke either tension or excitement. However, Lu Yu approached it with a mindset of learning. The way the drinks were served was remarkable, legs bent yet not weary, a technique worth mastering. The curvature of the smiles was exquisite, perfectly poised without being obsequious, a skill to acquire. As a fellow member of the service industry, she regarded these observations as invaluable lessons. The pursuit of knowledge is boundless. Upon reaching the door of the private booth, she reluctantly withdrew her gaze, savoring the memory of the dashing men and enchanting women she had just witnessed. Being a subordinate to the male lead certainly had its perks, as she was drawn into this world of enjoyment alongside him. With a click, the door swung open, and the cacophony of music surged forth. Inside the booth, the ambience was steeped in midnight purple light, the room designed to create a sense of descent. White mist danced in tandem with the light, separating the projection area from a lounge, with an entire wall serving as a curtain, showcasing the film rose-colored lovers alongside intelligent lighting that wove a flowing, shadowy, galactic tapestry. The English sable sofas sagged slightly under the weight of several extravagantly dressed young men, each surrounded by a few female companions, their laughter and chatter echoing throughout the space. Glancing at the haphazardly scattered bottles on the table, Lu Yu felt a pang of discomfort. Clearly, these were friends of Shui Ran, treating expensive liquor as if it were mere water. She dared not look directly at Shui Ran in the center, but instead surveyed the surroundings, unexpectedly spotting a familiar face, celebrity Xiao Nan. Just days prior, Lu Yu had seen her gracing the cover of a magazine, resplendent in a striking red gown, exuding confidence and exuberance. Yet within the booth, Xiao Nan's head was bowed, the fabric of her attire cascading to her shoulders, her expression despondent. It was evident she had not come willingly. "What are you looking at?" Shui Ran's voice held a hint of displeasure. He reclined in the main seat, his long legs crossed, his familiar golden hair radiating an air of carefree charm. Despite having encountered numerous beauties, Lu Yu was still struck by his stunning allure. How could someone appear so captivating even when gazing through their nostrils? She felt that if he merely beckoned with a finger, 100 champagne towers would be erected in his honor. Of course, Lu Yu thought, yet she found herself less enamored by beauty than by wealth. Shui Ran, growing impatient, inquired, Lu Yu humbly lowered her head in acknowledgement of her faux pas. "This is my first time in such a place. I didn't know where to look." A true novice in the realm of bars. The other young men, upon witnessing her naivety, shifted their gazes disinterestedly, returning their attention with enthusiasm to Shui Ran. "Brother, why did you suddenly decide to come?" one asked. "Indeed, we were already in the midst of our revelry. Had I known of your arrival sooner, we would undoubtedly have procured a finer vintage. My father recently acquired a splendid bottle of wine. I truly ought to borrow it." "Such filial piety? Aren't you concerned about your father's wrath?" "If he knew it was for Brother Shui, he would commend my efforts. The conversation flourished around them, with Shui Ran occasionally chiming in. Lu Yu stood aside, feeling like an outsider. She did not feel embarrassed, merely seeking a vacant sofa to sit quietly. If one does not take a seat, do they expect to be invited? That would require an eternity of standing. Lin Shu laughed heartily, continuing to curry favor with Shui Ran. By the way, brother, we are aware of your preferences, and we haven't introduced any women. If you find it too noisy, I can have them all leave. He teasingly tugged at the partially exposed clothing of a woman beside him. Did you hear that? If Brother Shui is displeased later, you'd best make your exit. The woman giggled. Of course, I will heed young Master Tang's words. Under normal circumstances, Shui Ran would have concurred. After all, he typically detested the presence of frivolous women around him, as their intentions were too apparent and bothersome. However, this time, Shui Ran waved his hand dismissively. No need. You all enjoy yourselves. I merely brought my roommate to broaden her horizons. Upon hearing him shift the conversation towards Lu Yu, several individuals turned their gazes towards her, their eyes brimming with scrutiny and amusement. Oh, a new roommate. We've long heard of the fortunate soul who shares quarters with the F4. Brother, why not introduce your new friend? Rather than an introduction, it seemed they were testing Shui Ran's stance. They looked down upon Lu Yu, but if Shui Ran esteemed her, then they too must follow suit. Leaning back against the sofa, Shui Ran casually remarked, Lu Yu, she is usually with me at school. Understood. She is also a little sister. The warmth in their gazes towards Lu Yu intensified. Lin Shu was the first to speak. Classmate, what should we call you? Lu Yu continued to play the role of the innocent. You can call me Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, what a delightful name. Lin Shu playfully massaged the woman in his arms and then declared nonchalantly, Brother Shui, I ascend T1 for such amusements. We mustn't tea-deprive ourselves. Order freely from the drinks on the list, and as for the women, what type do you prefer? The others shared knowing chuckles. Lin, you're not being fair. Introducing a novice to such intense experiences? Haha, quite generous indeed. With her appearance, Lu Yu clearly appeared to be a student, likely inexperienced in such affairs. Perhaps she would be easily overwhelmed. This promised to be quite the entertainment. Lin Shu grew more animated. Usually, we do not require a menu. We simply have the women line up for selection. So, shall we arrange a performance, or go directly to the selection? Lu Yu found herself unable to engage in such risk of banter. She had no desire to witness a parade of beautiful women strutting to thumping music. It made her feel as though she would soon be apprehended. Male models would suffice. She quickly glanced at Shui Ran, only to find him half-closed eyes, reclining on the sofa, exuding an air of indifference. How infuriating. He was surely reveling in her predicament internally. Lu Yu politely declined. No need to trouble yourselves. But Lin Shu was not one to relent easily. He hissed, Xiao Lu, are you really going to disregard me like this? In this private room, the only one without companions is Brother Shui. Do not treat him differently. This is quite a predicament. In essence, you are placing Lu Yu in an elevated position from which she cannot descend. Everyone is indulging in the merriment. Why do you insist on pretending to be so lofty? Chapter 33. The beautiful sister Lu Yu cast a glance at the individuals within the private room. Hesitating momentarily, she softly inquired, May I have her? Her finger pointed directly at Xiao Nan, who had been seated beside Lin Shu. Not long ago, Lin Shu had made several attempts to engage her, but had been unsuccessful. Lu Yu's intention was unmistakable. She sought to compete with Lin Shu for Xiao Nan's attention. Previously, it was Lin Shu who had put Lu Yu in an awkward position. But now the tables had turned. The atmosphere in the room grew peculiar. Shui Ran chuckled, noting that his little roommate was quite adept at ensuring she did not come out on the losing end. His laughter was contagious, prompting others in the room to join in. They were all aware that Lin Shu had pursued Xiao Nan for half a month, exerting substantial pressure on the film investors to secure this opportunity to be near her. Yet, the rustic fellow seemed oblivious to the situation, inadvertently selecting Xiao Nan for himself. Lin Shu, with a fade of a smile concealing his frustration, remarked, Lu, is it truly appropriate to compete with me upon your arrival? His purpose for gathering this evening was solely Xiao Nan. How could he tolerate someone attempting to intercept his pursuit? However, having previously assured Lu Yu that he would not treat her unfairly, he found himself in a quandary. If he refused her request, it would seem unreasonable. He could only hope that Lu Yu would read the room and withdraw. Yet, Lu Yu obstinately replied, "But I believe she is the most beautiful. Wasn't it you who encouraged me to choose?" Her expression was one of innocence, appearing entirely captivated by Qiao Nan's beauty. The two remained locked in a stalemate, with Lin Shu's grip on his glass tightening dangerously. He had assumed that this unsophisticated individual would be easy to manipulate, only to discover that she possessed a keen sense of decorum. Shui Ran, relishing the unfolding drama, chimed in, "Indeed, wasn't it you who suggested he make a selection?" Lin Shu's face began to twitch with irritation. The moment Shui Ran spoke, any chance of evading the situation slipped away. Lu Yu continued to gaze at him intently. After a prolonged silence, Lin Shu conceded painfully, "Very well. Xiaonan, please go to her." Unable to restrain himself, he added with a hint of bitterness, "You certainly have a discerning eye." Lu Yu responded cheerfully, "Indeed, it seems Lin Ji's taste is impeccable." This retort nearly drove Lin Shu to the brink of exasperation. He had intended to make Lu Yu the subject of amusement, only to have her words rebound upon him. The others, astute in their observations, quickly realized that Lu Yu was not as easily manipulated as she appeared. As the atmosphere in the private room became increasingly harmonious, their enthusiasm for Lu Yu deepened. No longer superficial. "Ah, this wine has a delightful flavor without being intoxicating. Lu, you must try some. Come, let's make room for you. That spot is too dimly lit." Shuige had never before brought anyone to a gathering. "You are the first. I've heard of your good fortune. When we play cards later, stand beside me and help me draw some cards, and we can split the winnings." Lu Yu graciously accepted these overtures of friendship. She quickly integrated into the conversation. While she may not have matched the wealthy young gentleman in experience or sophistication, she was clever and skillful in her repartee, providing ample emotional value. Occasionally, she would interject with self-deprecating remarks to highlight her naivety, allowing others to bask in their superiority. Even Lin Shu, who had been previously irked, could not resist joining the lively discussion. After navigating through the complexities of society for several years, Lu Yu's social skills have reached their zenith. Previously, she jested with friends that in their circle, if someone were bullied, they would simply invoke her name, and she would handle matter. When asked what would happen if negotiations failed, Lu Yu replied that if discussions faltered, she would bow her head in humility. When strength falters, one must resort to attitude. Do not narrow one's path. Shui Ran observed their lively exchange, feeling a sense of validation in their camaraderie. If Lu Yu could charm him, how could she fail to pacify these fools? His gaze lingered on her radiant smile as he slowly sipped his drink, the complex and spicy flavor spreading to the root of his tongue. Although he wished to see Lu Yu flustered and reliant upon him, he found this situation equally amusing. Before the conversation commenced, Qiao Nan obediently settled beside Lu Yu. Clearly uncomfortable in such an environment, her striking beauty was marred by a hint of nervousness in her smile. "Shall I pour you a drink?" Lu Yu glanced at her and nodded. Qiao Nan half stood, filling the glass to the brim. Just as she was about to sit down, she felt her skirt snagged at her thigh. Startled, she recalled how she had initially perceived this youth as a gentleman who had taken her away from Lin Shu, but now it appeared he intended to lay hands on her. Tensing, she held down her skirt. However, Lu Yu offered her a light color blanket, saying, "Here, take this to cover your legs." As Xiao Nan received the blanket, she was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, her skirt was quite short, requiring her to grasp its hem each time she sat, anxious about potential exposure. With the blanket now draped over her, she felt a sudden wave of reassurance. "Thank you." The soft fabric warmed her skin, granting her a semblance of comfort amidst the intoxicating atmosphere of the private room. Here, under the gaze of someone whose eyes held no ulterior motives, Qiao Nan finally felt a flicker of ease. The music pulsed incessantly. After finishing a round of conversation, Lu Yu, cradling her drink, was approached softly by Qiao Nan, who asked, "Would you like to hear me sing?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shu clenched his teeth. Just moments ago, Qiao Nan had been reluctant to engage with him, yet now, seated beside Lu Yu, she was willing to sing. What made this impoverished student superior to him? He cast a resentful glance at Lu Yu, begrudgingly acknowledging that the core appeal might indeed lie in one's looks. Damn it! His irritation only intensified. Lu Yu, however, was quite taken aback. No need, she replied. Xiao Nan pressed on. Then shall I fetch you some fruit? As she began to rise, Lu Yu stopped her. Actually, I saw you on the cover of a magazine just a few days ago. Why don't you tell me about the entertainment industry? Sensing Xiao Nan's goodwill, she seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. The ambience lightened considerably. I really love museums. You must have visited quite a few, right? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. Xiao Nan shook her head, revealing a hint of disappointment. My schedule is always packed, and I've longed to visit museums but never have the time. Moreover, she added, a shadow crossing her face, it's inconvenient for me to go out in public. Lu Yu understood immediately. Being a popular star inevitably invited unwanted attention and scrutiny. She comforted, it's all right. The artworks in the museum aren't particularly captivating. After all, she winked at Xiao Nan. You are a work of art yourself. Xiao Nan chuckled. Where did you learn to say such things? Lu Yu replied, no need to learn. It just comes to mind when I look at your face. Xiao Nan felt a blush rise to her cheeks. I shouldn't say such things. It feels like complaining, and it will surely affect your mood. Lu Yu feigned surprise. How could that be? Doesn't it just show that you are willing to open your heart to me? Xiao Nan covered her face. Xiao Lu, you are quite the charmer. Lu Yu nodded. Well, it's my duty to make my sister happy. Xiao Nan's laughter softened her gaze. The two were engrossed in their conversation. A handsome man and a beautiful woman nestled in a corner, radiating intimacy. Nearby, Lin Shuyu was on the verge of grinding his teeth in irritation. Yet, there was another observer in shadows. In the play of light and shadow, Shui Ran's expression, devoid of joy, resembled a beautiful yet frozen oil painting. Lu Yu, Shui Ran called out her name lightly. You seem to be having a splendid time. Shall I invite a few more people for you? He anticipated that Lu Yu would detect his displeasure, but to his surprise, her eyes sparkled. Really? My adoptive father? Shui Ran replied, yes. Lu Yu felt fortunate to have such a wonderful older brother. Then I shall invite 2 more. Shui Ran pondered, shouldn't I refuse? Why am I not refusing? He took a deep breath too. Lu Yu replied, 3 would also be fine. Her heart was vast enough to encompass the people in the nation, so accommodating a few beautiful sisters was hardly a challenge. Chapter 34. Ludo Shui Ran's expression remained inscrutable. Just as Lu Yu anticipated his refusal, he nodded in agreement. Very well. 3 minutes later, Lu Yu found herself encircled by 4 stunning beauties, each radiating a distinct charm, innocence, allure, a gentle grace. Others observed, bemused by the juxtaposition of the seemingly pure youth engaging in such extravagant revelry on his first visit to the establishment. Lin Shu laughed so heartily that a few drops of his drink spilled. Can your little frame handle that? Their curiosity drew them to watch the unfolding scene, including Shui Ran. Under their watchful gaze, the group began to play. Ludo. Oh no, not another one. Lu Yu lamented as she set down her piece in frustration. Xiao Nan sat nearby, serving drinks, while the 3 newcomers encouraged Lu Yu to continue playing. Why not trade with me? I rolled a 6, suggested the innocent-looking girl in a sailor outfit, her voice soft and inviting. Lu Yu replied, no way. That would leave you with just 1. The innocent girl stifled a giggle. Getting a 6 is easy, she said, covering the dice with her cup, shaking it, and then revealing a perfect 6. Wow, incredible. Lu Yu clapped in delight. I can do that too, pouted the alluring sister beside her, blowing softly on the dice, which danced in her palm before also landing on a 6. Lu Yu marveled at her skill. It seems there's much to learn. The gentle sister interjected softly. I may not know this game, but I assure you, a 1T jump over your pieces. Being pampered and played with was undeniably enjoyable. In one corner of the room, laughter and joy filled the air, yet the mood of others contrasted starkly. Did we just stumble from the adult channel to the children's? One murmured, is this right? Truly, they perceived him as a Navi bumpkin, incapable of navigating the intricacies of such indulgence. Come, let us drink, someone suggested, eager to shift the conversation away from the discontent brewing. Indeed, young Master Shui hasn't had much to drink today. Could it be his spirits are low? They speculated. You dare to urge him to drink? If he chooses to indulge, it's merely out of courtesy to us. Their discussions invariably circled back to Shui Ran, the undeniable focal point of the gathering. Yet, he remained disengaged, responding only with half-hearted remarks. As the laughter grew more jubilant, the tension around him deepened. It soon became apparent to some that something was amiss. Why does the young master appear so disheartened? They became increasingly cautious, fearful of uttering an inappropriate word. Lu Yu, momentarily entranced by beauty, finally sensed the shift in atmosphere. Stealing a glance at Shui Ran's expression, she panicked. Oh no, something is about to go awry. Frustrated with his lack of enthusiasm, she thought to herself that the number of her companions today was ample. Surely someone could entertain Shui Ran while she relaxed. However, laziness was not an option. She would need to step in. Abandoning her peace, Lu Yu leaned closer to Shui Ran. Brother, do you find yourself bored? As she spoke, she deftly lowered the music. Realizing how oblivious everyone was, the speakers were directed right at him while the volume remained excessively high. With the music softened, the tension in Shui Ran's brow eased slightly. He responded with a question of his own. What? Do you intend to amuse me? Lu Yu, where would I find a brother who knows how to have fun? I simply wish to spare you from boredom. Shui Ran, it's not boring to play Ludo. Lu Yu, Ludo has offended no one. She lowered her voice. Brother, you know I have never been to a place like this. What if we engage in something else, and I end up embarrassing you? After all, I'm brought here by you. How should one respond to the disdain of the celestial dragons regarding her preferences? By playing the victim, of course. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Shui Ran let out a soft hum, choosing not to further confront her, his lips curving slightly upwards. A group observed their exchange, marveling at how adept Lu Yu was at charming others, while simultaneously fostering a lively atmosphere. Simply drinking could be rather dull. How about some games at the table? TSK. Lin Shu is quite knowledgeable in this regard. What games, though? I dare not play the King-S game. Lin Shu jested. Don't drag me into this. His eyes darted, shifting the topic onto Lu Yu. Hey, Xiao Lu, could you recommend a few games you played at gatherings in the past? Lu Yu, I've only played the paper-tearing game during club recruitment, which is rather childish. She too found the notion of drinking games rather foolish. Who would dare to insist that Shui Ran partake in something he was unwilling to do? With his foul temper, he might just lash out verbally. Ha ha! Lin Shu laughed heartily. That paper-tearing game is only for the most outdated of people. Just that, Shui Ran suddenly interjected. Lin Shu quickly corrected himself. Only the most outdated would find it uninteresting. Let's play that. Others chimed in agreement. Lu Yu, I merely mentioned it offhand. The paper-tearing game is already outdated in bars. During her time working, she had witnessed games where participants took turns spitting alcohol into a cup, passing it on until the last person drank it, and even a game where someone kneeled, shouting mommy while being slapped. Didn't these young socialites grow weary of such antics? She silently criticized while outwardly shifting positions with the group. To play the paper-tearing game, they naturally had to form a circle. Some tidied their hair, others wiped their mouths, and some touched up their makeup, creating a semblance of a gaming atmosphere. Shui Ran remained still, merely gesturing towards the empty spot to his left. Lu Yu, come sit here. Lu Yu obediently moved over. As for the vacant spot to the right, the women accompanying them exchanged glances, each vying for position. After a silent contest, a woman dressed in a sheer black dress subtly elevated her chin, triumphantly taking a seat on the sofa, her curves accentuated by the movement, exuding undeniable allure. Shui Ran remained unmoved. Who shall begin? Lu Yu was the first to raise her hand. I'll go. The first turn is certainly the simplest. She bit the paper and tilted her head towards Qiao Nan. Qiao Nan, in turn, seized the bottom edge of the paper, tearing off a substantial portion. Their movements were in perfect sync, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Qiao Nan then turned to the next participant. The game of tearing paper strips unfolds in this manner. One person bites down while another attempts to rip it apart with their mouth. When only a sliver remains, the choices become either to drink or to share a kiss. This playful dynamic is particularly suited for those in the throes of romantic ambiguity. Within the private room, the atmosphere is exuberant and the paper seldom endures even a single round. By the time the fourth participant takes their turn, they defiantly spit out the remnants of the tissue and engage in a passionate kiss with the woman beside them, eliciting a chorus of whistles from the onlookers. Remarkable, how delightfully intentional. After indulging in 5 or 6 rounds, Lu Yu remains unscathed, yet she witnesses a variety of kissing techniques. In instances where only a fragment of tissue is left, no one opts for a drink. They simply lean in for a kiss. Indeed, those who know how to play can turn even a simple game of tearing paper into an art form. She silently rejoices in her proximity to Shui Ran, confident that he would not partake in such antics. In this round, the woman in the black lace dress beside Shui Ran clamped down on 1/3 of the paper. With a clear objective, she sensuously licked her lips, taking a substantial portion of the paper in her mouth, leaving only a small white edge visible. Casting a sultry glance at Shui Ran, Shui Xiao, the crowd, now thoroughly engaged, erupted in cheers. They are aware that Shui Ran has no interest in women. Yet one can never be too certain, can they? Chapter 35. Have you kissed? In the presence of such a captivating beauty, few can resist. Shui Ran slightly lowered his head, his exquisitely handsome face appearing even more alluring under the soft light, more enchanting than a woman. The woman gazed at him, entranced, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement, her waist becoming increasingly soft. Do you wish to kiss me? Shui Ran's tone was lighthearted, yet it betrayed a hint of malice. It's too filthy, I do not like it. He had no desire for what had been touched by others. Not bothering to regard the woman's expression, he lifted his glass and drank it all in one go. His straightforward words reeked of disdain. The woman's complexion paled. Her lips parted slightly, her words unspoken, before being swept away by Lin Shu, who said, "All right, enough of that, sit over here." Lin Shu pinched her face playfully. "Be good, don't upset Shui Ge." The woman shivered slightly. Okay. Lin Shu planted a kiss on her red lips. "That's right, Lin Ge cares for you." Lu Yu suppressed her disgust. She understood that they were trying to ease the tension, but the term Lin Ge was as greasy as a 3-day-old dish. Ugh. And then there was Shui Ran, who, despite disliking games, still insisted on being involved. Ugh. She felt a pang of sympathy for the beauty, whose confidence was crumbling. If the brother cannot, then the sister shall. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu began to regret her thoughts, because in this round, the order was reversed. When she bit the paper at Xiao Nan's lips, she was too gentle, only severing a short piece that lingered at the edge of his lips, creating a highly ambiguous situation. In Lu Yu's mind, this was akin to waving a white flag of defeat. Enough. Time to drink. She was self-aware enough not to turn to Shui Ran for approval, just as she was about to reach for a glass. A hand, clearly accustomed to luxury, pressed down on the rim. "Were you drinking?" "I'm right here on your right." At that moment, everyone in the room began to question Shui Ran's sexual orientation, including Lu Yu. Was it not so? The enchanting beauty cultivated by the establishment seemed reluctant, yet willing to get so close to her, a mere junior. Lu Yu's eyes widened with fear. Shui Ran, however, had not pondered much. He had never seen Lu Yu drink, and feared that if she truly did, she might become intoxicated when he took her back to the dormitory. But upon seeing Lu Yu's resistant expression, he felt a surge of displeasure. What did it mean? She could be so intimate with Xiao, and yet so averse to him. When had Lu Yu begun to disdain him? Irritated, Shui Ran wasted no time. "Come on, aren't we playing a game? I can handle it." "Wait," Lu Yu began, but Shui Ran had already placed his hand on her shoulder. As he leaned down, his neck formed an elegant curve reminiscent of swans. The dimple at the corner of his lips deepened, releasing a warm, ambiguous breath as he spoke. "Lift your head, little roommate." Lu Yu could detect the sweet, intoxicating scent mingled with the aroma of alcohol emanating from him. His striking features magnified in her trembling gaze, and she instinctively obeyed, tilting her head back. Their faces drew exceedingly close enough for Shui Ran to see the flush of red that flickered between her lips as she parted them. Shui Ran's throat moved slightly. He reached to grasp the small piece of white paper on his lower lip, yet it seemed unable to withstand the breath of both individuals, slipping through the crevice and falling away. The lips brushed against each other, as if they had yet not. A minuscule margin. The warm sensation lingered on his lips as Lu Yu sat upright, her mind surprisingly blank. Had they lost the game? The paper had fallen. Wait, now is not the time to ponder the game. Was Shui Ran unwell? No. Contemplating Shui Ran was futile. Did this count as a kiss? Wait until the game concluded. Lu Yu remained lost in thought. She did not feel wronged or embarrassed. Rather, she simply could not comprehend Shui Ran's actions. Shui Ran was not in a much better position. After his irritation subsided, he realized how outrageous his behavior had been. There was no need for speculation. The next time they gathered, these rascally friends would undoubtedly bring a male model for him to choose from. Shui Ran prided himself on being straightforward, attributing his earlier actions to a moment of impulsiveness. His little roommate was quite youthful, with soft, luscious lips. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Lu Yu's moist lips. Such a pity that she was male. If she were female. A glint of mischief danced in the amber depths of Shui Ran's eyes. He would not relinquish the opportunity so easily. He would press on her shoulders, kissing deeper, their lips forced apart, creating strands of sticky silver. Shui Ran did not enjoy playing, but that did not mean he was incapable of it. Have you considered undergoing gender reassignment surgery? Shui Ran suddenly inquired in the car. Lu Yu, what kind of outrageous talk is this? Has her identity been discovered? Just because they kissed? Does he have a gender detection device on him? She hurriedly responded. I've heard the surgery is detrimental to one's health, and I have no such plans at the moment. Indeed, Shui Ran sighed in disappointment for reasons unknown. I would prefer not to have an ailing roommate. Lu Yu thought to herself, narrowly escaping a calamity. They had concluded their gathering and were now returning to the academy. The young masters had attempted to keep them a while longer, but upon realizing it was futile, they walked to the door to bid farewell. Lu Yu sensed something odd in their gazes. The shift from "how did you manage to cling to him" to "you seem to have some skills" was palpable. She refused to dwell on how their minds would extend such yellowed notions. What underling would harbor thoughts for his superior? The phrase "kissed the boss" seemed laden with implications. She was not the type to fall in love with a drill sergeant during military training, or develop feelings for a supervisor at work, or get infatuated with a hairstylist. A kiss was merely a kiss. Consider it an occupational hazard. Shui Ran appeared particularly spirited today and asked again, You must like girls, right? Lu Yu. Of course. Shui Ran squinted. Who do you like? Lu Yu skillfully reassured him. Rest assured, during the contract period, I will not allow romance to interfere with my quality of service. Shui Ran huffed. Lu Yu continued to reassure him. Moreover, I have no one I adore. Only then did Shui Ran seem satisfied. No liking allowed. He did not wish to see Lu Yu bestowing affection upon others. He preferred her to devote all her energy to him. Catering to a capricious boss is quite a challenge, especially when this employer intrudes upon your personal life. Lu Yu has undergone a transformation in her mindset. In her mind, she has crafted an image of Shui Ran as a cat, a beautiful yet finicky golden retriever cat, sulking at the idea of sharing attention with other kittens. This whimsical notion brings a sense of endearment. What fault could a cat possibly have? Time slipped away for Lu Yu, who found solace in her suffering. Upon returning to school, they discovered that curfew had already passed. The security guard merely cast a fleeting glance at the duo before hastily opening the door, inquiring with courtesy whether they required the corridor lights to be turned on. Shui Ran, without sparing a glance, strode forward, prompting Lu Yu to decline on his behalf. No need. The dormitory lights remained illuminated. Hearing the commotion, Ji Jingli emerged from his cubicle, his gaze landing on their attire, his tone suggesting understanding. Out for a night of fun? Shui Ran replied, yes. Ji Jingli continued. Still with those people? Shui Ran grimaced slightly. Yes. It's all my mother's fault for insisting I make more friends. These individuals truly believe I can relate to them. Ji Jingli smiled. Your mother is simply concerned for you. Did you find tonight's outing rather dull? At this, Shui Ran paused momentarily. Not exactly. He unconsciously licked his lips, realizing there was indeed some intrigue. Some intrigue? Ji Jingli turned to Lu Yu. You went together, didn't you? Why don't you share with me what interesting events transpired? Chapter 36. Nocturnal conversations. The question seemed to carry an alternative meaning. Or perhaps none at all. Lu Yu embellished her response. I merely indulged in a bit of wine and participated in some drinking games. Is that so? Ye Yingli pondered, doubtful that Shui Ran's notoriously cantankerous demeanor would permit him to engage in games with others. He was acutely aware of his friend's disposition, one that reveled in arrogance when victorious and refused acknowledgement in defeat, resolute that no one could contravene his wishes. Shui Ran exclaimed, "What did you just say?" Ji Jingli remained unfazed, recalling, "Last time someone urged you to drink 3 glasses, you poured the wine over their head." Shui Ran retorted, "You were right there," suggesting I exchanged the remaining 2 for something stronger, claiming the previous drink lacked potency. Ji Jingli countered, "Did you not consent? You appear to be enjoying yourself." What a pair of tyrants they were joining forces. Lu Yu resolved to sidestep the impending conflict and retreated to the bathroom for a shower. She had an aversion to the scent of alcohol and was determined not to carry its essence to bed. As the bathroom door swung open, Shui Ran found his attention uncontrollably drawn to the silhouette heading toward it, the images of the evening replaying in his mind. Her lips were crimson. What about other areas? Earlier, Lu Yu had mentioned providing a scrubbing service. Ji Jingli closed the notebook he had been holding, inquiring, "Did you truly intend to bring him into your circle tonight?" Shui Ran replied dismissively, "No, it was merely a casual remark." His golden hair cast indistinct shadows in the dim light, mirroring his current state of mind. Ji Jingli said nothing. After a brief pause, Shui Ran, as if seeking to validate something, added, "We must discern what he desires most in matters of money, power, and lust." This explanation was more compelling than the previous one. In the past, they had employed similar tactics with those eager to please them, offering indulgences that inflated desires, thereby ensuring greater compliance and control. Upon hearing this, Ji Jingli finally relaxed his furrowed brow. "As long as you understand." Yet he still felt that his roommate's concern for Lu Yu bordered on excessive, though he too harbored similar sentiments. But how could they be equated? He was lucid enough to recognize that his interest stemmed from compassion and admiration, merely wishing to observe how far Lu Yu could progress under his guidance. Shui Ran raised an eyebrow. "I am fully aware of my actions. Even if I find Lu Yu intriguing, his arrogance is ingrained within him. It is akin to entertaining a dog for amusement." Ji Jingli's lips curled into a smile. This was the spoiled young master he recognized, capable of elevating someone to great heights when in good spirits, yet equally capable of treating them with disdain as if they were unfamiliar. Given this, let him accompany me for a while. I have certain tasks for him to undertake. Shui Ran responded, He sensed that this fellow had laid the groundwork merely to utter that statement. In the bathroom, Lu Yu had yet to turn on a shower. She lingered by the door, which she had cracked open just enough to overhear the clarity of their conversation, including the remark comparing her to a tail-wagging dog. Her movements faltered momentarily. So, Shui Ran merely regarded her as a pet eager to please? This was rather delightful. Lu Yu felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She is no fool. Shui Ran's demeanor and certain actions are evidently too intimate, crossing the boundaries of mere camaraderie. She cannot help but suspect that he harbors ulterior motives. However, at this moment, Lu Yu feels a sense of relief. It must be her overactive imagination. If Shui Ran truly had affections for her, that would indeed be a terrifying tale. The consciousness of the world would likely manifest itself to pursue her relentlessly. Lu Yu refrained from dwelling on these thoughts and turned on the shower. The warm water cascaded over her body, droplets splattering everywhere. In the rising white mist, she glimpsed her own reflection in the mirror. It was far from flattering. She pressed her fingers against the corners of her lips, forcing a smile. She understands a fundamental truth. Life inevitably presents moments of utter misfortune, yet one must not linger on them. Genuine emotions hold little merit. At least she has secured tangible rewards. After freshening up, she climbed into bed, closing her eyes as that phrase flashed through her mind once more. How vexing. Is there truly no one willing to sell Shui Ran a sedative? Lu Yu? Why do you seem so downcast? Tang Ku inquired with concern. Lu Yu, usually brimming with vitality, rarely found herself daydreaming at her desk. Lu Yu snapped back to reality. She grasped Tang Ku's hand and murmured, "What if there's a possibility that you are feigning poverty to test our friendship, and in reality, You are the heir to a vast fortune. Preparing to share half with me? Tang Ke looked puzzled. Are you feeling feverish? Lu Yu indeed felt a bit dazed. She sighed deeply, reluctantly accepting the reality that she must continue working. No, I have to go to the student council soon. Tang Ke nodded. Then I'll wait for you in the cafeteria? Same old spot. Lu Yu replied. All right, please order me a pistachio milkshake in advance. I've heard it's a new flavor. Tang Ke assured her, consider it done. Briefly consoled by the thought of delicious food, Lu Yu rose to head to the student council. The work there is exhausting, yet she finds joy in it. She is even willing to allocate some of her energy from the impending monthly exams. After all, the rewards are tangible. The tasks handed to her seem deliberately arranged, including not only student files, but also a compilation of past examination strategies from various departments, which is immensely beneficial to Lu Yu. Let's study. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. I'm off now. Lu Yu waved her hand. That snack from last time. Did you enjoy it? I'll grab some more from the student council. A burst of laughter erupted from a nearby boy. Lu Yu, are you not misleading yourself with your own lies? Lu Yu was taken aback. She recalled that this fellow was named Wang Jia, also a special admission student. In class, they had exchanged hardly a few words. Tang Ke, quicker on the uptake, exclaimed, What lies? What are you talking about? Lu Yu was unable to catch her in time. Wang Jia, clearly provoking her, seized the opportunity to respond. Student council, huh? You really believe he could get into the student council? Only someone as brawny and dim-witted as you would fall for such nonsense. Nearby classmates also scoffed. Exactly. Haven't you seen that post on the forum? Everyone's mocking Lu Yu for having delusions. It is truly embarrassing. Just a few days ago, I thought rather highly of him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu retrieved her phone and opened the forum. There was no need to search diligently. Given her tumultuous nature, the post was already prominently displayed on the homepage, accompanied by over 100 replies. Lu Yu has joined the student council. Who dares to look down upon our special admissions now? The title made Lu Yu's lips twitch. The method of provocative satire was too rudimentary, a mere repeat of juvenile antics. However, for a forum that routinely scorned special admissions, this title was compelling enough to draw them in. 3L. Is it daytime? Who's living in a dream? 5L. To those who believe Lu Yu has joined the student council, I am now offering my family stocks for sale. The original poster even highlighted the 3L reply. Indeed, I heard him say today that he is going to work for the student council. How impressive. It seems many elites can't even secure a spot. The excessive use of exclamation marks ignited a sense of indignation. Naturally, Lu Yu didn't need to guess. She knew that a torrent of disparaging remarks awaited her. She let out a soft sigh. Why could this world not grant her a moment of peace? Chapter 37. The fan's miserable fate, although it was a jest. The words of the 37th commenter resonated deeply with Lu Yu. Were she affluent, she would never feign poverty. Instead, she would ostentatiously flaunt her wealth. She envisioned herself adorned in the latest haute couture, poised before the floor-to-ceiling windows of her penthouse in the city center, with a bouquet of cash fashioned into roses resting beside her, casually revealing the dazzling gemstone ring adorning her finger. The photograph would be accompanied by a melancholic melody, and the caption would read, I do not desire vast riches. I only seek boundless love. Merely contemplating this brought Lu Yu immense joy, eliciting an uncontrollable chuckle. Beside her, Wang Jia was visibly displeased. Why was she laughing? Clearly, a person prone to deceit possesses an unusually thick skin. Lu Yu, puzzled, inquired, Do you dislike me? Wang Jia would never concede, responding instead with, I simply cannot abide your lies. His voice was raised, drawing the attention of several classmates, many of whom had read the post. It was evident that none believed it. A special admissions student entering the student council, they would struggle to gain entry themselves, let alone a so-called special admission. Understanding this, Lu Yu smiled, unbothered by the slander in the post. She was taken aback by Wang's apparent moral integrity, feeling a twinge of inadequacy. With that, she turned her attention back to organizing her belongings. Wang Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that it? Shouldn't Lu Yu have sought to refute him with a feeble excuse or become indignant and argue? Her calm demeanor left him feeling as though he had struck a punch into a cotton ball. Tang Ke, however, sprang up like a spring wanting to argue, but was restrained by Lu Yu. Wang Jia felt utterly vexed. The post was his creation, motivated by simple jealousy. Jealous of Lu Yu's fortune, envious of her immunity to bullying, and resentful of the adoration she received from her female peers. Why was he not afforded the same? Despite his unremarkable appearance and average personality, he possessed a profound inner world waiting to be explored. Yet these girls lacked the discernment to see it. Wang Jia exclaimed, "So you admit to lying about entering the student council? Do you not feel you have shamed us special admission students? There must be limits to deceit." Many classmates nodded in agreement. It was clear that if the allegations of dishonesty were substantiated, Lu Yu's reputation in class would plummet. Open and covert mockery would be inevitable. Lu Yu sighed. "You're the one who accused me of speaking for the special admissions students, and you're also the one who claimed I embarrassed them. Is your name Special Admissions?" Wang Jia exclaimed. "Stop deflecting," Lu Yu retorted. "You were the one who posted that, right?" Wang Jia panicked. "What post? I just can't stand your behavior. So vain. TSK, TSK. That righteous little expression of yours is quite the performance. This academy truly is teeming with talent. We could cast an entire season of actors. Please step forward." Lu Yu set her book down and tilted her head slightly. "Is that so? Because I can't help but feel you're simply envious of me." Caught in her own thoughts, Wang Jia could never acknowledge it. "What is there for me to be envious of you? How amusing." Lu Yu pointed to her own face. The youthful, refreshing visage she possessed, clad in the school uniform, bore the elegance of a model on a runway. Wang Jia simply stared, perplexed. Lu Yu patted his shoulder. "Brother, I understand you. After all, anyone who looks like you wouldn't be happy either. If posting slander about me brings you some solace, then I concede." Wang Jia's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, while the redness as acne could have bled. After saying this, Lu Yu disregarded the varied gazes of the crowd and turned to leave. She was pressed for time. In truth, she had grown weary of her recent pretentiousness. Rather than confront a mere classmate with the student council roster, she opted to arrive punctually, lest she incur the displeasure of Ji Heixin. Once Lu Yu departed, an unusual silence enveloped the classroom. What was his meaning? Ultimately, it was Wang Jia who succumbed to anger, despite being the one who had lied. Tang was not pleased. As soon as Lu Yu left, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared for battle. "You dare speak ill of Xiao Lu again? Just yesterday, Xiao Lu had brought her a large bag of snacks, and she would never lie." In her eyes, it wasn't merely acceptable for Lu Yu to join the student council. It was entirely normal for her to become its president. Xiao Lu was simply that exceptional. She thrust her fist before Wang Jia, not as large as a sandbag. Yet given that this fist had struck many before, Wang Jia shamefully cowered. You can't hit people like this." Tang Ku spat. Wang Jia was rendered speechless. The onlooking classmates did not expect Wang Jia to be so cowardly, leaving them quite disappointed. Someone suggested, "How about this? Why don't you take us to the student council and ask? Then we'll know for sure." "Yeah, instead of bickering, we should directly ask a member of the student council. Honestly, I don't believe Lu Yu would lie." "Huh. How amusing it would be if a lie were exposed right to their face." Seeing others support her, Wang Jia regained her composure. "Yes, if you have the guts. Take us to the student council." Tang Ku, with her overly innocent disposition, immediately agreed when provoked. "Let's go then. Wang Jia, let us go. Tang Ku, let us go." The atmosphere charged, and those in class with nothing better to do eagerly followed the two to the student council, while some returned to the forum to livestream. 145. We're off to the student council to uncover the truth, family. Hit 1 if you want to see the outcome. 146. Dude, you're awesome. Taking action. 3 minutes have passed, yet no one has confronted this special admission student. I am anxiously awaiting the outcome in the restroom. At this moment, Lu Yu is too preoccupied to read the replies and is unaware of the throng approaching the student council. She closes the file in her hands, feeling genuine gratitude towards whoever arranged this task for her. Even if she were to leave the academy in the future, this information will prove invaluable. Joie Xin, Lu Yu calls out, "You left your pen on my desk." The room is eerily silent with no response. Today is Joie Xin's turn to stand guard at the entrance. This duty is not too taxing, as few people venture this way aside from the student council members. However, at this moment, Joie Exine gazes at the formidable crowd before her, puzzled. What brings you all here? Tang Ku speaks first. I am searching for Xiao Lu no Lu Yu. She dramatically points at Wang Jia. He cannot fathom that Lu Yu is a member of the student council. If she were, I would live stream an electric fan. Wang Jia interjects. Joie Exine replies softly. The student council does not possess such low-end appliances. I can place an order now. Do you prefer the DC inverter model or the one with ultra-high wind power? Chapter 38. The forum turmoil. Lu Yu was oblivious to the impending loss of a man symbol. It was only at the moment she stepped over the threshold of the classroom that she was met with the piercing gazes of her peers, akin to the intensity of X-rays. Startled, she immediately withdrew her foot. What is happening? The expressions of the crowd were a complex tapestry, so intricate that even a pie chart could not elucidate it. Admiration? Curiosity? Fear? Perhaps it was a blend of all three. Notably, Wang Jia, who had previously been fervently intent on exposing her supposed lies, now sat in an empty seat, the table merely adorned with a few forlorn textbooks. What on earth is going on? Lu Yu tugged at Tang Ku's sleeve, inquiring softly. Even she, with her audacious demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment under such scrutiny. Tang Ku flicked her ponytail and extended her hand expectantly. Where are my snacks? A box of delicate biscuits, inscribed with elaborate English, was promptly placed in her palm. Accepting the treat, Tang Ku proudly placed her hands on her hips. It's my triumph. That Wang Jia insisted you were lying. So I led them to the student council to confront you. Lu Yu, so you took the lead in opening the box, did you? Tang Ku, Lu Yu, leveraging her height advantage, playfully tapped Tang Ku on the head. Have you ever considered what might happen if I were indeed lying? Tang Ku scoffed. You would never do that. The protagonist is surely a single-minded individual. Lu Yu, but what if the student council, succumbing to public pressure, decides to remove me from the list? She had already taken an unorthodox route. Now, making a grand show of confronting the student council was exhilarating, but what would follow? Lu Yu lacked the protagonist's fortune and confidence, leading her to ponder the ramifications more deeply. Tang Ku, clutching the biscuits, gazed with sorrowful eyes, resembling two forlorn fried eggs. I'm so sorry, Lu Yu. I just can't stand them speaking ill of you. She truly could not fathom the broader implications. Her mentor had warned her about her impulsive nature, often leading her to inadvertently cause more harm than good. Y&T, she learned her lesson. This time, Lu Yu, with a teasing tone, responded, How do you plan to make it up to me? Tang Ku was flustered. Could something truly go awry? No, I must clarify this with them. It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Yu seized her collar, the force nearly causing her to lose her grip. No, it's fine. She merely wished to tease Tang Ku, hoping to temper her impulsiveness. Tang Ku's ponytail flicked again. You scare me. Lu Yu, really, it's nothing. In fact, she was unaware of the incident. The issue had already been resolved before it had even reached her attention. Fulham, 169L. What happened to the promised live stream? Why is there no sound? 170L. I've been squatting in the restroom and Haven T received any updates. 175L. I'm the one who was supposed to stream. The good news is we found her. The bad news is that Lu Yu is indeed a member of the student council. 176L. How about I stream someone else doing a handstand in front of an electric fan instead? Is anyone interested? 185 litres, on site. One could only remark on the vivid expressions adorning everyone's faces. P.S. The floor number corresponds to my height. 186L. Haha, even dogs wouldn't believe it. If the forum didn't restrict us to one account each, I would suspect you are merely a secondary account of Lu Yu. 190L. Brother, if it's false, come and confront me. 191L. Who knows if you're a masochist just looking to be hit? No one paid heed to the inexplicably appearing electric fan. Everyone's attention was fixated on the revelation that Lu Yu was confirmed as a member of the student council. There remained skeptics, clamoring that someone must be aiding Lu Yu in fabricating tales, asserting the high standards of the student council, and claiming that special recruits were unworthy, among other remarks. 2 minutes later, a new trending post graced the forum's homepage. Latest student council member list public announcement. A black and white electronic document emblazoned with the official seal of the Academy served as the main image. No further elaboration was necessary. The seal alone conferred sufficient authority. The comments section erupted with activity. Many did not scrutinize the list closely. Upon locating the name, they hastily flooded the comments with exuberant responses. 3L. Goodness. Has he truly managed to latch onto such a significant figure? 4L. I can hear the echoes of immense fortune. 14L. How infuriating. What leverage does Lu Yu possess over the student council? 22 litres. J. Exu, the top student of the cohort. 33L. I was astonished upon seeing the list. They directly included 2 special recruits. The student council is doomed. 40L. Does anyone dare to reveal names? The current president is that individual. Do you wish to challenge the G family? 41L. Don't say the student council is finished just because you can't get in. Everyone knows this is the most powerful student council yet. 44L. An insider can only say that this year, not even investments are being solicited. There are plenty of people offering money. 50L. So can an insider explain why 2 special recruits were accepted? 52L. I apologize for my earlier remarks. It seems special recruits can indeed join the student council. Times have changed. 60L. My face hurts. I feel like crying. My application for membership was just rejected. 73L. It seems we have a true role model now. 88L. Can anyone provide me with Lu Yu's contact information? I am willing to pay for his guide on how to curry favor with the influential. 90L. It's merely good luck to share a dorm with the F4. I could do it too. Could I do it too? Joie Xin did not share this sentiment. The public announcement of the student council members was a post she had authored. She hadn't sought Lu Yu's assistance. Rather, she had managed the matter with remarkable efficiency on her own. As for the reason, Joie Xin's phone displayed a message from Ji Jingli. Joie Xin, President. I have acted as you instructed. Ji Jingli, well done. Even through the screen, Joie Xin could envision the gentle smile of that individual, as if he had everything under control. How could someone favored and nurtured by Ji Jingli possibly lack merit beyond mere luck, as the form suggested? A moment too late, Ji Hushua sat in his seat, his expression as perpetually aloof as ever, rendering his emotional fluctuations imperceptible to those around him. Yet, no one knew that he felt a twinge of annoyance. He had seen the posts attacking Lu Yu. The most effective method to divert the forum's attention is to establish a new target for criticism. For instance, oneself. He too is a member of the student council, a specially recruited student, embodying all the elements that incite dissatisfaction among privileged peers. Ji Hushua has already composed a post that could provoke even greater contention, sure to redirect the forum's ire towards him. However, posting it now seems futile. Ji Hushua pressed his lips together, the already faint hue deepening into pallor. He must devise another way to repay the favor, which is quite troublesome. Each time he recalls Lu Yu's assistance, his once tranquil thoughts are disrupted as if a stone has been cast into still waters, creating ripples of unease. He is determined not to be swayed by any insincere concern or well-meaning gestures in this lifetime. Join the student council? Shui Ran irritably flung a jade-green gemstone onto the table, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the air. The servant nearby winced at the sight. After all, that was a prized item newly acquired from the auction. Shui Ran paid no mind to the crack that had formed. You called Ji Jingli. That fellow didn't even inform me. The student council is Ji Jingli's domain. With Lu Yu's involvement, the time allocated to him would undoubtedly diminish, which is simply unacceptable. Yet, recalling his conversation with Ji Jingli, Shui Ran hesitated to approach him. His proud disposition makes it difficult to retract promises without losing face. Never mind. He is merely a subordinate. If he must depart, so be it. New amusements will surely present themselves. Yet despite these thoughts, Shui Ran felt a gnawing irritation within, prompting him to dial Xie Xiaoyu's number. Beep. Chapter 39. The note the phone remained unanswered, its slight vibrations resonating in the corner of the wall, dust speckling its surface. Even while Xie Xiaoyu was at the academy, various individuals sought to bring misfortune upon him. Tracking, clandestine photography, and even physical confrontations. Thanks to Xie Xiaoyu's deliberate indulgence, the petty schemes of the collateral branches of the Xie family grew increasingly frequent. He found it amusing, They could live comfortably on the dividends from the Xie family if they simply remained obedient. Yet, a mere spark was sufficient to inflate their ambitions. Humanity is truly fascinating. In the pursuit of prey, there are those who seek to dampen his enthusiasm. Xie Xiaoyu withdrew his foot from the head beneath him, posing a cryptic question. Are you suggesting that Lu Yu has framed you? The man sprawled on the ground bore the marks of violence. Blood smeared across his body, shoe prints embossed on his cheek. His lips tinged with a bluish hue. Bai Sikan, suppressing her fear, averted her gaze from the man's deplorable state and fixated on Xie Xiaoyu. Yes, he is not as he appears. He orchestrated my expulsion. She felt utterly cornered. The humiliation of being expelled from St. Mary's Academy felt more unbearable than death itself. Thus, she had clandestinely followed Xie Xiaoyu to this location. Is that so? Xie Xiaoyu stepped closer, leaving bright red streaks on the ground from the blood on his shoes. The closer he approached, the more striking his sculpted features became. Bai Sikan felt her heart flutter. She struggled to produce tears, yes. The tip of his shoe precisely struck her knee, causing her to collapse in agony. Xie Xiaoyu spoke slowly, I derive great pleasure from watching fools bring about their own demise. Yet Bai Sikan, in her pain, failed to grasp his words, tears streaming uncontrollably as she sobbed. Young Master Xie, I truly like you. I believe you will help me. One to you? A sudden spark of interest ignited in Xie Xiaoyu's demeanor. You like me? Yes. Bai Sikan crawled a couple of steps forward, desperately trying to press her face against the youth's thigh. She had abandoned all pretense, viewing Xie Xiaoyu as her last lifeline. Honestly, I adore you. From the moment I enrolled, I have secretly admired your silhouette, written you letters, and endeavored to get closer to you. Her words dripped with sincerity, revealing the tender thoughts of a girl in love. Stop. The single word from Xie Xiaoyu silenced her. Do you like Xie Xiao, or do you like me? Bai Sikan promptly replied, Of course, I like you as a person. I would be willing to have nothing, just to be with you. She believed this was a test of her sincerity. Wasn't that how novels unfolded? The prince often fell for the girl who desired nothing but his essence. She fancied herself to be the destined heroine in Xie Xiaoyu's life. Bai Sikan was convinced that Xie Xiaoyu would be moved. However, she did not expect that the young man remained expressionless in shadows, with only the slight lift of his brow hinting at a wild audacity. There are too many who adore me. Should I respond to each one? Xie Xiaoyu was indifferent to sincerity. If it was something he desired, he would stop at nothing to possess it, no matter how precious, genuine, or accessible it might be. If he did not want it, it would be in vain. Bai Sikan remarked, But I am different from them. Let me share a secret. Xie Xiaoyu interrupted her, his foot turning toward the person lying on the ground. He is dead. The sharp angle of his brow cast a chilling shadow that instilled fear. Bai Sikan, upon hearing this, fearfully raised her head. Dead, dead. Xie Xiaoyu replied, If you go over now and claim that you killed him, I would believe you. A shiver ran down Bai Sichuan's spine. Although she was still kneeling, she was so frightened that she fell to the ground. I. She dare not. She had never witnessed this side of Xie Xiaoyu. Knowing that he had blood on his hands was one thing, but actually seeing his bloody, ruthless side was entirely different. Observing Bai Sichuan's reaction, Xie Xiaoyu understood her answer. People were certainly alive. It was merely that some were not easily frightened. How dull. He raised his hand, signaling for someone to come. Take her away and ensure the process is clean. In the next moment, the girl's scream was muffled by something, and then it faded into the air. Bai Sikan has withdrawn from school. Jiang Yin exclaimed excitedly. Lu Yu responded with an indifferent, oh. Tang Ku added, The two displayed a rather lackluster reaction to this so-called explosive news. Jiang Yin, puzzled, asked, Aren't you curious about why that wretch? Cough, she withdrew. She must have done something wrong. Tang Ku mumbled through a mouthful of bread. Bad deeds bring retribution. Jiang Yin tossed her hair dismissively. Bai Sikan completed her withdrawal formalities in a day without even showing up. She must have offended someone. It's impressive that you've remained so naive after being in the academy for so long. In her opinion, given Tang Ku's demeanor, it was astonishing that she had not yet attracted the attention of any privileged science. She was indeed fortunate. Tang Ku, oblivious to the sarcasm, chuckled. Thank you for the compliment. You're not always unbearable either. You, Jiang Yin retorted with indignation. She decided to cease conversing with Tang Ku and shyly turned to Lu Yu, classmate Lu. I sent you a message a few days ago. Why didn't you reply? Lu Yu replied calmly. I didn't see the message. The monthly exam is approaching. Perhaps you should head back to review, Jiang classmate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yin clenched her palms, her manicured nails digging into her skin painfully. This was the way it had been. Lately, Lu Yu's attitude toward her had grown increasingly cold. No replies to messages, no acceptance of gifts, and barely exchanging a few words when they met. If Jiang Yin had not been ambiguous in her affections, she would have surely faced a complete rejection. I see. She forced a bright smile. Then, I will take my leave. I won't disturb you with your studies. Jiang Yin gazed at Lu Yu, hoping for a hint of reluctance. Yet, Lu Yu did not even lift her head, simply saying, all right. Jiang Yin departed. The newly dyed, wavy crimson locks faded into the background alongside her silhouette. Yet, Tang Ku appeared quite pleased. Indeed, she was the best friend of Lu Yu. Lu Yu showed no reaction to Jiang Yin's departure. Since they were not on the same path, it was better to sever ties sooner rather than later. As she turned the page of her book, she discovered a note tucked between the leaves. The handwriting was elegant and distinguished, conveying a sense of refinement. If you wish to improve your monthly exam results, come to classroom 082 on the 3rd floor. I can assist you. Chapter 40. Monthly Examination in the Desolate Classroom. Ji Hashua sat at the front row, his fingertips gently tapping the desk with the pen. He had been waiting there for a full half day, yet no one had arrived. Ji Hashua was convinced that the other party would see the note. He had observed through the surveillance that Lu Yu would invariably open a particular book each day. So, why had she not come? No longer willing to wait, Ji Hashua gathered his meticulously prepared notes and stepped out of the classroom. Along the way, he encountered several individuals who had once bullied him. They continued to act with audacity, their gazes laced with malice, yet they did not approach him any further. After all, he was now a member of the student council. Ji Hashua slightly lowered his head, his bangs concealing the gloom in his eyes. In his previous life, he would have endured an entire month of torment before Chui Woan would emerge as the so-called good person. The current change was all due to Lu Yu. This afternoon marked the commencement of the first examination of the month. The corridor was bustling with students, many of whom displayed signs of anxiety. Ji Hashua moved against the tide of the crowd, his demeanor markedly serene amidst the surrounding tension. As the top student, he possessed such confidence. Xiao Lu, shall we go for dinner together after the exam? Sure. It was a conversation as ordinary as any, yet the familiar voice prompted Ji Hashua to lift his head immediately. His gaze was sharper than a radar, and in no time, he had pinpointed the figure amidst the throng. The boy was smiling, the curve of his lips vibrant and sunny. He remained in his school uniform and black trousers, his socks speckled and worn through 3 washes. His hair seemed to have grown a little, and dark circles under his eyes suggested he had not slept well the previous night. Oblivious to how peculiar his daily observations of Lu Yu might seem, Ji Hashua moved a few steps closer to the pair. His tall stature and handsome features made his movements conspicuous, causing a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Lu Yu glanced over, her eyes meeting his, and Ji Hashua felt a sudden tightness in his breath, inexplicably nervous. Should he greet her? Indeed, if he intended to utilize her, he should approach her proactively. Yet, Lu Yu merely cast a cursory glance in his direction before resuming her conversation with the girl with the ponytail, her demeanor strikingly indifferent. As they brushed past one another in the crowd, only a trace of refreshing soap-like fragrance lingered in the air. Ji Hashua stood, rooted to the spot for a full 2 minutes. Had he truly been ignored? Of course. Lu Yu would not place her trust in a mere piece of paper. There were many in the academy who disapproved of her. What if this was a ploy to lure her into a secluded corner for a beating? In this wretched academy, one must always guard against others, for there were far too many with malicious intent. As for overlooking Ji Hashua, it was not intentional. Primarily, they were not well acquainted. Finding her designated examination seat as per the seating chart, Lu Yu sat down and let out a gentle sigh. She had done her utmost, and now was up to fate. During this time, she had been engaged in intensive study, employing both technology and diligence. Now, Only luck remained to be tested. The students in the classroom were busy preparing for the examination, yet one individual approached her. "You must be Lu Yu, the one with curly hair adorned with a sparkling bracelet, clearly indicating a background of affluence. Might you enlighten me on how you gained entry into the student council?" While she feigned inquiry, jealousy was unmistakably concealed within her gaze. Lu Yu replied, "What? You didn't make it?" Her retort left the curly-haired girl momentarily speechless. "I am the one asking you." Lu Yu raised a finger, declaring, "One question costs 1,000. This was not a game of truth or dare. She bore no obligation to respond to others' inquiries. The girl ground her teeth. "ISNT at just 1,000? I'll pay." Lu Yu's enthusiasm surged. "Shall it be via scan or cash? Payment up front, no credit allowed." Who knew one could profit, even from a mere inquiry? The girl hastily transferred 3,000, eager to demand, "Now, can you tell me how you got into the student council?" Lu Yu shrugged. "I don't know." "You don't know?" The girl retorted in disbelief. "And yet you took my money." Lu Yu responded coolly, "I am only responsible for answering questions, not for the correctness of the answers." She had her own rationale, and the girl, ensnared in her web, resolved to change her approach. "Did you perhaps enter through the back door?" Lu Yu nodded, "Yes." "Who was it?" The girl seized the opportunity to press further. Lu Yu interjected, "3 questions have been asked. Any further inquiries will incur additional fees." "I'll scan another 1,000. The girl insisted. Lu Yu shook her head, holding up 3 fingers. "The price escalates with the difficulty of the question. Now it's 3,000 for one." The girl felt as though she had been deceived. No, this was outright fraud. Enraged, she exclaimed, "Refund me." Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, "A small business, no refunds or exchanges." In a good mood, she even added a playful lilt to her words. "It's easy to profit from the offspring of the wealthy. My food expenses for the month are secured. You have not answered my question. Refund me." The girl slammed her palm on the table, her fury palpable. It was not the money she lamented, but rather the indignity of the situation. Lu Yu remained unfazed. "I recorded our conversation. Would you like to verify that 3 questions were indeed asked?" "You." The girl had never encountered such a scoundrel. Aren't special admissions students supposed to be respectful? How could someone like Lu Yu exist? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yu had no qualms about demanding payment, even from the elite. Facing her was a trivial matter. "If there is nothing else, please don't disturb me during my exam." Observing her reluctance to pay further, Lu Yu swiftly adopted a different demeanor, expressing gratitude and bidding farewell. Knowing that such opportunities were rare, the girl refused to leave. "You wouldn't be referring to a backdoor of that sort, would you?" Lu Yu found the argument tiresome, especially when it delved into personal matters. Had they known her gender, the remarks would likely have been more disparaging. Demanding a refund for 3,000, could it be that you earn only that much in a night? Such words cut deeply, laden with insult. The girl's face turned ashen. Your words are excessively venomous." Lu Yu shrugged. "Nonsense. Hurtful words do not wound. Do you suppose I am here to flirt?" In a single moment, curly hair fell into silence once more. He could neither outshout nor outsmart her. Just then, the announcement reminded everyone that the examination was about to commence, urging students to return to their seats. Curly hair had intended to elicit a response, seeking an opportunity to humiliate Lu Yu, but instead, he ended up being deceived and scolded. What was he truly after? His feet felt as if they were glued to the ground, yet he still spat out bitter words. "Someone like you, always scheming, will surely perform poorly on the monthly exam. Don't be surprised if you fail to make it into the top 10. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu merely smiled. "Thank you for your kind wishes." Curly hair sensed something amiss with Lu Yu's demeanor. Pressured by the announcement, he eventually departed. Lu Yu watched his retreating figure with a smile as she took out her pen. In truth, she was genuinely grateful to him. The reason was simple. Curly hair was clearly a more foolish pawn than herself. His earlier remark was nothing short of a classic face-slapping scenario. If she had been anxious about her own performance, his words were akin to a reassuring balm for her nerves. With her heart settled, her writing became steadier. The college's examination papers were notoriously challenging, demanding both breadth and depth of knowledge from students. Calmly, Lu Yu moved from front to back, writing with certainty when she was assured and pondering when she was not. The sound of her pen scratching against the paper never ceased. The more she wrote, the better her state of mind became, her thoughts growing clearer. One could say she had entered a state of flow. Nearby, some had already submitted their papers early. Lu Yu remained undisturbed, waiting until the final moment before the bell rang to conclude her writing. She had secured her position. Ignoring Curly Hair's seething glare directed at her back, she exited the classroom. The doorway was framed in a cold, indifferent black, and standing beside it was a cool, elegant young man clad in a white shirt and black trousers, his jawline as sharp as ice, emanating an air of aloofness. Ji Hushue? It seemed they had encountered each other rather frequently of late, Lu Yu mused. Chapter 41. A touch Lu Yu had no intention of greeting anyone. Just as she was about to feign ignorance and pass by, Ji Hushue stepped forward, blocking her path. Can we talk? Ji Hushue inquired. Although Lu Yu was uncertain about the topic of their conversation, she nonetheless nodded in agreement. The two proceeded to a secluded corner. Lu Yu observed that Ji Hushue's arm remained tensed, as if she were particularly anxious in Lu Yu's presence. Taking the initiative, Lu Yu asked, "Is there something on your mind?" Ji Hushue bit her lip and softly replied, "Did you see that note?" Lu Yu responded, "You wrote it?" "Yes. Thank you for what you did last time," Ji Hushue said. Lu Yu was somewhat taken aback. However, upon reflection, she recognized that Ji Hushue's character was one of gratitude and reciprocity. Otherwise, she would not have been so thoroughly manipulated by Chu Yuewan. "No need to thank me. It was merely a small matter," Lu Yu reassured her. Noticing that Lu Yu genuinely did not regard her assistance as significant, Ji Hushue's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Why? She pondered. It was strange to help someone without informing them or seeking anything in return. "I can help you with the upcoming exams. If you do not want tutoring, there's always the option of cheating," Ji Hushue suggested tentatively. "Absolutely not." Lu Yu firmly rejected the idea. She not only declined, but also earnestly warned Ji Hushue, "Do not ever speak of such things again. The Academy expels those caught cheating. Possessing talent is a fortunate and precious gift. You have come this far. Do not squander your potential. Never compromise your principles for a moment of kindness, nor allow yourself to be ensnared for a lifetime. You can remain the top student in a sea of talent without any familial support." Ji Hushue was destined to be extraordinary. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and her slightly raised face bore a look of earnestness as she genuinely advised Ji Hushue. Although the corner echoed with the clamor of the outside world, at that moment, Ji Hushue could only hear the rhythm of her own heartbeat. She slowly clenched her fingers. Her initial reaction one of helplessness, grappling with the unfamiliar emotions swirling within her. Her heartbeat trembled, mirroring her voice as she stammered, "I understand." Lu Yu sighed in relief, "As long as you understand." She was uncertain whether her words could steer Ji Hushue away from a tragic fate, but she felt it was a pity nonetheless. Noticing that Ji Hushue remained silent and stood there in a daze, Lu Yu casually patted her arm. "I must be off then. My friend is waiting for me to eat." Ji Hushue jolted slightly. "Okay, all right." Her voice was unusually hoarse. Lu Yu did not notice this and hurriedly departed, fearing that if she lingered, she would miss out on the cafeteria's most affordable meal. Even in a novel, I still have to endure the high school struggle for food. How frustrating. Behind her, Ji Hushue lingered alone at the corner for a long while. Only when the warmth in her cheeks subsided did she cautiously grasp the sleeve that Lu Yu had just touched, lowering her head to inhale its scent. It was the familiar fragrance of soapberry, starkly contrasting with the metallic scent she had encountered moments before her previous life demise. This scent, she adored. J.H. Su remained skeptical about Lu's words, yet she could not resist the allure of such unblemished warmth. She found herself rather fond of it. The unfortunate news was that Lu had failed to secure a meal. However, the silver lining was that the subsequent 2 days of the monthly examination unfolded seamlessly. The 3 demanding young masters had tacitly refrained from disturbing her, bestowing her with ample energy to confront the tests ahead. Lu perceived them in a rather favorable light. A considerate boss is indeed a commendable boss. It would be even better if he could provide her with a monetary reward, chuckling at the thought. Upon returning to the dormitory the next day, Su-in, who had not glanced at her for quite some time, tossed her a box of medicine. Clutching the medication, Lu inquired, "What is this?" "Rat poison," Su-in replied casually, his tone as unyielding as ever. In any case, take one before your exam. Ellie was taken aback. If she did not know Sue R's penchant for sarcasm, she might have assumed he had discerned her true nature as a rat person and intended to do her in. After delivering his message, Sue R drew the curtain, clearly indicating that he wished to be left alone. Such was the temperament of a young master. Hesitating for a moment, Lu snapped a photo of the medicine and sent it to She F. She F responded promptly. Who gave you this? It's quite expensive. Curiosité piquée, Lu curieux. What is this? To She F. Any medication deemed costly was beyond her wildest imaginings. In her eyes, expensive equated to something potentially sellable. However, given Sue R's character, it was plausible he would indeed verify whether she had obediently consumed the medicine, making it prudent to clarify. She F elaborated, you may consider it a type of stimulant, though it is harmless and can enhance your cognitive agility. She continued, not only is it costly, but it is also scarce. It can only be procured through special channels. Who gave it to you? She pressed further. Lu felt the weight of the medication in her hands. It was Sue R, she disclosed. That fellow. She F's next message arrived as a voice note, her sultry voice imbued with a teasing charm. It was no surprise that the Sue family could acquire such medication. He seems to hold you in high regard. However, if you must choose between the two of them, I would still recommend my nephew. What a preposterous matchmaking suggestion. Lu wished She F would regain her composure. She certainly did not believe either of them harbored any romantic feelings for her. That was utterly impossible. Yet, as she gazed at the medication in her hand, an involuntary smile graced her lips. Sue R undeniably possessed a hint of pride. Despite his concern for her well-being, he stubbornly insisted it was rat poison. In a few days, when time permitted, she resolved to indulge the young master a bit more, ensuring she attended to him with utmost care. During the month-long examination, Lu garnered kindness from more than one source. While she was at the student council, JJNGL approached her once, his tone remarkably gentle. Do you remember what I told you? There's no need to worry about the monthly exams. Today, he wore a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses, and his refined features exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Upon entering the student council, aside from the extra points, I will ensure you receive a sufficiently high score for your practical results. The practical results constitute an alternative standard beyond the written examination scores. The primary assessment revolves around the social experiences of students, a privilege exclusive to the affluent elite, necessitating substantial financial investment. After all, there are always those who show no inclination towards learning. Lu Yu, as a specially admitted student, had long since partially relinquished this aspect. Now, upon hearing Ji Jingli's words, Lu Yu's first instinct was one of caution. What ulterior motives are brewing? When did Ji, with his rather mercenary disposition, become so benevolent? Thus, Ji Jingli's remarks were met with Lu Yu's perfunctory smile. Thank you, Brother Ji, I understand. How could Ji Jingli fail to perceive the insincerity beneath her facade? He couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. This was the first time he aimed to nurture someone and gauge how far she could go, only to find his intentions disregarded. Very well then, as an incentive, if you perform well in this month's examination, your contract salary will be doubled. Just doubled? No, wait, doubled. Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly the case, dear guardian? She felt an immediate surge of motivation. Observing her reaction, Ji Jingli's gaze softened with a hint of resignation. Indeed, she seemed solely interested in monetary gain. Reflecting on his previous suspicions regarding Lu Yu's motives for approaching them, Ji Jingli felt as if all his calculations and contemplations had been rendered futile. Nevertheless, the anticipation on her face was rather endearing. He felt a compulsion to reach out, his fingers itching to pinch her cheek. Truly. So, best of luck for the monthly examination. After all, when Lu Yu buried herself in her studies late at night, he experienced a rather complex array of emotions. Chapter 42. The cafeteria with the final bell signaling the end of the examination. Lu Yu exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over her. She was confident that her scholarship was secure. After an intense period of study, she felt as though she had fully assimilated the foundational knowledge of the original owner. Facing future exams would no longer require frantic effort to maintain her academic standing. What a relief. As she exited the classroom, Lu Yu heard a heavy sigh from a nearby, curly-haired student. Why can't this knowledge just stick in my brain? The sight of another's struggle brought Lu Yu a sense of joy. With a cheerful smile, she gave a thumbs up to the curly-haired student and swiftly departed. Finally liberated, Lu Yu raced back to her dormitory and collapsed on her bed. She initially wished to share her excitement with someone, but after perusing her contact list, she found no one suitable to confide in. Even Tang Ku, she did not fully trust. After some contemplation, Lu Yu decided to call her grandmother. Upon hearing Lu Yu declare that she would undoubtedly achieve good results in the monthly exam, Yu Xian immediately believed her, responding with a cheerful promise to buy Lu Yu a reward. The two enjoyed a delightful conversation until the ringing of Lu Yu's phone interrupted her. It was Tang Ku. Xiao Lu. Cafeteria. Now. Tang Ku's voice was succinct and commanding. Okay, 3 minutes, Lu Yu replied. Their daily routine of entering and exiting together had fostered a unique and concise mode of communication. The cafeteria was bustling with students today. As Lu Yu approached the entrance, a small projectile zoomed past her. Xiao Lu. Tang Ku gasped for breath. Could you be a bit gentler next time? Tang Ku's surprising strength nearly toppled her petite frame. Oh, sorry, Tang Ku replied earnestly, releasing her grip. How'd it go? You must have done excellently. You worked so hard. Pouting, her adorable face marred by concern, she continued, but I couldn't answer several questions. Lu Yu, aware that the special admissions students rarely performed poorly, merely rubbed her wrist, which bore the marks of Tang Ku's grip. Let us go eat. Donkiskiviko nod vigorously. Today it's my treat. Such generosity from a boss. Lu Yu teased. Because I recently secured a part-time job at the cafeteria and earned quite a bit. What? Lu Yu exclaimed, startled. You're secretly making money without telling me. Indeed, Tang Ku gestured towards the window. The school prioritizes part-time positions for special admission students. For instance, working in the cafeteria pays 500 per hour, settled upon completion. 500 per hour. Lu Yu felt as though she need not graduate at all. She could work part-time at St. Mary's College for a lifetime. Next time you go, will you invite me along? Lu Yu inquired. Absolutely. Just the two of us. Tang Ku replied enthusiastically. The cafeteria's meal station offered affordable prices, allowing for personal selection of dishes, and the taste was quite satisfactory. The two were well accustomed to it, and after collecting their meals, they found a seat to settle down. Lu Yu took a bite of the braised beef brisket, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. This was far superior to her high school cafeteria, with quality ingredients and flavors that avoided the bizarre combinations like cucumber stir-fried with apples. It is said that the dishes offered on the second floor can be voted on, and those with fewer votes will be replaced, which is quite considerate. However, considering the backgrounds of the students in this school, she felt a sense of understanding. After all, the young masters and mistresses pay such hefty tuition fees each year. Why should they enjoy better meals? Across from her, Tang Ku devoured her meal with remarkable speed, leaving her plate empty in a whirlwind of activity. She said, Xiao Lu, I will go get some fruit. Lu Yu gave her an approving gesture. Please grab me a plate of star fruit. The fruit section was not far from where they were seated, but by the time Lu Yu finished her meal, Tang Ku had still not returned. What was going on? Suddenly, she recalled that there had been incidents in the cafeteria before. When Tang Ku was assisting a special admission student, she had clashed with Xie Xiuyu, leading to a fierce argument due to their differing views, which later resulted in a sweet reconciliation. Lu Yu stood up and quickly spotted Tang Ku. The scene before her became clear. Two haughty boys stood over a special admission student who was covered in food, with Tang Ku positioned defiantly in between them. Lu Yu was puzzled. Why did these people always resort to throwing food? It was both cliché and wasteful. If it were her, she would have thrown snail noodles or turkey noodles, a taste that would haunt them for 3 days. She walked closer, but halted a few meters away. Patience was key. She would wait for the drama to unfold. Who asked you to meddle? The tall, lean boy said impatiently, as he had not even spoken a word himself. With that, he reached out to push Tang Ku. Awkwardly, he found that he could not move her an inch. Tang Ku stood her ground. I cannot stand by and watch you bully someone. We are all students, all equal. How dare you treat him this way? As she was rebuking them, she suddenly felt a tug at the hem of her shirt. Tangka mistakenly thought it was the boy behind her who was scared and quickly reassured him. Don't worry. With me here, they can't harm you. The two boys erupted in laughter, mocking her bravado. Do you really think you can take us on just because you're a girl? Lu Yu closed her eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending scene. 3 minutes later, the once arrogant boys lost their bravado as they realized they were no match for Tangku. No matter how they attacked her, she countered every move with ease. They even sensed that if they continued their antics, they would soon be on the receiving end of punishment. Lu Yu was not surprised. If Tangka lacked any ability, how could she be the protagonist? Logically, the boy in black should have felt grateful for being rescued by Tangku. But in the next moment, he suddenly pushed Tangku away. The boy in black glared at her, his eyes filled with resentment. I told you not to interfere. He abruptly stood up and apologized to the two boys. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't ask her to help me. Do whatever you want of me. Truly sorry. I don't know her. Greasy soup dripped from his collar, leaving him in a disheveled state. I'm sorry. Please don't hold this against me. Tangka stood frozen in place, bewildered. She asked why. Why apologize to those who bully you? Why you resent me? She was clearly doing the right thing. For saving him in the moment does not equate to saving him for a lifetime. A male voice resonated from a short distance away. It was Xiexioyu. At that moment, he was alone, dressed casually, yet the surrounding crowd had instinctively created a vacuum around him. Some were anxious, while others suppressed screams that threatened to escape their throats. Xie Xiao had actually come to the cafeteria. However, Xiexioyu paid no heed to the fervent gazes that seemed ready to ignite around him. Instead, he observed the scene before him with great interest. Tangka asked, what do you mean by not being able to save him for a lifetime? Her expression was as bewildered as that of a child. Xiexioyu spoke slowly, you mustn't offend them. If you stand up for him now, these individuals will only escalate their aggression towards him. His voice was strikingly clear. The three individuals before him mirrored his words. The boy in black stood dazed, while the other two students faced Xiexioyu with tension, their glances at the boy in black laced with malice. Xiexioyu. The two attempted to curry favor, but Xiexioyu dismissed their overtures. He continued, in this academy, power dictates everything. Sheer brute force is of no consequence. How could that be? Tangka clenched her fists, her voice dry. I could protect him forever. Xiexioyu merely chuckled. No one believed her declaration. Could Tangka truly remain by the boy's side at all times? She observed the boy in black being shoved once more against the table, still enduring, as if something within her had shattered. Yet, she stubbornly declared, I refuse to believe that. Xiexioyu regarded her naivety with indifference. Had it been in the past, he might have relished shattering such innocence. But now, he possessed a more intriguing diversion. Why stand so far away? Come closer. Xiexioyu beckoned to Lu Yu from distance. Chapter 43. Caught while indulging gossip, Lu Yu reluctantly set aside the half-eaten watermelon. What did it have to do with her? Wasn't this the moment when the main characters were supposed to spark a connection, engaging in a battle of wits and words? Igniting passion? Xiexioyu glanced at Lu Yu, his eyes harboring a hint of languid annoyance. Lu Yu obediently approached him. What choice did she have? She was merely a bystander caught in the act of gossiping. Tangka stood in a daze, her fists gradually relaxing. Lu Yu felt a pang of sympathy. Without hesitation, she grasped Tangka's hand, tightening the fist once more. She never believed there was anything wrong with Tangka's convictions. It was the school that was truly out of touch. Tangka's lips quivered. The warmth of Lu Yu's palm pulled her from her confusion. Lu Yu was supporting her. Someone believed in her. She drew immense strength from this gesture and turned her gaze towards Xiexioyu. I believe that as long as I adhere to my principles, I will one day rectify these erroneous behaviors. The girl radiated an inner light as she spoke, and no one could doubt the sincerity of her words. At least Lu Yu believed in her. She valued herself, and, lacking the courage to confront the environment, deeply admired Tangku. How impressive! After a moment, Xiexioyu remained silent. This was a crucial plot point. It was the time for the male lead to be moved by the female lead's words. Why was he unresponsive? When Lu Yu looked over, she discovered that Xiexioyu's gaze was fixed upon her. Hey, why are you looking at me? Lu Yu quickly released her grip and lowered her head, attempting to become invisible. Seeing this, Xiaoyu chuckled softly. You have quite the ideas. Though he appeared amused, there was a subtle chill in his eyes. His next question was directed at Lu Yu. Are you two very close? This time, it was Tanka who spoke up, glaring at Xiaoyu. Why are you so nosy? Your tone is akin to that of a wife confronting her husband about infidelity. Lu Yu felt an urge to cover her mouth. Was it appropriate to say such things? Surprisingly, Xiaoyu, likened to a husband, did not seem angered. Why am I so inquisitive? He lowered his eyelids, an air of nonchalance enveloping him. Because he is mine. Lu Yu despaired and closed her eyes. With that statement, she could only imagine how lively today's forum would be. Moreover, Tang could seem to believe it. In disbelief, she asked Lu Yu, Xiao Lu, did you sell yourself behind my back? Lu Yu responded, I am a law-abiding citizen. How can you believe everything you hear? The male lead meant he was referring to his subordinate. Did she not understand what a subordinate meant? Tang questioned, then what did he mean by that earlier statement? Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu explained, remember when you asked what I was busy with? I was assisting Brother Xie as a subordinate. There are many tasks involved. Tang still looked puzzled. So when he slapped you, did you have to say thank you? What do you usually watch? Lu Yu raised her finger, responding with a gesture that spoke volumes. A month grants me such abundance. The reason two individuals can play together is not without merit. Tang's eyes instantaneously transformed into symbols of wealth. She grasped Lu Yu's hand firmly, proposing, why don't you entrust everything to me? I shall only take 2,000 yuan. Truly, little Lu possesses a knack for making money. While she still receives a fixed salary from the cafeteria, little Lu has already begun to earn extra income from this insufferable young master. She is nothing short of a genius. Lu Yu felt a twinge of temptation as her hand was seized. It dawned on her that she, too, had the opportunity to become an intermediary of sorts. If she allowed Tang to handle the tasks, not only would it save time for greater earnings, but would also enhance the interactions between the protagonists. Lu Yu eagerly wished for them to unite swiftly to progress the narrative. Lost in thought, she was abruptly separated as Xiaoyu reached out and grasped her forearm. His brows appeared to furrow even deeper, and his voice turned frigid. I shall ask you once more, are you two quite close? He seldom experienced the sting of being overlooked in life. Yet, just moments ago, he encountered that very sensation. Moreover, when Lu Yu and Tang stood together, their energies seemed oddly compatible. With a shift in his demeanor, Lu Yu's instincts flared. She nearly forgot she was masquerading as a boy. To Xiaoyu, it was simply a matter of his profound connection with the female lead. The betrayal of a beloved was an unforgivable offense. Lu Yu promptly responded with utmost sincerity. We share a purely platonic friendship. Rest assured, Brother Xie, I remember every word you've spoken. After her declaration, she raised 3 fingers beside her ear, making a gesture of swearing an oath. Xiaoyu regarded her with scrutiny. When the youth smiled, his eyes habitually curved, the lashes at their corners lifting, compelling those around him to smile in return. Dressed in a beige top today, his fair complexion appeared even softer. The playful oath gesture, executed with such charm, dissipated the last remnants of anger that had inexplicably surged within him moments ago. Truly, aware of his own sentiments, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. When did he become so easily swayed? He pressed down on Lu Yu's fingers, the delicate sensation extinguishing the final flicker of his ire. Remember the words you spoke today? He intoned with significance. Should I uncover any deceit between you, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Wait a moment. Lu Yu sensed something amiss. Very well. Brother Xie. Such a domineering, CEO-like proclamation. Why would it arise from him towards someone of her stature? Brother, open your eyes. Your future wife is right beside you. Noticing Lu Yu's eyes darting about, Xiaoyu understood that she was likely contemplating some critique of him. He gently flicked her forehead. What are you thinking? Lu Yu replied. Nothing at all. She glanced at the second pivotal character, Tang only to find that she, too, was completely oblivious to Xiaoyu. Leaning closer, Tang cupped her hand as if to muffle their conversation and whispered in her ear, Little Lu, if he dislikes seeing us together, let us pretend to be strangers in his presence and secure the money first. Lu Yu responded, "There is no need for that. Both of you seem rather peculiar." Upon observing the two once again huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, Xie Xiuyu, who was once more disregarded, could only chuckle in exasperation. This particular classmate, it appeared, had clearly forgotten Tang Ke's name. Would it be convenient to discuss matters on the second floor? Chapter 44 Invitation under the cheerful gaze of Lu Yu. The two ascended to the second floor. Tang Ke was initially perplexed as to why she had been summoned alone. "Let me be clear. It is impossible for you to separate me from Lu," she declared, her voice laced with wariness. "Separate?" Xie Xiuyu's expression darkened slightly. He was not fond of that term. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Tang Ke was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Xie Xiuyu, a man of little patience, continued, "Your physical capabilities possess significant potential for development. By joining me, you can safeguard the special recruits while also becoming stronger." Having been raised amidst the rigors of extreme training, he understood the type of regimen that could truly forge a person. He recognized the vast possibilities for Tang Ke's physical prowess, envisioning her as a formidable weapon under his guidance. Moreover, this would ensure that she would have no time to linger around Lu Yu. Tang Ke felt a flicker of uncertainty at his words. She was innocent, not foolish, even if she had initially been unaware of the Xie family's influence. The attitudes of her fellow students made it abundantly clear. Xie Xiuyu, born into a prestigious family, did not need to decipher the intricacies of human nature. Yet he was adept at it nonetheless. He added further weight to his argument. "You witnessed what transpired earlier. You can protect yourself after the incident. But what of those you assist? What about your friends?" Tang Ke felt as though she had been struck by a sudden blow. Indeed, she did not fear retribution from others. But what about Lu Yu, who had always been by her side? Yet, to bow to the aristocracy she despised at this moment was beyond her. I need to think." Xie Xiuyu remained unfazed. Opportunities do not wait for anyone. In the gaze of those below, they exchanged contact information, and the atmosphere appeared quite harmonious. In Lu Yu's eyes, exchanging contact details was akin to exchanging wedding rings at a ceremony. Yes, just like that. Lu Yu eagerly anticipated the conclusion of their narrative, envisioning her departure from the academy, soaring freely as the birds and swimming as the fish. Though she would no longer appear before them, she would undoubtedly send her blessings from afar for their wedding. "Xiao Lu, I still want another serving of spicy hot pot." The melody of the wedding march in her mind was abruptly interrupted, pulling Lu Yu back to reality. Xie Xiuyu had vanished without her noticing, leaving only Tang Ke beside her, whose expression betrayed neither shyness nor joy, but rather a sense of heaviness. Lu Yu dismissed her concerns. After all, emotions devoid of turbulence would be rather dull. "All right, let us go." The two made their way to the cafeteria window to grab a meal, but within an hour, the forum erupted. "Wow, suspected that young Master Xie has taken a liking to the special recruit. Forel, who has strengthened the special recruit. One who excels in grades. Another who relies on connections. And now a top-tier student is exchanging pleasantries with young Master Xie. Tanel, who are you all talking about? I feel like a hamster searching for food." 12L, thanks for the invite. I'm in the classroom, just left the cafeteria. The recent scene was truly sensational. A video entitled Xie Xiao, 2 men and 1 woman is available for pre-order at 500 each. Prompt action is advised. Another daring individual has emerged upstairs. Regarding the student Lin Shi with the phone number ending in 8932, I recommend an apology within half an hour. Let's return to the main topic. Who can enlighten me on what transpired in the cafeteria? Here comes someone to know. I was merely 100 meters away at the time. Essentially, Lu Yu and the girl A are friends. And Xie Xiao not only treated girl A with special regard, but also dismissed Lu Yu to speak privately with girl A. Goodness. Could it be that the young master has fallen for the impoverished flower? I am utterly appalled. The main issue is that Xie Xiao rarely engages in one-on-one conversations with girls. Lu Yu cast a glance, realizing she was merely an 80-watt light bulb in the situation. Let us not propagate rumors. How could Xie Xiao possibly be interested in a special enrollment student? Just wait. Rumor has it that a girl who fancies Xie Xiao has already sought trouble with that special enrollment student. Several posts regarding the cafeteria incident have gone viral. The comments are primarily divided into three factions: one that disbelieves, another that eagerly consumes gossip, and a third that is already investigating Tang Ku's background. As Liu scrolled through the posts, she felt a sense of ease as the narrative began to align. The will of the world must play a significant role in this. She was present at the scene, yet her presence felt almost non-existent in these discussions. It was as if everyone instinctively believed that Tang Ku and Xie Shiyu were the destined couple, meant to be entwined without regard for the world around them. How delightful to be invisible! However, Lu Yu's moment of satisfaction was fleeting. Her expression soon soured. If the narrative between the male and female leads proceeded as expected, then her role as the malevolent supporting character would soon unfold. It is crucial to remember that in the subsequent plot, she would be resolved by Xie Shiyu for having drugged Tang Ku. Yet prior to that, she had committed several acts of betrayal against Tang Ku, spreading rumors about her, ingratiating herself with those who bullied her, and even stalking Tang Ku and Ji Jingli during their outings, capturing intimate photographs to send to Xie Shiyu. Each recollection sent a shiver down her spine. Life, indeed, teaches through hardship. Lu Yu, feeling as if she were melting like butter, slowly succumbed to the warmth of her blanket. What a bleak future awaited her. She hoped that Xie Shiyu would show mercy, considering her diligent servitude as a subordinate. Initially, Lu Yu intended to curl up in her blanket and weep, but the 10-pound cotton quilt was too comforting, and she soon drifted into slumber. Upon waking, she found that her dormitory had returned to life. It was Ji Jingli. Lu Yu slipped into her slippers and leaned against the door. "Brother, why are you back so early today?" Ji Jingli's gaze lingered on her exposed fair legs for a moment before he replied, "The monthly exams have concluded, so there's less work for the student council." "Oh, understood." Lu Yu nodded in comprehension. "Then, shall we skip coffee tonight? I can warm you a cup of milk instead, with a bit of honey." She hoped Ji Jingli would not forget about her double salary. A little flattery never hurt. Ji Jingli smiled slightly. "Thank you." No wonder he received the best evaluations among the Academy's F4, at least on the surface. Ji Jingli was quite adept at portraying a gentle and refined young master, Lu Yu mused. She patted softly in her slippers to heat the milk. Her fair skin glowed, drawing the eye irresistibly. Ji Jingli endured for a moment, but ultimately could not restrain himself. Even in the dormitory, one could certainly wear more. Lu Yu lowered her gaze. To conceal her femininity, she dared not wear even a camisole. Her loose-fitting top and shorts left much to be desired. However, Lu Yu never contradicted her superior. After all, this set of pajamas had been acquired with her salary, purchased at a discount. Though she complied obediently, Ji Jingli's subtle desire for control remained unfulfilled. "Tomorrow, I shall buy you some new pajamas." Lu Yu did not find this peculiar. Her first inquiry was, "May I remove the price tag?" While she certainly would not dare to sell the pajamas Ji Jingli purchased, the thought of parading around in expensive attire made her heart ache. Indeed, we, the less fortunate, possess a certain possessiveness towards the wealth of others. Ji Jingli was amused by her reaction, unconsciously stroking his fingers together. "All right." Furthermore, his demeanor was gentle, yet when he gazed at her, it seemed to carry an unspoken pressure. "You previously mentioned assisting me with organizing my art supplies. Upon reflection, tomorrow would be an opportune time at my villa. How do you still remember this?" Was Lu Yu's immediate thought. Wait, if she went there, would she be able to return normally? This was her second reaction. Visiting Ji Jingli's home, confronting his most concealed hobbies and past, made Lu Yu contemplate purchasing additional personal insurance. Chapter 45. Painting the villa of the Ji family perfectly embodies the stereotype of a wealthy household in Lu Yu's mind. The intricately carved gate leads to a courtyard so expansive that one could easily race go-karts within it. By the time they reached the study, Lu Yu was already weary from wandering. Working as a maid in such a place must surely help with weight loss, she inquired sincerely. Strolling through the villa daily would undoubtedly make her the champion of WeChat step counts. Yet, Ji Jingli, unusually devoid of his customary smile, gazed at the white lilies positioned at the doorway of the study, his eyes reflecting a profound darkness. "Today, my mother is at home." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu recalled the original storyline. In the source material, Ji Jingli's family was far from harmonious. His mother, Lin Xiu, was a canary seized by his father, Ji Mingran. Originally a devout believer, Lin Xiyu found herself unable to serve the Lord in her purity because of Ji Mingran, and thus regarded her son, Ji Jingli, as the hope for her redemption. From the moment of his birth, Ji Jingli lived under the stringent control of his mother. Every aspect of his life, from his interests and attire to the books he read, was dictated by Lin Xiyu. Ji Mingran, burdened by guilt towards Lin Xiyu, refrained from interfering in her actions. This dynamic led Lin Xiyu to view Ji Jingli not as a complete individual, but as a means to fulfill her own desires. Whenever she sensed that Ji Jingli was slipping from her grasp, she would unleash the most venomous words upon him, demanding he kneel in repentance or confining him to the small dark room as a common occurrence. Ji Mingran prevented any physical harm to Ji Jingli, while Lin Xiyu relentlessly imposed psychological pressure. Neither possessed the qualities of responsible parenthood. With a negligent father and a brainwashing mother, coupled with a suffocating environment, it was no wonder that Ji Jingli appeared outwardly kind and gentle yet was, in truth, cold-hearted and shadowy, masterfully embodying the dichotomy of appearance and reality. As for the religious aspect, Lu Yu held no belief whatsoever. The notion of a deity was only invoked in her mind when she purchased lottery tickets. She believed in a pragmatic approach to faith, useful when advantageous, disregarded when not. Winning the lottery was a manifestation of divine favor, while failing to win was merely an opportunity to accumulate good fortune for the next attempt. However, contemplating this, Lu Yu cautiously asked, "Should I leave?" With Lin Xiyu at home, Ji Jingli was unlikely to engage in painting. Yet, Ji Jingli declined, "No, you need not go." He looked at Lu Yu as if harboring some unspoken hope. "I would like for you both to meet." What choice did Lu Yu have but to acquiesce? They settled into the study. Although Ji Jingli maintained an air of calm, he checked the door lock 3 times before retrieving the drawing board. The sunlight poured in from outside, yet the curtains were drawn tightly, allowing only a hazy glow from the recessed lights along the ceiling. It was broad daylight outside, so why the need for artificial lighting? Lu Yu refrained from voicing her thoughts. She observed as Ji Jingli took his seat before the drawing board, and she quietly settled beside him. After all, artistic creation demands a certain ambience. In the past, she had friends who sought handsome gentlemen willing to indulge in playful antics, which left her little inclination for painting. In contrast, the illumination of the day hardly qualifies as an obscure eccentricity. The young man sat poised before the easel, his long, fair fingers seemingly destined for artistry, deftly extending lines from the tip of his brush. One could discern his genuine passion for painting merely from the intensity of his gaze. Lu Yu was quite conscientious, assisting in mixing colors, changing palettes, and passing paints, aware that she would accompany Ji Jingli in his artistic endeavors. She had diligently searched for numerous painting tutorials online, striving to anticipate his next move with each change in his actions. Lu Yu always excelled in her work ethic. Previously, Ji Jingli had painted alone. As a child, when confined to a dark room as punishment, he found solace in drawing with his fingers on the ground. Later, he learned to be discreet, secretly purchasing brushes and materials. Eventually, as he reached adulthood and gained more influence within the Ji family, he acquired his own room. Yet painting remained an act he could only pursue in solitude. Lin Xiyu forbade him from painting, believing it to be an act of the devil. She contended that a true master should not be depicted in tangible imagery, but revered spiritually. Nevertheless, Ji Jingli found joy in the sensation of creation flowing from the tip of his brush, relishing the complete immersion in his artistic realm. It was in this sanctuary that he could reveal his true self. Only when the painting was completed did Ji Jingli emerge from that mystical state. The first thing he did upon awakening was to glance at Lu Yu beside him. She was captivated by his artwork, her eyes brimming with uncontainable awe. It was indeed thanks to her assistance that he had completed it so smoothly. "What do you think of this piece?" he inquired, fully aware that this clever girl would likely offer nothing but praise, yet he yearned to hear it nonetheless. Lu Yu replied earnestly, "Brother, do you still intend to pursue a career in medicine?" Truly, as the protagonist, his painting was exceptionally remarkable. The deep, vibrant purples formed the foundation with a twisted, serpentine figure coiling at the center. The scales of the serpent glistened coldly, its eyes shining with a lifelike golden hue, as if stirring the deepest malice within one's soul. Though the depiction employed only the most basic techniques, it was undeniably stunning at first glance. Of course, Liu Yu quickly added, if you plan to inherit the family business, you'd excel at that too. This exemplifies the universality of genius. If the world had a few more individuals as exceptional as you, it would truly be a dazzling constellation of humanity. Such flattery was indeed exaggerated. Fortunately, Liu Yu excelled at expressing genuine admiration. Her sparkling eyes made it difficult to doubt the sincerity of her words. Is that so? Ji Jingli was unaware that his gaze toward Liu Yu had softened to the point of being almost tender. He playfully tapped her head with the end of his brush. Excessive flattery is not advisable. I'm serious, Liu Yu insisted. Seizing the moment when she sensed Ji Jingli was in good spirits, she proposed, how about this, brother? You paint another piece for me, and I promise to cherish it as a family heirloom. She was aware of the storyline, understanding that once Ji Jingli emerged from the shadows of his childhood and showcased his artwork, he would ascend to global acclaim as a renowned artist. At that moment, the value of the painting in her possession would not merely multiply tenfold. It could potentially soar by thousands of times. A lucrative venture indeed. Ji Jingli rested his hand on his chin, displaying a contemplative expression, as if genuinely pondering the matter. After a brief pause, he set aside his brush. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Liu Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Why? Ji Jingli replied, I fear you might secretly criticize my painting behind my back. How could she know that she had indeed scolded it? No, that was not true. She would only admire, revere, and hold him in high esteem. Wouldn't she? Ji Jingli regarded her with a half-smile. Do you think I am like Shui Ran, whom you can easily placate? Liu Yu retorted, a true brother is courageous enough to present himself as a cautionary example, just as she intended to plead with Ji Jingli once more. The doorbell of the study chimed. A gentle yet commanding female voice resonated from outside. Shaoli, I heard you brought a friend home today? Chapter 46. The church, how should an atheist perform in the presence of devout believers? Liu Yu found this to be a perplexing dilemma. After hastily concealing her painting supplies, Lin Xiao entered the study, casting a sweeping glance over the decor. Not spotting what she deemed prohibited items, she greeted Liu Yu. She held no particular grievances against Liu Yu, but remarked to Ji Jingli that today was the day for worship. Yingli acquiesced obediently. The group traversed the garden and the living room, arriving at the western corner. Indeed, within the Ji family villa, an entire floor had been converted into a church. The church stood solemn and pristine. Stained glass patterns cascaded from the top downwards, yet rather than a cross, the apex featured sharp, elongated horns, with a metallic arc bulging at the center, both piercing and uncanny. First-time visitors were often awestruck by its grandeur. However, Liu Yu couldn't help but think it resembled a lightning rod from her hometown. Surely, this faith did not worship the thunder god? The original author had truly crafted a blend of Eastern and Western elements. The two individuals in the lead remained oblivious to her internal musings. Upon entering the church, Ji Jingli fell into a state of calm silence. His brow furrowed and his once elegant neck, akin to a swan's, now stiffened. He had exchanged his comfortable casual attire for a pristine white robe, while delicate golden vine ornaments intertwined with his dark hair. And Lin Xiao adorned his forehead with a droplet pendant. He resembled a figure of divine lineage from a fantasy film. Standing before the statue, Lin Xiao softly recited the scriptures. The entire process felt drawn out and tedious. It was not until she finished the third chapter that she diverted a fragment of her attention to Liu Yu. The Lord grants us life. Only by passing on this grace do we have a chance to enter paradise, Lin Xiao smiled. Zealous believers are often eager to share their faith with others. She turned to Liu Yu and inquired, what do you think? Liu Yu replied, I believe you are correct. Satisfied, Lin Xiao nodded. Regardless of what Lin Xiao expressed, Liu Yu wholeheartedly endorsed her words, resolutely refraining from contradicting a single syllable. Having experienced a plethora of motivational platitudes in high school, she had cultivated a heart of steel. Guilt-ridden educators fervently urged students to gaze upon their aging parents, observing their white hair and wrinkled hands, and then to extract money from their pockets to purchase books on spiritual cultivation. Success gurus were enthusiastic about rallying applause, while urging everyone to vow to achieve first place. Thus, when Lin Xiao asked if there was anything she wished to confess to the Lord, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. What did she have to confess? If there truly existed a deity, it was the deity who should repent for not allowing her to be born into wealth. Lu Yu hesitated. Perhaps not. Lin Xiao's tone turned stern. You must have done something wrong. Before God, you need not pretend. Ji Jingli, who had remained silent until now, also turned his gaze toward her. Lu Yu racked her brain, but could not identify any faults. If she were a petty person, why had she not yet succeeded? If she were base, why had fortune not yet favored her? However, observing Lin Xiao's demeanor, it was clear that unless she concocted some tale, she would not be spared today. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. In my childhood, I could wipe myself and produce colors. I fancied myself a crayon. Does this qualify as a folly born of ignorance? This was evidently a rather sophisticated jest concerning bodily functions. Lin Xiao, satisfied, nodded her head before realizing, how could you utter such irreverent words in the presence of the Lord? Lu Yu, subdued, replied, shall I take my leave then? She genuinely intended to depart. Lin Xiao directed her to a nearby chair, forbidding her from partaking in the divine baptism. While lamenting her inability to engage with her phone, Lu Yu found herself captivated, gazing intently at Ji Jingli. To be enamored by beauty is a quintessential human trait. Ji Jingli's handsome and gentle visage, coupled with his attire, indeed exuded a certain divine aloofness, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. It was particularly fitting for a narrative where the lofty flower descends from its pedestal. Engaging. As she continued to observe, she realized he had drawn nearer. Were you pondering? Ji Jingli inquired softly as he took a seat beside her. Lu Yu responded, I was contemplating how exhausting your rituals must be each week. Reciting scriptures, seeking atonement, kneeling in reverence, all merely to appease another's desires. Ji Jingli seemed taken aback by her response, after a moment of stunned silence. The indifference in his brow softened. Fortunately, it's not as exhausting as it was in my youth. Children, by nature, are playful. Whenever he expressed dissatisfaction with the rituals, Lin Xiao would confine him to a dark room, devoid of light and sound, filled only with endless solitude and fear. While other mothers gazed at their children with love, Lin Xiao had never bestowed him with such warmth. Now, Ji Jingli had reached a state of serene acceptance regarding it all. Yet, he did not anticipate that someone would inquire not about his mother or their distorted relationship, but rather express concern for his weariness. Lu Yu felt compelled to interject. Surely, it has always been exhausting. Much like the demands of a 5-day workweek versus a 4-day workweek, it is only a 0-day workweek with 365 days off. That would bring satisfaction. Ji Jingli looked at her and stated, but my mother wishes for me to live this way. Lu Yu countered, you do not exist merely to satisfy her expectations. Ji Jingli replied, I have always lived thus. Lu Yu asserted, the past is but an ephemeral specter. Only the future possesses true power. Their exchange resembled a spirited debate. Ji Jingli's tone softened. What if I lack the courage to betray my past? Lu Yu shook her head. You will. You simply require an opportunity. She believed that Ji Jingli would ultimately emerge from the shadows, discovering his true self. Despite their lack of genuine familiarity, Lu Yu's gaze brimmed with conviction, even more so than Ji Jingli's own belief in himself. Suddenly, Ji Jingli chuckled lightly. The water droplet-shaped tassels at his forehead swayed gently, accentuating the allure in his eyes. They say you are quite intriguing. Now, I find myself in agreement. He seemingly brushed against Lu Yu's cheek, his fingertips cool to the touch, yet sending a jolt through her, as if electrified. She sensed an unfamiliar intensity in Ji Jingli's gaze, provoking a shiver of anxiety that prickled her skin. Was it aggression? She could not ascertain, yet instinctively she recoiled, asserting, I merely possess a modicum of cleverness. Ji Jingli appeared unfazed by her retreat. Earlier, my mother advised me against associating with you. What are your thoughts on that? What nonsense. That was utterly unacceptable. Lu Yu had just secured a contract that doubled her salary. Relinquishing such a lucrative opportunity was simply inconceivable. "I can sing," she declared. Ji Jingli, perplexed, inquired, "Sing? What song?" "The one that expresses my heartache from being unable to be beside you." Ji Jingli's expression shifted, the previously ambiguous atmosphere shattered by her words. He wearily rubbed his temples and leaned slightly closer to Lu Yu. "I'm exhausted. Allow me a moment to rest." Lu Yu gently reminded him, "I'm shorter than you. This position may strain your neck. Perhaps we should move to the bedroom?" "True, you make a valid point." Ji Jingli conceded with a nod. Yet, he had no intention of rising to go to the study. Instead, he naturally took Lu Yu's hand. "Come, sit on my lap." Lu Yu exclaimed, "Wait, this doesn't seem right." She cast a fearful glance at the lightning rod above. "Does the deity you worship, does he also condemn homosexuals to flames?" Chapter 47. A hug. Lu Yu, in truth, offered her talents without compromising her integrity. However, the position was undeniably rather intimate. Hesitatingly, she attempted to withdraw her hand, saying, "Brother, I think it would be better to return to the bedroom and sleep." Ji Jingli, unperturbed, held her hand firmly. His voice gentle yet resolute, "Then accompany me to bed." Without hesitation, Lu Yu settled onto his lap, choosing the lesser of two evils. The original female antagonist had never achieved the honor of sharing a bed with the male lead. What would it mean if she accomplished it? Lu Yu was surprisingly light. As a girl who seldom exercised, her muscle mass was minimal, making her weight perfectly suited as she perched on his lap, her shoulder brushing against Ji Jingli's chin. He felt as though a soft cloud had descended into his embrace. Strands of the boy's hair, unexpectedly damp, framed his face, while a slender arm peeked from his sleeve. Lu Yu appeared quite anxious, her thigh trembling slightly against him, and the tips of her ears were flushed. Yet, this very tension ignited a deeper desire within him. Ji Jingli deliberately lifted his thigh, causing Lu Yu to lose her balance and tumble forward into his embrace. "Be careful," Ji Jingli admonished with concern. Lu Yu thought to herself, "Don't make it seem like I'm throwing myself at him." She shifted uncomfortably. Perhaps I should get down? However, Ji Jingli easily restrained her movement. With her body pressed against his, it was impossible not to entertain the thought of drawing her closer, to embrace her so tightly that every inch of her could be molded in his grasp. The sanctity of the church could not cleanse the sins of his thoughts. His gaze uncontrollably drifted from her jawline to the slightly parted neckline of her garment, devoid of any contour. What a typical boy. Ji Jingli exhaled softly. "Don't move. Let me rest for a moment. I'm feeling a bit tired." The long-standing knot in his heart had suddenly unraveled, and a profound weariness surged from within. He would no longer be under Lin Cun's control. It was a simple matter, yet he required the courage that could only be drawn from others. Indeed, Ji Jingli mused, his change of heart towards Lu Yu stemmed from her unyielding honesty and spirit. He lowered his head, his prominent nose fitting snugly into the curve of her neck. "Goodness!" Lu Yu gasped in surprise. What was he planning? Was Ji Jingli about to feign a confession to scare her mother? Yet he made no further movements, merely burying himself in her neck. The warmth of his breath mingling with the cool touch of her hair, causing her skin to flush crimson, enveloped by his strong, masculine aura. It dawned on Lu Yu that beneath the guise of the gentle gentleman, Ji Jingli possessed a tall and commanding physique. If he desired, he could easily confine her within his embrace. Surely, the tales of knights filled with passion in novels could not be true. Thankfully, she was spared the burden of courting the male leads. His stamina was quite terrifying, as her erratic heartbeat gradually steadied amidst her wild thoughts. She noticed that the man against her had also begun to breathe more evenly. He had truly fallen asleep. Lu Yu contemplated glancing down to assess the situation, but hesitated, fearful that any movement might rouse him and cost her dearly. She waited until her shoulders felt numb before Ji Jingli finally awoke. "I apologize," he murmured softly. Despite his words of regret, he did not immediately release Lu Yu. Instead, he inquired, "What perfume are you wearing? It smells delightful." There was an unrecognized restlessness in Ji Jingli's eyes. Lu Yu realized that she had little to discuss with the wealthy, even in disguise as a man. How could she possibly wear perfume? "I don't use any," she replied. Yet you still carry a lovely scent, Ji Jingli noted. His words bore a hint of flirtation, though Lu Yu remained oblivious. It must be from my body wash. I bought 2 bottles on sale for 59.9 at the supermarket a few days ago. If you want, I can give you one. Ji Jingli looked up, his expression one of resigned amusement. No need. It seemed he had finally recognized the inappropriateness of their embrace in the chapel, and he released her. I appreciate you keeping me company for so long. If you're tired tonight, you can stay in the guest room. With 100-fold courage, Lu Yu would not dare to stay. She feared Lin Xiong would come with a torch in the middle of the night to burn her. No, it's fine. I have things to do back at the dormitory. Ji Jingli glanced at Lin Xiong, who was still engrossed in prayer, his gaze inscrutable. All right, then I'll have the driver take you back. He would not be returning tonight. There were lingering matters that required his attention. As they reached the church entrance, Lu Yu was prepared to bid Ji Jingli farewell when he suddenly recalled something. I have a set of new bath products in the bathroom. If you like, feel free to use them. Lu Yu's eyes brightened. Really? Those bottles look like they're of high quality. Who would want to use promotional items when there are better options? Indeed, Ji Jingli replied. He smiled at her joyful expression, concealing his true motivations for offering. If only he could have her enveloped in a scent akin to his own. In the days following the monthly exam, tranquility reigned. The results arrived swiftly, placing Lu Yu's name in 4th position in her grade. Wow, Tang Ku exclaimed, hopping beside her like an exuberant rabbit. 4th place. You're amazing, Lu. Lu Yu waved her hand dismissively. Calm down, it was expected. Expected? Nonsense. Only in class could she maintain such an elevated status. Back in the dormitory, she would be rolling excitedly in her blanket. This was 4th place. She hardly wished to recall the countless pills she had consumed during this period for the sake of her grades. Clearly, her classmates were enamored by her pretentious demeanor. They believed that once elevated, she would become aloof, yet she remained remarkably grounded. Indeed, if I were under such scrutiny on forums, I would likely lose all motivation to study. Just a few days prior, I had wagered with someone, asserting that Lu Yu was merely putting on an act. Little did I know, the fool was I. These discussions reflected the sentiments of the majority. They envied Lu Yu's fortune, presuming she would lose her essence after mingling with the elite. Yet, the reality was starkly contrary to their expectations, leaving them feeling both ashamed and in admiration. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yu's image had subtly improved in the hearts of her classmates. She was keenly aware of the delicate shift in their attitudes, but remained indifferent. After filing away her examination paper in her desk, she exchanged pleasantries with Tang Ku and resolved to reward herself with a new water bottle. The old one resting on her desk, a promotional item from the supermarket, was astonishingly unattractive. As Lu Yu made her way down the street, she felt a gaze lingering upon her from within the throng of people. She turned her head, and lo and behold, it was none other than the curly-haired fellow from whom she had legally extracted 3,000 yuan. The curly-haired boy, realizing he had been spotted, retorted with irritation. What are you doing? Can't I look? He certainly exuded an air of arrogance. In a buoyant mood, Lu Yu decided to tease him a little. She replied earnestly, Why do you keep staring at me? I sense there's a bit of ambiguity between us. The boy, flustered, hastily countered, My sexual orientation is female. Lu Yu shrugged. Does sexual orientation truly matter? Have you noticed anyone, male or female, who harbors feelings for you? He exclaimed, You? How can you be so cutting? Fuming, he stomped his feet in place for 3 minutes. Watching Lu Yu saunter away with nonchalance, he could no longer resist pulling out his phone to complain to his cousin. Original Xian, bro, when are you coming back to the country? Original Wong, got into trouble? Missing me so much? Original Xian was taken aback by the swiftness of his cousin's response and quickly typed back. Original Xian, if you don't return soon, someone will take your place in F4. That guy in the same dorm as Xie and the others is too arrogant. Original Xian, you must help me teach him a lesson. Original Wong, I'm not interested in boys. Original Xian, not that kind of lesson. Original Wong, then I'm even less interested. Original Wong, you're already 20. Don't be pathetic and expect your cousin to sort things out for you, all right? Thus, 10 minutes later, Original Xian found himself once again stomping his feet in frustration. Chapter 48. Lessons, however, Lu Yu could not have anticipated that Ru Yu was indeed being schooled. The intruders were not seeking her, but rather were there for Tang Ku. The tranquility following the monthly examination did not encompass the escalating rumors surrounding Tang Ku and Xie Xiuyu. Merely a conversation in the cafeteria led the forum's participants to assume an intimate relationship between the two, even dredging up past incidents at the swimming pool. Convinced that Xie Xiuyu had taken notice of Tang Ku back then, whenever the two appeared in the same vicinity, it was regarded as irrefutable evidence of their connection. It was utterly absurd, yet strangely intriguing. Accompanying the rumors were malicious attacks directed at Tang Ku. Lu Yu was taken aback to discover that in their brief absence, Tang Ku's desk and chair had been vandalized, the surface splattered with a foul-smelling, murky green liquid. She frowned in disgust, recognizing the despicable yet effective tactics of bullying. Tang Ku, who had entered before her, patted her shoulder and offered reassurance. "We can just stand during class. It's nothing to worry about." She raised her fist defiantly, declaring, "I'll be here tomorrow, and I want to see who dares to come back." Lu Yu remained silent, recalling that this campaign of bullying against Tang Ku had only just commenced. Furthermore, she felt powerless to assist her. As a wicked supporting character, she was also part of this cruel spectacle. It was the narrative she was bound to follow. Tang Ku then suggested, "Xiao Lu, shall we guard together tomorrow?" Meeting her trusting and hopeful gaze, Lu Yu felt a heavy weight in her heart as she murmured in agreement. At that moment, three figures appeared at the doorway. "Are you the special recruit?" The short-haired girl at the forefront glared at Tang Ku with palpable envy. The sound of her heels echoed ominously, a clear indication of hostility. "Take a good look at yourself. What right does a lowly creature like you have to covet young Master Xie?" Another girl chimed in, "Indeed. You're nothing but a pollutant to the Academy's air, daring to dream of rising above your station." Their words were blunt and venomous, laying bare their discrimination. Among the classmates, some remained indifferent, others merely spectated, and a few even whipped out their phones to capture the moment. Not a single person deemed their remarks inappropriate. Tang Ku earnestly retorted, "I have no intention of coveting Xie Xiuyu. Is the name of young Master Xie something you deserve to utter?" The girl became even more agitated, spitting out her words, "If you don't fancy him, then keep your distance. Just the sight of you two together is revolting." Tang Ku attempted to respond, that is. But her rebuttal fell on deaf ears as another girl interjected. "You're the one spreading rumors on the forum, aren't you? Don't be so eager to marry into wealth. Perhaps he didn't even notice you when you stripped down, desperate to climb the social ladder. You look like a shriveled bean. It's laughable that anyone thinks you could be paired with young Master Xie." Their filthy words mingled with laughter, piercing sharply into the minds of those present. Someone had already started a whistle. "How splendid. Tear them apart. Make it louder." Tang Ku, not adept at arguing, found her attempts at defense thwarted at every turn. Clenching her fists, it was evident that her pent-up frustration was ready to erupt. If a fight were to ensue, it would surely escalate beyond control. Lu Yu promptly grasped Tang Ku's hand, ready to retort on her behalf. "Do you suffer from delusions? You fabricate events that never transpired. Your minds could hardly produce anything of value, akin to attempting to extract juice from pure water in a blender." Her words successfully captured attention. The girl with short hair, upon noticing Lu Yu's appearance, slightly arched her brows. Lifting her chin, she remarked, "Surely you don't harbor feelings for her, do you? Young man, there are plenty outside eager to teach her a lesson. I advise you to be wise." Lu Yu shook her head. "No, but if you're fond of Xie Ge, then you should confess to him rather than cause trouble for her." She initially attempted to reason with them, recognizing that she couldn't assist Tang Ku significantly. These girls came from affluent backgrounds, and provoking them could lead to considerable trouble. However, the girls were evidently unwilling to listen. "What are you pretending for? Do you really think you mean something? You may look good, but it's a pity your intellect doesn't team match. Those two might be suitable for breeding, but leave Xie Xiao out of this." "Ha ha, breeding. You understand so well." They advanced closer, maliciously mocking the pair. Lu Yu remained composed. "Are you certain you wish to proceed this way?" One of them scoffed, "What of it? Are you already trembling at a few words? What will you do when the blows come?" Another giggled while pointing at the desk. "Do you enjoy this little surprise? Trash belongs in the gutter. What to do?" Lu Yu extended her words. She took a step back, feigning fear. The laughter grew louder. It is, of course, best to strike first, Lu Yu stated. She pulled 2 desks back, creating ample space for Tang Ku to engage. If you can't comprehend human speech, my friend possesses a modicum of martial skills as well. Bang! In the next moment, her foot accurately struck the knee of the short-haired girl, the black plastic pressing deeply into flesh. Ouch! The girl's knee buckled, and she screamed as she fell toward a nearby chair. What are you doing, ah? Another girl, aiming to grab Tang Ku's hair, found her arm twisted and pinned to the ground, her hair tangling messily in the process. In mere moments, 2 of the girls who had been taunting lay incapacitated. Tang Ku, not even out of breath, swiftly kicked down the last girl, trying to evade her. Cool. The entire encounter lasted less than 3 minutes. All 3 were rendered helpless. The classmates watched in stunned silence, swiftly putting away their phones. This is too fierce. It's like a live-action king of fighters. The 3 girls, in pain and tears, struggled to rise, their attempts pitiful as they wished to hurl insults but dared not. Their embarrassment was palpable. They had just been humiliated far more than by their earlier taunts. What a disgrace. They must have thought. Lu Yu shook her head. Tell me, why didn't you heed her words? The hair-pulling and slapping typical of student life pales in comparison to Tang Ku's prowess. Are you all right? She inquired of Tang Ku. Tang Ku bounced to her side. I didn't get enough of a thrill, but watching them like this is utterly satisfying. Though it was their first time engaging in such an act, the civil and military officials transitioned into their positions with a surprising degree of tacit understanding. The short-haired woman, fearful of provoking Tang Ku again and incurring further wrath, redirected her animosity towards Lu Yu. You, why do you assist her? I am Zhou Yun of the Zhou family. You should be flattering me instead. Zhou Yun? That name struck a familiar chord. She was the very young lady who bullied Tang Ku in the original narrative, only to find herself on the receiving end of flattery from the female supporting character. According to the storyline, Lu Yu was meant to seek Zhou Yun's favor. As the memory surfaced, a wave of palpitations surged in Lu Yu's chest. She recognized this sensation all too well. Each deviation from the original plotline brought with it such a penalty. Yet this time, the intensity of the palpitations was overwhelming, rendering her pale and momentarily voiceless. It hurt. It truly hurt, more than any previous instance. The narrative had been irrevocably altered. She had neither slandered Tang Ku nor sought Zhou Yun's approval. Instead, she stood by Tang Ku's side, offering her assistance. The world around Lu Yu gradually blurred. In the fleeting moment before consciousness slipped away, she heard Tang Ku's panicked voice. Xiao Lu, what is wrong? Are you all right? There was something amiss. I am in deep trouble, Lu Yu wished to convey, but the encroaching darkness engulfed her awareness. A nightmare unfolded. Vivid red liquid pooled upon the floor, and Lu Yu lay at its center, her skirt stained and utterly disheveled. Chapter 49. Nightmare. The party was bustling with people, all eyes fixated on the spectacle of Lu Yu stumbling and collapsing to the ground. No one offered her assistance, nor did anyone extend a shred of sympathy. Each face bore an expression of mockery, a collective sneer that echoed the sentiment. Was this the individual who attempted to drug Xie Xiao's friend? How laughable! The drugs and the person were both so patently cheap. The harsh glare of the ceiling lights made her head spin, and countless faces loomed closer, their malice and derision weaving an inescapable web around her. Amidst the throng, a singular face emerged, strikingly different from the rest. It was Xie Xiaoyu's visage, but instead of the familiar nonchalance, his expression was one of chilling severity. His glance laced with scorn. So fond of administering drugs, is he? He raised his hand casually, as if to deliver 100-fold dosage, ready to cast her out of the academy. No, please no. Lu Yu felt as though her mind and body had become estranged. Her heart screamed in vehement rejection while her body remained utterly unresponsive. In full view of the crowd, the bodyguards summoned to her side bound her hands and feet, forcing her mouth open with brutal insistence. Solid or granular? Lu Yu could no longer discern. All she felt was the searing pain at the corners of her lips. And when the substance reached her stomach, it ignited an unbearable itch, as if swarms of ants were crawling within her. The effects of the drug arrived swiftly a profound emptiness unfurling from within her. It was nauseating. It was agonizing. Just as the fabric of her clothing threatened to be torn away, Lu Yu jolted awake. She gasped for breath, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. It had all been a dream, she was certain. The real Lu Yu would never acquiesce to such a fate. She would fight until her last breath. What she had just experienced was likely the dismal conclusion of the original character within this narrative. Could this be a warning from the will of the world? This was the only possibility Lu Yu could fathom, for common dreams could not possess such vivid realism. She had assisted Tang Ku, deviating from her character and disrupting the plot. Thus, the world-S had induced her heart to race and rendered her unconscious, granting her a vision of the potential ending. A chill coursed through her veins as she bit down on her lower lip, the pressure so intense it nearly drew blood. No, she could not accept this. She was determined to live well in this world, carrying forth her grandmother's legacy. Lu Yu refused to let the nightmare plague her for long. Reason swiftly guided her thoughts toward a plan. Clearly, the will of the world had taken note of her aberration, and she was not yet in a position to openly rebel. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to ostensibly follow the original character's storyline, while subtly altering the details to carve out a sliver of hope. "Are you awake?" A feminine voice interrupted her contemplation. Lu Yu looked up to find Xie Fu's concerned gaze. She approached, first brushing her hand against Lu Yu's forehead, then meticulously examining the data from the monitoring devices connected to her body, before finally exhaling in relief. Then, Xie Fu's first words left Lu Yu momentarily speechless. "You have been unconscious for 2 days." 2 days. It was the first time Lu Yu realized she could sleep so soundly. Indeed, Xie Fu nodded with concern, stating, "I have conducted a thorough examination, and all your bodily functions appear normal." She gestured towards the data displayed on the monitor. "However, your heart rate was exceedingly slow while you were in a state of unconsciousness." Lu Yu responded, "I understand." Xie Fu continued, "I contemplated whether to send you to the hospital, yet doing so would compromise your secret regarding your gender. I have arranged for a doctor to take you in if you do not regain consciousness within half a day." "Thank you," Lu Yu replied, her gratitude sincere. Observing her earnestness, Xie Fu shook her head. "No need to thank me. I am just relieved you do not hold any resentment towards me. It is indeed a risk to forego hospital treatment during such an unusual coma and rely solely on medication." Though Xie Fu remained perplexed by Lu Yu's choice to disguise her gender, she could discern that it was a necessity for the other party. No one desires to live in such secrecy. Lu Yu noticed the sympathy in Xie Fu's gaze. Rationality informed her that this could be a leverage point. If possible, Lu Yu tugged at her clothing and implored, "Could you administer another injection? See if Woody's approved. You have already received your dosage for this month." Lowering her voice to a near plea, Lu Yu said, "Please, I am frightened." Xie Fu's expression softened. The medication had only been on the market for 3 years, and no one could predict its potential side effects in the future. "If you wish to reclaim your identity later, I would advise against frequent injections." "I want to do it now," Lu Yu asserted firmly. The influence of the worlds could affect her heart, and perhaps even her development during unconsciousness, attempting to revert her to her former identity. Receiving another injection seemed the most prudent course of action. Xie Fu frowned, and their gazes locked, each attempting to persuade the other silently. Xie Fu had encountered many pairs of eyes, as observing and assessing individuals was fundamental to her role. Yet, she seldom witnessed such bright, vibrant eyes. With a resigned sigh, she relented. "Very well." Lu Yu made a heart gesture towards her. Xie Fu gently pressed her restless hand back under the covers. "You have just awakened. Do not move about too much." After locking the door, she returned to the bedside and leaned down. Lu Yu felt a gentle caress on her face. Close enough. She could detect the alluring fragrance of femininity emanating from Xie Fu. "Whatever troubles you may face, remember that you are still young. Do not burden yourself so heavily. Even if you are discovered, I will assist you in maintaining your FAA. Trust me, will you? For this dose, I will only administer half." Lu Yu's eyes glistened with moisture. The fear for her recent dreams began to fade, and she once again felt the genuine warmth of the world. This was the second person, aside from her grandmother, whom she felt she could trust. "All right," she said, nuzzling her face against Siefu's palm like a contented kitten. "Thank you." Siefu merely tenderly stroked her face once more. They remained in quiet companionship for a moment before commencing the injection. The pain of the needle was undeniable. Lu Yu could not even find solace in humor. As she endured the sharp pangs radiating from her nerves, her mind echoed, "I am not okay." If the will of the world were to take on a corporeal form, Lu Yu would undoubtedly spread it across the ground as evenly as butter. She felt an intense loathing. The recovery was swifter with half the dosage. And only when Lu Yu emerged from the throes of pain did Xie Fu draw back the curtain once more. "Are you all right?" she inquired, gently wiping the sweat from Lu Yu's brow. Sometimes, the deepening of connections occurs in an instant. This time, Lu Yu did not disguise her discomfort, grimacing as she murmured, "It hurts. I need my sister's embrace to feel better." Xie Fu leaned down to envelop her in a warm hug, tenderly stroking her back. The sensation was rich and full, soft and exceedingly comforting. Who could possibly resist the embrace of such a stunning beauty? Lu Yu felt fortunate not to be a man. Otherwise, this embrace would render diamonds second to the world's hardest substance. Speaking of hardness, just as the atmosphere was perfect, a gentle knock echoed at the infirmary door. Though reluctant, Lu Yu understood the need to release Xie Fu and watched as she approached the door. The visitor was a familiar face, Ji Jingli. Standing at the threshold, Ji Jingli's gaze fell upon Lu Yu's pale and fragile countenance, and his brow instinctively furrowed. In just 2 days, she had managed to wear herself down to this state. Chapter 50. Change inside the infirmary. Xie Fu was not unfamiliar with Xie Xiaoyu's friends and greeted them naturally. "Jingli, are you here to see Xiaoyu?" "Xiaoyu?" Such a familiar address could not easily be used among individuals of their social standing. It seemed that Xie Fu and Lu Yu shared a close relationship. The star-class differences between them raised questions in Ji Jingli's mind about how they had come to know each other before entering the academy. However, more pressing matters demanded his attention, prompting him to set aside his speculations about their relationship. "Yes, I came to see him. How is he doing?" Xie Fu replied. "His health indicators are normal. There are no significant issues." Ji Jingli continued to inquire, "Have you determined the cause of his fainting? If necessary, I can contact the hospital." He maintained an air of elegance, yet his words revealed a palpable concern for Lu Yu. Xie Fu's smile was subtle, based on her understanding of Ji Jingli. He appeared outwardly friendly and kind to everyone, yet his heart was as cold as ice, rarely allowing anyone into his inner circle. That Lu Yu could elicit such concern from him was noteworthy. "Not for now, unless you doubt my examination results." Ji Jingli immediately apologized. "I did not mean it that way." "It's fine." Xie Fu decided to give them some space and stepped outside. "You two chat." She tidied up the documents on the table and nodded at Lu Yu, who playfully formed a heart shape with her cheek. Xie Fu chuckled, thinking her nephew should strive to impress. She genuinely liked the girl. Once she left, the atmosphere in the room turned delicate. Lu Yu lay on the bed, pretending to be lifeless, while Ji Jingli moved closer. Today he wore a white coat, his handsome features accentuated by the attire, evoking the image of a doctor. If such a doctor existed, the threshold of his clinic would surely be trampled by visitors. After scrutinizing Lu Yu until she felt uneasy, he sighed softly. "How do you feel now?" Is this the part where the leader expresses concern for the ailing employee? "A fruit basket would have been appreciated," Lu Yu replied cautiously. "I'm all right," Ji Jingli remarked. "I know the reason for your fainting." Previously, Lu Yu had selflessly relinquished her chance to join the student council to another special admission student. Now, she had pushed herself into the infirmary, fainting for 2 whole days to help others. Was it worth it? His tone was both questioning and mocking. "You weren't the one who got hurt. It was you." Ji Jingli was consistently selfish and cold-hearted, always weighing his actions against his own interests. Yet, Lu Yu was different. This intelligent girl willingly sacrificed herself to aid others. "Why?" Lu Yu softly defended herself. "Awazti really hurt," Ji Jingli replied. "Are you implying that you inexplicably fainted for 2 days?" Lu Yu said, "You might not believe me when I say this, but it's the truth." She buried her face in the blanket, trying to convey sincerity through her eyes to move Ji Jingli. The youth, just awakened, had tousled hair resembling a fluffy nest, and his cheeks, having gained a hint of color from the friction with the pillow, resembled a small creature sensing danger. Ji Jingli felt as though he too were unwell, for he found himself thinking the boy quite adorable. His tone softened, no longer tinged with interrogation. As long as you stay by our side, none shall trouble you. So why court trouble yourself? It was as if trouble sought her out. Clearly, it was the will of the world conducting a test of obedience upon her. Lu Yu felt a sense of grievance, yet chose silence, aware that she could not escape unscathed. She mused that feigning innocence before G's discerning eyes would be her best course of action. It was simple. Lu Yu lifted her face earnestly and declared, "Because Tang is my friend." Ji Jingli responded, "Is it solely because of friendship?" Lu Yu affirmed, "Indeed." The rest was left for Ji Jingli to ponder, as he was known for his myriad thoughts. The ailing Lu Yu had lost her usual vivacity, exuding a tender fragility in all her actions. Her pale visage, soft-hued lips, and a smile devoid of shadows stirred Ji Jingli's compassion. In that moment, all dissatisfaction born from her sacrificial act dissipated, leaving him with a resigned furrow of his brow. Very well. Amidst his resignation, he found himself increasingly intrigued by Lu Yu. What a dazzling self she possessed. Each encounter with her reshaped Ji Jingli's understanding. With such unwavering principles, when faced with greater temptations, succumb to darkness as his own had? "I have dealt with those three," Ji Jingli remarked nonchalantly. Lu Yu responded with a simple, "Oh, was that all?" Ji Jingli smiled. "I expected you might plead for them, considering you claim no harm was done to you." Plead? Did she seem the sort to offer her other cheek after receiving a slap to the first? She was no masochist. Lu Yu shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "I know you're avenging me, and I will heed your words." "Stop." Ji Jingli pressed his fingertips gently against her tousled hair, advising her not to make sudden movements upon waking, lest she feel dizzy. His touch was tender, his eyes reflecting genuine warmth. Lu Yu obediently ceased her movements, believing that after fulfilling the employee comfort protocol, Ji Jingli would take his leave. To her surprise, he seemed to recall something. "Actually, I would still like to take you to the hospital for a checkup. But wouldn't tea that exposed her disguise?" "No, it wouldn't do." Lu Yu shook her head once more. No need. Ji Jingli held her in place again. When the young man smiled, his handsome visage radiated an air of springtime warmth, making it hard to imagine that beneath such gentlemanly appearance lay a heart of darkness. "I recall. You have some issues in that regard, don't you?" Memories long buried assailed Lu Yu. She remembered everything. Previously, when she had been ensnared by Sikhan, she had mentioned nurturing her stomach to refuse the other. How could he still remember that? Ji Jingli continued, feigning concern. "The Ji family's medical resources are top-notch. Health in that area greatly impacts young men. Perhaps we could explore potential remedies." Lu Yu. So, a woman visiting a male doctor for her ailments? To avoid being discovered at the hospital, she began to ramble. "In fact, I believe that nurturing one's stomach is a commendable quality." Ji Jingli. Lu Yu proceeded to enumerate the merits of nurturing one's stomach. "Ever since I embraced this practice, I have not only been able to make rational judgments regarding women, but I can also focus on my studies each day without experiencing any unbearable itchiness. My body and mind have undergone a profound transformation." She wore a sincere expression. "Honestly, I hope you too will have the opportunity to try it." "Try what? Nurturing one's stomach?" Ji Jingli ceased to smile. Lu Yu chuckled. Her smile did not fade. It merely shifted from one face to another. Chapter 51. Awkwardness. The two of them tactfully bypassed the topic. Lu Yu had achieved her objective. Even at the cost of compromising her own dignity, she could not bring herself to visit the hospital. Ji Jingli, with his meticulous mind, quickly discerned Lu Yu's aversion to medical treatment after a brief moment of discomfort. What was the reason behind it? His gaze subtly swept over Lu Yu's excessively slender wrist, which bore no resemblance to that of a typical male. Instead, it appeared feminine. Coming from a family of medical professionals, Ji Jingli possessed an intimate familiarity with human anatomy. The disguises that could deceive others were unlikely to elude him. He chose not to voice his suspicions, instead steering the conversation in another direction. "I was wondering, do we count as friends?" Ji Jingli smiled gently. "Friends? You mean you won't be paying me? Lu Yu replied. If I were to say yes, would you consider being my friend? Ji Jingli inquired. Ordinarily, one would respond with exuberance, feeling immensely honored. However, Lu Yu firmly shook her head. She did not forget to flatter him, saying, a person like me could never match your caliber. It would be far more suitable for me to be your subordinate. Anything beyond that would leave me quite apprehensive. What apprehension? Are you reluctant to part with your money? Ji Jingli did not confront her directly, merely smiling gently. Then my salary will still be paid? That's a lucrative deal. She immediately seized the opportunity to flaunt her connection with Ji Jingli. Whether as a subordinate or a friend, I would go through fire and water for you, Lu Yu asserted. Ji Jingli's Adam's apple gently moved as he swallowed. He denied her declaration. I don't require such loyalty from you. It's merely that there are certain things I wish to accomplish that only friends can facilitate. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Lu Yu. What was he planning now? She lamented, but I am still unwell. She was aware of Ji Jingli's ruthless nature, yet she never anticipated that he would seek to exploit even a sick person, a capitalist, a hypocrite. No, I do not mean for you to do anything right now, Ji Jingli clarified. Only then did Lu Yu feel a measure of relief, though not entirely at ease. She peered around, attempting to find another topic to alleviate the tension. However, Ji Jingli spoke up. Are you looking for those two? Lu Yu quickly denied it. No, I'm not that self-absorbed. A mere subordinate falling ill would hardly prompt concern from them. Ji Jingli made no comment on whether he believed her. Seemingly nonchalant, he adjusted his cuff, his deliberate movements exuding an unspoken pressure. They're not at school. Oh, Lu Yu obediently responded, not fully comprehending the significance of Ji Jingli's emphasis. Ji Jingli continued, Are you as matters at home? As for Shui Ran, he will be quite busy lately, as his childhood sweetheart is returning. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Yu's face, scrutinizing every nuance of her reaction. Fiancé, you say? Lu Yu maintained her composure, replying, indeed. She was well aware that in the original narrative, Shui Ran had a fiancé, none other than the one who had manipulated Ji Hushue, Chu Yuan. She was also the official pairing for Shui Ran in the end. Although she harbored a distaste for this romantic entanglement, the memories lingered. Ji Jingli gleaned nothing from Lu Yu's expression. Rather than labeling his fiancée as merely a one-sided affection, he stated, their familial relations were quite amicable. Hence, for the time being, you shall accompany me. Lu Yu had no objections. Life had repeatedly tempered her, rendering her resilient and tenacious. Moreover, in their recent encounters, Ji Jingli's demeanor had been remarkably normal, so much so that he bore little resemblance to the callous character depicted in the original narrative. She felt no trace of disappointment. Splendid. Transitioning from 3 jobs to 1 was indeed a cause for celebration. Observing her unforced expression, Ji Jingli's eyes sparkled with genuine amusement. May you recover swiftly. Lu Yu replied with an enthusiastic affirmation, believing his concern was genuine. Ji Jingli added, the student council has numerous tasks at hand. Lu Yu silently covered her head with a blanket. Just wait, male protagonist. She would undoubtedly seek some form of retribution, albeit not excessively troublesome. Ji Jingli gently patted the large cocoon-like figure concealed beneath the blanket. The cocoon stirred slightly. He could not help but smile, his eyes alight with mirth. He was quite inclined to extricate her from the blanket, to ruffle Lu Yu's hair, or indulge in some overly intimate gesture. Yet he restrained himself. It would not do to frighten her. If they were to become friends, would she not also acquiesce to some bold actions? Suddenly, Lu Yu felt a chill run down her spine. What was amiss? She had the distinct impression that something was watching her. Yingli departed nonetheless. He remained busy during the day, required to make decisions regarding both student council affairs and matters pertaining to the Ji family. Thus he could not linger for long. However, before leaving, he did not forget to order a sumptuous lunch for Lu Yu. It was a lavish meal, maintaining nutritional balance while being visually and aromatically delightful. Upon lifting the lid, Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, she nearly indulged herself to the point of gluttony. If Lu Yu were to truly become wealthy, she suspected she would revel in culinary delights. After reaching a weight of 200 pounds, She could start a social media account documenting her journey as a slightly plump girl striving for weight loss, with breakfast consisting of eggs, lunch of chicken breast, and dinner featuring an entire roast chicken, delighting in the traffic generated by her content. The more she consumed, the more she earned. It was a perfect win-win situation. Lu Yu envisioned herself in such a manner. Just as she prepared to drift into slumber, enhancing this delightful dream, the door to the infirmary swung open once more. This time, the visitor was also familiar, Tang Ku. Her eyes were laced with fine red veins, resembling a small projectile as she dashed to the bedside, halting abruptly just before reaching the bed, standing there with utmost care. "Xiao Lu, are you all right?" Her protective instincts toward Lu Yu had intensified, now believing that Lu Yu's fainting episode was her own fault. After all, those individuals had come for her. Had Lu Yu not intervened, she would not have been so agitated as to lose consciousness. Lu Yu shook her head. "I'm fine." Tang Ku exhaled in relief. "It's good to know. I wanted to stay by your side these past few days, but the school nurse would not allow it." Lu Yu replied, "It's all right." Tang Ku continued, "By the way, those girls have inexplicably withdrawn from school. How vexing. I had intended to deliver another blow to them." Lu Yu responded, "That's quite good," her reply brief and indifferent. Tang Ku sensed something amiss. "Xiao Lu, are you still feeling unwell?" In truth, she was not. Lu Yu merely recalled the protracted nightmare she had endured, realizing that their friendship could no longer persist. She held a deep affection for Tang Ku and cherished their bond. Yet she could not openly defy the will of the world at this moment. Moreover, if Lu Yu were ever compelled to assume the role of a nefarious antagonist and betray Tang Ku, maintaining a stranger's relationship could instill a sense of caution in Tang Ku. This was not an expression of self-importance on Lu Yu's part. She understood that if she were to administer poison to Tang Ku, she would unhesitatingly consume it. If the effects manifested, she would not even suspect foul play, attributing it to a mere fever. Was this right? No, it was not. Thus, Lu Yu simply shook her head once more. "No, I'm quite well." Tang Ku continued her incessant chatter, discussing even the myriad dishes in the cafeteria, yet she could only elicit cold responses from Lu Yu. After a considerable time, she paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Xiao Lu, do you not wish to speak to me?" For the first time, a sorrowful expression graced her typically vibrant face, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Lu Yu struggled to utter a single word. Tang Ku, in a flurry of anxiety, asked why. Her hand instinctively pressed down onto the blanket, inadvertently pressing against Lu Yu's stomach. Lu Yu nearly doubled over in discomfort. She had just overeaten. However, her urge to retch was misinterpreted by Tang Ku as disgust. She retracted her hand helplessly. "I'm sorry, truly. I am sincerely sorry. That day was my fault." Lu Yu felt another wave of nausea. Having been unconscious for 2 days without sustenance, her first meal had been overwhelming, and once her stomach began to churn, it was impossible to quell. This action was easily misunderstood. Tang Ku stood there bewildered. She gazed at the pale visage of the youth before her and tentatively inquired, "Will you not forgive me? Are we still friends?" Lu Yu had been her closest companion since entering the academy, always by her side. Yet now, it seemed they were no longer friends. Chapter 52. Lies. Perhaps a benevolent lie is preferable to the truth. After a considerable pause, Lu Yu finally replied, "Let us return to being ordinary classmates." Her heart softened, refraining from uttering harsher words. Even so, tears cascaded down Tang Ku's face. "I promise. I truly promise that I will never allow you to endure such experiences again." It was all her fault. She had failed to protect Lu Yu. In truth, Lu Yu despised witnessing her self-reproach, as it only made her feel despicable. "It has nothing to do with you," she stated earnestly. "My coma was due to my own frail health. You are also a victim and bear no obligation to protect me. Besides, we are merely special recruits. Encountering such events is inevitable." Her intention was to comfort Tang Ku, to encourage her to adopt a more relaxed perspective. However, Tang Ku seemed lost in her thoughts, her lips moving twice without uttering another word. Lu Yu turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. Cursed be the will of the world. How wonderful a little angel Tang Ku was, yet she was compelled to torment others. When advising others, she could think clearly, but when it came to herself, Lu Yu felt that life could ascend or descend. 3-2-1 up, 3-2-1 down. Her stomach churned anew as she suppressed the wave of nausea rising in her throat, clutching the pillow to her chest and curling up. She still lacked strength, even after resolving her determination. Witnessing Tang Ke's bewildered expression filled her with sorrow. In her heart, she silently uttered an apology. This was the best choice for them. Once she extricated herself from this narrative, she would sincerely apologize to Tang Ke, irrespective of whether forgiveness was granted. Seeing Lu Yu's evident disdain, to the point of not wishing to cast even a glance in her direction, an indescribable sense of loss overwhelmed Tang Ke. She stood in place for a full 10 minutes, yearning for Lu Yu to speak to her. Just one word, and she would feel emboldened to continue fighting. She longed to apologize again, to assure her, but Lu Yu never lifted her gaze. The acrid scent of disinfectant in the infirmary became intolerable, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. I understand, Tang Ke forced a smile. Yet, this smile appeared strained, a stark contrast to her usual cheerful demeanor. It's my fault. I didn't know. Perhaps you despise me now, but I still believe we are friends. I know you may not want to, but I'm sorry. She was utterly unaware of her own words, hastily repeating her apology. Lu Yu's heart quivered at her words, yet she remained silent, and soon silence enveloped the room. After receiving no response, Tang Ke hastily exited the infirmary, fearing any words from Lu Yu that might wound her further. The sound of her hurried footsteps faded into the distance. Once the infirmary returned to quietude, Lu Yu turned her head. She felt a twinge of sadness, but it was merely a twinge. She clearly understood what she truly desired. She sought a future in which she could live, a fate from which she could break free, even if this friendship held equal value for her. The once delectable meal now brewed bitterness in her stomach. Lu Yu sighed despondently. Food, the source of life. It brings forth endless despair. Attempting to cheer up Lu Yu with crude jokes, Tang Ke emerged from the infirmary with a renewed resolve. Determined, she selected a new contact number to save in her phone. After a few slow beeps, the call connected. Without hesitation, Tang Ke declared, "Can I still follow you?" "I am willing. I agree." On the other end, Xiaoyu's voice was somewhat distant and muffled. "Oh, have you figured it out?" "Why?" Tang Ke refrained from explaining her reasoning. Instead, she insisted, "You said you would help me. As long as you assist me, I will repay you with my capabilities." As a heroine, she undoubtedly possessed her own brilliance. She had come to a realization. Xiaoyu's words held merit. Her sheer strength alone could not protect anyone around her. Only by wielding a certain power could she ensure that today's events would not repeat themselves. Previously, Tang Ke had believed it impossible to bow to those above her, vowing never to become like the sycophants in her academy. Yet today, her actions entirely overturned her previous values. She possessed a strong sense of justice and abhorred inequality. Yet this time, she had lowered her head. For Lu Yu's sake. Fortunately, the male voice on the line remained indifferent to her inner turmoil. "Understood. Come find me in the lounge the day after tomorrow." "All right, thank you. I will strive to grow stronger," Tang Ke replied earnestly. "Of course you will." With those enigmatic 4 words, Xiaoyu ended the call. At that moment, a hint of madness danced at the corners of his smile, reminiscent of a predator's exhilaration upon tasting blood. Before him lay 2 equally fervent factions, both gambling their lives for their own interests. Truly restive, he adjusted the black firearm, the metallic ring clashing against the weapon's body, producing a faint, nearly jarring click. Let me see if you truly possess that capability. If a person spends each day idly, merely waiting for life to pass them by, what distinguishes that from the fulfillment of dreams? This was Lu Yu's most genuine sentiment. In truth, she had merely been unconscious. Yet she had lain in bed for an entire week, eating and sleeping, with no responsibilities beyond catching up on class materials. She was indulged to the utmost. Fu spoiled her, crafting excuses and medical certificates, allowing her to monopolize the infirmary's bed. Ji Jingli would occasionally visit her, his gaze peculiar, sending shivers down Lu Yu's spine. Before long, the other 2 friends learned of Lu Yu's 2-day unconsciousness. They had been preoccupied with their own matters and had intentionally been kept in the dark until now. After all, with one dormitory bed always vacant, the truth could not be concealed for long. They had also come to the infirmary to check on her. Chapter 53. A visit. How foolish it is to exhaust oneself into a hospital. Shui Ran maintained his familiar sharp tongue as he approached the bedside, gazing down at Lu Yu with an expression that was less than pleasant. Lu Yu, feeling a bit intimidated, shrank deeper beneath the covers. Shui Ran reached out, and she recoiled further. Subsequently, he meticulously tucked the blanket around her, ensuring not a single gap remained. He let out a soft hum, inquiring about her current condition. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "I feel a bit warm." Clearly, the young master had never covered anyone with a blanket, who would pull it all the way to their nose, making it hard to breathe. Shui Ran retorted, "That is not what I meant." His frustration mounted as he clarified, "I meant, after your fainting spell, do you feel any better?" "Oh," Lu Yu replied vaguely, "I suppose it's about the same." After all, she couldn't go to work. Her ambiguous response did not deceive Shui Ran. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the nearby food container, clearly just consumed. The elegant green and white design, adorned with intricate patterns, revealed it to be the packaging from Jinglan Yin, a luxurious brand. Lu Yu, being the miser she was, would never indulge in such an expense. Having sampled it a few times, Shui Ran recognized the taste. "You seem to have a good relationship with Ji Jingli. He even remembered to order food for you." His tone was laden with unspoken implications. Lu Yu was baffled by the sudden drop in Shui Ran's mood. However, given his habitual volatility, she chose to overlook it. "He's just considerate," she replied. "Considerate?" Their relationship had evidently progressed remarkably in just a few days. Shui Ran's expression darkened further. His gaze flitted to a fruit basket, recently delivered, and a sudden idea struck him. He lifted his chin slightly. "As we are all roommates, I ought to show my appreciation as well." Shui Ran seized an apple. "Let me peel an apple for you." He could not bear the thought of Lu Yu praising Ji Jingli while neglecting him. Lu Yu closed her eyes and made a gesture of protection over her chest. "What are you doing?" Shui Ran asked. "Praying for the apple," she replied. Could the apple, chosen by Shui Ran, still remain intact? Shui Ran was displeased. "Do you think I cannot do it? I have seen you peel an apple. It is quite simple." Lu Yu responded, "Oh, if merely seeing it suffices, then during these few days of lying in bed, I must have mastered the art of shoe repair, carpet cleaning, sugar painting, and bubble glue." As she watched a bright red apple being lifted, she worried, "Perhaps it's better not to? The knife can easily hurt your hand. I can do it." She could not afford to injure him, but Shui Ran paid her no heed. The young man held the apple. His fingers, accustomed to luxury, appeared more lustrous than the fruit itself, evoking the sensation that he grasped not an ordinary piece of produce, but rather a precious gem. Then, with decisive precision, the knife plunged into the apple's side. The apple did not deserve such a fate. Lu Yu winced at the sight. Shui Ran's expression was serious, his light golden hair cascading to his earlobes, and his crimson lips pursed, resembling a beautiful youth from an ancient Greek painting. His mere appearance enough to captivate any onlooker. 3 minutes later, through his diligent efforts, an apple emerged in his hand. Albeit lumpy and imperfect, its form was discernible. Lu Yu clapped her hands in a seal-like manner, exclaiming, "Wonderful! The fact that it can be eaten is already impressive." "Mediocre," Shui Ran muttered as he scrutinized the apple in his hand. "I'll carve another one. This one shall be discarded." His crimson lips pressed together, revealing no hint of his signature dimples, clearly indicating his dissatisfaction with the outcome, mingled with a touch of vexation. Allowing the boss to feel discontent. That simply would not do. Lu Yu immediately interjected, "No way." Shui Ran raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Lu Yu blinked, her eyes shimmering with desire as she gazed at the apple. This was the very first apple that Shui Xiao had ever carved. It held immense sentimental value. "I want this one. It's the most special. Its sharp edges, reminiscent of a sculpture, exude artistry." Not quite, Lu Yu thought. It resembled a rather exaggerated shape. Yet, Shui Ran was evidently enamored by such flattery. A faint blush crept to his ears. "Well, I suppose you have good taste." The apple was sliced into several small segments. But when Shui Ran offered to feed her, Lu Yu declined. opting instead to skewer a piece with a toothpick and savor it slowly. The apple was sweet, though the presence of an onlooker dampened her appetite. Shui Ran showed no intention of leaving. He pulled a chair and settled beside the bed, assuming the role of the school clinic's proprietor. Naturally, Liu did not dare to shoo him away. She reclined on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Unlike their previous interactions, where she would readily initiate conversation. She still remembered what Shui Ran had said the last time outside the bathroom. Is it all right to take a break when you're unwell? The short videos were too noisy. Her mood for studying had vanished, and she feared that chatting would attract Shui Ran's attention, so she decided to browse the campus forum instead, checking for any new posts on the homepage. The previous post about a girlfriend confessing to her best friend after the boyfriend had done the same was quite intriguing. The conclusion, where the two girls ended up together, was even more delightful. As she scrolled through the homepage, she noticed the ever-high presence of F4 content. Shui Xiao's licking face floor. Reborn 999 times, those who know the rules may enter. Do not directly send images or codes to join the group. 10 best spots to encounter Ji Xiao. Has Cheng Xiao returned to the country today? Updated to 103 days, having become an affiliate of the CF family. Do I need to stand at attention and pound my chest to call him big brother upon meeting Xie Xiao? Liu Yu felt a surge of urgency. What was going on? Were there others competing for his attention? These individuals could take on various roles, yet being a lackey? Apologies, but they had encroached upon her territory. She clicked into the thread, lingering for a moment, and immediately Shui Ran's attention was drawn to her. There were many affiliated with the CF family, and this person's surname hardly ranked. Upon discerning the content on the screen, he let out a soft huff. You really are quite interested in you. Liu Yu raised an eyebrow. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Were these individuals bickering behind her back without her knowledge? Brotherly bonds. TSK. She had always asserted that the rivalries in the boys' dormitory were even more intense than those in the girls', demonstrating her professionalism. She switched to her secondary account on her phone and displayed the group chat page to Shui Ran. I am quite interested in you as well. This group chat is precisely the one that requires a password to enter the Licking Face Tower, filled exclusively with fervent admirers of Shui Ran's captivating beauty. Chapter 54. Group chat. The Lick Face Tower has repeatedly faced deletions by the administrators due to the incessant posting of Shui Ran's photographs. Yet each time it is resiliently revived by determined members. As for acquiring the secret code, one must find the group owner and privately send an unseen photograph of Shui Ran to gain access. Liu Yu never found herself lacking in such treasures. The images she provided were of exceptional clarity and close-up shots, prompting the group owner to eagerly admit her into the chat. A genius. We need more talents like you. Following her photo submission, the group erupted in excitement, exclaiming in awe. How precious! How fortunate one must be to capture such a moment. Liu Yu basked in the adoration of the group, enjoying her moment in the limelight. However, she remained composed. After sharing 2 photos, she opted to observe quietly. She possessed a keen business acumen. Once she became familiar with these individuals, she planned to sell her photos to them when she made her escape from the academy, thus securing her final fare. For the time being, it served perfectly as an expression of her concern for Shui Ran. I saw your name and worried they might engage in some dubious activities, so I joined the group, Liu Yu stated earnestly. Shui Ran's lips curled into a slight smirk. What would they possibly do? It's unnecessary. Yet, the expression on her face suggested otherwise. Liu Yu chose not to confront this and smiled as she scrolled through the chat history. True, their conversations seemed quite normal. They merely discuss your photos and indulge in some lighthearted banter. Liu Yu's expression froze. Within the chat records, someone had just posted a side profile of Shui Ran, captured through a window, sending the group of admirers into a frenzy. If I could marry Shui Ran, I would gladly accept Xie Xiaoyu as the mistress. This was the perspective of the opportunists. Who shared this photo? Why have you edited me out from beside my husband? This was the delusional faction. I even accept my soft and frail self. I accept it in a heartbeat. This was the tolerant group. I saw this photo while boiling medicine and became so engrossed that the concoction exploded. I am a person of integrity. Even if Shui Ran stood before me unclothed, I would not falter. Brother, you inquired about my educational background? Water. Is this permissible to say? The subsequent messages were increasingly inappropriate, each more shocking than the last. How can they be so open in broad daylight? Lu Yu silently scrolled down the chat, attempting to feign ignorance of the unfolding embarrassment. It's merely a remedy. Why must life subject her to such an awkward scenario? Her face flushed with anxiety, while Shui Ran, the subject of their fantasies, exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, he smiled, revealing charming dimples and angelic sight. Is this what you call normal chat content? Clearly, a cleansing of the internet is overdue. Lu Yu stammered, well, they don't usually behave like this. Oh, really? Shui Ran continued to smile. I find that hard to believe. You may not believe it, but I do. Lu Yu was at a loss for words. She pressed the power button on her phone, her cheeks increasingly ablaze. While indulging in risque content was commonplace, it became entirely different when the object of such fantasies was right before her eyes. The scenarios described in the messages began to materialize vividly in her mind. Indeed, it was profoundly embarrassing. Shui Ran's spirits were remarkably high. He leaned closer, his lashes elegantly curled, the elongated corners of his eyes and the gentle curve of his lips exuding a hint of sultriness, akin to a subtle seduction. You claim it's normal. Could it be that you have uttered such words as well? Shui Ran, with a mischievous glint, elongated his tone, secretly thinking of me at night. Indulging in wicked thoughts, perhaps. Such a statement was laden with ambiguity. Lu Yu instinctively recoiled. No, truly not. Shui Ran retorted. Then why do you evade? Gulme. Gaze into my eyes. Lu Yu dared not comply. She attempted to resist, shaking her head. Brother, I merely entered as an undercover, not to chat. Raising her head, Shui Ran's amber eyes sparkled with playful teasing. Otherwise, I might fear that a roommate who secretly fantasizes about me resides in the dormitory. As if the mere thought of Lu Yu being infatuated with him like those in the group evoked not disdain at being adored by a male, but an inexplicable thrill. How intriguing. He leaned in closer, his breath becoming involuntarily rapid. 2 days of unconsciousness had rendered Lu Yu slightly thinner. Her once baby-faced features now displayed exquisite contours, appearing rather vulnerable when flushed. Look at me, his tone was almost entrancing. Sensing the rising warmth, Lu Yu feared he might discern the secrets concealed within her collar. Yet she lifted her gaze. Her swift motion caused her lips to brush against Shui Ran's chin, momentarily stunning them both. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu retreated, hastily retrieving a piece of paper to offer with both hands. I didn't mean to. The slightly moist sensation lingered on his chin. Quite unique. The previously assertive Shui Ran fell silent, accepting the paper. As the coarse texture of the paper replaced the lingering moisture, a twinge of disappointment surged within him. Still claiming there was nothing? This was undeniably direct. Lu Yu interjected. Is this never-ending? With distance between them, her tension eased, and she met Shui Ran's eyes earnestly. I truly did not speak of such things with them. My orientation is as straight as rebar. Really? Initially, she contemplated swearing an oath if Shui Ran remained skeptical. Yet, his expression was far from pleasant. He neither requested a vow nor allowed her further assurances, simply responding curtly. Understood. He returned to the edge of his bed, as if the intimate encounter had never transpired. They lingered in an awkward silence until a phone call ultimately summoned Shui Ran away. It was a call from the company. Before departing, the peculiar look he cast at Lu Yu unsettled her. Forget it. As long as he did not trouble her. Lu Yu resolved to keep this group chat discreet. Otherwise, she might face a larger predicament later. Before concealing the chat, she glanced at the final messages. Oh dear, one could scarcely imagine how delightful it would be to kiss Shui Xiao. With his appearance, the physical sensation ceased to matter. The thrill of tarnishing such a handsome youth was the true delight. You truly understand. Lu Yu yearned to retort. She hid the chat, yet couldn't help but reminisce about the brief moment her lips grazed his chin. Indeed, it was quite so. The modest infirmary soon welcomed its third guest. However, Xiaoyu did not linger for long. He appeared genuinely preoccupied, his hair tousled as if hastily arranged. Yet the disheveled ends of his short locks added an intriguing wildness to his charm. Auntie says you need to rest, he stated succinctly. I can authorize your leave. Taking a few days off is entirely permissible. Such words sounded remarkably refreshing. If only she had been part of the privileged class in her previous life. Liu nodded appreciatively. I understand. Thank you, brother. No need, he replied, aware that the other two had already visited Liu, and he refrained from inquiring about their health, opting instead to shift the conversation. What do you intend to do about those three? Having just returned from the Xie residence, a subtle tension lingered in his expression. Do something about them? Haven't they already withdrawn from school? Liu responded. Xie furrowed his brow. Ji Jingli's methods are far too lenient. This suggested that there were indeed more severe measures to be taken, which was rather alarming. Liu dared not contemplate it further. She was not a saint, but she did not wish for them to meet the same fate as the original protagonist. Punishment would suffice. Moreover, their transgressions were inconsequential. Being infatuated with a man to the extent of troubling other girls, she still could not comprehend it. Perhaps this was the hallmark of old-fashioned novels, where love and hatred are intensely magnified, and one could easily veer into extremities, whether as a bystander, a supporting character, or the protagonist. Fortunately, she had no intention of embarking on a romantic relationship. Liu felt relieved to be an observer. Surely, no one would become so enamored with her as to drag her into this tumult. She considered herself devoid of such allure. Apologies, Xie said, a flicker in his brow. It's my concern. He evidently pondered the motivations of the girls who had caused trouble. Previously, he had remained indifferent. Even witnessing their conflicts had been a source of amusement for him. But now, seeing Liu lying on the hospital bed, still appearing somewhat fatigued after a few days of rest, he began to grow weary of the inexplicable emotions that clung to him. Chapter 55. The Charming Prince St. Mary's College has recently been bustling with excitement, and the most talked about news revolves around the frequent appearances of Tang Ku by Xie Yu's side. Insiders have revealed that she has even been seen at the Xie residence. Previously, Xie Yu exhibited an indifferent demeanor towards the girls who confessed their feelings to him. However, now he coolly utters a rejection. With all these signs converging, discussions in the forums have become incessant. Many have already concluded that Xie Yu has developed a romantic connection with this seemingly ordinary special admission student. After all, how else could one explain the current situation? 11L. I can't believe Xie has taken a liking to a special admission student. It's as if a domineering young master falling for a delicate flower is truly unfolding in our college. I suspect this is straight out of an old romance novel. 22L. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. 23L. Your disbelief is inconsequential. Xie is clearly acting out of love for her. 26L. Indeed, those who participated in bullying Tang could have been expelled, right? 30L. Liu was present too. Perhaps she is just protective of her little brother. 40L. A brother means nothing in front of a woman. It's undoubtedly because of Tang Ku, a reincarnation of a vixen. 52L. Who says a man can't be a vixen? 72L. Why don't you all go discuss it in the adjacent thread? It's nearing 1,000 posts, filled with Xie's admirers lamenting. 81L. Let us not digress. Is it too late to switch to a special admission? That role is quite powerful this season. 82. Fool. Are you begging for a beating? Ultimately, this thread reached a conclusion with 2 tiers of insults being exchanged, prompting the gossiping crowd to migrate to another discussion. Liu, being an avid internet surfer, was well aware of the hot topics circulating in the forum. She felt a sense of relief. This was indeed the correct trajectory for their relationship. The narrative had finally returned to a familiar path, allowing her to exhale in comfort. However, there was a cost. Upon returning to the classroom, Liu steeled her heart to ignore the expectant gaze of Tang Ku. After all, Xie Yu had already demonstrated a special attitude towards Tang Ku. The crowd, mindful of this, dared not confront her openly, ensuring that the bullying incidents from the original story would not resurface. This was the best outcome for Tang Ku. As for herself, Liu refrained from glancing in Tang Ku's direction. She took her seat, intending to practice with her exam papers. But the tip of her pen struck the edge of the desk and broke. In her moment of frustration, Jiang Yan, who had been absent for a while, appeared outside the classroom. It was clear she had come to seek her out. Liu, being intelligent, kind, cute, and carefree had not only failed to enrich her, but had also inexplicably drawn her into romantic entanglements. That was unfortunate. Jiang Yin had heard about her fainting episode. The red-haired girl frowned, her face etched with pure concern. Lu Yu, are you all right? Lu Yu was not entirely indifferent to another's kindness. I took some time to rest. I'm fine now. That's good to hear. Jiang Yin sighed in relief. She gazed at Lu Yu's turned profile, as if having made a resolute decision. She said, "Did you see the message I sent you?" Lu Yu, no. Jiang Yin felt a sting from her indifference, but persisted. I would like to invite you out for dinner tonight. Lu Yu had indeed noticed. The restaurant was a highly praised romantic spot online, renowned as a sanctuary for confessions, with a window-side table costing as much as an ordinary person's monthly salary. She believed that being left on read was the most effective rejection, yet Jiang Yin clearly would not easily concede. Let us discuss this later, Lu Yu said vaguely. No more discussions. Jiang Yin urgently grasped her hand, imploring, "You must come tonight, please, just for one evening." The once proud and beautiful Red Rose now found herself uttering the word please. Lu Yu felt a pang of reluctance. Still, she intended to refuse. What are you doing? Tang Ku interjected, having appeared by the table unnoticed. Annoyance etched on her face as she separated the two. Let go. Their discord was not a new development. Jiang Yin huffed. What does it have to do with you? Tang Ku replied, Of course it concerns me. I'm good friend with Lu. I agree to your request, Lu Yu declared decisively. For the first time, she did not remain silent amid their quarrel, but focused on Jiang Yin, stating earnestly, I will go tonight. If Jiang Yin confessed her feelings, it would allow Lu Yu to reject her formally. She could not permit Tang Ku to continue speaking. Otherwise, her attempts to create distance would be in vain. Jiang Yin was ecstatic. Then it settled. She twirled a lock of her red hair, eagerly adding, I'll send you the address later. Oh no, I'll have the driver pick you up at the gate. Just come straight. Lu Yu nodded. After watching Jiang Yin exit the classroom, Tang Ku stubbornly remained by the table, her expression dimming with unspoken disappointment. The classmates were witnessing the disintegration of their friendship for the first time, each one more astonished than the last. What is happening? What is wrong with them? Previously, Lu Yu and Tang Ku shared a friendship that was rare in the academy, untouched by any conflicts of interest, garnering the admiration of their peers. There had even been speculation that they were secretly a couple. But now, Lu Yu's attitude towards Tang Ku was baffling. Whispers of curiosity circulated among the onlookers. Lu Yu had no intention of being the subject of their amusement. After all, Tang Ku was currently a hot topic on the forums, and any scandal would tarnish her reputation. Class is about to start. Tang Ku, aren't you returning to your seat? Lu Yu's tone was polite yet distant. Tang Ku lowered her head, her hands fidgeting behind her back. All right. She recognized her current weakness and felt unworthy to approach Lu Yu to ask if they could rekindle their friendship. She would strive to improve. Inside a luxury car, a Sardinian red coral bracelet sparkled on Jiang Yin's wrist, complementing her seaweed-like red hair. After her meticulous preparations, her makeup was extravagant yet tasteful, with white eyeliner accentuating the allure of her eyes. However, as soon as she spoke, her romantic naivety was laid bare. Do you think Lu Yu will accept my confession looking like this? Her friend on the other end of the video call replied with a deadpan expression, No. Jiang Yin's mood soured. What do you mean? Aren't you supposed to support me? Her friend retorted. Haven't I always supported you? The issue is that she's ignoring you. Every time you are ignored by Lu Yu, you come to me to lament, declaring that you will never harbor feelings for him again, only to return the very next day, eager to curry favor. And what about me? Am I merely a pawn in your game? Wang Ziming behaved similarly in the past. You have fallen for him again, while I am the one who endures the suffering. Indeed, it is true. Recalling my own penchant for calling my best friend late at night, Jiang Yin felt a twinge of guilt. Her friend continued to chide her. You even consulted a fortune teller. You spent tens of thousands on a master who proclaimed that Lu Yu is not your destined partner. And yet you deleted him without a second thought. Yes, you deleted him. Jiang Yin, stubborn as ever, retorted, that master was never accurate. How could I be blamed? Her friend, clearly weary from countless rounds of this torment, responded coldly, Oh, then go confess your feelings. Don't cry if you fail. This remark did not sit well with Jiang Yin. Tossing her hair, she insisted, Lu Yu has agreed to meet me. I believe there is still hope. Her friend replied, There's indeed hope. Jiang Yin exclaimed, You see. Her friend retorted, There's a circus for your show. Go ahead. Curious, Jiang Yin asked, If I go to the circus, will he agree to me? Then I am willing. Her friend was left speechless. There was no saving her. It was best to bury this delusion. Living in a fantasy of romance, a zombie would surely scoff. I shall not converse further. I see Lu Yu emerging from the school gates. Jiang Yin hastily ended the video call, presenting a meticulously practiced, radiant smile to Lu Yu as he opened the car door. You're here. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming fragrance inside the car. His gaze revealed a glimmer of astonishment as he earnestly complimented, Your outfit today suits you beautifully. Alas, the date itself was not suitable. To squander a young girl's sincere affections is truly a guilt-laden affair. Such is the fate of the king of wooing. Chapter 56. The restaurant. The young man who witnessed Lu Yu entering the luxurious car gazed enviously, exclaiming, When will I ever indulge in such a life of ease? His friend rolled his eyes, retorting, If you were given a steel wool ball, you'd be tamed. What do you know? The young man scoffed. The language of flowers associated with steel wool represents wealth. He patted his friend's shoulder and said, Seriously, what do you think of that guy we just saw? His friend replied, Too effeminate. I'll pass. The young man flexed his muscles, eagerly asking, What about me? How do I look? His friend scrutinized him for a moment and replied, like someone who just stepped in it, Get lost. Amid the ensuing brawl, Lu Yu found herself feeling less than comfortable inside the car. Jiang Yin, radiating allure this evening, wished that her beauty could translate into the discerning gaze of a potential partner, even if she succumbed to the desire for an easy life. Her physique simply wouldn't allow it. Lu Yu rubbed her forehead in slight distress. Upon noticing her movement, Jiang Yin expressed concern. Are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Should I lower the air conditioning? No need. Lu Yu shook her head. With her concern thwarted, Jiang Yin reluctantly returned to her seat, nervously clutching her skirt as she bolstered her own spirits. Today was a pivotal day for confessing her feelings to Lu Yu. She absolutely could not afford to appear disheartened. Every aspect of the evening had been meticulously planned by her to ensure it was exceedingly romantic. Perhaps Lu Yu would be so moved that she would immediately accept her affections. The extravagant restaurant undoubtedly justified its exorbitant prices. The crystal glass floor mirrored the dazzling nightscape outside, while the intricately designed ceiling scattered delicate specks of light, casting a golden hue upon the champagne flutes. Waiters moved silently among vibrant floral arrangements, the liquid in the glasses swaying gently to the soft rhythm of the piano. Lights illuminated the path beneath their feet in a gradual ascent. Though not ostentatious, each flower's placement was thoughtfully curated. As Lu Yu settled into her seat, she contemplated switching to a more modest channel. She glanced at her phone's black screen. Yes, she had seen enough. The menu presented by the waiter was equally aligned with the restaurant's opulence, and Lu Yu stifled the urge to voice her incredulity. Is this dish made of gold? A serving of fries garnished with truffles can be sold for $988? If I had come alone, I would have left upon seeing these prices. Losing face upon exiting is one thing. Losing money is quite another. She was more than capable of calculating that expense. Jiang Yin, however, remained poised. After ordering 3 recommended dishes, she gestured for the waiter to inquire about Lu Yu's choice. The waiter bowed respectfully, asking, What would you like, madam? To leave. Lu Yu thought, though the discomfort was palpable, she could not voice such a sentiment. Casually, she selected a signature salad and returned the menu, stating, This will do. I lack an appetite. Jiang Yin felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped that bringing Lu Yu to this restaurant would enable her to realize the luxurious lifestyle one could enjoy in her company. Yet, it seemed that Lu Yu was indifferent to such material indulgences. Was she truly unconcerned? Far from it. It was precisely because she cared that each glance at the menu caused her heart to ache. She simply could not bring herself to order. A resentment towards wealth? Indeed. Thank you very much. The waiter, sensing the tense atmosphere, thoughtfully attempted to ease the situation. If you lack appetite, we can add a serving of our fig parfait. which is a special item available only once a week. Jiang Yin promptly nodded in agreement. Then let us have two. After placing the order, the waiter was intercepted by another server as he was about to return to the dining area, receiving a knowing glance. Once the dishes for this table are served, let us switch tables, whispered the female server. The male server, puzzled, inquired, why? Typically, a single server attends to a table from service to departure to prevent any neglect of the guests. The female guest at table 07 exhibits a strong possessiveness. The female server replied quietly. I engaged in a bit more conversation about the dishes with the male guest, and I sensed a shift in her demeanor. Working in a high-end restaurant, discerning the emotions of guests is a fundamental skill. Let us switch. I owe you a meal. Their camaraderie was evident. The male server hesitated, glancing towards table 07. That table occupied the restaurant's prime location, typically unattainable without a reservation. The two individuals seated there, not only dressed exquisitely, but also possessing striking features capable of capturing anyone's attention, particularly the male guest, whose beauty resembled that of a masterpiece. All right, he conceded, retracting his gaze. You can serve the dishes for table 23. Okay, thank you. The female server exhaled in relief. She had merely been drawn in by his beauty, her demeanor becoming overly eager, and she felt an unsettling chill. Turning, she met the female guest's gaze, calm yet imposing. This was to be expected, the server thought. Someone whose appearance eclipsed even the stars of the entertainment industry would surely be protected like a precious gem. The object of admiration was none other than Shui Ran, who maintained a composed exterior, though impatience flickered in his brow. As you mentioned, once this meal concludes, you will cease to speak to my mother of any nonsensical matters. I have no intention of getting engaged to you. The woman across from him remained unfazed by his demeanor. She gently arranged the silk-embroidered napkin for him and filled his wine glass before responding, I understand. As long as you do, Shui Ran replied curtly. However, if Annie were to choose a prospective fiancé, I would undoubtedly be her first choice. The mention of engagement irked Shui Ran. Be quiet. He could not fathom how Chui Wewan could persist in her affections for over a decade despite his cold demeanor. In their childhood, they had indeed been friends, sharing moments of closeness. Yet, from the moment he realized Chui Wewan harbored feelings for him, he distanced himself, asserting that there was no possibility for them. Nevertheless, Chui Wewan never wavered in her pursuit. Regardless of his harsh attitude or outright rejections, she always smiled at him, her gaze imbued with a sense of possession. She also disallowed anyone else from vying for his affection. Any girl who expressed interest in him was swiftly dealt with by Chui Wewan. Eventually, Shui Ran grew weary of the entire situation. He held no affection for Chui Wewan, nor for any other woman. The other party understands boundaries, refraining from disturbing him in daily life while adeptly handling the multitude of suitors vying for his attention. He finds this arrangement quite advantageous. However, at present, Shui Ran is particularly averse to Chui Wewan's proximity. Chui Wewan has also noticed this change. She bites her tongue, using the pain to mask any unsightly expressions. You have changed significantly. You wouldn't have reacted so angrily to the mention of engagement before. Why is that? Chui Wewan's tone is calm, as if casually inquiring. Is it because you've met someone at the academy? For instance, a girl you fancy? Shui Ran, though irritable, is not foolish. What? Do you intend to pursue the girl I like? His expression darkens, his honeyed gaze transforming into a solid, cold gold, sharp enough to wound anyone before him. You are overthinking this. In the past, I didn't mind your methods because I had no affection for those girls. But if it concerns someone I cherish, you could never encounter her. For a fleeting moment, Chui Wewan faltered, her face betraying a look of terror. One of her beautifully manicured nails had already left deep crimson marks on her thigh, yet her smile remained intact. How could that be? If you have someone you care for, I would certainly bless your union. It's impossible. She would undoubtedly act in secrecy to eliminate that girl without Shui Ran's knowledge. Shui Ran belongs to her alone. Only she is worthy of him. Chapter 57. Confession. Shui Ran remained noncommittal. His temper, when unrestrained, was even worse. He brusquely pushed aside the champagne that Chui Wewan had poured for him. As the dishes arrived, he sampled a few bites. furrowing his brow in distaste before setting his utensils down. When Shui Wowan attempted to engage him in conversation, he offered no response. The notion of gentlemanly decorum? It was non-existent. Shui Ran resembled a mischievous child, displaying a lack of interest in everything around him. For an ordinary person, the extravagant night view was merely a part of his accessible lifestyle. It was not until the soft strains of a string quartet filled the restaurant that he began to show interest. Shui Wowan had been observing Shui Ran closely. Noticing his newfound intrigue, she leaned in to listen, a graceful smile gracing her lips. It's the Third Symphony by Hertz. I adore it. However, it seems more suited for a confession, she remarked. Shui Ran remained silent. Shui Wowan continued. This restaurant is renowned for orchestrating confession scenes. It's quite famous. As a date spot, a hint of shyness accompanied her words, yet Shui Ran paid it no mind. His gaze was fixed intently on a distant scene. You mean a confession? His tone was not impatient, but carried an undercurrent of barely concealed anger. Shui Wowan sensed something amiss. What's wrong? This piece is indeed quite fitting for a confession. Following Shui Ran's line of sight, she observed a red-haired girl in a charming dress seated across from a dark-haired boy. The lights dimmed around them, leaving only the flickering flames of a metallic candlestick to illuminate the girl's bashful face. The night outside was perfect, and the music wafted through the air, laden with unspoken romantic implications. On their table rested a splendid bouquet of roses. The vibrant petals trembled slightly as the golden envelope was drawn out and handed to the boy opposite her. Clearly, they were the subjects of this confession arrangement. From their perspective, only the girl's lips could be seen moving, while the boy, positioned at an angle, revealed only his exquisite profile, obscuring his expression. Nevertheless, it was unlikely that many could refuse the heartfelt confession prepared so meticulously by the beautiful girl. At least, that's what the onlookers thought as they watched the scene unfold. Some were filled with nostalgia, others applauded in blessing, while some seethed with irritation. Shui Ran's fork clattered against the rim of his glass, causing the expensive, clear liquid within to ripple. He was oblivious to the grimace on his face. What was the meaning of this? Another white swan appears after the last. How many people had this fellow flirted with behind his back? And what of Ji Jingli, who had said to let Luo Yu follow him? Was this the kind of following he meant? Unbeknownst to him, he risked losing someone precious. Brother Shui? Shui Wowan's persistent calls finally brought Shui Ran back to reality. He replied impatiently, "What is it?" Under the table, Shui Wowan nervously wrinkled her skirt. "I was merely curious as to why you suddenly appear upset. Is it because of that red-haired girl?" She harbored a protective wariness toward every female who appeared near Shui Ran, especially in light of his recent expression, which had resembled that of a wife discovering her husband's infidelity, one who was inclined to confront the mistress directly. Shui Wowan was bewildered by her own crude associations. Yet it was the only description that could accurately convey her feelings. Shui Ran also recognized his own indiscretion. He averted his gaze, his lips tightening. "Do you know that young lady?" "Jujuan in Guit?" "I do not," Shui Ran replied curtly. "Is that so?" Shui Wowan probed again. "But you were staring for quite some time. If she is your friend, I should be introduced." "I said I do not know her," he retorted. "Perhaps Lu Yu could charm even you, considering his insatiable love for wealth and his age of 20, which is quite suitable for living off others." Shui Ran did not grant Shui Wowan the opportunity to respond, and abruptly rose from his seat, coldly declaring, "Let us discuss this matter later. I must take my leave." Shui Wowan remained frozen in place, struggling to maintain her composure. She cast a sidelong glance, only to find the two seats that had been the center of attention now deserted. Shui Ran too noticed the vacant seats. He strode over, catching sight of the elegantly adorned plates, each edged with gold leaf roses. Quite a thoughtful touch. He recalled hearing that some audacious couples, upon successfully confessing their feelings, would choose to book a room for the night, although he typically paid little heed to such matters. The thought struck him that this very restaurant was adjacent to a luxurious hotel in collaboration with it. Previously, friends had joked about picking up someone at the restaurant, suggesting that if the other party was moved, the evening could end with intimacy. Shui Ran had dismissed those comments at the time, but now they darkened his mood further. He approached the restaurant manager. Under what name was the reservation for table 23 made? Please check if a room has been booked at the hotel below. The manager, aware of Shui Ran's stature, hesitated not for a moment, promptly agreeing, "Certainly, I will contact the front desk. Please hold on." After making the call, the manager reported, "Miss Jiang indeed has a reservation, in rooms 503 and 504. He paused briefly before adding, "The front desk will provide you with the room keys." This information, originally a matter of client privacy, was a breach of his professional ethics. Yet he knew that adhering to such ethics could lead to the restaurant's acquisition by the Shui family the following day. He had no doubts about their financial prowess. Understood. Shui Ran's eyes darkened, finally coalescing into a storm of fury. Was she in such a hurry? Just the other day, she had assured him of her fidelity. Yet now she was out on a date, confessing her feelings. Blinded by rage, he disregarded the fact that it was the girl who had made the confession, laying all blame squarely on Lu Yu. He turned to leave. Minutes later, Chu Yuan approached with a smile. "What did you discuss with him? Please repeat it for me." Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the gentle submission she had displayed before Shui Ran. Her eyes brimmed with menace. The manager, resigned, reiterated the room numbers. "Jiang." Chu Yuan murmured the name. "Is it you who wishes to usurp what belongs to me?" She would ensure that this interloper learned a hard lesson for daring to encroach upon her territory. The only sanctuary for Shui Ran lies in the proximity of her presence. After repeating this thought in her mind countless times, Chu Yuan finally regained her composure and expressed her gratitude with a smile. "Thank you." She then produced a check and handed it to the manager, saying, "This is your reward." The manager bowed in respectful acknowledgement. In comparison to the heir of the Shui family, he held a greater apprehension towards the young lady before him. While he outwardly displayed respect, internally he likely regarded them merely as articulate insects. Observing the retreating figures of the two, the manager could not suppress his curiosity, pondering the complexities of their entangled emotions. How intriguing it must be to uncover their stories of love and conflict. Sharing the same room number, 2 men and 2 women. How scandalously delightful. The melodrama of the upper echelons truly captivated him. Chapter 58. Caught in the act, the collaboration with the restaurant naturally involved a 5-star hotel. The corridor was adorned with plush carpeting, and the lighting cast a cold, golden hue upon the sculptures at the corners. Shui Ran stepped out of the elevator, his expression having returned to a serene facade, though such tranquility was inherently abnormal for him. Typically, he either wore a faintly malevolent smile or sported a subtly impatient demeanor, exuding an air of superiority. His polished shoes barely made a sound against the carpet. Shui Ran had come to a decisive conclusion. If the previous reminder had been insufficient, this time he would unequivocally convey to Lu Yu that to be his subordinate, one must be wholly devoted, free from any extraneous thoughts. It was already a strain to endure the presence of a few good brothers. Should Lu Yu seek romance, or even aspire to be a kept man, distancing himself from their circle, Shui Ran would shatter that illusion with his own hands. Seeking the favor of a wealthy woman? Was it that his wealth lacked allure? If one were to pursue such a path, one ought to wisely choose the wealthiest. The door was painted a deep ebony. Behind it, perhaps, lay a couple entwined in passion. With that thought, Shui Ran felt no need to knock. He swiped his room card, and with a beep, the door unlocked, spilling light like flowing water into the hallway. As he pushed the door open, he had already formulated his first harsh words for Lu Yu until he beheld the scene before him. A youth stood with his back turned, his light-colored shirt evidently half removed, revealing a smooth, fair back. The delicate contours of his shoulder blades appeared to flutter, shrouded in ambiguous shadows cast by the light, resembling a piece of exquisite art. That familiar pallid visage was slightly turned, glancing back at him from the slope of his shoulder. His lips bore a hint of red, reminiscent of cherries that had been gently pressed. Lu Yu's eyelashes trembled nervously, the corners of his eyes slightly rising, despite the evident fear. There was an inexplicable allure that captivated the soul. He seemed to half conceal his face, akin to a lute player shrouded in mystery. For the first time, Shui Ran comprehended the meaning of those 7 characters. A thirst arose from deep within his throat, and his tongue inadvertently pressed against his teeth, igniting a sudden and intense desire. He had witnessed countless such scenes, Yet none had ever elicited such a visceral reaction from him in an instant. But what of the other person in the room? Suppressing his physiological response, Shui Ran darkly inquired, "What stage have you reached?" Lu Yu, trembling, hastily donned his shirt, clinging to the fabric in a state of anxiety. "What stage? Is this not a luxurious hotel? Is it so casual to allow someone in?" The privileged class truly acted with impunity. Fortunately, she had not removed her binding garments. Otherwise, in this position, Shui Ran would surely have discerned the irregularities of her physique, exposing her gender. It was terrifying, yet the current situation was hardly more favorable. Lu Yu felt he might develop a phobia towards hotels. Life was rife with shadows, so unbearably cool. That pallid visage flashed before him once more, intensifying Shui Ran's displeasure. "You ask me? You know well what you've done. What? Could it be that the photos of me secretly licking my face were discovered the day before yesterday?" Lu Yu warily observed the approaching Shui Ran. "I haven't done anything," she said. "But why are you here, Brother Shui? Am I not allowed to be here?" Her words instantly incited Shui Ran's ire. With his strikingly handsome features accentuated by a slight arch of his eyes, he appeared like a living painting even with a cold expression. "Am I supposed to stand by while you share a room with someone else? Are you feeling guilty?" His barrage of questions left Lu Yu bewildered. "Who am I sharing a room with? I was completely unaware of such an arrangement. Is this something that can be concealed from the person involved? Can one secretly enrich her without her knowledge?" Lu Yu replied honestly, "There is no one else in this room." She had opted not to remain in the dining area with Jiang Yan because she felt it cruel to reject a girl under the scrutiny of others. The self-esteem of a young woman is a precious thing, as is the courage it takes to confess one's feelings. Therefore, Lu Yu had suggested a more private setting, where she firmly declined Jiang Yan's confession. "I'm sorry, but I don't have feelings for you. You are remarkable, and one day, you will meet someone who is right for you." Jiang Yan seemed to anticipate her decision, yet upon facing rejection, she could not help but burst into tears, nearly smudging her makeup. Lu Yu could only offer gentle comfort. After Jiang Yan had somewhat composed herself, she informed Lu Yu that their dinner reservation was quite late, making it impractical to return to school, suggesting that Lu Yu rest at the hotel first. Lu Yu had no reason to refuse. She had never stayed in a five-star hotel before. Once inside the room, she explored her surroundings, secretly lamenting her lack of financial independence, and prepared to indulge in the luxurious bathtub. Then, Shui Ran barged in. Anger had clouded Shui Ran's judgment, but he was beginning to regain clarity. His gaze swept across the room's decor, confirming the absence of any other presence. Not a shadow in sight, not even the faintest hint of one. "You had better not be deceiving me by hiding someone here." What else with the accusatory tone? Lu Yu shook her head. Love cannot be concealed. Even if hidden in a wardrobe, it will be discovered by its rightful partner. Shui Ran chuckled. "Oh, you seem quite experienced?" "Hee, just a little," Lu Yu replied. "So, your refusal of the girls at school stems from a preference for married women? Quite a unique taste." Lu Yu was taken aback. "You're joking. Do you not understand what a joke is?" After much effort to clarify her disinterest in married women, Lu Yu resolved to remain silent for the evening. Shui Ran, known for his bad temper, was particularly volatile tonight. Who had provoked him? Couldn't conflicts be resolved among those involved? After some conversation, Shui Ran set aside his suspicions. His gaze returned to the collar of the garment Lu Yu was holding. "Are you changing?" Lu Yu was truly exasperated by his obvious questions. "Yes," she replied sincerely. "So, could you please step outside for a moment? I'm a bit uncomfortable." Her earnest tone had no effect on Shui Ran. He took a couple of steps back and casually seated himself on the nearby sofa. "Why should I leave? I'm tired. I'm just sitting here to rest." Though he claimed to be resting, his gaze remained fixated upon Lu Yu. Lu Yu gritted her teeth, feeling an overwhelming urge to report him to the authorities. What peculiar interests do these male leads possess? One relishes unwrapping others' blankets in the lounge. Another insists on accompanying people to hospitals for examinations. And one desires to witness undressing in hotel rooms. Do the affluent truly indulge in such bizarre whims? Moreover, she outwardly presents as a male. Hasn't Shui Ran, while bathing, grown accustomed to the sight of a man's physique? Ugh! Lu Yu attempted to dissuade Shui Ran, suggesting, "Isn't that rather inappropriate, brother? Perhaps you should turn away?" Yet Shui Ran remained unmoved. There is nothing inappropriate about it. He reclined on the sofa, his legs crossed, exuding an air reminiscent of a dandy. His slender waist and long legs rendered his posture particularly alluring. Clearly, he intended to watch Lu Yu change her attire. Aware of Shui Ran's stubborn nature, Lu Yu realized that the more she urged him to desist, the more resolute he would become. He might even question her aversion. Thus, she opted for a different approach. Very well, Lu Yu sighed, lowering her head as if resigned. If you wish to watch, then so be it. Chapter 59. The hotel, perhaps driven by a secret anticipation. The hotel room bore a subtly ambiguous decor. The soft, violet-hued lighting served as the perfect enhancer of the ambience, casting a lustrous sheen upon the skin akin to that of jade. Lu Yu stood before the frosted glass of the bathroom, her shirt collar delicately slipping from her shoulders, revealing the faintest outline of her slender curves beneath the fabric. She removed it slowly, her pale fingers intentionally gliding along the descending arc of the shirt, each movement resembling a caress more than a mere removal. The languorous pace intensified the allure of her actions. Though Lu Yu had turned away, her face obscured, Shui Ran found himself unable to restrain his desires. The scene unfolded before him in slow motion, each frame tugging at his heartstrings. The heat of yearning surged through his veins, tightening his throat as he unconsciously shifted his legs into a more comfortable position. Despite having encountered numerous enticing scenarios, none had ever ignited such fervor within him as this moment did. The hands that grazed the skin, he yearned for his own to replace them. Yet, Lu Yu persisted. She did not fully remove the shirt. Instead, she revealed half of her fair back, her fingers gracefully dancing to the waistband of her pants, deftly unfastening the belt buckle. The sound of the leather snapping echoed, resonating not against the belt, but rather against Shui Ran's heart. The air grew palpably heated, each breath igniting a deep-seated warmth within him, prompting him to shift restlessly once more, his thigh rising to shield the enticing curve. Wait, Shui Ran lowered his gaze, and a realization struck him. Did he harbor feelings for Lu Yu? What had once been a vague sense of possessiveness now crystallized into a profound attraction. This was not right. Shui Ran had always firmly believed himself to be heterosexual. How could he possibly feel this way towards another man? His prideful nature and concern for appearances surged forth, compelling him to hide his discomfort from Lu Yu. With a sudden closure of his eyes, he endeavored to replace the vivid images in his mind with thoughts of something else. He must not be discovered. The mere thought of exposure was mortifying. After sufficiently steeling himself, Shui Ran reopened his eyes, expecting to witness the previous scene anew. However, before him stood Lu Yu, now clad in the hotel bathrobe, with the collar carefully wrapped in a towel, resembling a cocooned caterpillar. Caterpillar 2.0. Here I am. Seeing the dazed expression on Shui Ran's face, Lu Yu exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, her quick actions had saved her. Sensing Shui Ran had closed his eyes, she had swiftly donned her attire. The young master, eager to witness her undressing, surely wished to see her flustered and put her in an awkward position. As long as she complied, and given Shui Ran's apparent disinterest in male bodies, this ordeal would soon pass. She paid little mind to his peculiar sitting posture. Perhaps he was simply fatigued? Shuigu, she softly called out, noticing he remained still for several seconds. I'm done changing. Are you planning to rest here today? If so, I'll need to find another hotel. She lamented the fleeting enjoyment of the five-star experience. What a loss. As for the matter of Shui Ran wanting to share a room with her, Lu Yu had never given it a thought. Within the confines of the dormitory, it was one thing, but outside, how could she allow her dog to taint the air of her room? Lu Yu harbored a certain resentment. If one tarnished her dignity without offering her any compensation, she would remember it indefinitely. Any additional payment would be considered separately. If kneeling could elevate her worth to billions, she would remain in that position, ensuring the other party comprehended the plight of the impoverished yearning for gold beneath the knees. Shui Ran's expression remained impassive. The anticipated scene had fallen flat, provoking irritation in anyone. His anger, as was customary, was quite direct. Why are you done changing? Lu Yu retorted. Are you watching the Crazy Horse show? Has it taken you half an hour to undress? That privilege belongs solely to members of the Illuminati. Upon uttering this, Shui Ran became aware that his words were inappropriate, huffing in annoyance. Indeed, for him, changing was not a misfortune. If he truly witnessed the end, he was uncertain whether he would genuinely replace those hands with his own, gradually loosening the garments. Lu Yu would gaze up at him, allowing the exquisite scene to unfold entirely, with deep crimson imprints left upon her waist, yet unable to resist. Noticing his own reaction once more, Shui Ran sighed in exasperation and shifted his position. Lu Yu found even a five-star hotel somewhat lacking. The sofa appeared to be of inferior quality. Observing the young master's delicate posterior, it was evident that after merely a few minutes he could hardly bear it. Without the slightest awareness that she was the root cause of the discomfort, she leaned in to inquire, "Shuige, you haven't mentioned where you'll be staying tonight." The area beneath Shui Ran's golden locks had already turned crimson, yet he shot her a disdainful glare, his gaze both cold and captivating. "What? Do you wish to expel me?" No. Lu Yu hastily waved her hand. "What I meant was, if you're staying here, I would need to switch rooms." However, Shui Ran seemed to take offense, as if he were determined to engage in a battle with her tonight. "I am staying here. You will change rooms? Where will you go? To reside with that red-haired girl?" Lu Yu sensed a strong undertone of jealousy in his words. Had the young master consumed vinegar before stepping out today? Noticing her silence, Shui Ran grew increasingly displeased, insisting, "Speak. Is she really that desirable? You would rather not share a room with me and choose to stay with her?" Alas, the acidity in his tone intensified. Lu Yu helplessly replied, "That's not it." Shui Ran pressed, "Then what is it?" Lu Yu clarified, "It's not anything. I'm merely concerned that you may not be accustomed to sharing a room with me." Shui Ran retorted, "Are you accustomed to sleeping with her?" Lu Yu felt a headache coming on. She resembled a hapless husband from a television drama, unable to counter his arguments. Just as the two were at an impasse, a sudden banging sound erupted at the door. To be precise, it was more of a collision than a knock. Both turned their gazes towards the entrance. Jiang Yin, having been rejected, was in an exceedingly low mood. Her appearance was fervent, and she approached relationships with the same passion. Although Lu Yu had completely turned her down, she still clung to a sliver of hope, believing that Lu Yu's decision to remain that night was a chance bestowed upon her by fate. Regarding Jiang Yin's determination, her best friend had 6 points to express. She longed to leap through the screen and awaken him, questioning how he differed from a lecherous man. Even after his rejection, he persisted in his advances, seemingly believing himself to be deeply romantic and devoted. This was nothing short of harassment. Jiang Yin bit her lip, determined to make one final attempt. Very well, she conceded. Her best friend, feeling a mix of exasperation and hope, whispered that this truly must be the last time. Room 503 was just across the hall. Jiang Yin had specifically booked a nearby room. However, as she stepped out after preparing herself, she encountered another girl who appeared to be of a similar age. The girl possessed flowing, light brown wavy hair, exuding an elegance that was both gentle and grand. A refined smile graced her lips, yet her gaze remained chillingly distant. Chapter 60. Entering the wrong room. So, this is the room. Chui Wan gazed at the door number, her voice barely above a whisper. Shui Ran should be in this very chamber. Her gaze returned to Jiang Yin. Although her expression was devoid of emotion, Jiang Yin felt as though she were being scrutinized from head to toe. "You are unworthy of him," Chui Wan concluded. She was not competing with Jiang Yin. She genuinely believed that only she was deserving of Shui Ran. Jiang Yin felt quite uncomfortable under her gaze. "Who are you?" she inquired, her tone not overly harsh, as the other party appeared somewhat familiar. Chui Wan smiled. "I am Chui Wan, pleased to make your acquaintance." The Jiang family happened to be a subordinate clan of the Chu family. Jiang Yin promptly recalled the rarely seen young lady of the Chu family, and despite her discomfort, she could only muster a polite smile. "Ah, so you're Miss Chu. Good evening." Chui Wan extended her hand, the diamond ring on her ring finger gleaming under the light. Jiang Yin reached out, thinking a handshake was forthcoming, but instead, that hand lightly brushed past hers and delivered a gentle slap to her face. The sound echoed softly, a light slap that bore no pain but reeked of humiliation. With a swift twist of her wrist, Chu Yuan pinched Jiang Yan's face, turning her head slightly to examine her. Your face should not align with his tastes. He is quite narcissistic and likely prefers features resembling his own, she remarked, her words devoid of respect, treating Jiang Yan as if she were mere merchandise. Jiang Yan's temper flared, and she forcefully broke free from Chu Yuan's grasp. What is wrong with this Miss Chu? She failed to comprehend the series of actions taken by Chu Yuan since her arrival. What did the young lady of the Chu family mean by this? It means nothing. Chu Yuan replied gently. I advise you to keep your distance from him. He is not the kind of person you can associate with. One believed the other had ties to Shui Ran, while the other was preoccupied with confessing to Lu Yu. Jiang Yan immediately thought of Lu Yu, exclaiming in shock. You like Lu Yu? How did these two know each other when Chu Yuan had barely returned to the country? For the first time, Jiang Yan felt she should truly give up on Lu Yu. She had only 3 suitors, while the other had a multitude of admirers. Upon hearing the name, Chu Yuan frowned slightly. Who is Lu Yu? She inquired. Who are you referring to as he? Jiang Yan asked. Of course, I mean Shui Ran, Chu Yuan clarified. But I like Lu Yu, Jiang Yan insisted. I am aware you have affections for someone else, yet Shui Ran has been observing you closely. Shui Ran's behavior at the dinner table might have gone unnoticed by him, but Chu Yuan, familiar with him, recognized it as jealousy. Their conversation had devolved into a series of misunderstandings. Chu Yuan perceived Jiang Yan as feigning ignorance, while Jiang Yan was left in a haze of confusion. As they grappled at the doorway, Chu Yuan lost her patience and shoved Jiang Yan against the door, causing it to thud ominously. Realizing her lapse in composure after pushing Jiang Yan, Chu Yuan furrowed her brow, deciding to resolve the matter in the simplest manner possible. Such individuals are unworthy of her efforts. You belong to the Jiang family, do you not? If you wish to spare the Jiang family from suffering, you must heed my words. She retrieved her handkerchief and wiped the fingers that had just touched Jiang Yan, declaring that from this moment forth, she should maintain her distance from him. No, from them, lest she incite Shui Ran's jealousy once more. Unbeknownst to Chu Yuan, her statement did not serve to banish her rival, but rather assisted Shui Ran in eliminating a competitor. Jiang Yan, of course, felt a deep sense of resentment. The door had struck her back painfully, and her heart brimmed with indignation, almost compelling her to exclaim, why should it be so? Yet, she was acutely aware of her lack of standing. The Jiang family was subservient to the Chu family. Any discord between her and Chu Yuan would undoubtedly affect her family. Jiang Yan understood that her capacity for romantic folly was contingent upon the privilege afforded to her by her family. She could not resist Chu Yuan. In but a moment, Jiang Yan felt utterly depleted, her usual pride shattered. With a disheartened tone, she acquiesced, all right. Reluctant to meet Chu Yuan's gaze, she merely lifted her skirt and departed. At that moment, she simply wished to escape this place. Jiang Yan walked briskly, but suddenly turned to ask, Miss Chu, does this mean that as long as I comply, my family will remain unaffected? Of course, replied Chu Yuan. While it was certainly within her power to crush Jiang Yan outright, that would merely engrave the latter's presence in Shui Ran's memory. Her intention was to tarnish Jiang Yan's reputation, to expose her in all her disgrace. Only then would Shui Ran realize that Jiang Yan was inconsequential, and that she alone was the finest. Chu Yuan quickly devised her plan. However, having just returned from studying abroad, she lacked a reliable cadre of supporters. She had heard whispers of a group within the academy known as special recruits. Perhaps she could select a few pawns from among them. Only those who had been bullied and oppressed to the brink of despair would seize the sole opportunity for redemption, becoming her instruments. As she watched Jiang Yan depart, Chu Yuan adjusted her skirt and raised her hand, preparing to knock on the door. This evening, she would accompany Shui Ran once more. At that moment, the door behind her swung open. Chu Yuan, Shui Ran's voice emerged, tinged with curiosity and a hint of impatience. What are you doing here? Chu Yuan's mind momentarily faltered. She turned around, her eyes widening in surprise. Why aren't you sharing a room with Jiang Yan? What was the point of all my elaborate threats? Shui Ran leaned against the doorframe, executing the simple gesture with an unmistakable charm. Who is that? The scene that would typically cause Chu Yuan's cheeks to flush was abruptly disrupted by the appearance of a nearby figure. Lu Yu poked her head out from the side. She remained silent, yet her striking attire commanded attention. Shui Wuan regained her composure and smiled. Is this your friend? Shui Ran was not fond of introducing Lu Yu to outsiders. Upon realizing who had knocked, he intended to close the door, too indifferent to respond. But Shui Wuan would not permit such a dismissal. She had always kept a close watch on Shui Ran's relationships and quickly stepped forward. Wait, according to her deductions, Shui Ran should be viewing the boy as a rival. Yet the reality was starkly different. Just as Shui Ran was about to ignore her actions and shut the door, Lu Yu tugged at his sleeve. To understand her words, it is best to allow her to finish speaking. Ideally, one should escort Shui Ran out of this room. Although she has changed her attire, she still wears the binding undergarment beneath. Sharing the same space is perilous. Lu Yu pondered her own calculations, only to hear the gentle girl softly inquire, Brother Shui, who is he? Wait a moment. This time, Lu Yu's mind went blank. Brother Shui. Isn't that an exclusive term of endearment used by Chu Yuan for Shui Ran? She leaned in slightly to observe the girl more closely. Indeed, it was true. In the original text, Chu Yuan's beauty was consistently described with words like gentle, graceful, dignified, and poised. Now that she beheld her in person, she was undeniably as the book described. Yet beneath the exterior of the intellectual elder sister lay a decaying essence. While reading, Lu Yu felt that Chu Yuan was better suited to Ji Jingli, as both possessed an outer appearance of purity while harboring dark interiors. If they were to unite, their lives could resemble a daily performance of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, discovering that the world beyond each other was filled with virtuous individuals. As Lu Yu scrutinized Chu Yuan, the latter was equally observing her. Chapter 61. Care in Chu Yuan's eyes. Lu Yu was a delicate youth, and if one were to pinpoint a particularly striking impression, it would be his humble origins. What an inappropriate garment was that bathrobe! Yet, this young man appeared to share a close bond with Shui Ran, prompting her to greet Lu Yu. Hello. Thank you for taking care of Shui Ran. Her words resembled those of a concerned parent, much like Shui Ran's mother. Lu Yu simply responded with a polite greeting before retreating behind Shui Ran, pondering how it was no surprise that Chu Yuan's romantic endeavors were fraught with difficulty. Their manner of interaction was fundamentally flawed. A man never requires someone to assume a maternal role. If he were to utter, "A virtuous wife supports my lofty ambitions," would she genuinely believe that her devotion warranted such labor, only for him to turn around and betray her trust? Of course, Shui Ran did not need assistance. He possessed wealth beyond measure. Thus, Chu Yuan's actions only served to incite further annoyance. Shui Ran, having reached the limits of his patience, declared, Enough. If there is nothing more to discuss, I'm closing the door. Chu Yuan had long grown accustomed to his demeanor. With a gentle smile, she replied, I merely wish to meet your friend. She realized her misunderstanding. Given Shui Ran's character, his affection for Jiang Yin would undoubtedly be transparent. The true source of Shui Ran's irritation this evening was, in fact, the boy swathed in a cocoon-like appearance. Oh, Shui Ran replied indifferently, pushing Lu Yu back before firmly shutting the door. At that moment, he felt exasperated. His temper had yet to cool, and his inner turmoil only intensified, leaving him no time for idle chatter with Chu Yuan. Outside, Chu Yuan found herself met with the coldness of the door, her expectations dashed. She had assumed that she would be the one in control this evening, but the situation had unfolded in an entirely unforeseen manner. After hesitating for a moment, she refrained from knocking again. Had she truly misjudged the situation? Yet, the expression on Shui Ran's face at that moment had been unmistakably wrong. A sudden gust of cold wind swept down the corridor, raising goosebumps on her exposed shoulders. Forget it, she thought, casting a lingering glance at the painted door before turning away. It was during her time abroad that she had neglected Shui Ran's well-being. It was time to investigate whom Shui Ran had associated with since entering the academy. She had to learn everything about him. Moreover, she needed to uncover the identity of that unresponsive youth. From the very first glance, she found him distasteful. Inside, Shui Ran pulled the cocooned Lu Yu onto the sofa and questioned him once more. Why did you make me wait earlier? Have you developed feelings for Chu Yuan? Lu Yu was left bewildered. Bro, what are you talking about? He merely glanced at her. What is the issue? Can a little brother exchange glances with his sister-in-law these days? Shui Ran retorted, "You're not allowed to look." He was aware that many sought Chu Yuan's affection, most moved by her deep feelings for him, yearning to possess such genuine emotion, and furious at his lack of appreciation. But Lu Yu could not be one of them. Lu Yu sighed, "I don't. First, I have no one I like. Second, isn't falling for every woman one meets the hallmark of scoundrel?" Upon hearing this, Shui Ran's expression did not improve in the slightest. To love and be loved does not necessarily indicate a rogue. It may also signify an inherent ability to love. The atmosphere is tinged with a peculiar sarcasm. It truly is a challenge to appease. Lu Yu once again hypnotizes herself, standing before a temperamental golden retriever, and patiently suggests, "How about I give you a bath? Perhaps it will lift your spirits." It is time for her to showcase her bathing expertise. Although Shui Ran was not swayed by her bathing skills, he was, nonetheless, amused. "You actually remember that?" "Not quite." His smile vanished once more. "You're not allowed to bathe anyone else. Bathing undoubtedly involves physical contact." "Absolutely not." Understood. I can do it behind your back." Lu Yu is quite adept at the art of feigned compliance. Changing the subject, she inquires, "Are you going to freshen up? I caught a whiff earlier. The hotel shower gel has an orange scent, quite pleasant." She raised her hand, intending for Shui Ran to take a whiff. He feigned disdain, yet his body remained immobile. It was indeed rather delightful, especially when the sweet aroma of oranges enveloped Lu Yu, brightening the mood like sunlight. "Right?" Lu Yu pressed. Shui Ran casually remarked, "If you like it, I'll ensure everything in the bathroom is orange-scented for you." Lu Yu felt that was unnecessary. Previously, Jiga said I could use his. No need to spend extra money. Besides, if everything is orange-scented, it might become overwhelming. She mused that her car-sick grandmother could forego bringing oranges. Just being near her would suffice. This thought elicited a laugh from Lu Yu. Raising her gaze, she found herself caught in Shui Ran's piercing stare. Was she truly that delighted by the thought of Ji Jingli? Lu Yu wondered. "Your relationship has blossomed so well that you seem to have forgotten me," Lu Yu remarked, perplexed. Wasn't it Shui Ran who was initially ignoring her? Does she really have to go and provoke him further? One cannot expect him to ignore her while simultaneously yearning for her to make advances. "How proud? Speak." Shui Ran snapped, his irritation resurfacing. Lu Yu would prefer to be bustling about, attending to various tasks, rather than soothing Shui Ran, who was prone to bouts of anger over trivial matters. He was upset about her confession, frustrated by her interactions with Xiao Yuan, and irked whenever she mentioned Ji Jingli's laughter, his emotions fluctuating wildly. Could it be that Shui Ran genuinely relished being angry? Lu Yu inquired earnestly, "Brother, have you been feeling troubled, restless, or unable to control your emotions lately?" "A bit," Shui Ran admitted. Lu Yu lowered her voice, adopting an air of mystery. "Could it be that time of the month?" "Shut up." Lu Yu covered her forehead where he had playfully hit her, retreating into herself. Why must he resort to such measures? She had her opinions. Wasn't it said that men could also experience such occurrences? This diversion seemed to alleviate Shui Ran's anger. After making a call for the butler to bring a change of clothes and towels, he headed to the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air. Lu Yu felt a surge of excitement. If she were to sneak in and capture a photograph, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price in a fan group, wouldn't it? Alas, the risks of sudden wealth are far too great. She huddled beside the wardrobe, donning a form-fitting, delicate nightgown beneath her bathrobe to ensure her gender remained undisclosed. From Shui Ran's demeanor, it seemed they would be sharing the same room tonight. Given their respective appearances, it was difficult to ascertain who posed the greater threat. Lu Yu secured her belt, for a formidable challenge awaited her this evening. Although she remained perplexed as to why Shui Ran was present, Lu Yu had long since acclimated to the emergence of crises. When life dealt her a slap, she felt the sting. Yet, when life struck her tenfold, she found a strange exhilaration in it. After all, it was what it was. One might as well make do. What else could one do? Chapter 62. Willingness. The opulent hotel suite truly lived up to Lu Yu's expectations. The floor-to-ceiling windows framed a suspended bed as standard, adorned with silk cushions piled high, and the bedding was so soft that it seemed to yield at the slightest touch, perfectly cradling the weight of the body. Scented candles burned down to their midpoints, their delicate fragrance lingering in the air. Lu Yu intended to wait for Shui Ran to finish a shower before resting. However, the young man was a sound sleeper. The moment his body touched the bed, he succumbed to a deep slumber. After a considerable while, the bathroom door finally creaked open. Shui Ran felt a flicker of restlessness. During a shower, he had found himself involuntarily reminiscing about the moment Lu Yu disrobed. He even squeezed out some inexpensive body wash, spreading it between his fingers, desperately trying to capture that familiar sensation. It would leave him. Yet, for Shui Ran to admit his feelings for Lu Yu felt akin to carving flesh from his own body. Thus, he stifled his impulses, emerging with a sullen expression. He originally intended to press Lu Yu further regarding Ji Jingli, but the topic had drifted, and she had yet to respond. He casually toweled off his hair, the bathrobe parting slightly with the movement, revealing the contours of his abs that had been briefly caressed earlier. The muscles were lean, yet exquisitely defined, much like his face, exuding an oil painting-like quality. His physique was perfectly balanced, not overly muscular, yet not slender either. Regrettably, the sole audience for this beautiful display had already drifted into a deep sleep. Approaching the bedside, Shui Ran's discontent faded away. Lu Yu slept soundly, her body curled on its side, her hands gently clenched against her cheek. The pillow was plush, causing half of her face to sink into its embrace, leaving only the spot where her hand rested, slightly protruding with soft, supple flesh. Shui Ran inhaled gently, his mind consumed by a singular thought. So obedient, so adorable, so temptingly mischievous. He stood at the edge of the bed, captivated for several minutes. Why was it that someone could so effortlessly resonate with his desires? Regardless of their position, unseen by anyone, he revealed his most genuine feelings towards Lu Yu. Ultimately, he could not contain himself. He reached out, first brushing his fingers through her tousled hair, then lightly tracing the outline of her ear to the cheek that had been pushed out, giving it a gentle pinch. Afraid of waking her, he made the touch fleeting, barely lingering. The sensation was as delightful as he had imagined. After that brief contact, Shui Ran found himself unwilling to leave, standing by the bed for a while longer. One act led to another. He noticed Lu Yu's lips slightly parted with her breath, a deep crimson as if kissed by sweet nectar. Almost by an inexplicable impulse, he leaned down. His breath quickened, and his thoughts emptied, leaving only that single blush of red in the void. A tentative touch. Surely, it would go unnoticed? His curiosity was innocent. There could be no other motive. Absolutely none. Just as his breath was about to brush against her cheek, Lu Yu stirred. Startled, Shui Ran shot upright, suddenly aware of how much his actions resembled those of a lecher. What was he doing? How embarrassing. He forcibly averted his gaze, mentally reminding himself 3 times that she was a boy, before hastily retreating from the bedside. A mere second more. He feared he would succumb to temptation once again. The footsteps receded into the distance. The curtain between the beds was drawn shut and the light extinguished. Lu Yu, who had initially appeared to be in a deep slumber, turned over and opened her eyes, her gaze clear and lucid. Indeed, she had been asleep, but her past had rendered her sleep pattern shallow. Even the slightest rustle could awaken her. By the time Shui Ran stood at her bedside, she was already awake. Little did she anticipate that feigning sleep would nearly lead to an intimate encounter. With her face, heated from breath, buried into the pillow, she felt no embarrassment, but rather a flurry of anxiety as events spiraled beyond her expectations. Shui Ran was clearly incensed, exhibiting signs of jealousy. These actions, not stemming from Shui Ran's personal emotional turmoil, could only indicate one reason. He harbored feelings for her. Perhaps it was a fleeting thrill or youthful impulsiveness. Yet either notion posed a perilous threat. First, it was impossible for her to be with the male lead. Second, if Chui Wowan discerned Shui Ran's affections, Lu Yu would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Fortunately, based on Lu Yu's understanding of Shui Ran, the proud young master would never openly admit his feelings, granting her both time and opportunity. What could she do to persuade Shui Ran to relinquish his affections for her? Chui Wowan. An idea sparked in Lu Yu's mind. She could maintain a suitable distance from Shui Ran and spend more time in public with Chu Yuewan, which would surely irritate Shui Ran. Fighting fire with fire. Her father was truly a genius. With her thoughts organized, Lu Yu finally drifted back into slumber. So, could anyone explain why Shui Ran had feelings for her? A dreamless night passed. The biological clock is a curious phenomenon. Even though she had no classes today, Lu Yu awoke at her usual time. She had assumed her worries about Shui Ran would disrupt her sleep, yet she rested more soundly than anyone else. What if the male lead were to bend? No matter. The will of the world would sort out. Having absolved herself of responsibility, Lu Yu rolled about in bed, peeking through the curtain to find the rain softly pattering against the window. The city's magnificent skyline was cloaked in a haze of gray shadows. Some say rainy days are perfect for sleeping, but Lu Yu could not concur. She believed that regardless of whether it was overcast, sunny, snowy, or hailing, any weather was suitable for slumber. The vastness of the world pales in comparison to the importance of sleep. Sleep is paramount. As no one called for her, Lu Yu comfortably drifted back into sleep. Upon awakening again, the clock's hands pointed to 12. A sense of forgetfulness nagged at her. Yes, what about Shui Ran? Just as Lu Yu sat up, still yet to toss aside the covers, she heard Shui Ran's rare voice devoid of sarcasm. Awake? The young man had evidently freshened up, donned casual attire, and his tousled hair was simply swept back, exuding an effortlessly handsome charm. He approached the bed, lifting Lu Yu from her cocoon of blankets. Then, he playfully tousled her hair, which had become a chaotic nest, and after finishing, he pinched her cheek. Get up and eat. His movements were natural and affectionate, reminiscent of a couple in a trendy social media video. Last night, Lu Yu was contemplating how to distance herself from Shui Ran, but today, Shui Ran surprised her with an array of delectable dishes. Never mind, she would endure. She eagerly inquired, is it breakfast from the hotel? In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpasses the importance of a good meal. Shui Ran replied, can one actually consume such fare? He never partook in the hotel's offerings while traveling, and he spoke with a tone of self-evidence. To Lu Yu, the splendid breakfast spread appeared to be a culinary delight. Well, there's no point in trying to reason with the affluent. She understood the implication behind Shui Ran's words. He had already ordered the food. Thus, she hurriedly completed her morning routine and rushed to the table. Indeed, a feast awaited her, featuring home-style dishes, yet presented with an extraordinary flair, both visually appealing and aromatic. Shui Ran sat at the right side of the table and, upon seeing her emerge, subtly nodded, indicating her to begin. Without hesitation, Lu Yu dove into the meal. She picked up a piece of steamed pork. This was the most delicious steamed pork she had ever tasted. She then ladled a bowl of vegetable soup. This was the finest vegetable soup she had ever savored. Taking a bite of the soup dumpling, she realized she was mistaken. The succulent, juicy dumpling was indeed today as crowning glory. Lu Yu continued to indulge, stuffing her mouth with one bite after another. Shui Ran watched her intently when, suddenly, he remarked, waking up to eat, doesn't tea that resemble a pig? Not to mention resembling a pig. Lu Yu swallowed the dumpling and sincerely responded, if I could eat like this every day, I wouldn't mind becoming a pig. What a lack of ambition. Shui Ran snorted lightly. He also picked up his chopsticks, yet he preferred observing Lu Yu relish her food. The rounded contours of her cheeks puffed with each bite, her eyes sparkled, and the curve of her lips was soft and endearing. In fact, I think raising pigs could be quite delightful, he suddenly remarked. I can afford to nurture anything, as long as it is willing. Chapter 63. School uniform. Is raising pigs really that good? Lu Yu's face was a portrait of confusion. She swallowed the last bite of her bun and remarked, I have postpartum care for sows. If I were to raise them, I could certainly give it a try. Shui Ran found himself momentarily choked, taken aback by her words. Sometimes, her intelligence astounded him, yet at other moments, her naivety left him exasperated. His train of thought interrupted. He simply added another bun to Lu Yu's bowl, saying, continue eating. How amusing it was to find himself in a situation where food obstructed his speech. As Lu Yu took a bite of her bun, she pondered whether she truly lacked understanding. Certainly not. She could even sense the affection in Shui Ran's gaze. But what did that matter to her? The admiration he held was merely for an obedient little subordinate, not for her true self. While she could appreciate Shui Ran's beauty, she had no desire to toil her entire life in servitude. Her true love was solely for money, momentarily casting aside her worries. Luyu immersed herself in the realm of delectable food. By the time she had satisfied her appetite, Shui Ran had been sitting beside her for quite a while, unusually patient, resting his chin on his hand with a smile in his eyes. How intimidating! Such treatment was even more unsettling than his usual impatience. Luyu silently rubbed her round belly and reminded him, "I must return to school." "So early?" Shui Ran appeared somewhat disappointed. "Why not sleep a little longer? Or I could have someone bring more food for you." If she ate more, she would truly turn into a pig. Luyu shook her head firmly. "No. Today I have an important class. I need to go back to study." "Very well." Shui Ran recognized how much Luyu valued her academic performance. Though he did not comprehend it, he acquiesced. The young man rose and said, "Come, I will take you back to school." Luyu, preparing to endure the pain of taking a taxi, hesitated. Could she truly refuse? Riding in a luxury car was undoubtedly delightful. It was broad daylight, not nighttime. The moment she stepped out of Shui Ran's vehicle, the gazes of her peers would surely engulf her. She would instantly become a trending topic on the campus forum. She hesitated. Perhaps we should. Meeting Shui Ran's eyes, she wisely swallowed the rest of her sentence. "Let us go." Almost forgetting, even though Shui Ran currently held affection for her, his essence remained that of a willful and domineering young master. Shui Ran nodded in satisfaction. A set of car keys dangled from his pinky as he twirled them with a carefree flourish, exuding an effortless charm. Quite handsome indeed. Luyu rose to follow him. Having donned the newly delivered shirt, she reached for her jacket from the previous day, only to discover it marred by a vivid red stain. Suddenly, it dawned on her. That was the lipstick mark left when Jiang Yin confessed to her, inadvertently smudging her clothing. Shui Ran, with his keen eyes, noticed the lip print as well, and his expression soured instantly. "You certainly are popular," he thought, recalling the few girls Luyu associated with, feeling a surge of vexation. Luyu, preoccupied with her own troubles, gazed at her uniform in dismay. The garment certainly could not be worn in such a state. The hotel is equipped with specialized washing and drying machines. Yet, given Shui Ran's temperament, it is unlikely she would wait for her school uniform to be cleaned. With a swift motion, Luyu found her vision momentarily obscured. What was it that shrouded her eyes? Money? No, it was Shui Ran's school uniform jacket. Luyu pulled the garment aside and gazed at the exquisitely crafted white jacket, more refined than that of an ordinary student, adorned with a delicate metal badge at the shoulder. Clutching the jacket, she pondered, "Am I to wash this?" This was indicative of a certain professionalism from a subordinate. Shui Ran frowned slightly. "What did you say?" He turned his head away, seemingly reluctant to acknowledge it, his handsome face taking on an intriguing charm. "Of course. It's meant for you to wear, silly." Such a tsundere attitude. Luyu marveled once more. Some might relish the notion of a proud, young master falling for them. But for Luyu, Shui Ran's tsundere nature was merely a trait she could exploit. As long as she played the fool, Shui Ran's personality would not allow him to admit his affection, let alone confess it. "Do I really have to wear it? I'm afraid of getting it dirty." Luyu felt that merely descending from Shui Ran's car had already made her conspicuous enough. Donning this attire would amplify her visibility. "What? You find it distasteful?" Shui Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. "Not all." The moment those words escaped her lips, Luyu hastily slipped on the school uniform. The size was rather large for her, primarily due to his long limbs. The sleeves hung loosely, forcing her to fold them inward just to wear it. Surely, it was not her height that was the issue. It must be that these wealthy second-generation offspring enjoyed superior nutrition, hence their height. Luyu successfully completed her daily rich people resentment checklist, feeling quite at ease. Shui Ran, however, was rather pleased with her appearance, raising an eyebrow. "It suits you quite well." "Suits me? It's entirely ill-fitting." Wasn't he had said that Shui Ran had once been a fashion designer? That should make the task quite straightforward. Luyu glanced at her loose waistline, questioning her existence. However, Shui Ran's concern was not about the fit of the garment. He was solely focused on the fact that Luyu was wearing his clothes, which delighted him. It felt as though he had completely enveloped her in his essence. confining her within his domain. The clothes were his, and so was she. "Let's go," Shui Ran said, shaking the keys in his hand once more. Lu Yu hurried to keep up. She could only hope that there would not be too many people at the school entrance. In the car, Shui Ran refrained from using his phone, instead gazing at her with an intensity that made her uneasy, occasionally breaking into a smile. Lu Yu felt as rigid as a doll. In the span of 2 days, she had uncomfortably experienced the sensation of being liked twice. Who had bound her with a succubus system? She had complaints. She demanded an immediate replacement. She desired an automatic ATM servant that would dispense money upon seeing her. And nothing else. The luxury of the car was undeniable, no matter how many times she rode in it. Lu Yu thoroughly enjoyed the soft embrace of the seats beneath her, the subtle yet pleasant aroma in the air, and the Byzantine-style vine patterns projected on the ceiling, which elevated her spirits. The pursuit of material wealth is ultimately for the sake of experience, is it not? Shui Ran, however, believed that the elation of the other party stemmed from her initiative to offer a ride to Lu Yu. The two minds were utterly misaligned. Yet the atmosphere within the vehicle improved slightly. Soon enough, Lu Yu's smile faded as they arrived at the school gates. The timing coincided perfectly with the lunch break, when numerous students ventured out to procure snacks or meals. "Hey, isn't that Shui Xiao's car? Ah, today is indeed a fortuitous day. It's simply too stunning. Will my father be able to afford one after 10 more deals? Ha, as if. This is custom-made. Bro, I genuinely admire this car. Do you think Shui Xiao has a dog? Would it be acceptable for me to take its place? Honestly, you just want to be someone else's pet, don't you?" Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the car door was respectfully opened. The first to emerge was not Shui Ran, but rather an unexpected individual. "Wait, is that Lu Yu?" Students who recognized Lu Yu gasped in astonishment, while those who did not speculated that the youth disembarking from Shui Ran's vehicle was a business associate of the Shui family. After all, Shui Ran seldom permitted anyone else to ride in his car. Before long, someone captured the unfolding scene and posted it online. Lu Yu sensed the scrutiny of the crowd and feigned calm as she approached the car door. This trending topic was one she could not evade. Meanwhile, the unknowing instigator of her anxiety casually draped his arm over her shoulder as he exited, saying, "Let us go. Why are you in a daze?" This gesture successfully redirected the onlooker's attention to her shoulder, where the golden emblem signifying membership in the F4 could be seen. Chapter 64. The Provocation of the King thus. Shui Ran lent his coat to this individual. What a remarkable relationship they must share. The murmurs of envy and curiosity that once filled the air abruptly vanished. If Shui Ran descending from the car had elicited initial astonishment, then the sight of him donning Shui Ran's attire, coupled with their intimate shoulder embrace, was a revelation of a far greater magnitude. Their gazes shifted from fervent admiration to piercing scrutiny, as if they wished to etch this moment into their memories. She had anticipated such a reaction. Lu Yu felt helpless, yet could not brush aside Shui Ran's hand, so she hastily made her way towards the school gates. Once they vanished from sight, the chatter erupted once more. Those who recognized Lu Yu began discussing her identity, which prompted a chorus of astonished exclamations. Previously, many had assumed that although Lu Yu was a roommate of the F4, her status was not particularly elevated, likely clinging to them in desperation. Yet now, her standing appeared remarkably elevated. She had even donned his coat. To wear another's clothing is an intimate act indeed. If Li were a girl, the rumors surrounding them could easily concoct 360 versions in a single day. Yet now, as a boy, Lu Yu still garnered immense attention on the forums. With Shui Ran by her side, she attracted gazes wherever she went. Unable to directly dismiss the onlookers, Lu Yu simply stated that she had a class later and wished to return to the classroom to study for a while. As anticipated, upon hearing her words, Shui Ran frowned again, but did not object. "Then you may go upstairs." Lu Yu finally exhaled in relief and ascended the stairs with a light heart. As she climbed, she deliberately removed the badge from her shoulder and carefully placed it in her bag. That emblem was far too conspicuous. Before she could reach the classroom, she encountered Wang Jiming in the corridor. Ever since Bai Sikan had been expelled, Wang Jiming's gaze turned resentful whenever he caught sight of her. It was as if he held her responsible for Bai Sichuan's misfortune. After all, he dared not provoke the F4 and thus sought to vent his frustrations on Lu Yu. This time, with only the two of them in the corridor, Wang Jiming could no longer contain himself. He glanced at Lu Yu's ill-fitting school uniform and scoffed. Well, look who has become so destitute in just a few days. Are you resorting to wearing someone else's clothes? What an insufferable fool this academy harbors. Lu Yu thought to herself. If she were to reincarnate, she would undoubtedly wish to become an octopus, capable of slapping 8 individuals at once. She chuckled derisively, so quick to accuse others of theft. You must be quite familiar with the act. Have you perhaps indulged in it yourself? Wang Jiming was immediately incensed. He could mock Lu Yu, yet how dared she, a special recruit, retort against him? He seethed. How dare you speak to me like that? Lu Yu replied, Why should I not? Are you a monarch? Will the one who advises against your faults be punished severely? Wang Jiming stammered. Say that again. Lu Yu shot back. I could repeat it 100 times, but can your intellect comprehend it? Like a single-celled organism, your mind is consumed by thoughts of women and class discrimination. To be a sycophant and yet not chosen, it is a failure so profound that even your father must regret the moment of your conception. If one cannot comprehend speech, one might as well sever one's ears and donate them to a hospital. It would stand as the sole contribution in your insignificant existence akin to that of a mere protozoan. She was beset by a myriad of troubles and was already exasperated when Wang Jiming dared to intrude upon her peace. Did this fellow truly believe he deserved her benevolence? Wang Jiming was utterly incapable of matching her retorts, panting heavily, his face flushed with indignation. In past encounters, he had mocked Lu Yu, but she had remained silent. Why was her rebuttal so formidable this time? His befuddled mind could scarcely process the situation, leading him to surmise that Lu Yu must have allied herself with others in the academy to embolden her stance. Words tumbled forth without the mediation of thought. Do not assume anyone will genuinely protect you. Should you provoke me, your fate is sealed. I must inform you that the Wang family is, but what of it? A light, teasing voice drifted from behind them. Lu Yu instantly recognized the distinctive timbre belonged to Shui Ran. She shook her head, casting a look of pity at Wang Jiming. How audacious of you to act so arrogantly with the surname Wang. TSK, TSK. It appears the tide has turned against you. Wang Jiming's complexion drained of color in an instant. Though he could not identify Shui Ran's voice, he could see the striking youth casually resting a hand upon Lu Yu's shoulder, an unspoken declaration of support. Shui Ran reiterated Wang Jiming's earlier words, a smile gracing his lips, revealing dimples that danced in and out of view. But what of the Wang family's might? I'm all ears. Wang Jiming's legs began to tremble. Why was Shui Ran here, and why was he standing up for Lu Yu? He had presumed Shui Ran to be merely an inconsequential follower. Shui Xiao, that was not my intent. I was merely having a casual conversation with classmate Lu Yu. Just moments prior, he had wished her downfall, and now it had morphed into a casual chat. Truly, how adaptable he was. Lu Yu could not help but smirk inwardly. Unfortunately for him, Wang Jiming's attempt at damage control was evidently futile. Shui Ran spoke lightly. Did you not just assert that no one could protect her? It seems the Wang family's status as the foremost of the 4 great families is a fact I was unaware of. With those words, Wang Jiming's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He was acutely aware of his blunder. This was disastrous. To claim that the F4 could not protect someone was tantamount to a direct provocation. I am sorry, I did not mean to. Wang Jiming continued to apologize, but Shui Ran silenced him with a finger pressed to his lips, signifying a demand for quiet. Immediately, Wang Jiming sealed his lips as if bound by glue. Seeing his reaction, Shui Ran lost interest and averted his gaze. He had expected a formidable opponent, yet discovered only a spineless individual. Lu Yu, however, still donned his school uniform. Shui Ran, appearing magnanimous, proposed, let us consider 2 options. Wang Jiming's eyes were filled with pleading. Shui Xiao, please, I truly recognize my mistake. Shui Ran raised 2 fingers. In the shadowed corridor, his long fingers resembled the cords binding Wang Jiming's fate. First, the Shui family shall henceforth cease all collaborations with any enterprises affiliated with the Wang family. Second, you will withdraw from school. Once the ultimatum was delivered, Wang Jiming gritted his teeth. I will proceed to process my withdrawal immediately. The refusal to collaborate with the Wang family's related industries is far more complex than simply losing the Shui family as a partner. It casts a long shadow over the Wang family's reputation, causing others in the circle to tread lightly around them, fearful of engaging in any related ventures. To navigate the business realm alone? That would be sheer madness. The Shui family's commercial influence runs as deeply and persistently as entrenched vines, and no one dares to test its depths. Dropping out of school merely tarnishes one's image, rendering them a laughingstock within the circle. However, if genuine collaboration ceases, the very existence of the Wang family becomes a question mark. Lu Yu was taken aback. She had expected to witness the classic scene of Wang's downfall. Yet it appeared that a portion of Wang Ziming's mind was not entirely clear. In the presence of Lu Yu, he could easily resort to mindless mockery, believing that those who gained admission through special means posed no real threat and were merely deserving of their plight. Yet, when faced with someone as astute as Shui Ran, whose intellect outpaced others, he found himself at a loss. Shui Ran did not immediately acquiesce. He cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly dazed Lu Yu and, unable to resist, playfully poked her cheek with his finger. Hey, what are you thinking? Lu Yu jolted at the poke, bewildered. What? After all this, how is this still about me? Chapter 65. Gratitude, what do you think? Shui Ran asked with a hint of dissatisfaction, furrowing his brow. I was inquiring about your thoughts. He had expected to receive some gratitude from Lu Yu, but instead, she seemed lost in thought. Does this fellow not realize the significance of his role as a guarantor? Noticing the awkwardness, Lu Yu quickly adopted a look of admiration. I completely trust you, Shui Ge. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. She had learned this phrase from Bai Sikhan. It was quite effective. Shui Ran was now satisfied. He nodded, disregarding Wang Ziming, who was still on the ground, and casually pushed Lu Yu's shoulder. Let's go. Aren't we heading back to the classroom? Lu Yu thought to herself that this was merely an excuse to shake him off. However, now that Shui Ran had followed her, it was too late to find another reason. If others saw them together, so be it. She sighed and let herself be guided forward by Shui Ran. Brother, stop pushing me. My legs are not as long as yours. I walk slowly. It's fine. Being short is quite adorable. Thank you. That doesn't make me any happier. The two engaged in a familiar exchange. Wang Ziming watched, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. Huh? Their relationship is actually that good. Not only was Lu Yu Shui Ran's subordinate, but they were in a state that only friends could share. What had he been doing earlier? Did he think he was living too comfortably and wanted to add some difficulty to life? Wang Ziming suddenly realized that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he felt disgruntled about the expulsion process, but now he was merely relieved. Relieved that he hadn't truly angered Shui Ran, which could have dragged the Wang family into an irretrievable abyss. At that moment, any regret would have been futile. Shui Ran escorted Lu Yu to the classroom door. Then, throughout the afternoon, Lu Yu felt as though she was being scrutinized. Are you all this surprised? Didn't you know they were roommates? Isn't it normal for roommates to have a good relationship? Fine, given their status as F4. It is indeed unusual. As soon as the class ended, Lu Yu dashed out of the classroom with the speed reminiscent of a middle school cafeteria rush. It was until she washed a box of fruit and sat on her dormitory bed that she finally felt a sense of reality. Actually, ever since she realized Shui Ran had feelings for her last night, Lu Yu had been in a daze. Does this mean she has been Shui Ran? No, that is not right. She is actually female, but on the surface, she presents as male. Remembering the original text description of Shui Ran as indifferent to women, Lu Yu had an epiphany. This indifference to women must be the high emotional intelligence version of being gay, right? Recalling how Chu Yuan had pursued Shui Ran until the last few chapters of the original plot, Lu Yu felt her speculation was not without merit. She collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Why are there always so many unexpected events? A rare sense of fatigue washed over her. Could she become a child model? After all, although she was of age, she lived like a child. Suddenly, her phone vibrated beside her. At this hour, it was the peak time for forum discussions. The top 3 posts undoubtedly featured her name prominently. Lu Yu mused that whether she exposed herself or withdrew, it would yield the same result and with a resigned breath, she opened the forum with her eyes closed. A flash of white light illuminated the screen. Genshin. No, the forum has launched. The homepage displayed several posts primarily discussing the events of the afternoon, and the titles forced Luyu to shut her eyes once more. I have red-eye disease. I envy Luyu's luck. I want to date Luyu. I feel like I could secretly photograph Shui Xiao every day. Contains the code for the fan group. Which foolish person claimed Shui Xiao invited Luyu to join him as a nostalgic gesture? He was wealthy even before birth. Do you understand? The luxury car incident, as I see it, what utter nonsense. The only comfort for Luyu was the absence of discussions about their male couple pairing. It seemed the original work maintained a rather conventional portrayal of sexual orientation. After sifting through the posts, she found little of substance and finally clicked on the one about red-eye disease. Original poster, I'm coming clean. I'm a specially recruited student. I initially thought my good fortune lay in being assigned to a good class without being bullied. Yet Luyu came in, shared a dorm with the F4, was pursued by beautiful women, joined the student council, and even alighted from Shui Xiao's luxury car. Why would he even dare touch that car? Why does she get to have that? Why not me? 1L. So those photos were real, not edited. For L. Wasn't it said he has a poor relationship with the F4? 7L. Who spread that rumor? When have you seen anyone else in Shui Xiao's car? 14L. Woe is me. The noble aura of Shui Xiao's luxurious vehicle has been tainted by the presence of a lowly commoner. 20L. Spare us, red-eye disease. If you were placed in a dorm with the F4, you'd be expelled the next day. Do you really think it's easy to be around them? 21L. Count me in. If they have a good relationship, it's certainly not by chance. Wealthy individuals are not fools. 32L. Just days ago, they were saying she only focused on studying and didn't know how to please the F4. Now the repercussions are coming back swiftly. 33L. She is not neglecting one aspect for the other. She is adeptly managing both. 70L. Thankfully, Luyu isn't female. Otherwise, my heart would be shattered. 72L. If she were female, the number of replies to this post would multiply tenfold. 80L. I suspect few will dare to provoke Luyu now. This is blatant protection. 81L. Reading the comments above makes me laugh. Here is another post directing you. Someone has already dropped out for offending Luyu today. The more Luyu scrolled through the comments, the more she perceived the peculiar thought processes of her peers. They were behaving as if they were embroiled in a criminal underworld. No, she held dual identities. Thus, she was currently playing the role of an undercover agent. As she closed the forum, the myriad of opinions surprisingly soothed her previously agitated spirit. With matters having reached this point, she was destined to be the center of attention for some time, whether on the forum, within the academy, or even on the stage of the world's will. Until now, she had harbored an inclination to evade her circumstances, perpetually postponing the unfolding of the narrative until she could no longer avoid it. Yet it appeared that evasion would only invite further complications. If parting ways with Tang Ko had made her realize that the storyline could jeopardize her cherished relationships. Now, the admiration that Shui Ran has garnered, along with the discussions swirling around her, has made her acutely aware that she is no longer a mere pawn on the periphery, but rather the focal point of the chessboard, drawing countless gazes. Consequently, she need no longer be manipulated by others. She is determined to partake in this game, wielding her greatest asset, herself. She will no longer fear the unfolding narrative or shy away from transformation. Instead, she will endeavor to transcend limitations and acquire sufficient benefits to liberate herself. In this moment, Luyu's mindset is gradually shifting. Meanwhile, on the other side, someone is also observing the messages on the forum. Shui Wewan sits in her seat, her posture poised, yet her lips are bitten to paleness. It is evident to anyone that she is in a foul mood. Today, she had the makeup artist attend to her for a full 2 hours, her hair meticulously styled into elegant waves. And her dress, a bespoke creation from a rising designer, flows gracefully as she moves, reminiscent of an elegant Greek goddess. Shui Wewan had initially intended to make a grand entrance to the academy. The more renowned she became within the institution, the more she could deter those who sought to approach Shui Ran. She aspired to be perceived as the most suitable partner for Shui Ran in everyone's eyes. Thus, Should anyone dare to approach Shui Ran, there would be others to champion her cause without her needing to intervene. However, Chui Wewan did not anticipate that her meticulously planned entrance would be utterly overshadowed by Lu Yu. She even enlisted individuals to generate buzz on her behalf, merely posting flattering remarks and insinuating that she and Shui Ran were betrothed. Yet, these posts made scarcely a ripple in the forum, their popularity failing to eclipse that of posts celebrating Lu Yu's serendipity. The comments beneath those posts resembled a cult-like chant, all echoing support, 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 leaving her utterly perplexed as to their significance. Unable to contain herself, Chui Wewan picked at several minute diamonds adorning her dress's hem, leaving her fingertips tender and red. She gazed at Lu Yu's name. Initially, she believed that a commoner should not be allowed in Shui Ran's circle, tarnishing his social milieu. However, now she harbors genuine malice towards Lu Yu. Yet, the carefully cultivated image of gentleness and kindness she maintains cannot be compromised. Therefore, how could she possibly drive Lu Yu away? Chui Wewan opened the chat window with Ji Jingli. Chapter 66 Dinner. Chui Wewan. Good morning. Today, I completed my enrollment procedures at the academy, and I will be your classmate from now on. Aunt Lin's tea from last time was delightful. I warmly welcome you to visit the Chu residence. My father has recently acquired a magnificent jade carving. Chui Wewan, you and Shui Ran are friends. I appreciate your efforts in looking after him. This morning's message prompted a swift reply from Ji Jingli. Ji Jingli, welcome. Ji Jingli, with you around, I can rest easy regarding Shui Ran. A few simple phrases ignited a spark in Chui Wewan's eyes. She and Ji Jingli were relatively familiar with one another. As heirs of prominent families, her affection for Shui Ran naturally led her to seek favor with his circle of friends, especially the F4. Until now, their relationship had merely been cordial acquaintances. However, Ji Jingli's words unmistakably conveyed his support for her connection with Shui Ran. This was the first time Chui Wewan received such unequivocal affirmation from Ji Jingli. Moreover, without hesitation, she discarded the shattered diamonds she had just peeled off into the wastebasket. She could not directly drive Lu Yu away, but she could certainly work on the people surrounding Shui Ran. If she could tarnish their impression of Lu Yu, then Lu Yu would inevitably be compelled to withdraw from their circle. Thus, she decided to commence with Ji Jingli. Chui Wewan responded to the message. Chui Wewan, I am also thrilled to join the academy. I heard you're the student council president. I may need to trouble you in the future. Chui Wewan, in the afternoon or evening, whenever you are free, I would like to invite you to dine outside the campus. She was confident that, given her long-standing relationship with several of them, they would heed her words over Lu Yu's. Tonight she planned to dine out, setting aside the unfinished documents until tomorrow. Upon hearing Ji Jingli's words, Lu Yu's hands moved faster than her mind, already pressing down on the files. I can finish them. These documents were invaluable learning materials from the Student Council's previous external collaborations. Ji Jingli chuckled. No need to rush. You could take your time. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses today. The delicate frame accentuated his handsome exterior with an air of intellect. He was charmingly elegant, radiating a brilliance that rendered the sun and moon dim in comparison. Yet, Lu Yu had only one assessment of this look, a dapper rogue. She nodded. Yes. I will complete them as soon as possible. Ji Jingli, take care of yourself. Your health is paramount. He smiled gently, his tone laced with concern. After all, you seem a bit weary. Have you not been sleeping well these past few days? Goodness, what a line. Lu Yu had no trouble sleeping. She wasn't one to be restless in unfamiliar beds. She shook her head. Not at all. Is that so? Ji Jingli's tone was knowing. It seemed you had a wonderful night the other day outside the campus. Lu Yu found the remark peculiar and responded vaguely. It was all right, I suppose. The other day? Wasn't that the night she spent in a luxurious hotel? Had she not learned of Shui Ran's affections for her, it would have been even more delightful. Seeing Ji Jingli remain silent, Lu Yu resumed her rapid perusal of the documents. As she deftly organized and flipped through the documents, her handwriting on the notes was distinctly clear and remarkably systematic, always pinpointing the most salient points worth referencing in the case studies. Her work ethic and capacity for learning were exceptional. Ji Jingli remained silent, yet his gaze never strayed from Lu Yu. His decision to include her in the student council stemmed from a sense of affection and the pleasure of nurturing her potential. He wished to observe how far Lu Yu could advance with his support. However, it soon became evident to Ji Jingli that Lu Yu's progress surpassed his expectations. From the minor task of organizing files to participating in project planning, she consistently executed every responsibility with remarkable proficiency. This was no trivial feat. It was indeed commendable. The sheer effectiveness she demonstrated necessitated a blend of intellect, emotional intelligence, and talent. Whenever Ji Jingli entrusted her with some of his tasks, he grew increasingly aware of the rarity of such a capability. She was invaluable, truly indispensable. It was no wonder that what began as a mere contractual agreement evolved into a situation where both Xie Xiuyu and Shui Ran preferred to delegate tasks to Lu Yu. This ease naturally fostered a sense of reliance. Yet, just yesterday, Ji Jingli had come across a post on the forum. He was well aware of how much Shui Ran cherished that car, being a close friend. However, as mere roommates, they could not share the vehicle. Moreover, Lu Yu had previously exhibited a subconscious reluctance to work alongside him, as if she were apprehensive of something. Yet today, Lu Yu proactively approached the office to report on her work and inquired if there were any additional tasks she could undertake, her eagerness almost unbelievable. What transpired between the two of them? Ji Jingli was uncertain but could vaguely surmise, and the implications of his conjectures left him distinctly displeased. Before he clarified his own feelings, he was unwilling for anyone to get ahead of him. Furthermore, Lu Yu's talents rightfully deserved to flourish under his guidance. Someone like Shui Ran was merely a distraction, likely to squander Lu Yu's time. It was precisely this discontent that led Ji Jingli to accept Chu Yuowan's invitation. He and Chu Yuowan were akin in nature. Such similarities typically breed conflict. However, he was willing to partake in the meal if it could facilitate a connection between Shui Ran and Chu Yuowan. I've documented all the files on the left, Lu Yu announced as she pushed a stack of documents toward the table. Ji Jingli snapped back to reality, glancing at the neatly arranged emails beside him, and smiled as he affectionately ruffled Lu Yu's hair. Well done. Lu Yu shook her head, brushing off his hand, and attempted to navigate around the table to retrieve another set of files. The narrowness of the space caused her to overlook the clutter beneath her feet, nearly resulting in a fall. Ji Jingli swiftly reached out to steady her as she stumbled. Though he appeared slender, his strength was remarkable. Lu Yu lost her balance and ended up leaning against his leg. Wait a moment. This position felt rather improper. Ji Jingli had not anticipated Lu Yu to be so light. In his haste, he had not controlled his strength, and she was effortlessly pulled closer. Now, Lu Yu found herself half-kneeling on his knee, the small chair beneath them amplifying the intimate nature of their predicament. As Ji Jingli gently lowered his gaze, he caught sight of Lu Yu's slightly panicked profile, accompanied by a fragrance that lingered around her, faint yet alluring. This scent bore a resemblance to his own, yet possessed a subtle distinction. "Are you still accustomed to using my shower gel?" he inquired. Lu Yu's hand rested on his thigh, frozen in place. "It works quite well and smells delightful." Ji Jingli leaned in slightly, seemingly by chance, inhaling the scent from Lu Yu's neck. Indeed, it was exquisite. It turned out that the familiar aroma enveloping her evoked an exceptionally pleasant sensation. He found himself quite enamored. The cool rim of his glasses brushed against the sensitive skin beside Lu Yu's ear. Chapter 67. Glass as the lenses were cool to the touch. Yet the thigh of Ji Jingli, restrained by Lu Yu, radiated an astonishing warmth. Despite being a gentleman of refined demeanor, Ji Jingli possessed a physique that rivaled any other, his slim shirt doing little to conceal the muscular definition that lay beneath. Wasn't Ji Jingli known for his fastidiousness? Lu Yu saw no evidence of this. Rather, she felt the heat intensifying where their skin met. She did not resist his leaning closer, but, driven by curiosity, gently prodded his arm. "Brother, what do you usually work out? I want to achieve a physique like yours." Such an inquiry was commonplace among young men. Yet the muscles of Ji Jingli's arm tensed suddenly. Instead of responding immediately, he maintained their posture and softly asked, "Do you like it?" "Uh-huh," Li replied. "If you answer me one question, I will answer yours," Ji Jingli proposed. "What question?" Lu Yu inquired, puzzled. Did anything happen between you and Shui Ran last night when you two went out? With a smile that seemed to express mere concern for their well-being. Ji Jingli pressed on. Are you that concerned? Lu Yu tilted her head. Not really. Shui Ge was with Chu Yuan at the time. He just happened to see me and asked me to go with him. She cleverly obscured the sequence of events, making it sound as though Shui Ran had merely called upon her as a distraction from his impatience with Chu Yuan. Is that so? Then I can rest easy, Ji Jingli remarked. However, his long fingers rested thoughtfully on the frame of his glasses before he slowly removed them, an action laden with implication, typically preceding a kiss. This posture brought them so close that Lu Yu could nearly discern the depth of his dark eyes. It was then she realized that Ji Jingli's eyes were elongated, reminiscent of a serpent. But I can't shake the feeling that your relationship is more intimate, Ji Jingli continued. Lu Yu swallowed hard. No, it isn't. She gasped internally, fearing that she would once again be warned to keep her distance from Shui Ran, lest she harbor any foolish fantasies. What is wrong with wealthy individuals contributing financially to society? Little Lu Yu harbored a strong disdain for the affluent. Yet Ji Jingli did not echo her sentiments. He lowered his gaze, the depth of his eyes momentarily concealed, revealing a hint of melancholy. Last time you mentioned we were friends. Shouldn't it be us who are closer? What is this line of reasoning? Lu Yu was taken aback. Ji Jingli sighed softly. I understand Shui Ran's character. Caring for his emotions must be exhausting for you. I do not wish to see you in such a state. Lu Yu felt a whiff of tea fragrance. No, dude. Are you some kind of black-hearted lotus that has also dabbled in other botanical studies? Like green tea, perhaps? Fearing this might be a test from Ji Jingli, she cautiously replied, No, Shui Ge treats me quite well. Moreover, my contract includes these provisions. I don't feel tired at all. The respect in her tone was palpable. For Ji Jingli was also her employer, and one could never be too careful when it came to fishing for information from one's boss, who would openly speak ill of their superior. Well, that did not go as planned, Ji Jingli mused. However, he did not feel overly disheartened. After all, in Lu Yu's eyes, he and Shui Ran held similar positions, both veiled in suspicion. No, he should consider himself slightly better than Shui Ran, especially since he had doubled the salary in the contract offered. Noticing Lu Yu still gazing at him with a hint of anxiety, Ji Jingli remarked, As long as you are not fatigued. However, I hope you will engage in everything you have done with him, with me as well. Is that agreeable? His hand, which had been resting on Lu Yu's left shoulder, naturally drifted upward, suggestively squeezing the nape of her neck. This gesture was imbued with affection and a subtle desire for control. Lu Yu instinctively tilted her head back in response to the squeeze, drawing them closer together. It felt precarious. Would she be infected by the taste of tea? She quickly distanced herself and replied, All right. Ji Jingli resumed his gentlemanly demeanor, retracting his hand and placing his forearm in front of Lu Yu, indicating for her to support herself as she stood. Lu Yu obediently complied. Once they both composed themselves, Ji Jingli casually inquired, So what did you two do? Lu Yu pondered seriously for a moment, her eyes sparkling. He took me out for a meal. It was absolutely delicious. Unfortunately, it must have been quite expensive. She lowered her gaze, her expression tinged with disappointment. I only have a little money. I can't bear to spend it on myself again. Ji Jingli felt a pang of regret for having agreed to dinner with Chu Yuan. Was it just a meal? Even if he dined at every private restaurant in the city, he could not endure seeing Lu Yu wear such an expression. In the end, Lu Yu successfully secured a long-term free dining pass. Ji Jingli even considered that Lu Yu might not want to dine with him. So he provided her with the butler's phone number, suggesting she contact him to arrange any meal she desired. Quite considerate, was it not? Yet, Lu Yu mused. Wherever she went, the butler would likely inform Ji Jingli of her whereabouts. She had long recognized the peculiar desire for control lurking beneath Ji Jingli's gentle exterior. Just as he believed she would be better off joining the student council, he would directly arrange for her to become a member. With a thud, she neatly stacked the last pile of documents. Lu Yu rubbed her aching eyes. The spot on her neck where he had touched still felt warm. At this moment, the office was devoid of anyone but her, as Ji Jingli had already departed. Lu Yu exhaled in relief, resting her arms on the desk to shield her clenched expression. She had endured for far too long. Bah, what friends, what closeness. If Ji Jingli held no interest in her, she would rather eat durian peels raw. The earlier touch on her arm had been intentional. A normal boy, when faced with admiration from another male regarding his physique, would either flaunt his muscles and height or share fitness tips. Yet Ji Jingli was unlike any of them. He not only tightened his muscles, but also seized the opportunity to elicit her responses. Having gone through the ordeal with Shui Ran, Lu Yu had become acutely sensitive to ambiguous emotions from others. It was quite absurd that Ji Jingli harbored feelings for her. However, upon confirming this, she remained composed and did not flee. More debt would not lead to despair. Everything would eventually improve, much like how her annoyance had transformed into a delightful vexation. Given the circumstances, Lu Yu had to question whether she was merely the queen of flirting or also a master of teasing, who possesses the ability to influence the sexual orientation of two male protagonists simultaneously. Oh, world will tremble at the consequences of your meddling. This is the predicament you have brought upon her. It is indeed a source of great frustration. How the world will not compelled her to follow the narrative. Lu Yu would have long since lived a carefree existence as an inconspicuous figure in the academy. With a slight huff, she reluctantly rose to her feet. Her hopes now rested solely on Chu Yuan, praying that her advances would be sufficiently compelling to ensnare Shui Ran. Since Ji Jingli referred to them as friends, it indicated his intention to proceed with caution. There was still time to delay. If the stances of these two were more definitive, a mischievous idea flickered in Lu Yu's mind. When Shui Ran inquires about her feelings, she would express her affection for Ji Jingli, and when Ji Jingli asks, she would declare her fondness for Shui Ran. The brotherhood among the F4 in the original work was undeniably genuine, as she still presented herself as a male. It was unlikely that either of them would jeopardize their camaraderie for the sake of one man. They would surely hesitate. Let them ponder that. In the meantime, while Lu Yu watched them waver, she would seize the opportunity to profit and make her swift exit. Chapter 68. The meeting after a period of fanciful reverie. It was time to confront reality. As Lu Yu exited her office, there remained several matters pertaining to the student council that required her attention. However, upon unlocking her phone, she discovered that all the projects she had applied for had been approved. The majority of the student council's responsibilities involved interactions with individuals. As an elite among the privileged, these individuals, although not overtly antagonistic, often disregarded her messages, prioritizing their own applications over hers. They naturally assumed that the applications of special admit should be relegated to the bottom of the pile, feeling no obligation to cultivate a rapport with Lu Yu. Yet, having endured the scrutiny of online forums, today as tasks unfolded with an entirely different ease. It appeared that those individuals who had hitherto squandered their time on frivolous pursuits were not without merit after all. The surrounding populace now perceived her as being on amicable terms with the F4. A melodious female voice called out to her. Lu, this is the venue application you submitted last week. I noticed it was submitted quite some time ago, and I wanted to ensure you didn't miss out. So I brought it to you. Zhang Xinran, dressed impeccably, beamed with such brightness that one would scarcely suspect she had delayed the application for several days. Lu Yu accepted the document, nodding in appreciation. Thank you, senior. I appreciate your effort. Zhang Xinran glanced up, and, upon seeing Lu Yu emerging from Ji Jingli's office, her smile widened even further. It's my pleasure. I sincerely apologize for the delay in processing this application, and I hope it doesn't hinder your work. Lu Yu was pleasantly surprised by the friendliness displayed. As she perused the document, she noticed that alongside the approval, there were encouraging comments from others. How curious. Where had this sudden shift in demeanor originated? By the way, Zhang Xinran continued, as you're relatively new to the student council, if you're available, we could organize a departmental dinner to foster better acquaintance. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, aware that this was not the only invitation she had received. Li Meng Lu, I noticed you researched extensively while drafting your proposal. I have a complete backup of the materials. Would you like it? Julia, the school is preparing for a festive event and is looking into external sponsorship companies. If you're interested, please let me know. There were numerous scattered messages, some from individuals she had previously collaborated with, others from names she did not recognize. Clearly, they were testing her. If she genuinely had a close relationship with Shui Ran, she would become a useful link in their chain of interests. The people at this institution had truly mastered the art of sycophancy and opportunism. However, Lu Yu felt no qualms about this behavior. After all, she was not unlike them. She did not decline any of the invitations, recognizing that each could potentially expand her network of intelligence. The more she knew, the smoother her future endeavors would unfold. As she had asserted before, she would amass more leverage. The restaurant exuded a serene ambience, adorned predominantly in hues of blue and green. Its antique decor, coupled with wooden pillars partitioning the room, created an enchanting atmosphere. Mist lingered around the foam mountains, harmonizing beautifully with the layered green bamboo scenery. Chui Wawan had scarcely dined alone with Ji Jingli before. To express her respect, she deliberately chose a highly acclaimed private restaurant. The dishes were light and served in small portions, allowing both to enjoy their meals separately. She even arrived 20 minutes early, settling into her seat to demonstrate her courtesy. The Chu family's background could not compare to that of the Ji family. Ji Jingli, however, arrived punctually at the restaurant's entrance at the appointed time. Clad in light attire, he had removed his golden-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of warmth yet distance. He sat across from Chu Yuan, greeting her with a smile. "Good evening." "Good evening," Chu Yuan replied, raising her hand in acknowledgement, her smile dignified. The nearby waiter observed the two, feeling an inexplicable chill. How peculiar. Although both appeared amiable and easygoing, there was an unsettling aura. Ji Jingli and Chu Yuan each had their own motives, yet they refrained from addressing the main topic directly. They ordered and received their meals. After enjoying a simple appetizer, Chu Yuan dabbed her lips with a napkin. She had hardly touched her food. "Ji Gu, the reason I invited you out tonight, aside from expressing my gratitude for your care, is that I have a few questions to ask." Ji Jingli smiled and nodded. "Go ahead." While he appeared to be listening to Chu Yuan, his initial thought was that her way of addressing him was not as melodious as Lu Yu's. Moreover, he wondered if Lu Yu would enjoy this restaurant. The flavors were somewhat bland. Perhaps he could inquire next time. Thus, I wanted to gather insights from you. After finishing her statement, noticing Ji Jingli's lack of response, she reiterated, "Ji Gu, what is your opinion?" "Me?" Ji Jingli replied nonchalantly. "I believe you are indeed very suitable for Shui Ran." He had not truly listened. However, with those words, Chu Yuan would undoubtedly feel pleased and refrain from probing further. As expected, she leaned forward slightly, her surprise evident. Really? It was the first time she had received such explicit affirmation. If their relationship was strong, did Ji Jingli's acknowledgement imply that Shui Ran was also wavering? Ji Jingli nodded. After all, as long as it kept Lu Yu and Shui Ran apart, he had no objections. Chu Yuan was the most fitting pawn, capable of troubling Shui Ran for a considerable time. Apologies. He felt a lack of sincerity as he silently offered an apology to Shui Ran. As a good brother, how could such a deeply affectionate childhood friend be allowed to slip away from Shui Ran? Fierce wolves fear entangling with women, after all. With both parties intent on fostering goodwill, the atmosphere became quite harmonious. Chu Yuan and Ji Jingli conversed for quite a while, managing to extract numerous insights about Shui Ran's usual behavior at the academy, leaving her quite satisfied. Yet soon, she recalled her other purpose for coming. "Actually, I have one more thing to ask." Ji Jingli sipped tea to moisten his throat before nodding, signaling her to continue. "I heard that you have a special enrollee residing in your dormitory now." Chu Yuan probed. The teacup was set down on the table, causing the water to ripple with fragmented tea leaves. Ji Jingli's eyes narrowed subtly, yet he remained composed. Chu Yuan could not discern Ji Jingli's attitude towards Lu Yu from his reaction. She could only articulate more clearly. Shui Ran and he seemed to share a good rapport. Ji Jingli remarked, "After all, they are roommates." Chu Yuan inquired, "So, Ji Gu, what is your opinion of him?" Ji Jingli replied nonchalantly, "He is merely a roommate." Chu Yuan found herself at a loss for words in response to this answer. If she believed that Ji Jingli and she belonged to the same social echelon, and it was implausible for individuals of their standing to harbor any favorable impressions of special admit students. Chui Wowan spoke candidly. I think, considering he is a special admit student, it is somewhat inappropriate for him to live among you. Moreover, her brow furrowed with concern. It was unsuitable for someone as naive as Shui Ran to befriend individuals with ulterior motives. TSK. That foolish Shui Ran. Ji Jingli's smile faded. How could Chui Wowan discern his unusual attitude towards Lu Yu? Was he not adept at concealing it? What if Chui Wowan were to act in a manner that endangered Lu Yu? Chapter 69. Breaking down barriers, Chui Wowan awaited Ji Jingli's consent regarding her concerns. Sharing a dormitory with a special recruit would undoubtedly displease the other party. However, Ji Jingli merely smiled and asked, "Have you discussed this with Shui Ran?" A slight frown creased Chui Wowan's brow. This was precisely what troubled her. Their relationship was quite amicable, and she feared Shui Ran might be deceived. "He is not 8 years old," Ji Jingli replied. "To believe that Shui Ran is naive is merely a reflection of your own romantic bias. If you were to speak candidly, it was Lu Yu who was more likely to be misled." Chui Wowan managed a strained smile. "I understand, but I have feelings for him, and I care about everything concerning him." Their conversation continued awkwardly, yet she could not discern Ji Jingli's stance on Lu Yu. Growing anxious, she inquired, "I heard Lu Yu is still a member of the student council?" "Jigu, surely a special recruit shouldn't be involved in the student council." A sharp clatter emanated from the teacup as it met the table with greater force this time. The smile on Ji Jingli's lips flattened. "Miss Chu, our relationship has not yet progressed to the point where you can dictate my actions." Startled, Chui Wowan quickly apologized. "I did not mean to imply that." "Indeed," he replied, having painstakingly arranged for student council members, only for Chui Wowan to suggest he expel someone from their ranks. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting Chui Wowan to awkwardly say, "I truly apologize. It's just that my impression of that special recruit, Lu Yu, is somewhat unfavorable. I may have been overly concerned." "No matter," Ji Jingli retorted. "I find myself lacking an appetite as well." Rising from his seat, he recognized that he had come to facilitate a connection between Chui Wowan and Shui Ran. However, given her apparent intent to target Lu Yu, further discussion seemed unnecessary. He was well aware of Chui Wowan's past accomplishments. Why were the girls who had once admired Shui Ran no longer present? Her methods were far from innocent. Interfering in Shui Ran's social life is your affair. But he looked down at her, an icy glint in his eyes. "Matters concerning Lu Yu are of no concern to you. Do not meddle with him." The conversation ended on an unsatisfactory note, leaving behind an unfinished meal, which was undeniably rude. Chui Wowan sat awkwardly, pondering why the atmosphere had soured so dramatically upon a mention of Lu Yu. A mere special recruit. Could it be that their relationship was also quite close? An ominous feeling crept over her. Her plan to exclude Lu Yu from their circle seemed increasingly difficult to realize. Nevertheless, there was still another option. She concealed her displeasure, touched up her lipstick, and scrolled through her contacts for another name. Xiaoyu. Erratic and difficult to please. He surely wouldn't be overly fond of Lu Yu as a roommate. "Xiaoyu eating? No time." Chui Wowan hastily replied. "Chui Wowan, I can come to you. Let me know where is convenient for you to meet tomorrow. I wish to learn more about the academy. You know, I just transferred here." "Xiaoyu, go bother Shui Ran." Chui Wowan, don't joke around. Having known each other for quite some time, it was a rare opportunity to return to our homeland. Yet now we find ourselves apart. We would surely meet again at the academy. "Xiaoyu, never mind. Circle Club. Room 301, tomorrow afternoon at 3. With a sense of accomplishment, Chui Wowan tucked her phone away. Ultimately, the mere prospect of a meeting sufficed. "Are you implying that you do not wish to see Lu Yu in the company of Shui Ran?" The Circle Club, despite its name, is essentially a well-appointed shooting range, equipped to police standards, suitable for both thrill seekers and those seeking serious training. Xiaoyu stood in the center of the range, casually tossing out a remark. Chui Wowan had been far more tactful in her previous speech, but Xiaoyu, unlike Ji Jingli, preferred directness to circumlocution, bluntly exposing her underlying meaning. Chui Wowan murmured softly, "It's not aimed at classmate Lu. It's merely that there's a noticeable disparity between the special recruits and us." Among the four, she harbored the greatest apprehension towards Xiaoyu. especially when he had just completed training, exuding a palpable aura of aggression. Quite coincidentally, I share the same sentiment. Xiexioyu replied, lazily, placing the firearm upon the table before him. Hearing his words, a sense of relief washed over Chui Wewan. She mused that it was rather peculiar for all three to be close to Lu Yu, to the extent that even she felt excluded from their circle. Gently, she continued, So, Xiegu, would it be inconvenient for you to, while perhaps advise Shui Ran to be selective with his friends? Recalling their previous confrontation in the dormitory, Xiexioyu chuckled softly. I cannot sway him. Was it truly an inability, or rather a lack of desire to assist? Chui Wewan dared not press further, instead opting for a more pragmatic approach. If I were to request a dormitory change for Lu Yu, could you perhaps lend your voice to my cause? She had contemplated this yesterday and deemed it the most straightforward solution. Lu Yu's fortuitous connections with the F4 could be attributed solely to their daily interactions within the dormitory. Should she manage to separate them, they might never cross paths again. A mere word from Xiexioyu could expedite the dormitory transfer process. Upon hearing her proposition, Xiexioyu merely raised an eyebrow, choosing silence. However, a girl nearby interjected. She was quite adorable, yet her posture was impeccably straight, exuding a trained fierceness that contrasted sharply with her youthful appearance. At that moment, her expression towards Chui Wewan was distinctly unfriendly. On what grounds do you believe you can arrange a dormitory change for Lu Yu? Have you consulted his opinion? Chui Wewan was taken aback by the sharpness of her words. Noticing the closeness between the girl and Xiexioyu, she found herself momentarily uncertain of the girl's identity. Do you know Lu Yu? Of course, Tang Ku replied, lifting her chin defiantly. We are friends. Even if we aren't at present, we will be in the future. She added quietly in her heart. Chui Wewan turned to Xiexioyu, her expression troubled. Xiegu, what is the status of this person? A subordinate? Or perhaps an ambiguous acquaintance? She had never heard of her before. Yet, Xiexioyu appeared to be enjoying the unfolding drama, reclining leisurely. Don't look to me for answers. Chui Wewan sighed in exasperation. Every time the name Lu Yu is mentioned, these individuals behave oddly. Tang Ku, persistent as ever, pressed. Why won't you answer me? Chui Wewan retorted. Such a person should never be around Shui Ran. What kind of person? You truly have a knack for categorizing others. Having spent considerable time with Lu Yu, Tang Ku had also acquired a certain sharpness in her retorts. If you care so much about Shui Ran, he must care about you too, right? Her words pierced Chui Wewan's vulnerability directly. Shui Ran had never given her a second thought. After being humiliated repeatedly, she could no longer contain her anger, exclaiming, You have no right to speak to me like that. If I wanted to, I could have Lu Yu expelled, bang. Tang Ku unexpectedly kicked over the table in front of Chui Wewan. Despite the training focused solely on her abilities, her temper had not been refined. What did you say? What else could Chui Wewan say? Even the pampered young lady was startled by the table crashing down before her. Her face paled slightly, her hand pressed against her chest. You, how dare you? Do you know who I am? How could she treat her this way? She would surely seek revenge. Yet, she was unaware. Having escalated to this point, Xiexioyu had to intervene, offering a casual wave and a lazy smile, advising Miss Chu to accept an apology. Well done. He was too indifferent to intervene directly. Tang Ku, with a distinctly insincere apology, uttered sorry. However, it was evident that Xiexioyu had no genuine intention of ensuring justice. As he stepped back after her apology, Chui Wewan felt a wave of discomfort, but not wishing to provoke Xiexioyu's displeasure, she could only leave with a cold demeanor. She would remember Tang Ku's face. If she discovered this girl was of no significant background, she would repay her 100-fold. And then there was Lu Yu, who had caused her so much embarrassment. Having only encountered her once, Chui Wewan was already thoroughly fed up with that name. Lost in thought, she only realized upon reaching the academy's entrance that her ankle was throbbing and swollen. There was no need to ponder. She must have twisted it when the table fell. Feeling quite unlucky, she had little desire to visit a hospital and instead made her way to the school infirmary. Ironically, it was Xiefu who was on duty that day. Chui Yuan's expression brightened instantly as she greeted her with a graceful smile. Aunt Xie, I heard you were working as the school doctor. I didn't expect to run into you here. It was quite embarrassing that someone from the CF family was reduced to being a school doctor. Although she thought this, her smile remained warm. CF, taken aback, asked, "Miss Chu, what seems to be the problem?" She guided Chu Yuan to sit by the bed. Chu Yuan lifted her skirt to reveal a distinct bruise on her ankle. "Here, it must be sprained or bumped." CF assessed the situation quickly. In a substandard clinic, this would cost a few hundred, but in the infirmary, all that was needed was a bit of ointment and a good night's rest. "Let me take care of this for you." Chu Yuan nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Aunt Xia." The infirmary just restocked its supplies yesterday. CF flipped through the cabinets, unable to locate any disinfectant alcohol, so she made her way to another cabinet to search. Chu Yuan had already settled on the bed, and upon unlocking her phone, she began to send a voice message. "You've checked the information on that special admission student named Lu Yu I mentioned yesterday, right? The more detailed the information, the higher the price I can offer." Her mood was so poor that she forgot to speak discreetly. Alternatively, she simply didn't perceive that CF would have any connection with Lu Yu or be aware of her actions. CF paused in her search for the alcohol and returned to the bedside to confirm. "Did you just mention Lu Yu?" Chu Yuan looked puzzled. "Ah, Aunt Xia, do you know her?" CF twisted open the cap of the alcohol. "I don't know her. It's just that from your tone, you seem to harbor some dislike for her." The scent of the alcohol was rather unpleasant. The school infirmary's atmosphere often encouraged one to open up, and after a few days of distress, Chu Yuan couldn't hold back. "I just don't understand why no one believes that a special admission student approaching Shui Ran has ulterior motives." CF's expression softened as she encouraged her to continue. "What is the matter? It sounds like there has been quite a bit of drama." Chu Yuan sighed lightly. "It's nothing much. It's just that this special admission student named Lu Yu is quite the scheme. It's one thing to flatter Shui Ran, but even Xie Xiuyu is acting strangely towards him." Aware of the relationship between Xie Xiuyu and CF, she deliberately added, "I'm really worried about rooming with someone so calculating. They might lead each other astray." "What kind of detour?" CF teased. "A twisted path? I would certainly look forward to that." CF found Chu Yuan's little ploys amusing. As she crouched down to apply the alcohol, she nodded in agreement. "It does indeed sound like he is not a good person." Rarely receiving affirmation, Chu Yuan continued, "I've seen him. There is nothing particularly special about him, and he lacks refinement. Just one of those commoners who thrive on flattery." Her grip tightened suddenly, causing Chu Yuan to wince in pain. "Ah." CF ceased her laughter. Her gaze fixed on Chu Yuan's ankle, shaking her head with concern. "Your injury appears to be quite serious." "Huh?" Chu Yuan was bewildered. She had merely bumped it. How could it be serious? However, after examining it thoroughly, CF stated with utmost seriousness, "This is not an ordinary bruise. It seems to be a fracture." Chu Yuan stared at her ankle, struggling to see how it could possibly be related to a fracture, yet she hesitated to doubt CF's words. "Aunt Xia, I feel fine," indicating that the pain had numbed her senses. CF shook her head. "After I treat it briefly, you should contact an ambulance. Delaying could lead to severe consequences." Speaking ill of Lu Yu in her presence, it wouldn't be unreasonable for her to exaggerate the sprain into a fracture. Chu Yuan remained skeptical, but CF had already taken some gauze, meticulously wrapping it around her ankle, securing it with tape after each round. In the end, Chu Yuan's calf resembled a spindle, completely disrupting her originally elegant and composed appearance, sure to attract glances from anyone passing by. Chu Yuan could no longer muster a smile. "Aunt Xia," before she could finish, CF interrupted, pulling out a notebook. "I have a basic understanding of psychology as well. Your pain perception is distorted. It may be due to damage to the cerebral cortex. In simpler terms, it indicates a lack of cognitive function." A twitch of displeasure flickered at the corners of Chu Yuan's mouth. "No, is that really accurate? Were it not for CF, she would have long since lost her temper and dismissed someone." With concern, CF observed, "You look quite unwell. Are you experiencing any other feelings?" "I'm just feeling a bit down," Chu Yuan admitted. CF nodded, swiftly jotting down notes. "Mild depression." Chu Yuan quickly protested, No. I'm actually feeling quite good right now." CF nodded again, writing as she spoke. "Rapid mood changes suggest a possibility of bipolar disorder." Unable to endure any longer, Chu Yuan slapped the bed with her hand, attempting to rise. Xiaofu stepped back, continuing her notes. Tendency toward violence. Chui Wewan was left speechless, contemplating whether her decision to transfer to this academy had been a grave mistake. The people here were so bewildering. Meanwhile, Lu Yu was unaware of the myriad struggles Chui Wewan faced behind the scenes, each setback leading to another. She was still hoping that the other party would take Shui, ran far away, preferably to a rehabilitation center. Today, Lu Yu also had other responsibilities. She was to attend a fundraising banquet for the student council and dine with the heads of companies sponsoring the festive events. Due to the influence of public opinion from the forum, Lu Yu had received the list of attendees and the budget plan in advance. A familiar name caught her attention. Ji Hishue? Is he attending as well? She had assumed that such an aloof, academic type would prefer to forego dinner in favor of a simple drink of dew. Chapter 70. Sponsorship in other institutions. Persuading investors to willingly contribute funds to sponsor events may prove to be an arduous task. However, at St. Mary's Academy, the situation is markedly different, particularly with the current student council president being Ji Jingli. Corporations eagerly compete for this opportunity, and council members need only partake in a meal and finalize a contract to secure a substantial sum of funding. The affluent seem to acquire wealth as effortlessly as sipping water. Oh, the wretched wealthy, having successfully completed her ritual of disdain for the rich. Lu Yu slowly settled into her seat. In her previous life, she had never favored such social gatherings. As a young woman, she often found herself relegated to the role of serving tea or becoming the subject of light-hearted jests during meals. A beautiful girl devoid of status is merely another dish on the table, aside from the actual cuisine. Although Lu Yu possessed the ability to defuse awkward situations, she instinctively felt the need to be cautious. Thus, she invited Zhuo Xian to sit beside her. As a male, he could provide some protection in case any complications arose. You seem a bit unwell, Zhuo Xian murmured with concern. Lu Yu shook her head. I'm fine. She noticed the slight tremor of Zhuo Xian's long legs beneath her short skirt and called over a server. Could you please turn up the air conditioning or bring a blanket? Zhuo Xian, somewhat taken aback, hugged the blanket and whispered her gratitude. Thank you. I'm all right. Lu Yu smiled at her. Catching a chill is bad for your health. You must learn to take care of yourself. Otherwise, someone will worry about you. Was she known as the Queen of Flirting? Apologies, but she only recognized the slightest upward curve of a girl's lips, 0.01 millimeters, as the finest reward she could receive. Zhuo Xian's ears flushed slightly, and she clutched the blanket a little tighter. As the two were about to engage in further conversation, the chair to Lu Yu's right was pulled back, introducing a cool breeze as a young man took a seat. It was Ji Hishue. He remained clad in a simple shirt and trousers, his tousled hair falling gently, partially obscuring his strikingly cold yet refined features. The slightly mature tie added an air of distance, as frigid as snow that never melts. He nodded at Lu Yu. Good evening. Good evening, Lu Yu replied, feeling a chill even more pronounced than the air conditioning. And why was he sitting next to her? Were they that familiar? Ji Hishue pressed his lips together, maintaining an outward calm, yet his entire attention was focused on Lu Yu beside him. It was as if he had switched to a new body wash, the fragrance pleasantly alluring. He liked it. This marked the first exchange of words between them this month. It brought him a hint of joy. Why not engage him in conversation? The girl next to him was bothersome, unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in the mind of the aloof young man beside her. Lu Yu merely sensed that the atmosphere of the gathering was rather agreeable. The investors were evidently aware that today was merely a formality. They would not dare impose upon the 7 students present. Even though they were still students, they represented St. Mary's Academy and were either wealthy or noble. The leader seated at the head of the table, Lin Fu, spoke with cordiality. I have reviewed the proposal, and I find no issues. However, has Ji Xiao seen it? Zhuo Xian promptly interjected. Our president is usually quite busy. Most matters are handled by us. However, being here undoubtedly received his approval. Lin Fu responded, I see. That puts my mind at ease. Yet, it was evident to all that he set down his wine glass with a frown, displaying an unmistakable displeasure. Was he hoping to leverage the investment to gain favor with the Ji family, only to be met with disappointment? Lu Yu found Lin Fu's impatience rather unbecoming. It is customary for businessmen to pursue profit. Yet, when faced with a missed opportunity, there will always be another chance. To lose composure after a single failure would surely deter future collaborations with the Academy. Nevertheless, the banquet continued smoothly. The dishes were visually appealing, and Lu Yu selected some light seafood to enjoy. When she attempted to pick up a shellfish, it slipped from her grasp, and she found herself pressing it down with her hand, causing her fingertips to become slightly greasy. Just as she was about to search for a napkin, a clean, wet wipe conveniently appeared beside her. She exchanged a puzzled glance with Ji Hishue. He seemed to have misinterpreted some signal, taking the wet wipe and gently grasping her fingertip. With meticulous care, he wiped her fingers clean. The young man performed this service with an expression that remained cold and indifferent, creating a curious contrast. Lu Yu thought, aren't we just friends? Are we on such intimate terms now? Bewildered, she withdrew her hand, while Ji Hishue appeared unfazed by the action, simply turning his head away. Handsome individuals, even in silence, exude a certain allure, and many at the table were observing him. Lu Yu found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, and merely offered a quiet thank you. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. A full stomach is often the best remedy for one's defenses. Lin Fu, one of the few at the table indulging in alcohol, had clearly overindulged, his words punctuated by the scent of liquor. I've heard that some of those special recruits at your academy are quite attractive and are just waiting to marry into wealthy families after graduation. Is that true? Rumors always spread faster than any truth. Lin Fu's words suggested a belief that the student council lacked special recruits. Unluckily for him, two were seated right beside him. The others at the table refrained from responding, harboring disdain and contempt, thinking that special recruits indeed deserved such reputations. Zhua Xian frowned, attempting to redirect the conversation. Mr. Lin, what are you saying? Everyone comes to school to learn. What learning? Lin Fu waved his large hand dismissively, exhibiting the pompous demeanor of a middle-aged man, which was quite distasteful. We are all friends at this table. Is there really a need for pretense? He burped if you ask me. It's you young people who know how to have fun. Poor students are quite malleable. They will do whatever you ask. I've approached a few myself. Unfortunately, I cannot indulge like you do, enjoying the school environment so thoroughly. His tone dripped with contempt and mockery. The insinuation was clear, and glances shifted towards Lu Yu and Ji Hishue. Yet, Lu Yu maintained her composure, as if she were not a special recruit, continuing to enjoy her meal. Ji Hishue beside her likewise showed no reaction. He paid attention solely to Lu Yu beside him, promptly refilling her drink when her cup ran dry. When the subject of jest showed no reaction, the humor quickly turned tedious. Several members of the student council averted their gazes, finding these two audacious enough to remain unperturbed even when reprimanded. No wonder they managed to infiltrate the council. Zhua Xian diverted the conversation once more. President Lin, I have a detail regarding the planning that I wish to inquire about. Ah, what is it? Speak, beauty. And thus, the previous remarks were left unmentioned. Yet, the atmosphere took on an odd quality. Lu Yu set down her chopsticks, citing a need to visit the restroom. She inquired with the waiter for directions, walking until she reached the bright mirror in the lavatory, where she paused. A peculiar fishy scent lingered from the seafood consumed earlier. She recalled the heavy tongue with its thick white coating that accompanied President Lin's parted lips, along with his yellowed teeth and the intoxicating stench of alcohol. Realizing how rumors could so effortlessly tarnish the reputation of a collective, 99% of the specially enrolled students were diligently striving for academic excellence. In such a high-pressure environment, they seized the opportunity to alter their fates, hoping to secure a brighter future for themselves, only to be maliciously speculated upon by individuals like him. Lu Yu turned on the faucet, rinsing her mouth repeatedly with the cold water until the fishy taste faded from her throat. She resolved firmly, collaborating with someone like Lin Fu was unacceptable. As she was one of the student council members spearheading this collaboration, she merely needed to manipulate the contract slightly, and the process would undergo reevaluation. There were risks, yet the potential rewards were substantial. Those who had clawed their way up from the bottom were adept at utilizing every resource at their disposal to achieve their goals, never letting go once they grasped on. Lu Yu now wielded power. It would be a pity not to exploit it. She considered this a fitting retribution for Lin Fu's thoughtless words. Did he not look down upon specially enrolled students? Then let him refrain from utilizing proposals crafted by them. Within a matter of minutes, a plan began to take shape in Lu Yu's mind as she styled her hair into an angled fringe with the remaining water on her hands. Did anyone understand her? She now resembled a proud wolf defending her territory, though currently silent and lurking. Once the seal was broken, she would reveal the true essence of darkness. Lu Yu skipped out of the restroom. Just a few steps later, she unexpectedly collided with Ji Huxue. Oh, what a coincidence! The young man stood tall, the dim corridor lighting accentuating his features and adding a touch of somberness to his originally cool demeanor. Lu Yu initially intended to walk past him, as if she hadn't noticed. She brushed by, but did not pass. Her wrist was firmly grasped by Ji Huxue. Lu Yu turned warily. Is there something you need, Ji? Perhaps due to her unfriendly expression. Ji Huxue quickly released her grip and bit his lip. You didn't appreciate what he said earlier. He had noticed that after Lin Fu spoke. Lu Yu had slowed her eating pace, her nose scrunching slightly. Lu Yu responded with a cautious, still on guard. What is the matter? Ji Huxue replied. I can help you punish him. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Oh no, the proud wolf had encountered a rival. Chapter 71. To please Lu Yu was perplexed by Ji Huxue's sudden remarks. In the original narrative, Ji Huxue, aside from her studies and research, rarely concerned herself with other affairs. Chui Wawan had to articulate her intentions clearly for Ji Huxue to follow along, as if she were inherently indifferent to the world. Yet now was this an attempt to please her? Noticing Lu Yu's silence, Ji Huxue grasped her wrist once more. I merely wish to show you. Show me what? Lu Yu instinctively inquired. Without responding, Ji Huxue led her around a corner. The gesture was gentle, her fingers unconsciously caressing Lu Yu's wrist. As they approached, Lu Yu finally discerned the figure lying in the shadows, Lin Fu. At that moment, Lin Fu had completely lost consciousness, sprawled on the ground in a dazed state. Lu Yu was taken aback. This was akin to a scene from a horror film. She had only stepped out to the restroom for a matter of minutes, and Ji Huxue had managed to render Lin Fu in such a condition? Dude, if you possess such prowess, why are you still being bullied on campus? However, Ji Huxue offered no explanation. He stood tall, half of his face shrouded in shadow, his expression inscrutable. You may do as you wish with him. Speak your truth. The scene was spine-chilling. Lu Yu replied, I have no such inclinations. Please do not lead me to harm him. Even if I were to choose him, I would never select someone like Lin Fu. How disappointing. Ji Huxue was perplexed. What inclination? I will handle the aftermath. You need not worry. He, possessing the memories of his past life, had emulated the tactics used by Chu Yuan, swiftly incapacitating Lin Fu and presenting him before Lu Yu. Yet, Lu Yu seemed far from pleased. No, let's just go. Surely there are cameras around here? Ji Huxue responded, they're broken. He had the capability to manipulate the surveillance, just as he had previously watched Lu Yu discreetly. Lu Yu exhaled in relief. Then let us go. Let him remain here. She had no desire to involve herself with Lin Fu, especially since she still harbored resentment towards his earlier words. After all, he was a fool with his head and rear end reversed. Very well. Ji Huxue made no objection. He cast a glance at the unconscious Lin Fu, casually nudging his leg with the tip of his foot. Utterly useless. He cannot even manage to please her. The young man's once handsome visage now appeared somewhat grim, sending a chill down one's spine. The pair did not return directly to the gathering. Lu Yu resolved to have a serious conversation with Ji Huxue. She had seen on the forum that Ji Huxue had been selected for a core research project team, undoubtedly destined to become a top-tier talent. How could he resort to violence? Although she had traversed into a melodramatic novel, Lu Yu still adhered to the simple belief that leaving a record of misconduct would hinder her prospects in public service. The server had arranged a private room for them. As Lu Yu crossed her arms, preparing to speak, Ji Huxue seemed to anticipate her words, preemptively apologizing. I am sorry. I should not have acted in such a manner. He reiterated, however, I executed it flawlessly. no one will discover it. Lu Yu replied, "Do not employ such tactics. There are better ways to resolve matters." She truly wishes for the other party to avoid reaching that point in the original narrative. Does this not suggest that she, too, could potentially face dire consequences? She does not desire such an outcome. At this moment, Ji Hashue did not refute her, appearing unusually docile, unlike the brooding youth he had been. "I shall heed your words." However, Lu Yu sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Recently, she had encountered an abundance of individuals with alternative orientations, which instilled a sense of wariness within her. "As long as you understand that this is not right, it matters not to me." She rose, intending to depart. Yet, Ji Hashue obstructed her path. The tall young man, with a calm tone, uttered ambiguous words. "What must I do to establish a connection with you?" "I wish to be connected with you," Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Another one who ought to be sent to conversion therapy, unexpectedly awakening a succubus system. She found herself utterly unable to resist. Her pupils quivered. Wait. Yet Ji Hashue revealed a piece of information that caused her to tremble even more. "I know. You're not a boy." Lu Yu rushed forward to cover his mouth, panic surging through her like a tidal wave. "For heaven's sake, do not let her strike again. Simply provide her with a weapon." The terror of having her identity exposed compelled her to grip him tightly, leaving deep red marks upon his visage. Ji Hashue clearly felt the discomfort, yet he refrained from resisting, instead gazing at Lu Yu with his striking black and white eyes, utterly composed. Then, he slightly parted his lips and licked her palm. Lu Yu instantly released her grip, the moist sensation lingering in her hand. She was on edge, entirely bewildered by the intentions of the other party and how he had discerned her true identity. Most perplexing of all was the question of why he had chosen to lick her. In astonishment, Lu Yu exclaimed, "Are you a dog?" Ji Hashue unconsciously followed her hand, a charming blush gracing his cheeks. He lowered his gaze, his voice still as cool as that of a diligent student. Woof. Chapter 72. Gently. It was broken. There truly was a dog. Lu Yu was momentarily stunned into silence. She gazed at Ji Hashue, who quietly returned her look, as if he would acquiesce to whatever she had to say. His elegant features were exceptionally suited for a certain type of romantic film. "Did you watch something inappropriate?" she exclaimed, bewildered, for she had never engaged in such perverse behavior. Ji Hashue lowered his gaze and replied, "I thought you would like it." In truth, he did not comprehend the situation. He could not fathom why, amidst the throngs of people, he could always spot Lu Yu at first glance. He did not understand why he instinctively observed her life, analyzing every expression and change, no matter how minute. He was even more perplexed as to why his heart ached painfully when he saw Lu Yu ignoring him, laughing and conversing with others, completely oblivious to his presence. It was beyond his control. The young man grasped Lu Yu's hand once more, pressing his palm against the side of his face. Though he was taller in that moment, he assumed the role of a supplicant. The depths of his black and white eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I am invariably drawn to you, yet you seldom glance my way." All he desired was for her to look at him. Lu Yu was suddenly taken aback. The warmth of their skin contact sent a tingling sensation from her palm to her heart. Though still somewhat bewildered, she began to realize from Ji Hashue's words that he had been watching her from the shadows for quite some time, even when she was unaware. "This is truly bizarre," she thought, retracting her hand abruptly and calmly posing the pivotal question. "How did you discover my identity?" The warmth beside her face dissipated. Ji Hashue pursed his lips in mild displeasure. He spoke softly. "If I tell you the reason, you might not believe me." The notion of resurrection sounded like an absurd tale to the average person. "Just tell me," Lu Yu insisted. Ji Hashue noticed her concern. Was it truly significant? If it were a secret known only to him, did it forge an unbreakable bond between them? There was no escaping him any longer. His breath quickened with the anticipation of his conjecture. "I won't tell anyone." A light slap landed on his cheek. It was warm and slightly stinging. Lu Yu's eyes curved into a playful arc. "Aren't you supposed to be a little dog?" Her tone lifted slightly, resembling both a warning and a command. "Only obedient little dogs are to my liking." A blush uncontrollably spread across half of Ji Hashue's face. His skin was pale, and the redness was strikingly vivid. He gazed at Lu Yu, captivated by her unmasked demeanor, and his earlier intent to use this as a threat vanished completely. I say, Ji Heshue is reborn? After hearing the entire story, Lu Yu felt as though her genuine intentions had been wasted on a dog. Here she was, playing the unsung hero, saving a wayward youth, only to discover that he had already undergone a complete transformation due to his rebirth. It was evident. Offering free assistance was unwise. In the future, she would charge a fee. Ji Heshue, however, bore no psychological burden whatsoever. He sat on the sofa to Lu Yu's left, despite the ample space. He insisted on sitting quite close, so much so that even the slightest movement would brush against each other's skin. Lu Yu found his presence bothersome and nudged him. Move over a bit, it's too hot. Ji Heshue complied, shifting slightly. Or perhaps not at all, as Lu Yu doubted whether there was even a millimeter of distance between them. When they met at the gathering that evening, Ji Heshue maintained the demeanor of an aloof, noble blossom. Even while subtly directing his attention towards her, he still upheld his composure. Yet, after their earlier exchange, he became exceedingly clingy, akin to one afflicted with a craving for touch. What a sight! He seemed to abandon all pretense. Lu Yu sighed, "Don't be like this." Ji Heshue responded. She poked aside, "Stop pretending, I know you understand." She could no longer be deceived by his visage. Ji Heshue did not evade her touch. Instead, he pouted slightly, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. "I merely wish to be closer to you." After a moment's contemplation, he added 2 words, "Master." Lu Yu exclaimed, "Is the diligent scholar turning rogue so swiftly?" Her earlier remark was merely intended to elicit a confession from Ji Heshue, not to imply any such inclination. She crossed her arms defiantly. "You shall not address me in that manner." "Why not?" he queried. The answer was obvious. The new China has no slaves. Lu Yu replied earnestly. Someone might overhear. Ji Heshue nodded in understanding. This implied that it could be permissible in private, for he had discerned a subtle shift in her expression when she heard that title. She not only appreciated it, but appeared somewhat exhilarated. They fell into silence for a moment. Ji Heshue, pondering, assured her again, "I will not disclose your identity." This topic troubled Lu Yu greatly. She had never anticipated that despite her efforts to conceal the boy's identity, someone would cheat, awakening a new consciousness. Life had battered her repeatedly, transforming her into a delectable morsel. She could only choose to trust Ji Heshue. Alternatively, perhaps she should record a video aimed at a female audience, a potential leverage against him should he ever decide to turn against her. A mischievous thought spun through her mind. As she contemplated, Ji Heshue had quietly inched closer, expressionless, his fingers brushing against the hem of her garment. His gaze harbored an insatiable desire. In a heartbeat, Lu Yu abandoned that idea. No, given Ji Heshue's current demeanor, if she were to film such a video, she would undoubtedly be the most endangered. She could only warn him, "You'd best remember what was said today." Ji Heshue nodded once more. Unable to discern any emotion from his expression, Lu Yu stood up decisively. "Let us go." They had already lingered in the room for quite some time. If they didn't leave soon, the student council would come looking for them. Yet, Ji Heshue remained rooted in place. "Are we leaving?" His tone held an unexpected reluctance. Lu Yu asked, "Do you have something else to say?" Ji Heshue's eyelashes fluttered. "Once we leave this room, I will no longer be able to stay with you." He could only hide in the dim corner, repeatedly watching Lu Yu, as the fervor of his desire surged within him, yet found no outlet for its release. He yearned for the right to remain by her side. Lu Yu was taken aback by his blatant approach. "Please, don't do this. Don't tempt her." She was at an age ripe with burgeoning emotions. With such an appearance, cool and aloof yet innately obedient, resembling a service dog, she too felt a momentary, shameful flutter of her heart. However, Lu Yu was acutely aware of her ultimate goal. She was destined to flee. Due to the power dynamics and the unfolding narrative, she could not outright refuse the F4. But she dared to reject Ji Heshue. "We are not suited for one another." Ji Heshue was not hurt by her refusal. His thought process was inherently different from others. He calmly inquired, "What must be done to be suitable?" There was no emotion, only a stark pursuit of intent. He understood well that the acquisition of anything always came at a cost. Only Lu Yu's kindness remained pure, devoid of expectations for reciprocity. He shamefully craved more. Thus, the price to be paid was only natural. Lu Yu cleared her throat, then spoke earnestly. If life must lead to marriage, I would only choose Balenciaga. She would never betray the true sovereign of money. Chapter 73. The Phone. That evening, Lin Fu did not return to the gathering. Fortunately, those accompanying him assumed their boss had succumbed once again to his old habit of soaking his feet after drinking. They remained blissfully unaware and even endeavored to smooth over the situation for Lin Fu. Only Lu Yu felt a gnawing unease. She had expressed more than just a singular sentiment, insisting that she wished to focus solely on earning money without entertaining notions of romance. Ji Hexue, however, appeared either oblivious or indifferent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I understand, he seemed to convey, though Lu Yu could not decipher his true intentions. What exactly did he comprehend? If he truly understood, why then was he still assisting her in peeling crabs? The pristine, tender crab meat was neatly arranged, yet the transparent plastic gloves could not conceal his elegantly bony fingers, which peeled the crustacean with the grace of a pianist. This should have been a visually pleasing scene. Yet Lu Yu's gaze remained fixated on those hands, her mind racing with incredulity. How could someone so slender manage to overpower Lin Fu with mere bare hands? As the meal drew to a close, Lu Yu finally had the opportunity to return to school. She continued to share a vehicle with Zhuo Xin. Through the softly tinted glass of the car window, she noticed Ji Hexue entering a low-profile black sedan. Unluckily for her, she had encountered this model at Shui Ran's place. It was exceedingly expensive. There was no way it could be a taxi returning her to school, nor could Ji Hexue afford such a luxury. Lu Yu could not suppress a frown, her expression heavy with concern. Goodness, is he making money behind my back without informing me? She felt indignant. Zhuo Xin, sensing her agitation, inquired, "What's wrong? Ever since you returned from the restroom, your mood has been off. Today, as contract negotiations progressed smoothly, so you should feel reassured. That one tea last long?" Lu Yu shook her head. "It's nothing." Even if Lin Fu were rendered unconscious, she remained resolute in her intention to sabotage their collaboration. For a businessman, the greatest agony lay in having the benefits placed before him snatched away. Zhuo Xin refrained from pressing further. All right then. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. The events of the evening replayed incessantly in Lu Yu's mind. To distract herself, she resolved to take out her phone for a moment. As she unlocked the screen, she received a message. "Seduced. Location coming." Lu Yu decisively locked her screen again. Coming? Coming with wealth? Her phone had run out of battery, and she had missed it. Fundamentally, Lu Yu remained that subservient worker. She powered off her phone and informed Zhuo Xin, then ordered another taxi to the specified location. It was already 10 o'clock. This was undoubtedly overtime. She must be reimbursed for the taxi fare. In her frustration, Lu Yu had not anticipated that the road leading to the location was in a narrow alley where taxis could not enter. She could only alight from the vehicle and, armed with a flashlight, proceed cautiously into the darkness. Why are there no streetlights? The pitch-black alley resembled an invisible abyss, with only the faint glow emanating from the windows of high-rise residences. Lu Yu had already forwarded her location to Fu and set her side button for emergency alerts. Yet she could not shake off the sense of trepidation. She had spoken too soon. This was the true horror film. 100M, 50M, 0M. As she continued to walk towards the designated spot, the surrounding darkness enveloped her, rendering the visibility nearly non-existent. Lu Yu slightly turned her head, sweeping the beam of her flashlight through the inky blackness, only to have someone suddenly cover her eyes from behind. The world around her was instantly shrouded in darkness. Instinctively, Lu Yu shouted, "Let me tell you, my elder brother Seduced can knock out the Black Tiger Gang with his fists and kick the Qingdao sect with his feet. He has 108 tattoos on his body, and to provoke me is to invite his wrath. Prepare for your demise." Her words flowed effortlessly, without a hint of breathlessness. The hand released its grip. How was I unaware of my own prowess? The husky voice, tinged with amusement, belonged to a man who was evidently amused by her outburst. It was indeed Seduced. Lu Yu patted her chest in relief and turned to display a beaming, obsequious smile. Brother Xie. Shu. However, Xie he merely gestured for her to be quiet. He then pulled her arm, guiding them both to the corner of the narrow alley, where darkness still prevailed, obscuring even the outstretched hand. Lu Yu could vaguely make out the familiar contours of Xie Shuyu's brow and eyes. With him present, her worries dissipated, and she stood calmly, even canceling her call to the police. Meanwhile, Xie Shuyu lowered his voice and inquired, "How did you know it was me? Who else could it be?" Even elementary school children wouldn't resort to such juvenile tactics, Lu Yu replied, matching his tone. "Your ring." The cold metal of the ring had given her the clue. Her earlier ramblings were merely to unsettle Xie Xiuyu, who would summon someone here without reason. Indeed, Xie Xiuyu acknowledged. As they stood closer together, Lu Yu caught a whiff of a metallic scent, pungent and unmistakable. "You're hurt?" Xie Xiuyu maintained his languid tone. "Mem. Such a pretender," Lu Yu scoffed, but her concern quickly resurfaced. "We can't delay your injury. We should head to the hospital." Xie Xiuyu raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you encounter them?" "Huh?" Lu Yu replied. "Do you think I got hurt for no reason?" He leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath sending a shiver down her spine. "Be careful. There are those outside who wish to take my life." "Who?" This was Lu Yu's immediate reaction. Her second reaction was to display a look of panic. "Then yes, they may have already heard you," Xie Xiuyu confirmed. Lu Yu fell silent. Xie Xiuyu's night vision was exceptional. He could clearly see the fleeting hint of panic on the strikingly handsome face before him, though it quickly transformed into a resolute expression. What would she do? Would she flee and leave him behind, or would she bravely claim to fight for him? Both choices seemed rather unexciting. Lu Yu sniffled, her tone subdued. "Brother Xie, I understand that in times of peril, one might worry about betrayal from their junior. However, I'm not versed in these matters. I only know that being by your side to face these challenges is all I can do." Her words were poignant. If only her actions didn't betray her attempt to shrink behind him. Xie Xiuyu's lips twitched slightly, and to his surprise, his previously suppressed emotions lightened considerably. What was it that accompanied him in facing this? It was likely that he was too timid to venture out alone, preferring instead to cling to her company. Only Lu Yu could express such seemingly foolish sentiments with genuine emotion. She continued her performance. "The moment I saw your message, I rushed over because you truly mean a lot to me." She rambled on for quite some time. Xie Xiuyu watched her act, and with each word, the curve of his lips became more pronounced. Lu Yu, her voice finally drying up, sensed something was amiss. "Xiego, why are you silent?" Xie Xiuyu leisurely straightened up. "I just realized how important I am to you, so I was momentarily too moved to speak." His demeanor remained relaxed, his tall, robust frame moving effortlessly, showing no signs of injury. "Brother, your injury?" Lu Yu inquired. "I was just kidding," he replied, adding, "There's no one outside." Lu Yu sighed, wondering when this brother's penchant for watching the drama unfold would wane. Just as she was about to ask about the source of the blood scent, her phone vibrated at the perfect moment. Assuming it was Xie Fu, she reached for her device, only to find the caller was Ji Jingli. Instinctively, she was about to hang up, but another hand intercepted hers, preventing her from disconnecting the call. Xie Xiuyu's voice had inexplicably taken on a more pressing tone. "Why not answer? If you don't, Jingli will be hurt." Chapter 74. The alley. Lu Yu reluctantly answered the call. For reasons unknown. The moment Ji Jingli's voice echoed in her ears, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. Why was that? It was simply guilt. "Are you still out? It's quite late. I'm waiting for you in the dormitory." This sounded too much like a wife awaiting her husband's return, didn't it? Was that appropriate? Lu Yu hesitated and replied, "I have a few things to attend to." Ji Jingli's voice carried a hint of curiosity. What things? Instinctively, Lu Yu felt it best to conceal her association with Xie Xiuyu. Just as she was preparing to fabricate a lie, her words faltered abruptly. A warm body leaned in from behind her, easily enveloping her in an embrace. The tall figure draped an arm around her shoulder, tilting slightly to whisper with equal curiosity. What things? He was so close that his breath tickled her ear, warming it. Lu Yu jolted, swiftly muting the call. "Hello, Lu Yu?" The sudden silence caused Ji Jingli to feel a twinge of concern. Lu Yu had no choice but to unmute. "It seems the signal is poor." "And where are you now?" Ji Jingli's voice remained gentle. I'll send someone to pick you up. No, it's fine, she began, but was interrupted by a gentle breath against her ear. What are you doing? She pressed mute again, shaking her head in frustration, attempting to convey her anger to Xiexioyu. This feels like infidelity. What is wrong? Xiexioyu chuckled softly. You ought to concoct a reason to deceive him. Otherwise, Jingli will grow suspicious. He added, or you could hand me your phone and I could speak with him. On the other end, Ji Jingli was indeed beginning to harbor doubts. He had initially assumed Lu Yu would return with Zhuo Xin and had even inquired about her. Zhuo Xin, however, informed him that Lu Yu had mentioned having matters to attend to midway. At this age, it was perfectly normal for students to prefer leisure over returning to school. Nevertheless, Ji Jingli found himself calling Lu Yu again half an hour later. Why? Naturally, it stemmed from a desire for control born of affection. He needed to feel that her whereabouts were under his dominion. Otherwise, anxiety would ensue. Yet upon connecting, he found Lu Yu's responses vague and tinged with tension. Had she encountered trouble, or was she with someone else? Ji Jingli tentatively called her name a couple of times, and after several seconds, Lu Yu finally responded. Jingge, I won't be coming back tonight. There's no need to pick me up. Staying out? Ji Jingli's gaze deepened. Shall I book a hotel nearby for you? If she were indeed with someone else, Lu Yu would surely decline. Sounds good, she replied eagerly. Her prompt acceptance left Ji Jingli unable to voice his suspicions, and he could only respond, all right. My phone is running low on battery, so I'll hang up now. Upon hearing Ji Jingli's response, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief and ended the call. Why had Xiexioyu not caused any further trouble? Because Lu Yu had suddenly crouched down. Given their height difference, as Lu Yu crouched down, Xiexioyu's arm was left hanging in the air. To converse with Lu Yu again, he would have to bend down and simultaneously sacrifice a portion of his leg. Seizing the moment when the other party was momentarily distracted, Lu Yu swiftly ended the call. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Xiexioyu gazed down at the round crown of her head, aware that she was annoyed, and chose not to tease her further. Let us go. I'll escort you to the hotel. Lu Yu hopped back a couple of steps. But don't you have injuries? Xiexioyu replied. I told you. It was a ruse. Lu Yu countered. Then what about the smell of blood on you? Xiexioyu retorted. That is undoubtedly someone else's. Just a pesky fly sent by a branch of the Xie family. His subordinates had already taken those useless individuals away. As for him, he stood in the alley, feeling quite bored, until he called for Lu Yu. Indeed, having Lu Yu around made things significantly more entertaining. Lu Yu shook her head. That is even less necessary. What if the police mistake me for a criminal and arrest me too? With blood on me. I hardly look like a good person. Xiexioyu fell silent. Was he being rejected? Oh, right. Lu Yu's eyes brightened. I have one more favor to ask of you, brother. Xiexioyu raised an eyebrow. Speak. Lu Yu displayed her screen, revealing a booking page for high-end hotels nearby. Brother, you stay in hotels quite often, which presidential suite here is of the highest quality. Since I can expense the stay, I must make the most of it. The screen's glow illuminated half of the youth's face. His cheeks flushed, and his almond-shaped eyes filled with anticipation, resembling a solitary sun in the darkened environment. Suddenly, Xiexioyu coughed. He furrowed his brow, one hand clutching his abdomen as if in considerable discomfort. It hurts. Lu Yu exclaimed. But you said you weren't injured. Xiexioyu replied. Perhaps it's an internal injury. His tone was slow and definitive. Therefore, I will need you to assist me to the hotel for some rest. Lu Yu assessed their size difference. Me? Is it really me? Although he claimed he needed Lu Yu's help to reach the hotel, Xiexioyu did not truly lean his full weight on her. The bloodstains on him were minimal, mostly at the hem of his clothing. Leaning against Lu Yu, it was hardly noticeable. The hotel link was sent to Ji Jingli, while Xiexioyu booked a separate room. He didn't mind sharing with his little roommate, but since Lu Yu had exerted herself to prevent Ji Jingli from discovering him, he wished not to squander her efforts. Otherwise, Lu Yu might genuinely become upset. Truly, her temper seemed to be growing increasingly fierce. Xiexioyu cast a glance at Lu Yu, who was puffing her cheeks as she unraveled bandages, his fingers itching slightly. However, the vibrant Lu Yu was far preferable to the pallid figure lying in a hospital bed. Lu Yu removed a section of the bandage, gesturing towards Xiexioyu's waist, then silently unwrapped a longer piece. What on earth did you grow up eating? You claim you're uninjured, yet beneath Xiexioyu's shirt, there were still several thin scars. Disinfecting and bandaging him was the least Lu Yu could do. This was undoubtedly overtime. Chuyi, have you seen this? Xiexioyu suddenly inquired. Lu Yu candidly responded, yes, I have encountered him once in Shui Ji's presence. A flicker of coldness appeared in Xiexioyu's gaze as he remarked, keep your distance from her. Having witnessed Lu Yu's fainting episode, he had come to realize the depths of madness a woman consumed by love could reach, particularly one as deeply obsessed as Chuyi. The young man sat with an imposing presence on the bed, his shirt half removed, revealing well-defined muscles that exuded strength and perfection akin to a magazine cover. The scarred area was situated near his toned and sculpted oblique lines. Lu Yu, gripping the bandage, found herself captivated by his physique, absent-mindedly responding, oh, was being chattered about. The male lead's physique is indeed impressive. Quite appealing. I might as well take a look at the $5 ones. Chapter 75. Inquiry. Xiexioyu noticed that Lu Yu seemed distracted. He initially intended to remind her a few more times. However, when Lu Yu's hand gently pressed against his abdomen as she carefully wrapped a bandage around him, his thoughts momentarily halted, and he felt a distinct rise in his chest. So soft. Could a boy's hands be this soft? The places where Lu Yu's fingertips brushed against him ignited an uncontrollable warmth. As she wrapped the bandage around his back, they drew even closer, almost as if embracing. This action, so ordinary, caused Xiexioyu's throat to constrict, leaving him with a parched sensation. He became acutely aware of Lu Yu's allure. Having undergone harsh military training from a young age, he was always the most direct and proactive person among the F4. When faced with a desired target, he would strike immediately, confining the prey within his territory, leaving no chance for escape. Yet, Xiexioyu understood all too well that Lu Yu was a boy. His adolescence arrived early, and the vague dreams that haunted his nights, along with the crude jokes casually exchanged among soldiers, made him painfully aware of his sexual orientation. Thus, he repeatedly tested Lu Yu's gender, only to be met with disappointment each time. Their relationship could only remain at this stage, with unutterable desires repressed deep within, surging and settling, growing ever more profound. All right, Xiexioyu spoke, only to realize his voice had become hoarse. I'll do it myself. Lu Yu halted in disappointment, having intended to tie a lovely bow. And your muscles feel nice to the touch, she added playfully. Xiexioyu was uncertain how much of the fire ignited within him was incited by her. Yet he efficiently secured the bandage, his cold, stern demeanor exuding an air of authority. Remember what I said? Keep your distance from Chuyi. Lu Yu replied, okay. While she would undoubtedly refuse to be alone with him, with Shui Ran present, Chuyi would serve as the perfect shield. Observing Lu Yu's obedient demeanor, Xiexioyu added an explanation. She doesn't like you. Lu Yu was bewildered. Why? She wondered what she had done to incur such disdain. Could being too handsome be a fault? Xiexioyu, for reasons unknown, responded with slight irritation. If you don't even know why others dislike you, are you foolish? Umph. Lu Yu, instead of feeling ashamed, took pride in her perceived foolishness. What's wrong with being foolish? There are too many smart people. I must stand up for the foolish. She tilted her head slightly, looking both defiant and endearingly cute, which struck a chord with Xiexioyu. After a brief moment of restraint, he could no longer hold back and playfully ruffled Lu Yu's fluffy hair. She swayed unsteadily as he did so. Don't wobble, he said, fully aware of his own strength, which was not excessively forceful. Lu Yu responded with a soft "oh," coming to a halt. Feeling the warmth at the top of her head, she expressed her mild annoyance. Xiegu, ruffling my hair will stun my growth. She suspected he might be jealous of her good looks, attempting to suppress her with his height. Xiexioyu remained unfazed. The boy's developmental phase had long since passed. Moreover, he believed that the other's height was just perfect, allowing him to embrace the person entirely and quell any resistance. His thoughts wandered again. Lu Yu, what if she had been surreptitiously indulging in the milk from the refrigerator every day, striving to leave no trace of her disguise as a boy in terms of height? Xiexioyu, keep it up. Luyu, is that sarcasm? It must be sarcasm. She discreetly gave Xiaoyu the finger behind his back. The agitation in her heart did not dissipate with the physical contact. When Luyu returned to her room, her hair in disarray, Xiaoyu disregarded the freshly wrapped bandage and took a swift cold shower. The icy droplets served as the finest stimulant. The bandage around his waist, soaked through, hung heavily against his abdomen, akin to a burdensome shackle. Xiaoyu casually swept his hair back, revealing a fierce and untamed glint in his gaze. A beast cornered often exhibits heightened irritability. Perhaps he should distance himself further from Luyu? His interest in her had unequivocally surpassed the realm of mere playthings. Even after emerging from the bathroom, Xiaoyu remained perplexed, thus startling Yuan Wang when he initiated a video call. Yuan Wang, equally possessing a strikingly handsome visage, boasted light brown hair and pale eyes, embodying a clear mixed heritage that blended a hint of Western charm into his Eastern allure. Feeling unsatisfied? Yuan Wang jested, catching Xiaoyu off guard. Xiaoyu furrowed his brows. Get lost. Yuan Wang shrugged. Who told you to call me at this hour with such a sour expression? It's hard not to suspect you were interrupted during some male activity. He even kindly added, it's fine, we're buddies. I won Timakyu. He expected to be reprimanded. Instead, Xiaoyu remained silent for a moment. You're abroad. You must have seen quite a bit. He hesitated slightly, his brows knitting tightly, pondering whether sexual orientation could be altered. Huh, what? Yuan Wang hadn't anticipated hearing such an unusual revelation on an ordinary evening. He suddenly burst into laughter. All right. I bet your father would be furious to hear that you've turned. Now your wish can be fulfilled. Xiaoyu. The threat in his tone was unmistakable, prompting Yuan Wang to cough awkwardly. All right, I'll be serious. He pondered for a moment before nodding. Based on my own observations, sexual orientation can indeed change. He knew of many who altered their orientations to align with wealthy partners, as well as those who shifted due to heartbreak from either gender. Yet, considering Xiaoyu's background and character, both scenarios seemed unlikely, leaving only one possibility. Do you have someone you like? Wow, a major scoop. Yuan Wang instantly grew exhilarated. Xiaoyu slightly narrowed his eyes. Noticed some interest. Merely interest. Original thoughts suddenly drifted into boredom. Well, it's nothing. Why not take a nap and find out? Experience brings true understanding, my brother. It's merely a matter of sleeping. For Xiaoyu, it's as simple as beckoning with a finger, even disregarding his status. Given his appearance, a stroll through a bar would easily fill his contact list. Yet, Xiaoyu was markedly different from his carefree demeanor. No, that won't do. Yuan Wang, then just consider yourself straight. Xiaoyu. No, that won't do either. Yuan Wang clicked his tongue in annoyance. If this 1T work and that 1T work, are you still seeking my advice? Xiaoyu's expression turned cold. I require a precise method of judgment. Faced with his good friend ensnared in such a quandary of sexual orientation, Yuan Wang adopted a serious demeanor. How about this? He propped his chin, a playful smile gracing his lips. I can send you something intriguing. Why not take a look?